acrobatics inside that, probably round it. Well, maybe we should do the physics on that one as well, as we did earlier on in the trucks, to figure out exactly how fast they go. But at 10:30 you'll have that acrobatic demonstration of, well, brilliance, to be honest, over there, and that's near the main stage, and it's probably the easiest one to spot there, because at the moment that wheel, that loop, if you like, is stretched up into the air amongst the Ibico flags. And of course plenty to do outside of the events as well. We've got food and drink on offer all around the circuit, that including Garage 59 and various of the food stalls out there. The fairground is up and running. You've got Dodgems, you've got Waltzer, you've got everything you can ask for there. And of course, let's not forget the truck village up towards the top end of the circuit. If you were to take a meander towards Compass, not only will you get a great view of any racing and on-track action scheduled to come up, you'll also get a fantastic view of so many show trucks that are out at that end of the circuit at the moment. I mean, I'd love to give you an approximate number, but they are just packed in, nose to tail, side by side, all the way through there, and they are all absolutely resplendent in the sunshine. Next up on circuit, we're going to have the British Truck Racing Championship. They're just beginning to queue up round the backside of the kind of the Melbourne loop, actually, isn't it, where we would be using for the GP circuit, but on the national we can use it to make sure everybody's in the right order when they head out on the track. They'll have a pace truck to lead the round as well, everything truck related in this one. The British Truck Racing Championship with 2 events yesterday, of course, the action already underway, and the driver we're watching throughout that was Ryan Smith in race.
For a minute, just stop. Donington Park, day 2, convoy in the park. We've got so much coming up for you. You can see.
I don't know if we will be able to get near that today, although I'm pretty sure Ryan Smith will be giving it a good go over the course of the event.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, the way we wanted to open up, not quite going as planned there due to some slight connectivity issues, but we will try and get back with Ian and Pointy to bring you down into the paddock as soon as possible. But welcome to another day here at Donington Park National Circuit. And, well, we are going to cut back down to the paddock there for Ian and Pointy to open up our show today on this fine Sunday, the 11th of August.
Yeah, go on. I don't think we're going to have a quick chance to talk to them, but the
view from here in the commentary box, so that one's been recovered. It gives us a clear circuit. The other thing you'll be interested in is the weather, of course.
Apology there again, ladies and gentlemen, but welcome back to a fine Sunday here at Donington Park National. In the commentary booth you have myself, Paul Walsh, as we bring about another day here in Convoy in the Park for 2024. And we had an absolute thriller day on what was... We had an absolutely thrilling day as of yesterday. And I'm just wondering if we're getting a word there that we might be able to get to Ian and Pointy now, because there's plenty going on down the paddock that we want to come to straight away. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, that word there, we're not quite able to get to them as of yet. So as a result, we can see that gradually the circuit is opening up, and as we do get set and ready to go once again, well, you all enjoyed the absolutely brilliant racing that we got to see over the course of Saturday. And, well, we are going to be having plenty of pickup truck racing, plenty of truck racing, and also plenty of racing on what is just your standard cars, your standard 4 wheels as well. But as we can see, looking in the background, looking absolutely beautiful out there. And well, as our trucks are making their way on to the grid, it was a special moment here.
Trucks though, they'll pull up onto their grid positions. Once we get underway,
And we do just gradually have all of our trucks at the British Truck Racing Championship making their way onto the grid. And well, as the schedule comes up on screen here, ladies and gents, we're going to quickly take you through the schedule and then come down to what's going on down on the grid currently, because we're opening up today at 10:30 with what will be the first of 3 races in the remainder of the British Truck Racing Championship round here at Donington Park. Of course, they had 2 races yesterday, but they've got 3 more today. Then we'll be going to the mini challenge Clubsport, of which they're going to be having their second race of the weekend. That'll be at 11:10. And then we're going to be having the 40th anniversary Truck Prix, the International Truck Prix here at Donington. It's second year of it, and that'll be at 12. And then we're going to have our final race before we head into lunch break, and that'll be the first of 2 races today for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. That'll be at 25 past midday. After lunch, the brief break will be back for the 4th race of the British Truck Racing Championship round here at Donington Park. That'll be at 1:30, and then we'll have the first of our 2 races in the Britcar Trophy Championship, and that'll be at 2:10, and then we'll have at 3:15 the Pickup Truck Racing Championships 3rd and final race of the weekend here, after which we'll then have at 3:10 the British Truck Racing Championships final race of the weekend, and at 4:30 we'll have the Mini Challenge Clubsport have their 3rd and final race of the weekend as well. And well, after that we will have a few more races as well. We've got another 3 races after that. We've got an absolutely packed schedule here this fine Sunday afternoon. And the remainder, of course, will be that at 5 o'clock this evening we will have our second of our Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship races, and then we're going to have the second of our Britcar Trophy Championship races at 6, and then the International Truck Prix will see us out at 7. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cut down to the grid, I believe, because something very important and dear to our truck racing championship and family is taking part on the grid, and we'll cut to Pointy down there on the grid.
Built into them as well to make sure you're comfortable over the course of a long haul. However, on a racing truck, just as a racing car, immediately quite a bit less space in there, so you've got to try and clamber out around your racing seat, which then pushes you quite forwards towards the front, and then find the step down as well to make sure that you can jump down from what is a perfect viewpoint. We were saying yesterday, Compass, we generally describe it for our commentary box as a blind entry right-hander. We're not actually sure if it is blind for behind the wheel of a few of these machines, because of how much elevation gain they've got from within the cockpit compared to, say, for example, the MGs or the pickups that we'll see again later on.
Right then, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers at home, and of course everybody here at Donington Park. Slightly different start to today's racing as we take a moment to remember a legend in the truck racing world who sadly passed away earlier this week, Dave Atkins, who has touched many a heart in the British and European truck racing and taken several of our drivers to many championship wins. We're going to hold a minute's silence here down on the grid. As you can see behind me, all of the British and International Truck Prix, along with lots of marshals and officials from around the circuit, are joining us for this very special occasion to remember a very important man. Mark Wirral, the circuit commentator, will be reading some words, and I'll be handing over to him now as we will be listening to him from around the circuit.
All of the drivers assembled. Sadly, on Wednesday of this week, news broke of the sad passing of one of truck racing's amazing characters, Dave Jenkins. Dave set up Atkins Racing and achieved so much in the sport. A very unique character, hugely competitive, and always very fair and helpful. His Dave Atkins Racing team, based in Nottinghamshire, ran Steve Parish to huge success in truck racing. So much so that the Atkins Racing built and prepared Mercedes trucks were faster than the Works Mercedes trucks. Dave then developed relations with Castrol and BP and ran Stuart Oliver in both the British and European championships, again with huge levels of success. He'll be hugely missed by all that met him and the whole truck racing fraternity. We're joined today on the grid by Dave's son and daughter, Toby and Zoe. So we pause for thought and fondly remember Dave Atkins. Thank you, everybody. Beautifully observed.
Thank you very much. And there we have it, the coming together of everybody in the paddock for a very special remembrance of someone suddenly passing away earlier this week. But of course, as I'm sure he would have wanted, we go back now to the racing. 5 fantastic races today to view, and of course the first stop behind me, you see the British Truck Racing Championship. As the drivers start to disperse to get into their wagons, I think we're going to throw back up to Paul now to run through the starting grid for your first race of Sunday. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Pointy. A very emotional tribute there to Dave Atkins, touching the heart and soul of all of our competitors in the British Truck Racing Championship. And indeed, there is nobody down in the paddock that has not had the opportunity to work alongside or converse with David Atkins over his extensive decades within the sport, not just in the United Kingdom, but also across the European continent. And indeed, will be sadly missed. But as Pointy was saying, we still do crack on with the racing today, and we have got plenty of racing to come. As we can see the grid gradually clearing and our drivers getting into their truck cabs. Well, we're not too far away from our first race getting underway, and I'll have the pleasure of Pointy joining me in the commentary booth in short order. And it's great to see in the YouTube chat there, whether it is in what is the British Truck Racing Championship, alternatively the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube, also both there, everyone giving their respects. Absolutely fantastic to see. But indeed, as we look to the lovely panning view there of the rundown into the old hairpin, well, all the drivers getting set, and we will very shortly be going racing. But as we do sit there and wait to go racing, well, of course, the key thought being here that with our grid, well, we do have all of our trucks back out in the grid after a few did have some technical issues as of the late races yesterday on Saturday. Well, we are going to be seeing plenty more get underway today, and hopefully those reliability bugbears and whatnot do not strike once again. But it is a warmer day here, of course, today on this Sunday, and here is going to be your grid for the first of our British Truck Racing Championship races this Sunday. As we can see, it's going to be, well, we will have John Bowler on pole there, and joined on the front row of the grid by David Smith. We'll then have Tom O'Rourke and Stuart Oliver on row number 2, followed up by row 3 Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell. Row 4 will go to Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, and then your top 10 going to be rounded out there by Paul Rivett and Neil Yates. Paul Rivett, of course, really having the lion's share of the points yesterday in Class 2, and looking to continue that run of wins in order to make up as much ground as possible on his championship rivals. And well, we'll then take you to the second half of the grid in due course, and when we do, what we're going to be seeing there will be what will be our final 4 drivers. And row number 6 will be started off by what will be none other than Adam Bint, and of course we will also have there Simon Cole, and on our final row of the grid Archie Handy and John Powell to wrap up our 14 truck grid. But joining me in the commentary booth once again is the one and only voice of British Truck Racing Championship, and that is Pointy. Pointy, you've already done a bit of running today. Goodness me.
I tell you, it's the first race of the day, and I'm already worn out, I tell you what. But yeah, I had to be down there on the grid. And what a lovely memory to hold. And of course, family members from Dave Atkins here as well, which is just nice to see. I think they'll be truly honoured for the amount of effort that went into that. I got every single driver from the grid, whether it be the British or the international. I think he probably worked and touched many of those drivers, you know, through their careers, with guidance and so on. It really was, the stories I've been hearing about him were quite fantastic. I mean, I've probably crossed paths with him several times myself over the years, used to working in the FYA as well. It's just, yeah, what a guy, what a loss. But of course, in his memory, first race of the day, fingers crossed, a fantastic show to go out there. The first of 3 British races today, which is going to be full bore. Of course, we notice now reverse grid. Have you already taken them through the grid?
Yeah, I'm taking them through the grid.
So this is going to be exciting. We've got yesterday's podium winners effectively having to fight their way through to the back, and from the back, sorry, and it's going to be a lot of effort, but it's going to be a lot of great racing for all of you watching at home. And of course, here at the circuit as well, some great vantage points from around the circuit for anybody that's joining us here at Donington Park on a very sunny Sunday, due to be 27 degrees all day, which is going to make it even harder for me running around in a thick shirt. So at least I've got my shorts on this time, and the aircon's on in the commentary box, thank God.
Oh, we figured that out. Yes, they finally got the air conditioning working. Lo and behold, it made it a little bit cooler in here. But you've got to feel for our drivers in their cabs. I mean, those are going to get absolutely hot.
Yes, it is going to be horrendous in those cabs. I mean, they haven't got any kind of air conditioning. They've got fans, but they don't do anything. They just move the hot air about. Bear in mind, they're sat in a full fireproof racing suit and underlayer, helmets, gloves. They're sitting on top of, a 1,000 horsepower diesel engine. Their bum's not far away from a massive foot-wide turbo in a metal box. So yeah, it's not conducive to a cool driver, but fingers crossed they can keep a cool head in these conditions, and we'll see some great racing action from all of them.
Oh, 100%. And as they make their way around on the formation lap here, of course, rolling start when they do come around to the start-finish line next time out, and our safety truck leading our drivers around at this time, and one of our many safety trucks that we've seen over the course of this weekend so far. And well, we're not too far away as they head up through McLean's, currently that lovely view there. And with it being a warmer day, very little cloud cover today as well compared to what we saw yesterday, so that means definitely the sun is going to bear down, that track temperature is going to come up as the day goes on, and well, it's definitely going to make those tyres absolutely squeal with regards to, well, drivers trying to give everything they can lap after lap. But we're not too far away from getting now around to the start finish line, and who's going to be one of the favourites? I mean, Ryan Smith, of course, has got to be the centre of attention.
This is it. I mean, I was speaking to Dave Jenkins yesterday with regards to what he expects from today's reverse grid, and he says, we've had a great start to the weekend, but we've got to really work tomorrow. Tomorrow's where we see the driving, because Ryan Smith, Dave Jenkins, both very, very good drivers. But of course we've got Stuart Oliver in the number 7, very close to the front here. Dave Smith getting a shoe in the number 11 as well, so he's going to try and monopolise on that position. Of course, John Bowler not one to be sniffed at either. We've seen it previously at Thruxton. Give them the opportunity, and actually they will be able to hold their own. But of course Ryan Smith is going to be looking very early on from that 4th row back to make a dent in the standings. So it's all to play for as they make their way through the final chicane of the outlap. The pace truck comes in as we cut down to the grid, and waiting for the lights to go out. They are out. It's go, go, go. Early start there across Neil Yates. Steve Powell darting up the inside lane. Tyres fully over. It's 3 abreast as they make their way into the first corner. It's looking very tight as John Bowler gets clear though. Luckily no contact, I do believe, but Stuart Oliver making himself very, very wide, elbows and shoulders out altogether as he's followed round by son Michael in the number 12. Tom O'Rourke though having a bit of an incident yesterday, right up there in currently 3rd position. It's an action-packed first half of the first lap. Dave Jenkins bogged down at the back next to Ryan Smith though, both biding their time as Dave Smith looks for a space past Michael that doesn't let him through. Wow, this is a fantastic race to put in the honour of Mr. Dave Atkins here. This is incredible show so far. With 14 minutes left on the clock, we are well underway here for the first British Truck Racing Championship race here of the Sunday. But down in Division 2 now, of course, we've got a battle between Paul Revved and returning driver Adam Bint. Handy at the back there, looking a little bit more delicate, so he's been having quite a few technical issues unfortunately, so he's going to be possibly a bit slower today. But look at this, Michael Oliver all over the back of Tom O'Rourke. Of course, these two coming together yesterday, and a slap on the wrists for Tom O'Rourke. For whatever happened effectively. So yes, these two could be two to watch today as they make their way down past the commentary box. And for the first lap, we've got Stuart Oliver coming past John Bowler now, but it's John Bowler, Stuart Oliver, Tom O'Rourke for the top 3 of the first lap.
Oh, an incredible first lap, and the fighting just gradually building up here as they make their way on to lap number 2. And with our Class 1 category drivers now already leading the top 9 of the pack, and then the Class 2s all together towards the rear of the pack, it means they can focus on their battles within their classes. But as they make their way down here, a brilliant move there around the outside of Craner being made by the number 12 there, Michael Oliver. Moves up to P3, a daring move. And meanwhile, behind there, we can see Ryan Smith finally clearing towards the 69 of Jenkins. It's taken him a lot of time. And interesting enough, enough, we saw yesterday with Ryan Smith starting from the very back in P14. He carved through the field very quickly, but today looks like a bit of a slow approach from Ryan Smith and having to really find a way past Jenkins on that opening lap.
Well, this is it. I mean, I think with both of them doing very well yesterday, there's that level of respect among the racers. It's like, okay, is he going to make a move? Am I going to make a move? You've got to kind of judge whether the other driver next to you, which effectively, you know, beat you twice in races yesterday, is that going to be a situation where you go for the same gap and cause a big issue? So shows great racing craft there, just biding his time a little bit, because as well, as we see at the front of the pack here, we've got, you know, some very good drivers, but not ones you want to get tangled with if they're going to start tangling with each other.
Oh, 100%. And well, we've got to consider that whilst they may be the two big shows of Saturday's races, or the stars I should say, the show of Saturday's races, meanwhile at the very front we've got Bowler here trying to hold on to lead, but here comes up the inside none other than number 7, away Stuart Oliver going for a move too wide through Red Gate, and it's a lovely move up the inside from Stuart Oliver. And well, to be fair, I think it's going to be the case that once again John Bowler is going to be denied after those 2 third places at Fruxton. I mean, he'd love to take a win, but the Oliver family right now sandwiching him, and well, that's a fill in there that I don't think Bowler wants to be a part of.
Certainly not. No, it's looking great though. I mean, you know, GT Bowler GT. Whoa, here we go. Dave Jenkins to the side of Tom O'Rourke. Will we manage to get him back on? Tom O'Rourke stranded there on the edge of the track. Going to be a virtual safety car to see whether or not he can get himself going. Paul Revved goes wide around on the gravel, nearly missing Tom O'Rourke there. That was a close one. Will we have chance for a replay here? We see them coming round quite safely now. Fingers crossed we might be able to see the replay of what just happened, but the rest of Division 2 coming round. No replay. Right, so we're back on the racing action. We've still got a go around the circuit as Michael Oliver looks for the inside line around John Bowler. John Bowler still holding him back, but if he's not careful, we're going to see a gap through there. Oh, that was tight. That was tight. 2 abreast through the chicane, but John Bowler just lets it go through there for Michael Oliver. But who's this? It's Ryan Smith inviting himself to the party, gate crashing his way into 3rd place, as even Dave Jenkins in the 69 looks to make a pass by John Bowler.
Oh, indeed.
Sending John Bowler wide. He's off. I didn't see a contact there, but John Bowler goes off into the gravel at the first bend. What just happened? I didn't see any contact. He's still rolling. He's going to be coming on at the back now as Ryan Smith back at the front now. He's battling to get past Michael Oliver. This is the driving we expected to see from Dave and Ryan, of course, today. Slipstreaming down the back there, and Michael Oliver, as of course Dad Stewart manages to pull ahead quite nicely with a 1.93 lead.
Oh, indeed, and with Stuart Oliver being able to run away, now it's going to be the question of how long can Michael Oliver keep his rival behind us. Meanwhile, we do see a rejoining number 14 there, gradually coming along. That is none other than, of course, John Bowler, who's just gradually trying to find his way. I wonder whether he may have some steering issues, given the fact the car went in the truck went straight on. And, well, that's our first one of the day. Hopefully not too many more of those. But as we do look to the run down the back straight, Ryan Smith once again looking for the move, but you can see there Michael Oliver throwing it this way, that way, going for the defence as they head down toward the Roberts chicane. And well, this time I don't think Smith's going to be able to make the move, but he can get a really solid run out of here. And well, by the time they clear turn number 1, he may be able to go for another overtaking opportunity. In fact, there he comes and he gets the exit, and it's going to be Michael Oliver who has to just simply go defensive here as they head in towards the right-hander. 2 wide they go, but who's going to be coming out on top here? It's going to be a battle on the brakes, and will Ryan Smith be made to wait here? Michael Oliver just pitching it perfectly, and in fact a bit of contact there, some bodywork comes off, and look at this, 69.
This is getting tight. 69 Dave Jenkins saying, if you're not going to overtake him, I will. This is getting very tight, but look at the distance there between Ryan Smith. Ryan is both attacking and under attack at the same time. Steve Powell there in the background waiting for something to happen. Michael Oliver must be feeling so much pressure, but I tell you what, it looks like he's keeping his cool at the moment. But are we about to see the inevitable? It's got a long way to go with 8 minutes left on the clock. We're talking about 9 laps here at Donington remaining. Tom O'Rourke, John Bowler in the pits now. Tom O'Rourke dead last. I'm not sure what happened to him. He's managed to get back on by the looks of it though, at the very back. But I think Bowler definitely has some issues, managing to go off on 2 corners with no contact. That's going to be unfortunate for him today, but fingers crossed the team can get him back on. Ryan Smith now ducking and diving behind Michael. He's made the position, he's up the side, but Michael pulls ahead just in time for the chicane. Are we going to see that sneak through that we saw yesterday? Perfect line there from Michael Oliver as he comes out. But of course, look at this now. We've got even further ahead. No, he makes it. He makes him past on the straight. The grid straight there. Perfect opportunity for Ryan Smith. But will Dave Jenkins try and make it through as well?
Well, as they make under brake, and there a bit of an error under braking from Ryan Smith, and Michael Oliver says no you don't, and again Smith tries to duck to the inside as they make the way on the approach into the crane of curves. Too wide as they come through too. This is going to be very nip and tuck, and immediately you can see Michael Oliver just can't carry the speed around the outside to get the inside, and Ryan Smith finally gets through, but it's been made so difficult for him to. And now we've got the long queue behind there, of course, with Jenkins and also Powell. They're all queuing up here, and I can imagine Michael Oliver right now is probably taking so much out of the truck in the process of keeping Smith behind that Jenkins and Powell are going to be thinking, okay, well, it's my turn to play.
Well, yeah, this is it. I mean, we've got 3 seconds ahead now for Stuart Oliver from Ryan Smith, but we'll see now with some clean air how quickly Ryan Smith manages to make up that 3 seconds. I say he'll be on his tail before the end of this lap. But yeah, Michael Oliver currently holding third, 0.2 behind, Jenkins 0.69 behind that, which means he's still got a bit of leeway, but I tell you, it's less than a second and it's going to start getting a bit tricky.
Oh, 100%. And whilst we're focusing on the battle at the front of the field, that panning shot there also showing you for a brief moment the Class 2 lead battle with what has been leading ahead of none other than John Powell. Paul Rivet down in P3, but closing rapidly, of course, with Paul Rivet having to take that evasive action at the old hairpin a few laps back when it all went wrong for O'Rourke. But here we are then as they roar their way in towards the chicane. This is the Class 2 lead battle we were talking about only moments ago as they make the way from right into left. And Will Binns right now doing everything he can. And well, having made his way onto the grid as of this round of the championship, and as we look from there a bit further up,
David Jenkins has made the move past Michael Oliver. Michael's not going to be happy about that. Of course, it's not updated on the graphics yet because they haven't crossed the line, so it can still change yet. But yeah, it is down for 4th place for Michael Oliver, 5th place there for Steve Powell. But there's still quite the gap between Steve and Michael, so if he can hold off for the next 5 or so laps, I reckon he'll be in with it. Adam Bint getting a 2nd and a 4th yesterday down in Division 2, so fingers crossed he wants to make this stick. He wants to get that 1st place trophy. And of course, some bad luck for John Powell getting a 4th yesterday as well, but also a 2nd. So it's going to be interesting to see if he tries to make a move on Bint. Be like, no mate, I want a 1st today. We both got a 2nd and a 4th yesterday, but the 1st is mine today. Ryan Smith now has made that gap perfectly, and he's all over the back of Stuart Oliver in his new MAN. But will the Freightliner make that move through the chicane? We know that he has the power coming out of that chicane onto the pit straight. Will we see him overtake? The power goes down, and it's across the line with Ryan Smith making it into 1st place. Whoa, that was close. Cuts across, shuts the door. Now this is blocking tactics at its best. You know, he's like, no, you're not going to try and outbrake me. I'm going to make sure I'm in the position that you want to be in so that you can't sail past when I'm slowing down for the corner. This is domination, this is control, which effectively is what we need to be seeing from all these drivers at the top.
Oh, most definitely. And Ryan Smith there, like you say, really asserting his dominance in terms of that battle into turn 1. I think he drew from the experience he had from battling with Michael Oliver to make sure that he couldn't be cut off on the inside and making it count. And with the lead now exchange in hands, we'd imagine that Ryan Smith will try and run away to victory here and take his 1st victory of the weekend. Interesting enough, because we normally say that Ryan Smith absolutely leading the way race after race. But, well, on Saturday, just not quite able to take the win. It always went the way of Dave Jenkins.
This is it. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, if you're at the front, you've got to get past, you know. And Dave Jenkins, very, very good driver. Been doing this a while now himself, and I think it's great, especially seeing as the guest that Dave had with him yesterday as well. It was nice to see those 2 trophies going his way. 2 more trophies we don't usually get to see, of course, because of the numbers in Division 2. Simon Cole taking 2 3rd places home with him yesterday, which he'll be very happy with. Because, of course, because of the numbers in Division 2, we've only been doing a 1st place trophy as BARC regulations dictates. But this weekend we've got all 3 Division 2 trophies going out. And at the moment, Paul Rivet not in the place he's used to being, but he is looking for a space past championship rival John Powell. But Adam Bin, look at him sailing away absolutely miles ahead, which is fantastic to see for Adam Bin. Great family team, and yeah, of course, brilliant support from everybody there as well.
Oh, most definitely. And whilst this race is playing out, and we can see Paul Rivett there now looking for the move around the outside. We've already had some time penalties awarded to some of our drivers. We'll come to those shortly. Let's focus on what's on our cameras here. And Britt's going to look around the outside of the number 6 of Powell as they head in towards Redgate Corner. And you can see there Powell just tentatively holding that inside line. Too wide they go through, and Rivett's going to be elbowed out to the gravel there as he makes his way back on. And he won't be too pleased that that's going to cost him all his momentum in the downhill run. But bold to try and go around the outside, and we'll know, of course, that very late apex at Redgate Corner, and well, Rivett there paying the price for trying to insist on the move. But still, it's all going to come down to a couple more laps. We're not quite over yet. After this lap, we'll get 2 more in, if my maths is correct. And as they roll on through, we've got those penalties coming through as well.
We've got penalties, yeah. So we've had a 5-second penalty here for Dave Smith come through, now in 7th, and a 5-second penalty come through for Dave Jenkins, which I believe will put him behind Stuart Oliver by 0.7 of a second, which is that's going to be interesting. But what's this? What's going on? We've got Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver now into 2nd place. Dave Jenkins still, yes, he's still there, okay. Which means Michael Oliver, sorry, not Stuart, will move up into 3rd place. Do apologise. But of course, he has slightly dropped behind Jenkins there with a 5.4. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that reshuffle at the end of the race again, like we saw yesterday. It was all over the shop, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. I mean, that was in the International Truck Prix, and I wanted to use the football analogy, which would be at the extra time, the extra 5 minutes, and then it went to penalties, which nobody likes here. But going from
literally
football,
went to penalties yesterday. Yeah, we had a lot of questions in the paddock yesterday because on these penalties from spectators more than anything. Seeing quite a lot of dust getting thrown up in the International Truck Prix, but not as many track limits warnings or penalties as they would expect. I was like, look, I'm not an official, I just say what I see, but I would have to agree there was a hell of a lot of dust.
Oh, most definitely. But as we continue to focus here on the battle for what is P2 in Class 2, they're fighting for P9 overall. This is still Jonathan Powell keeping Paul Rivett at bay as they come out the old hairpin, and well, shifting from their battle to the battle as well further up the road. And this is, of course, none other than Stuart Oliver facing off versus the number 69 of David Jenkins. And remember, they're fighting for P2, but whatever Jenkins does here, he's got 5 seconds being added to his race afterwards. So therefore, Jenkins right now just trying to get ahead and get some time. And we've got 1 more lap here with 10 seconds remaining, as we can see there the Oliver family under pressure from drivers behind them, and right now nobody able to find a way through. And oh goodness me, that's an off there. Is that Paul Rivett taking a trip
That's
to the
Paul
weeds?
Rivett, yeah, he's managed to find his way onto the gravel. I'll tell you, he was trying so hard this weekend. He's not going to be happy with what's just happened. I mean, they were putting so much effort in. They did very well. 2 first places yesterday. They're going to be having we've got quite a bit of smoke coming off that as well. That's definitely not steam. What's just happened to Paul Rivett? But of course, the clock has run out now. We are literally under checkered flag orders, waiting for this final lap to come to a close. We'll see a reshuffle on TSL of the last positions, and as they come through here, it's all to play for. Division 2 though, Adam Bint's going to be well happy, but Simon Cole has moved up into 2nd as well. So I tell you that I think it must have been a coming together. Rivett, John Powell. John Powell has ended up now further back in the pack by the looks of it, and that's going to put Simon Cole into a 2nd place, which will be his best trophy yet in the championship, of course.
Oh, indeed. But meanwhile, looking to the front of the field as he heads on up through the last 2 corners, it's none other than Ryan Smith who comes to the line to take the checker flag, and with it, his first overall win of the weekend by quite the margin of the best part of 5 seconds there. It will then be Stuart Oliver who comes home P2 ahead of Michael Oliver, and then it will be none other than Stephen Powell who will be taking full place with the time penalty applied to Dave Jenkins. We will then gradually have what is the limping truck, the number 40 there of Archie Handy crossing the line, a lap down in P4 in Class 2, but more to come yet still, as that is going to be Yates in the 33 just fending off what is there David Smith to complete the run to P7 on the lead lap. We've still got another 12 seconds for our Class 2 races come through. Oh, going to be a huge Powell happy slide there. That is going to be, however, Adam Bint sliding across the line in happiness there to take his first win of the weekend. And then we will have coming home in P2 in Class 2 none other than the number 41 of Cole, and well, from Simon Cole it's then going to be Paul Rivett who comes to the line to complete that top 3. And goodness me, what a race as over it comes to line as well. And well, as then it's going to be Pointy making his way down to the pit lane already. He's left me from the Conti booth, but what a race, ladies and gentlemen. And goodness me, what a way to open up our racing this Sunday, from the emotional tribute, of course, and well, as all of our drivers gradually now wind themselves down, indeed, what better way to honour the memory of none other than Dave Atkins there with that brilliant opening race for this Sunday, the third race at Donington Park for the British Truck Racing Championship. But here we are with those provisional results subject to stewards' inquiries. Ryan Smith taking his first win then, the Damon Freightliner by 6.4 seconds over Stuart Oliver, and then Michael Oliver just behind by 1.6 seconds. A family affair rounding off that podium. Stephen Howell P4 ahead of David Jenkins, completing your top 5. Neil Yates and David Smith through to P7. Then your Class 2 winner Adam Bin, who'll be absolutely chuffed with that one in the Volvo, ahead of what was Paul Rivet. I believe a penalty being applied there to Simon Cole, post racer, actually being demoted back to P3 in Class 2. So Rivet not feeling as much damage in the end, what with that late off. That will round off your top 10 from Simon Cole. Then Bester SP11 Tom O'Rourke ahead of Archie Handy. Then John Powell and John Bowler completing your finishing positions, albeit Powell being 2 laps down and there Bowler being 7 laps down. And well, goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. And as all of our trucks make the way through, I think it's only appropriate to go silent here as they head into the paddock.
Back across to the mini challenge Clubsport machines. They were out yesterday for an event, and they've got another 15-minute race coming up in just above 40.
And that lovely view there of Ryan Smith making his way into what's the Parc Ferme area as they detoured off into what was the hairpin section on the GP loop. We can see the marshals going out there to pick up some of the pieces from our trucks with regards to the bodywork that came off. But as they do, again, we can see more of our truck drivers just making their way on down. Well, as the rest of our field makes their way into Parc Ferme, of course, we'll shortly be getting those post-race interviews with some of our drivers. But indeed, an absolutely brilliant race, and very interesting to see a different dynamic compared to what we saw yesterday in our first 2 races. Of course, the grid being set a bit differently because of Ryan Smith not being able to set qualifying times. So therefore, it did mean we had a very odd grid, and it opened up opportunities for other truck racers. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head down to Parc Ferme, and it's going to be for those post-race interviews. Over to Pointy.
Well, what an absolutely incredible race we saw there. My goodness me, what a way to start the day. Ryan Smith, as we suspected, powering through from the back of the pack. But a father-son, second and third for Stuart Oliver, Michael Oliver, with the trouble they had with their trucks yesterday. This is going to be an interview, I tell you, absolutely phenomenal. Now, you've been under a lot of stress this week, and I think it's fair to say, with everything on and off track, 3 trucks, 9 races, but you've got to be really happy with that result.
Yeah, I'm delighted with that, Pointy. Yeah.
Is it, am I right in saying it's your first trophy of the year, effectively, before we've had any incidents?
No, I think I knocked a few up at Brands Hatch at the beginning.
Oh, before you killed it.
Yeah, but we definitely had a major drought after Brands Hatch. But no, hopefully they're coming back, and the trucks were starting to make inroads into setup. So yeah, I'm over the moon with that, you know, and Michael behind us as well. It's, you know, fantastic. So
yeah, I mean, we saw Dave Jenkins get that time penalty, but you were so close to him the whole way round. I mean, 1 second difference. So literally, it was like it was meant to be.
Well, I was racing. I held Ryan off best I could, and then Dave was on us, and then I cut my brakes, like, on the defence, and then I thought, oh well, he's got the penalty, I'll just follow him. And then Steve Powell was giving us grief. I'm like, get lost, Steve.
That's all right.
See you, bud. I know, I'm so proud of me, Dad.
So you guys now, fantastic podium. We'll be handing that out very shortly, but of course you've got the trucks to go back. You've got another race going out in just a few minutes, effectively. So you guys better get yourselves off and get those trucks prepped.
absolutely, yeah. And one thing, that was for Dave Atkins.
Indeed it was, indeed it was, and what a way to commemorate Dave Atkins. Absolutely fantastic. That race going out there to the family and friends that have worked with and under Dave Atkins again. Fantastic man that Stuart Oliver actually was under as a team manager, which helped him win, I believe, 5 of his British Truck Racing Championship wins. Let's head up quickly then to the rest of the pack now. They always seem like they're so far away. Time to come down here. Come down. Down here. Come down here. Hello. You've got to bring the trucks down. You can't park up there. They're not listening. They're not listening, everybody. But what a beautiful day. It's a light breeze here at Donington. The sun is shining. It could get warmer if this breeze dies down. I think a lot of us are going to be in trouble. And of course, we've got to watch out for that tyre temperature, as we will see things start to get a little bit slippy out there later on. They want you down on the scales. You coming or what? Yeah, he told me to wave you down. Where's Ryan? Where he is? Here he is. That was perfect timing, that one. Ryan, wow. I mean, look, with all due respect, we knew you were going to do it, so I don't really know what to say here, but well done. You achieved what we knew you were going to do.
It's getting harder to overtake because everyone you come up to now wants to win, and every time they're in a straight line, they press the brake when you're on the throttle, so a little bit of front to rear contact, but we were clean. You know what?
Very clean. I think the pressure you put the drivers in front of you under was just right. I think they reacted well to it as well. And, you know, I don't think anybody from what I was watching would question anything.
Yeah, and we're delighted for Stuart, who was like Dave Atkins was like Arnie to me.
Yes, yeah.
And he drove his heart out there for Dave's memory, and you know, Stuart's had some rotten luck this year, and
big time.
He probably deserved that one. Probably deserved to win, but. Like I always say, we're here to put a spectacle on, and we'll do the best we can, and
hell of a spectacle it was too. Shame for Dave Jenkins, of course, though, getting that 5-second penalty in the second half of the race, putting him behind Michael Oliver, which means, of course, it's a father-son podium.
And that's, you know, that'll mean a lot to Stuart with the occasion and stuff. So, you know, Dave had a good day yesterday. Share the spoils, Dave.
Yeah, this is it.
for in general, for the spectacle for the British Truck Racing Championship, the level, what the clerk of the course, Motorsport UK and BARC and Truck Sport have implicated into the driver standard.
Yeah, it really feels like they've switched it on this weekend,
it's just improved, and we noticed it at Thruxton, and every time the drivers are being more respectful. Yeah, you're going to get a little bit of fiberglass to 5.2, but
this is it.
Everyone knows that you give room and you give respect, and there's a good feeling amongst the drivers in the paddock, which I haven't seen this good for quite a while. But no, delighted with win.
Excellent, well done, Ryan. Well, your truck, it looks like it's leaving you behind, buddy. So I'll see you back in the paddock. You are indeed walking, as I believe we all are. Right, let's just see if we've got time to have a quick chat. Of course, though, 11:15 being for the trophies, if we can bring those to you, and 11:40 for the next international race. But 11:10 brings the next race of the day, although I do believe we're probably running a little bit early on the timetable again today. Fingers crossed we can keep it like that for the day. But let's go and find our good friend Adam Bint down here, winning Division 2. Where are we? Adam, what did we get for you yesterday? It was a 2 and a 4, wasn't it? Yeah, I thought so. And the first place now, we just need a third at some point. You have the full set for the weekend.
No, we want 2 more.
Just 2 more first, yeah.
We're not interested in the third or the second.
Oh dear me. So how was that then? I mean, you probably didn't see much of it in your rear view mirrors.
Oh, I was watching all of it.
You were watching all of it, were you? Enjoying the show?
Camera screens in there, I can watch everything.
So yeah, I mean, there was a lot of effort going in behind you, but of course you were literally just a bystander, weren't you? In your own race almost.
Yeah, well, me and Paul swapped places fairly a couple of times on the first lap, and then I was lucky enough just to watch it all happening, and the cameras behind me.
I mean, you've got to feel for those guys, though. I mean, you know, Jump out having a few issues technically yesterday, getting back out a couple of times, you know, which was a benefit for him, of course. But then, yeah, it looks like he wasn't quite on pace today either.
Well, again, when you're bunched up like that, you can't get the true pace out of the truck in the heat of today. When you're stuck behind another truck, it won't be long before you start overheating, and then your engine gives you less power.
This is it. So back to celebrations in the tent. Before I let you go, though, will we be seeing you at any more of the races this year, or are we going to be putting the mothballs in and waiting until 25?
At present, we'll be at Le Mans and at Brands Hatch.
Excellent news, and we'll be very happy to see you there too.
And just dedicate this win to Paddy Mack, because he's at home watching.
Oh yes, Paddy Mack. Some very good news from Paddy Mack we received this weekend. So yeah, shout out to Paddy from everybody here at the British Truck Racing Championship. Yes, fantastic to hear from you, buddy. Keep on keeping on, that's what we're saying. Right, Adam, fantastic, well done for the win, good job. See you guys later. Can I have a lift back? I'd really like a lift back. Thanks, mate. Right, back to Paul. We've got some more racing action for you. Hold right there.
And well, post-race interviews there with a whole multitude of our competitors in the third of what was our British Truck Racing Championship races this weekend. An absolutely opening, a brilliant one. And that key point there, hearing from Ryan Smith's interview about the standard of the racing has got better and better this season. And you can see that in the fact respect is given. Yes, there are going to be some elbows out moments. Yes, we are going to see a truck or two end up on the gravel. But it really is showing how close they can race, but at the same time as well, the absolute standard. And that's what's making the British Truck Racing Championship go from strength to strength. And whilst Ryan Smith may be dominating the headlines, the 8-time champion chasing his 9th as well, there's plenty of stars there and plenty for everybody to get behind, and we saw that over the course of Saturday, and we've seen that today, and particularly with the Oliver family having that brilliant double podium for father and son. Now we are in a slight bit of an intermission, given the fact our next race coming up will be the second of the 3 races to the mini challenge Clubsport, and that is due to get underway at 11:11. And here you can see the schedule updated by 1 as we cleared our first race of the day, but we still do of course have another 11 races on our schedule for today, and mini challenge Clubsport is coming up next. And then to wrap up our run in towards lunch, of course it will be the Donington 40th anniversary Truck Prix, or the International Truck Prix race, that will come after that at 20 to midday, and then 25 past midday we'll have the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, and that's going to be the first of their 2 races this weekend, both of them on this Sunday. And we'll talk a little bit about what some of our drivers had to say down in the paddock in the build up to that, the chance to grab a word with them when we do get a bit closer to that race. And then we're going for our lunch break before returning and opening up the afternoon with what will be the 4th of our 5 British Truck Racing Championship races. With the schedule up on the screen there, of course, highly anticipated is the Britcar Trophy, and our minis are starting to make their way on to the grid. So they're gradually moving into position. That mini challenge Clubsport race, of course, yesterday being a very hotly contested one, being contested by 4 different car classes. Yes, 4 different classes of mini, and they all line up in their own respective grids. And keeping in mind that we had an absolute photo finish in what was the Class C group, so towards the back of that mini challenge Clubsport grid, where we thought it was all going to go the way of one of our drivers, and we thought it was going to go all the way of none other than Andy Langley, only with Oliver Wilmot to take the win there by what was registered as 2 tenths at line, but I suspect it was a lot closer than that, at least from their perspectives. And well, as all the minis get themselves parked up off camera shot, we are just waiting to potentially get that race underway and everyone get in position. And the wonderful feeling, of course, I can see a number of you in the YouTube chat there saying hello and good morning to you all there. Great to see so many of you tuning in, and some of you saying that you missed the opportunity to catch the truck race that has just run. Well, the great news is, of course, that because this broadcast is on YouTube, you can tune in live, you can rewind the broadcast. If you missed a particular race, you can always pause, rewind, etc. That's the wonderful thing about modern media. So therefore, if you have missed out the live action, you can always go back and rewind it a little bit later. But as our drivers get themselves set, and I look out my content proof window at the moment, we have got an interview or 2 for our minis, and we're going to cut to those and hear the thoughts from some of our drivers on the grid.
Right, everybody, here we go. It's time for the second race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport. And somebody I missed yesterday, I really wanted to talk to them, was Freddie Hewitt. You may remember, of course, Stephen Berry took the win, Ross Alexander a close second, but Freddie, of course, took the class win, third place overall on track. Freddie, I was coming to find you yesterday in Park Ferme and I saw you running out the gate. Was that to get away from me?
Oh, I thought you were avoiding me. No,
never.
No, they wanted us to go to the podium, so unfortunately we couldn't catch up yesterday.
Brilliant result for you yesterday. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was alright. Didn't get a great start. It's something we're struggling with this year. Once again, it's just getting off the line. Jamie got through on us, managed to stick behind him, and then went all out down the craners, go around the outside on the second lap, and then he outbraked himself or locked up. I'm not quite sure, but managed to get the lead and drive away.
Things going well for you in the class this season, aren't they?
Yeah, going well. Leading the championship. I'm not sure if we can actually win the championship this weekend or not. We've got to go through the points and see where we're at after this one.
Got to get the brain matter going for the maths, haven't we?
Yeah.
We'll leave that for another day.
Exactly, but it'd be nice to wrap it up sooner rather than later. So if you do have any issues later on, it just makes it easier.
Freddie, best of luck for this race. Thanks for talking. It's great to see you again as well, by the way, mate. Let's just move down to see if we can just grab a quick word. We've got Gary here. Let's have a quick word with Gary, shall we? Gary, how we do? Just getting the overalls on. I see. How are we feeling today? Ready? Excited?
Yeah, all ready to go.
What did you learn from race one that you're going to take into this one, if anything?
Put me on the spot now, haven't you?
Well, that's what I do, unfortunately.
I just had a good race, so I'll just do what we done yesterday.
More of the same.
We've made a couple of adjustments, so hopefully that might give us a few tenths. So. Yep.
Okay. I'm going to keep an eye on you. Thank you very much, Gary. Thanks for talking to us. Right, here we go. Not too long till we get underway here for the second race of the weekend. We've got another one coming up a little bit later too, here at Donington Park. It's going to be an absolute cracker. I'm going to hand over to commentator Paul Walsh. He's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ian. And hearing it there from both Freddie Hewitt and also Gary Patworth, both competitors in the S56 class. Let's take you through that grid then for race number 2 of their weekend, or round 11 of their championship. We see row 1 being locked out by 2 competitors in the open class, with Stephen Berry line up on pole, joined by Ross Alexander after Berry's win as of yesterday. A brilliant drive there. Then on row number 4, the second classifications, this is the combined S53 and S56 chassis classes. We'll see Freddie Hewitt line up on pole there, joined on the front row by Charlie Newton-Darby, who did a fantastic job to take what was the class win in the S53s. Behind them on row number 5, line up P5, P6 will be Gary Patworth and Lee Campbell as they chase after the respective class leaders going into this second race. And then we'll show you the next portion of the grid very shortly, but keep your eyes out particularly for that battle between Freddie Hewitt and Charlie Newton-Darby. And as we see on row number 6, it'll be Zach Blackwell and Charles Heatley, followed up by Matthew Hibbard and Ian Trunley. Keep your eyes out for the 41 of Trunley. Wasn't quite on the pace that they wanted it to be yesterday, and I think they've put a lot of work in overnight in order to try and find those extra couple attempts to go on the attack. Jamie Ringer starting there on row number 8 in the 959, joined by Sophie Wright. And then we'll see on row number 9 Paul Sawyer and Lauren Taylor, and then rounding off your first of your 10 rows will be Emma Dawson and Alan Lee in the 27 and the 190 respectively. But then we will be also seeing what will be row number 14, and that is going to be what is the C class there, Oliver Wilmot and Andy Langley, with Jeffrey Surrey and Daniel Truman then completing your starting order. But I believe our minis have been released and are on what will be their formation lap, unless I'm mistaken, ladies and gentlemen. And well, that is going to be a grid, and there they are as they make the way on around. And of course, this is going to be a standing start, and well, on the last order of the grid that we talked about there, do definitely keep your eyes out for Andy Langley and Oliver Wilmot. Wilmot sneaking away with that win by 2 attempts at the checker flag. It was a photo finish practically when they come on through from our camera angle, and was they all make the way through, doing as much weaving from side to side here to get tyre temperature. But keep in mind that whilst we are currently at what is 11:05 in the morning local time, the track temperature here already is significantly higher than it was the same time yesterday, with the amount of cloud we have, and we even had some drizzle over the course of the morning to early afternoon on Saturday. But we have got clear skies. The forecast is an ambient of 26 degrees centigrade here, and that track temperature, I can tell you, just walking around this morning, I can feel how it's already heating up on the tarmac, and so little cloud available. It means that the racing is going to change to a degree, and one of the things that our drivers are going to be wary of is the fact that whilst they get the tyres rise up to temperature quite quickly. They've also got to be wary about pushing the compound too hard, because otherwise they can lose that grip, which is going to be so critical. And whilst the race is only 15 minutes in length, you push a tyre too hard in the initial build-up phase or in the early stages, you won't have the rubber to enable you to maintain your pace over the distance. As our drivers make the way on through the last couple of corners on this warm-up lap, all getting themselves absolutely set, and well, heading on down in towards the Roberts S's. And well, as they do, well, here is your pole sitter, and right now just making the way in towards the last couple of corners, Stephen Berry there with Ross Alexander. We do of course expect the two open class machines to go bolting off into the distance, given the fact they're not as heavily regulated as the other classes. Remember, the open class, 230 brake horsepower, they're allowed to do a lot with the car. There's very little restrictions on what they can and cannot do. Meanwhile, the combined S56 and S53 running group, it's the S56 models which will be running with their 1.6 litre engines, which are supercharged, and I believe meanwhile the S53s, the model at least, running the 1.6 litre engines with the turbocharge. It's a difference of 15 brake horsepower between the two, but they're roughly equal given the way they are able to deploy the power, with some being faster in the corners, others on the straights, taking their time to build up that speed on the straights. And then you have got the club class at the back, and well, as we do see the rear of the field making its way on through, they now all put themselves into position on the grid, and you'll notice the gaps between each of the grid groups there, and that is to enable all three categories of racing to get underway safely and lead to some thrilling racing. But the last cars now putting themselves into position at the back of the grid, and as they do, 15 minutes on the clock for this race, much like yesterday, they're all in position, and we are awaiting what will be the lights out and away we go procedure. I think there we are getting the green flag, and as all of our drivers get themselves set, of course it's going to be absolutely boiling hot in those cockpits. And it's lights out and away we go, ladies and gentlemen, for the Mini Club Sport Challenge with Airtech Motorsport. Race number 2 here, round 11 of the championship, as they draw away. A brilliant start there from none other than Stephen Berry as they make the way into turn 1. But meanwhile, in the midfield, it's going to get very tasty there between a multi of drivers. 3 wide in the midst of it all through Redgate Corner. We can see everyone safely on through. And as they now make the way on the approach in towards the crane. Oh my goodness. And that is a huge shunt to the tyre barrier there. Can't quite discern who it is, but hope driver is okay. But that is going to be the first incident we've seen for the Mini this weekend, and well, we'll get you an update on what's happened there shortly. But as they all come down through the crane of curves, one of our drivers got a bit slow towards the back there. I wonder if they might have been involved in the incident, or perhaps a little bit cautious in what's to come. But the racing carries on, at least to begin with, albeit as our drivers make their way through. We do have a safety car, ladies and gentlemen. Safety car has been deployed, and that there is, I believe, the driver is getting out, which is absolutely brilliant to see. And well, that's what we want to see first and foremost as they do get out of the vehicle. But I believe that's the 14 of Campbell that found its way to the barrier there. Now, whether they were aided or of their own volition, I'm not quite sure, but what I can tell you is that they're safely out of the vehicle, and that's the most important thing at the end of the day. And the Orange Army, our marshals, assisting them in that endeavour, as all of the drivers now bring the race into a halt, albeit they all come down concertina in here into the Roberts S's. And I think everyone right now, as they make the way on through, very eager to try and take those final spots where they can before they do end up being bunched behind the safety car. And well, the racing will be neutralised, albeit a lot of our drivers, as they make the way onto the start finish straight, still too wide. So I think they're having slight arguments amongst each other as to who was ahead of whom when they came to the safety car line. But as they all make the way in towards turn number 1, well, we will neutralise the racing, and let's take you through that order after one lap of racing. Well, it is none other than Berry, your leader overall and in the open class, ahead of Ross Alexander. And as we can see there, the forklift already in position in order to move what is there, or the tractor I should say, in position to start moving the stricken car, the number 14 of what was Lee Campbell. And when you see Lee Campbell there stood up behind the tyre barrier, very happy to see that Lee's been able to make it out of the vehicle okay. But as we walk you through that order, then again, it is Stephen Berry in the 666 who is your leader, having started on pole, been able to get ahead of Ross Alexander through turn 1. Those are your two open class drivers. Then meanwhile, leading in the S53, S56 combined field, it is none other And what is Freddie Hewitt, who is currently leading their P3 overall ahead of Newton Derby, followed by Ringer in P5, then Blackwell, followed by Papworth, who had a difficult start, losing 2 places. And funny enough, Ringer gaining 6 places by comparison. We then have Trunley, Taylor, Lee and Hibbard completing what is your run to P11, with Hibbard being best of the rest, leading P10, and then Heatley at P12 ahead of Sawyer, followed by Wright, then Langley completing your top 15, Dawson in P16. And we should point out that Langley, and that is of course Narvin Andy Langley, having a brilliant start, really nailing those launches, and what is your C-class driver up in P15, with Dawson between himself and what is Oliver Wilmot, the 2nd place C-class mini. And then we do have Truman and Surrey rounding off what is now a 19-car field. We had 20 starters, but unfortunately Lee Campbell being scrambled into the side barrier coming out of Redgate. And there you can see Lee Campbell's car being tracted away very gradually, and well, of course it will be taken to what will be the escape barrier there on the left-hand side, and that will enable them to move it off the circuit, and we'll be able to get the racing underway. But interesting enough, a little bit of trivia, the first safety car we've had this weekend so far. To be fair, we've gone some time. We've had a couple of yellow flags and a couple of instances where cars seem to have found their way into the gravel, been able to get themselves beached, but nothing that's warranted a safety car until that. But safety, the first and foremost priority of British motorsport, indeed any motorsport around the world, and very glad to see all those safety procedures being immediately executed. Well, I suspect we're going to be behind the safety car just for a little bit longer, and when we do see the safety car head on in, we'll let you know, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back on the way with the racing here at Donington Park National. But as our drivers make the way on down, safety car lights still on there. You can see everyone in a line formation at the moment. And one of the things that our drivers will now have to think about here is the fact this race is going to be shortened quite considerably. Given the fact they are racing to a timetable, it won't be that they'll have minutes added onto this race, as I understand it. Instead, the clock you see in the top left corner of your screen, if you tune into the broadcast, well, we've got 10.5 minutes remaining at the moment. Those seconds are trickling down. We will not see any time added back on. Indeed, the race will become much shorter, and this will really turn this race into what is already technically a sprint. It will turn it into a bit of a super sprint, whereby everybody will have limited time to make places, albeit when the race is going to run its full distance, it means full points will be awarded, and therefore for our drivers, anybody who lost out in the early stages, particularly in the launch off the line, well, that is going to feel absolutely punishing now, and it means you've got to do even more work. But of course, one driver who will be perhaps grateful for the fact that perhaps the amount of work they're going to have to do will be reduced will be your C-class leader of what is Andy Langley, for the simple reason that I think Langley thought he did all the work yesterday in race number 1 to lead and win what would have been the C-class, only to be picked on the final run to that checkered flag. I mean, it was an absolutely thrilling end to the race, no doubts about it, that Oliver Wilmot stealing away that win. And I say still not in the derogatory term, but it would feel like that if you're the perspective of Andy Langley. He did all that only to have the lead taken from you literally at the very end, but it was that way. But of course, I think a lot of our drivers as well absolutely chomping at the bit to go racing again, and indeed putting yourself in the mindset of these drivers. They come here to race, they don't want to be behind the safety car, they don't want to be running at a reduced speed, because at the end of the day that's not what they're here for, and that's why they're absolutely eager to go racing. But there you can see all of our minis in full splendour, and just to give you a reminder, of course, because there are quite a few mini challenge series in the United Kingdom, the mini challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport is the entry route into the upper echelons of what is the mini clubman racing series. So the likes, for example, you'll see touring with the British Touring Car Championship is the Virtue Mini Challenge, which is seen as the premier tin top series before you start to try to embark into a touring car racing. But this is the entry point. You'll see a lot of youngsters racing this series, and also you'll see some older members of the racing grid also there. Indeed, it's a series for everybody, and if you're a big fan of the BMW mini chassis of the categories of the S50, the S53, the S56, or just open in general, that's why we do have the open class in this series, then it is the perfect series for you to get involved in, whether it's a spectator, a team member, or even a racing driver. And once our drivers make the way through, the thing about these minis as well, and the fact that whilst they're relatively light on power, they are also very light cars. They're very rapid on the direction change. And as we look there to our drivers making their way down the backstretch, I think the safety car lights are off. So we could be seeing a restart here with just over half the race remaining. In fact, it'll be half the race by the time we get down. But indeed, we can see there what is Stephen Berry back in the field up. And well, in doing so, I think now building up a bit of speed. I think we are go as they head on down towards the Roberts chicane. Of course, no overtakes into the safety car line, but Berry gets us gets back underway, ladies and gentlemen, with exactly 7.5 minutes to go as they make their way into the Roberts chicane, and we are green flag once again. But as they make their way down, a brilliant restart there from Stephen Berry, nailing the restart, and meanwhile it does mean that Ross Alexander now is going to have to try and close that gap up even more. You can also see there Hewitt doing a great job of noticing when the restart was going to happen, but further back we've got some battling start to kick off into Redgate corner. Too wide there for my drive, a bit further on down, and as they make the way on around there, couldn't quite see who was able to get the advantage over the other, but still you can see how in that midfield everyone now really tucking and tussling as they wind their way on down through the crane of curves. And well, a lovely return move that I believe that's Lee and Hibbard battling for what is effectively for them in, oh goodness me, a lovely move up the inside and catching everybody unaware. My goodness, a fantastic move there, and that move being made by what was, I believe that was the 44 of Heatley, just absolutely sliding up the inside and saying that this is how you do it into the old hairpin, and giving us a masterclass demonstration of how you do a 2-for-1 overtake special as I try to head on through McLean's. But as they head on the run up towards what will be a Coppice corner in the charge now down the back straight, the fastest section of the circuit in terms of driving in a straight line. Move down they come in towards Roberts once again, and we're looking back towards the front of the field here, and the encroaching pressure that is being made on what is the spots inside the overall top 5, as that is going to be the number 1 there, and the number 1 of course of none other than Blackpool, trying to hold on as the leaders. Meanwhile in the open class, will Ross Alexander today absolutely on the attack, and as they go on through, look into the inside, a little bit of a tiny rub there to the rear right quarter panel of what is Stephen Berry's car, but Berry keeping it pointed in a straight line. Ross Alexander knowing exactly how wide his mini is, but Ross Alexander, I think he's all fired up today. There must have been something wrong yesterday, so he couldn't find a way to make an intrusion on Stephen Berry's pace advantage, but today Ross Alexander absolutely flying in that hump the overall win. And meanwhile further down the order we've got battles left, right and centre, absolutely fantastic to see, and well, including that battle for the S56 S53 lead where Hewitt has just run off into the distance, but it's Newton and Blackwell who are absolutely in the chase of one another. But as our overall leaders make the way on through McLean's corner, you can see that Alexander still keeping the pressure on as the plane flies over, and well, as I try to make the way out of McLean's, well, it's now going to be a bit further back here, and we've got the Union Jack Mini still trying to hold its own, but running right onto the gap. Oh goodness me, I'm very close there, well done to catch that car, and well, as they make the way back on, I think that was Wilmot there going a bit wide. That's going to enable will be Truman and Surrey to make the way on through. So Langley leading in the Class C, and you can see Langley there in the foreground of your camera shot, and that definitely was Wilmot having a bit of an excursion onto the gravel, but surviving it just about. Goodness me, that was very close to going wrong, but still able to keep it together. And as the last side tries to make the way on around, well, now as they charge their way down on towards the chicane, and we're still going to be this battle here, and Langley still trying to hold on, but here comes Truman looking for an opportunity to go for the overtake, as it's going to be Wilmot. It looks back, but meanwhile looking back to the overall leaders side by side down through the crane of curves into the old hairpin. Here comes Alexander, he's going, you can see the body roll of the car there, and by going deep forcing Stephen Berry to give the space on the exit of Craner into the old hairpin. They're now too wide as they head up into McLean's side by side through the Swans curve. Who is going to come out on top there? Alexander, you'd say, has got the advantage. He is on the inside, but as we now pan up towards McLean's, it is going to be Alexander. Alexander does get ahead there, a brilliant move of position, and Stephen Berry now has got to counter attack. And meanwhile from them we then look back to this battle here between 42 and what is the number 19. This is for Class C victory with only 3.5 minutes to go, and right now Langley, well, he's got pressure on him. He had tons of pressure yesterday from Wilmot, so he won't feel as though pressure's foreign to him, but it will be foreign. It's going from Truman, but we said that Truman had a dismal day yesterday in the number 19 and wanted to put things right today, and that's exactly what we're seeing from none other than our number 19 driver Truman. And meanwhile, look, speaking about Daniel Truman, and now making our way back to the front of the field, well, it's now Ross Alexander who leads this race by half a second over Stephen Berry, and whatever Ross Alexander I should say has been able to do to get the car switched on, it's absolutely perfect, and he'll want more of that. Meanwhile, as our drivers make the way on through in the midst of the field, that is going to be Trundle ahead of Hibbard that we're looking at, with Heatley just running away a little bit further up the road in the foreground of your picture. And this is the battle for P3 through to P5 in what is none other than our S53 class, I should say, as they come through. A little bit of an error there as they make the way on out. It's going to be side by side as they come on down through the approach to Craner, and as they do, well, that's going to be a move made by Hibbard there on Trundle, gaining another place. So Hibbard up now into P4. in what is the S53 class, and then looking further, that's the 19 on the inside, and that is the 70, putting the pressure on Truman. This is in the Class C, so the slowest of our classes, but whilst they may be the slowest, they're by no means the least exciting, and indeed, with a lack of pace, it means you've got to throw everything at these cars in order to get most out of them. Oh my goodness, that is very tight, but great racing respect shown there, and Truman trying to nip back to the inside, into the old hairpin, but I think Truman's going to let that one go, and Wilmot saying, look, I may have had a trip to play sandcastles only moments ago in the old hairpin, but I've had my holiday in the sand, and now I want to go hunting after Langley. I want to go back to work. But as I head up towards turn number 7, meanwhile, we look back to your leaders who are going into turn 1 at Redgate, and well, this is Alexander and Berry still in the chase of one another and doing everything in terms of trying to outpace each other, and absolutely locked in between these two. And I can see there Linz Berry in the YouTube chat cheering on none other than Stephen Berry, who is, I believe, father, and trying to find a way back through his Stephen Berry. But what can he do at this point? Well, I think the thing what he's got to do, he's got to keep that pressure on. But as we pan back up towards the front of the field in Redgate Corner, here we can see the 41 versus the 3, and this is the battle between them, as meanwhile we look back to the fight here for second place in what is Class C, and here is Truman and Wilmot, and these two fighting one another, and well, going from them, there's action for our minis every which way we look, and we'll try and keep you updated on who you're exactly seeing time and time again. And well, the little peek there from Truman versus what is Wilmot in towards turn number 1, but so fantastic to see, and we love the fact that we're seeing so many different battles all over on circuit as they head down in towards turn number 2, and it's going to be Truman so close here, really trying to latch himself onto the back of the number 70. Will they be able to find a move? However, that is going to be the challenge for Daniel Truman, and I don't think this time it's going to happen. And right now, Oliver Wilmot will definitely biting off a lot earlier in the pursuit of the class's victory, and right now trying to hold on with 35 seconds to go. As we can see here, this is going to be your final lap. The leaders currently going on to that final lap. They're going to turn what is 9 laps in all, and it looks as though they're Ross Alexander starting to break away from Stephen Berry. Keep in mind, they've got one more race this weekend, and it will be this afternoon, and I think Stephen Berry might be thinking about race number 3 right now, because he'll keep the pressure on Ross Alexander to make sure that Ross doesn't feel as though he can just walk to the checkered flag. But at the same time, as well, you've got to keep in mind with these guys, you don't want to run them overly hard if you've got one more race to go, and you've still got another round of the season to go. And remembering, of course, their final round will be on the 7th of September at Croft, rounds 13 through to 15. But meanwhile, going on to their final lap, that's the 3 and the 33 of Wright and Taylor exchanging blows there. The F56 model of what is Wright holding on the S53 of Taylor, and that difference in power deployment with what is the S56 is having the better deployment on the straights. The S53 has been faster out of the corners initially, but losing that in the long term there. Really interesting mix up. But meanwhile, speaking of mixing things up here, as I head into the last couple of corners where it's all about just the brakes one last time, and he's going to nail them. And as he does so, coming out the final corner, Ross Alexander is going to come on through to strike back versus Stephen Berry by taking victory here in race number 2 of the Mini Clubsport Challenge. Just ahead of Stephen Berry, that was your open class coming across the line, and now we've got to wait 10 seconds before we do see the number 5 make its way through, and that is the number 5 there of none other than Hewitt. Freddie Hewitt taking the class win in the S56s and the combined category of S56 and S53. Behind, Blackwell's going to hold on to take the S53 win over Newton by a slender margin. Hatworth just behind them, and then it's going to be side by side here. It looks like it's going to be a drag race to the line, and Ringer just takes off ahead of Heatley with Hibbard behind them, and then we will see a Trundle in the 41. Wright will come on through after that, and that will be Wright to complete the run to P11, best of the rest ahead of Taylor. And then we will have the 190 of Lee coming across the line just slightly off camera there, but here comes Dawson in the 27, and the little proud red Mini making its way to the line there. Dawson having a bit of an anonymous race, but to be fair, great to see them make it to the checker flag. That's what it's all about for Emma Dawson as she comes across the line. And then here comes your winner in that was Class C. He was denied it yesterday by the slenderest of the margins, but there's going to be no denial today. It will be Andy Langley who takes Class C victory over Oliver Wilmot, and then it will be Daniel Truman who rounds off the top 3 for that class. But to be fair, give credit to Truman, definitely threw everything at this race, and then Surrey will come across the line as the last of your lead lap finishers, and well, that will be the race, ladies and gentlemen. We do have one driver in the pits, and that is Sawyer, and of course there'll be a retirement prematurely, 5 laps in the end, and we also did have the early retirement of Campbell after going into the tyre barrier. But here are your results, subject to any stewards' decisions. Ross Alexander, your overall and also class open winner, ahead of Stephen Berry by 2 tenths. Freddie Hewitt taking 3rd place overall, and with it the combined S56 S53 win, albeit particularly for Freddie Hewitt, be very happy of course with the S56 win. Zach Blackwell just behind taking the S53 win, P4 ahead of Charlie Newton-Darby, then Gary Patworth, Jamie Ringer, Charles Heatley, Matthew Hibbert and Ian Trunny completing what was your top 10, with Sophie Wright P11 ahead of Lauren Taylor in the Great Little Exchange, and then Alan Lee and Emma Dawson completing your top 14. Fastest lap overall went to Ross Alexander, set on lap number 4, the 1:19.24, and that really was the signal for Ross Alexander to strike back. Well, a mini challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport race, that was race number 2, round number 11 of their 15-round championship. And an absolutely brilliant race, but I do believe we have got our drivers making their way down into Park Ferme, and as we can see the marshals making their way out, of course, to check the road surface in order to make sure there's no rubber or debris there. I think we might have some interviews coming up with our drivers down in the paddock, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's cut to those interviews.
Now that is racing at its very best. That was quite unbelievable. I did want to get Ross Alexander with Stephen, but let's grab Stephen whilst we've got him. Stephen, you and Ross, I mean, we've seen a lot of that this season, going toe to toe. Great race, clearly quite close as well.
Very close, yeah. Yeah, great racing. Yeah, we kissed a couple of times going into some of the bends there, but it was good good racing.
Do you know what the beauty of this is, right? You took yesterday. He's taking this one. You've got a 3rd race later for the overall honours, right?
1 for 1 today. He's matched that. He just caught me out a little bit on the restart for the safety car. I think he just got a little bit more lungy, so I think he predicted roughly when I was going to go, so I sort of let myself down there a bit, but closed the gap up, and then it was just trying to push hard.
What have you done with him on the cool-down lap? You didn't knock him off.
I don't even know if he thought we'd finished. He would just kept going. I'm like, okay, keep going, mate. Your brakes are going to be stonking.
Well done, some great racing, great entertainment as well. Let's grab Freddie as well. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we? Bit of a case of deja vu for you, Freddie. 3rd on track yesterday, of course, a couple of pair of class wins as well, and looking very good for the title now, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, it's looking good, so just keep extending that lead and see when we can win it, hopefully.
You've got to be delighted with things. I mean, how nice is it seeing so many people? It seems even twice as busy as it did yesterday, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. So many lorries around the back flashing their lights at you on the in-lap. It's just crazy to see. We went out last night, had a few drinks, and had to go on the amusements, which is great. So it's a great event, really.
Not too many drinks, of course. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. I really wanted to find Ross Alexander before we get run over here, John. I think we better let's move around a little bit. She'll see who we can find. Let's go have a quick chat with Sophie as well. Oh, Ross is here. So let's see if we can get him through. We definitely want to speak to him. Here he comes. Here's your race winner, Ross Alexander. Let's put him in the 1st place and have a chat with him. He's getting a little bit concerned. I don't know what happened to him. We definitely want to speak to him because that was remarkable against Stephen Berry, wasn't it? That was for the outright race win. It's 1 to Stephen, 1 to Ross. They've got another race later today as well to decide it. And let's, Ross, let's get your helmet off first. Don't worry, so we can have a proper chat. We've got a bit of time, I think, as well, so we don't have to go anywhere. A lot of action coming up throughout the course of the day. The International Truck Prix race is next, and we've got the MG Owners' first race of the weekend. Ross, chatting to Stephen a little bit earlier, my word, you boys put on a show out there, but you got the better of him this time.
Yeah, managed to get the better of him this time. It was a really close race. I knew that I'd have to be a bit more aggressive, but try to be as fair as possible. We was both pushing each other towards the side of the track, but to be fair, we both gave each other enough room. It was very tight, it was very close, but we managed to get the better of him this time. But I mean, it's 1-1 at the moment, so we've got another race to go.
What's the relationship like between you and Stephen? Because you're kind of out there on your own at the sharp end, aren't you?
It's hard because we know that we're both sort of supporting each other in the class, being the only 2 people in here. I mean, there was other people that were in the open class, but they've decided to go down into other classes within the championship. So we're sort of holding it together, and we both respect each other for that. But it just makes it that bit more competitive because it's just the 2 of us. Either one of us has to come out on top, and but yeah, it's good fun. It is good fun.
So 1-1. 1 race left to go. No matter what happens, handshakes at the end of the day?
Yeah, I'm I like him. I think he's a good bloke. He's made me laugh. He's called me some names, but we get on with it. But it's all banter.
Don't tell us what names, please.
No. We have a good laugh. Obviously, on the track, you are different people. You're not necessarily friends, but the second we get out of the cars, we're friends and we have a good chat and we get on with it.
Well, thank you. It's been a great rivalry so far. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Zach Blackwell, as well. Is he over here? I think I'm not too sure. Let's move around, shall we? I think we might still have a little bit of time. Yeah, here's Zach. Zach, just before you disappear, mate, congratulations. 4th on track, picking up another win in class. How was it?
Yeah, it was good. Better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Car behaved itself, so that's a bonus.
One more to go later as well.
Yeah, one more to go. We'll see what that one brings.
How nice has it been here? Look at all the people we've got here.
The crowds are awesome. They're literally the whole way around the track. It's wicked. And on your cool down lap at the end, everyone's there over the fence cheering on. It's brilliant.
Top man. Zach, great, thanks for talking to us, really do appreciate it. Right, that is it for the mini challenge for now. Another race later today. Who's it going to be? Stephen Berry, Ross Alexander. It's 1-1 between those two guys. That is going to be worth tuning in for. If you're watching the BARC YouTube channel, please do hit that subscribe button, hit that like button as well, and of course over at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel as well. Time for our next race of the day, and it is the International Truck Prix. I'm going to hand over to commentator Paul Walsh, going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
And thank you very much, Ian. Those absolutely brilliant post-race interviews with a number of our winners there. And great to see not just that racers mentality shine on through, but also the family and friend style mentality as soon as they get out of the cars and they're back in the paddock. And indeed, the Mini Clubsport Challenge going absolutely well. And if you do want to find out more about how you can be on the grid for the Mini Clubsport Challenge, we'll definitely check out their official website. Quick Google search and you can find out how to be on the grid. And one of the easiest series to entry if you want to be making your first inroads into British motorsport. But as the circuit falls silent for a brief moment, of course, that is our second race of the day. We now move on to what will be our third race of the day in due course, and that is going to be the International Truck Prix, the 40th anniversary of truck racing. Of course, this is a special weekend for Convoy in the Park 2024. In fact, this is a celebration of the 40th year of truck racing in the United Kingdom, and well, that's why the International Truck Prix, which made its debut here as of last year, and is back once again. And then we can see that updated schedule whereby we are only what is a few minutes away from going into our next race of the day, and after that we go back from trucks to cars, and we'll be having the old school MGs making their way out for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, and that will see us into the lunch break before we do return at 1:30 for the British Truck Racing Championship, 4th of 5 races. But as we quickly flash up and show the schedule, and it's just headed on away, we are, I think, going to be hearing from some of our drivers down in the paddock with regards to the International Truck Prix. Oh, in fact, no, we're going to be hearing from our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back shortly for our next race. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just hearing from our sponsors there, of course, all part of this big weekend for truck racing in the United Kingdom. And as we do get set for our next race, of course, do keep in mind that we've got plenty on the schedule today. And for those of you here in person, well, as the trucks are gradually making their way out into circuit, and we'll very shortly be talking a little bit more about them, should we point out a real carnival and festival atmosphere here. In fact, we've got plenty of fairground rides, we've got live music, we've got monster trucks crashing what is cars as well. And as our drivers make their way on around, and well, as they do so, well, now they are just making their way all down onto the grid. But as we can see, look at that lovely view there. Indeed, the sky is absolutely fantastic at Donington Park, and of course the heart of British motorsport, this circuit, with regards to right in the centre of the United Kingdom, and you won't find a circuit that's more connected in terms of being accessible for wherever you come from, whether it's all the way up in the Highlands of Scotland, all the way down to the lovely coastlines of Devon. But as we do get ourselves set down there, you can see those pictures showing you the carnival that's ongoing as well. Plenty of food, with particularly if you like your barbecue food. I think there's quite a lot down there in the paddock today. I don't think I'm going to get the opportunity to grab any barbecue food here from the commentary booth, for the simple reason we've got a hectic schedule, but we'll see what we can do with regards to that. But definitely a wonderful atmosphere, and if you are at circuit side today and tuning in, do let us know in the YouTube channel. It'd be great to hear from so many of you, and great to see so many of you tuning in. And some quick shout outs there to the likes of John Wise, also Mark Tucker, Stuart Evans, and also the Jamie's boy, who all tune in and join the racing. But it's great to see so many of you tune in, and keep it up, of course. And like Ian was saying only moments ago, if you do give a like, and also make sure to subscribe to your respective channel you're tuning into today, whether it's the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel or the British Automobile Racing Club, or the British Automobile Racing Club, acronymed BARC, their YouTube channel, where you can stay up to date all the latest broadcasts. But as we do bring up the grid now for what is our third of our 40th anniversary Truck Prix races, this of course being set based on qualifying that occurred this morning, the second qualifying session. Jamie Anderson on pole there in the 33, joined by John Newell on that front row. Then we've got Martin Gibson and Simon Reed side by side on row number 2, with John McGuinness and Craig Reed on row 3, Simon Faulkner and Steve Thomas on row number 4, and Richard Collette there on what is row number 5. And of course the Isle of Man TT legend John McGuinness in the number 7. We'll keep our eyes out for him starting on row number 3, albeit having an absolute nightmare end to the day yesterday, in the fact having to retire only a couple of laps in. Indeed, there were a number of retirements, unfortunately, in the second of the races on Saturday. But as our drivers all make their way on through, we say hello there to Billy Bell Smith, who's tuning in from the United States. Great to have you tuning in from the US there, Billy. And we've also got Interdictor tuning in from Australia. A bit of a far drive perhaps, but you never know, one day we might see here Interdictor or vice versa truck racing in Australia, of course. But coming from down under to up on the right side here, with 20 minutes expected for this race, of course, slightly longer compared to what is our previous race in the truck racing. And once they all coming down, wind their way on down the hill, everyone getting themselves absolutely set and ready to go here. And of course, one of the things that needs to be considered this time is in terms of the fact that the runner form so far has been Jamie Anderson has taken both wins, 2 out of 2 from the 4. However, race number 1 was a bit more of a traditional race. Race number 2 had a very odd complexion, because Jamie Anderson wasn't on course to win, but then pesky post-race penalties got applied, and as soon as they did, well, like we said earlier when we were with Pointy in the British Truck Racing Championship race, we had the extra time and the extra 5 minutes, because it's a 20-minute long race compared to the standard 15, and then it went to penalties, and it all got settled with post-race penalties. Not the way we like to have it happen, but of course that's why those track limits are there, and our stewards are going to be watching for those track limit infringements and more drivers getting caught out. And what a special event this has been so far. But as they all make their way all the way up towards McLean's right now, all in formation, and it will of course be a rolling start procedure when we do get underway. But as they make their way on around behind the safety truck there and winding their way on through, well, we're only seconds away, ladies and gentlemen, from going green flag racing and running practically to schedule at this point, perhaps a couple of minutes ahead, which is absolutely perfect. Of course, all of these motorsport events in the United Kingdom do try to run a couple of minutes ahead of time to build in some contingency time should we ever have a red flag, which sees the race comes to a halt. But thankfully, we haven't seen any red flags so far, and fingers crossed it will remain that way to all the way through to the end of the day. As they all make the way onto the back stretch here, well, we can see at that front order making its way on through, and indeed Jamie Anderson on pole, that brilliant pole lap in qualifying this morning, and John Newell for company alongside. And John Newell has made it 2 second places out of 2 so far to Anderson's 2 wins out of 2, so these two have been the most consistent of that running order. Martin Gibson's had a 3rd, so has Simon Reed, but who will put themselves up there? Could we see somebody else strike strongly here? And indeed, keep in mind those number 7 and 12s, they've gone from the Oliver family into the hands of other drivers. Indeed, a lot of trucks being lent between drivers here from the British Truck Racing Championship into the International Truck Prix. But that's enough of a story, because they're about to write a new story in the history books now, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way on through the last couple of corners, and they get ready to go roaring for 20 minutes here in the International Truck Prix race, our third of the weekend. Through they come then, onto the start-finish straight, and without further ado, it is going to be lights out, and away we go as they roar their way down towards turn number 1, and already they're 3 wide. That's going to be a brilliant start for the number 89 of Simon Reed. Oh, goodness me, and that is a huge coming together into turn 1, and that is going to be the end of the race by the looks of things. So Simon Reed, as the dust cloud is kicked up there from where they've embarked into the gravel at turn 1. Well, that goes to show you Frieda's not going to win at Redgate Corner when it comes to truck racing, but as they make the way down, it's going to open the door up massively there for none other than what is John Newell to lead. And goodness me, Pointy, we've already had drama 2 off into the gravel.
I can't believe it. The first race start that I missed this flipping weekend. I go to the toilet once in a weekend and this is what happens. We've got 20 minutes to put it right though. John Newell looking very comfortable there at the front as that train takes formation for what will be, oh my goodness, yeah, that is terrible news for Craig Reed there. Not goes to 89 to Simon Reed, isn't it?
I think it's Simon Reed, yeah.
Oh, there we go. So yeah, that's terrible news for him. Will we get a replay of that, do we think? We'll see what happened.
Potentially.
We'll see if we've got time. Huge amounts of dust there. Again from these international truck prix. We have got a red flag though for the recovery of Simon Reed. As I joked with the guys from the Legend Championship, Pickup Truck Championship on the way through the media centre, they were like, "You've missed the start." I was like, "Sounds like I'll see another one." As I walked in here, I was like, "Oh, yep, there we go."
And you know the bad thing is, I said just before this got underway, we haven't seen a red flag today, and there we go.
So it's your fault.
Yep, it's mine. I'll put my hand up
we were
to
just
it.
talking about you in the paddock actually. It was like, "How's he doing?" I was like, "Oh, yeah." As a few people have mentioned, he keeps calling them cars. It's like, yeah, a little bit bigger than cars, but still, we'll get there. I was like, yeah, but the most important thing is these things you have to learn. I've been brought up on it before. The commentator's curse. You see, you mention these things. You just shouldn't. Luckily, though, it doesn't look like the worst we've seen. So a snatch recovery by the off-road forklift there is making his way on to drag him out of the gravel. Hopefully no serious damage. Obviously, it looks like Mr. Reed is perfectly fine. He's just going to oversee the hooking up to the tractor unit there. But it's interesting to see, usually, of course, when they're much deeper in the gravel, you've got no chance. I mean, it's 5 tonnes odd of metal and fiberglass, so now very very difficult to get out of the gravel, because of course it just looks like a nice sandpit, doesn't it, there? But I'll tell you what, it's very deep, that is. When you put some weight on that stuff, it is very deep. So I believe we've got a replay of the start here. As the lights go out, tiny bit of a contact there between Anderson and John Newell as they both come wide and force him completely off. Mystery's got nowhere to go. It comes to a pinch point as we could have had a much worse impact there. Anderson spins round into the tyres for Reed. I don't know how they're going to come down judgment on that, whether who caused what, but they do seems like, should someone have backed off? If you back off in these situations, do you cause issues behind you? It's a very tight situation, very similar in fact to what happened further back in the grid at Nürburgring recently with the FIA trucks, where they had a huge pile up of them all coming together. So we see here again now, look, not much room for Simon Reed there at all. Right at the back there, a decent sized gap, but yeah, it looks like Anderson just comes across a bit too far. Surely he must have been able to see Newell there. Newell effectively just keeping his line, and then all of a sudden, oh, I've got a truck coming across the front of me, and sends them both spinning off. But yeah, I feel bad for Reed there, because I don't think there was anywhere he could go. I mean, yes, he could have slammed the anchors on. There was a gap behind him, but this is split-second decision, full speed, 100 miles an hour down that straight. It's not the time to be slamming your anchors on without knowing that there's absolutely nothing behind you.
Oh, 100%. And like you say, you've got to feel for Simon Reed and the fact that, yes, he was onto the grass as we saw making his way on down, but as well, put the brakes on too early and you don't know what chaos he's going to cause behind him. I think, like you say as well, I do think that Anderson just gradually creeping over a little bit more and more might have just aggravated and led to the freeway contact. But again, as well, when you put yourself in that mentality of being a racing driver, I mean, when you're going down to turn one, if you're in a free wide like that, your focus isn't on who's behind you at that point. It's there's a guy to my left, there might be somebody else that I don't know, and I've got to make a corner first and foremost.
No, this is it. I mean, looking at the line, you'd think if Anderson wanted to come across the apex of that bend, he would have probably stayed in a little bit tighter. But then if he was thinking, no, this is my racing line, this is where I'm going, it would possibly go down as an unfortunate choice of line, in which case as it's surrounded by trucks. But look, this is the first corner, this is the first race for the International Truck Prix of the day, and personally I think we've done rather well so far, really, let's be honest. So we've got the recovery wreckers out, but hopefully that's going to get started again, but I'm not sure whether we're going to be having Simon Reed rejoining, whether it's going to be a full regrid. Of course, red flag in the first lap means they will essentially regrid them, but will Reed be part of it?
Well, fingers crossed he can be. And I also do wonder, and perhaps you can give a bit more insight here, Pointy, with regards to Anderson as well, as we saw him come across the fact that in the end having to apply full steering lock one way, but being sent the other. I mean, will there be any potential damage to Anderson's car as well that they might need to be wary of?
Truck,
there we go.
I'm gonna hold on a minute. What I'm gonna do is where's your pen? I'm gonna write the word here. T-R-U-C-K. There we go. Look, truck. I've written truck. Imagine if I spelt it wrong. Yeah, we're getting a little bit closer to make sure he has had his reminder. Truck. There you go. What's it say?
Truck.
Truck. Well done. Unbelievable. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. So Reed reversing into the pit lane. I'm not sure we're going to be having a just big cars. They're not big cars. Voices in our ears, getting involved. Unbelievable. So yeah, Reed reversing into the pit lane. We've got no idea whether or not this means he's going to reverse through the pit lane onto the back or wait at the light and join from the pit lane is a possibility. But one would ask the question, you know, being as impartial as I try to be, should he be the one starting from the back of the pack in the pit lane if in fact he was the one who really come a cropper rather than causing the cropper?
Well, that's going to be the frustrating thing as well. And I think from the perspective of Simon Reed, he'll think to himself, well, look, I had nowhere to go, so I had to take a small trip to the grass. And in the end, I've come off the worst for it. And now starting at the back of the grid, it's only going to make him feel a little bit more enraged, even more so. I mean, it's one of those things as well whereby you just want to go racing, you want to go fairly. But when it goes wrong, you don't want to be the one who's on the receiving end of the punishment if you don't think it was your fault.
No, exactly. So, yes, certainly... frayed tensions will be in the cab of the 89 now for the rest of the race, at least, if not the rest of the day. Clean-up crew out on the circuit. You can see, though, take a time now, I suppose. I'm sure you've already mentioned this to the guys at home, but a massive shout out to all of the marshals and the crew around the circuit, a lot of which give their time completely for free just to be part of the race in action. And it really is the Orange Army that makes racing possible. You know, no matter what circuit you go to, we've obviously got a regular set of familiar faces that follow us around the circuits in the year, but it's really nice to see so many people that still want to get involved and support the marshals at BARC, and it's great that, you know, that we can make that happen for so many people as well, because, you know, let's be honest, it's a fantastic experience to be able to be stood track side for these races and getting so close to the action. I mean, it's money can't buy seats.
Oh, 100%. And I did speak to a couple of marshals the other day with regards to becoming a marshal and the whole thrill of it. And they're saying on a good day, you get to watch the motorsport action and you don't have to worry about a thing, for the simple reason nothing goes wrong. Indeed, you're just sat there, you're waiting for something to go wrong, which doesn't sound the nicest of things. But also the fact you're getting to watch it and you're the closest spectators to it all.
But they do have to be ready all the time, and this is it. And this is what we see, you know, people rolling into action straight away. As I'm looking down here, though, we've got the scrutineers now looking over the 89 truck of Simon Reed, making sure there's been no serious damage to the vehicle, so to let him rejoin the race. Of course, the temperature is rising, even though a lovely breeze is in the air here at Donington. The drivers are getting rather warm. Doors open here on the pit straight. John Newell's door open with another previous British truck racing driver, Terry Gibbons, who now works on the spanners for John Newell, going around Europe, helping him, of course, with driving tips and mechanical tips, being involved in the haulage industry for a very long time. Of course, Terry Gibbons, a good friend of mine as well, known him for quite some time. Further back, we've got chats at the number 12 truck. We saw a lovely photograph actually getting taken of 3 generations of Oliver on the podium moments ago when we handed the trophies out for second and third of that race. Of course, that race for Stuart and Michael especially getting done in honour of Dave Atkins. Further back, we've got Craig Reed climbing back into his truck, hopefully to get strapped in. Marshals are waving people around. I can see some movement. I'm not sure whether we're going to get him, Simon, back into his grid position. Second row by the looks of the gap, I would say.
Yeah, it looks like it, and we might be with a restart within the next few minutes from what I can gather, and I think we are also going to go back to having another full 20-minute race, so that's great news, and that's why we start the schedule early today, so that way we can go racing again, albeit as everyone gets themselves set and ready to go. We can see a few more being reversed into position, so it does look as though they are going to try and fit Simon Reed back on the grid, but with all of our truck drivers there being eagerly waiting. I do have to wonder as well, in terms of the fact that they're stationary, Pointy, obviously when they're racing they're getting cool air come in through the front, through the radiators and whatnot, and that helps keep the engine and everything else cool. But when they're sat on the grid here, I mean, the heat must gradually build. Is there anything they can do besides opening the cabin doors and whatnot to try and cool the whole truck down?
Not really, no. It just gets... you open the door, it just gets hotter and hotter and hotter. Of course, some of these guys used to race in Europe quite often, so of course the temperature isn't as bad. What's happening here? We've seen Craig Reed remove himself from the grid. Not sure, they've moved trucks around to let Craig Reed off the grid now, so I'm not sure. We've gone down to 15 minutes for the restart. Seeing as we're 10 minutes late at the moment, I think 15 minutes is fair. And of course, a shame that we'll lose those minutes, but let's hope that we can have a more friendly start from John Newell and Jamie Anderson at the front this time, and no one finds themselves trying to get round the outside of a three abreast battle after the first corner.
Oh, indeed, fingers crossed. But it looks as though we're very shortly due for what will be another formation lap, and then we'll be resuming with that 15-minute restart, like you say, Pointy, and everyone getting themselves set. But it is a shame that we do seem to have lost another one of our competitors, so I think we are going to be down now to, if my number's correct, or is that 7 that I can see on the grid? I think so, as they pull away, and well, as they do, well, we'll very shortly try and get an update for you as to how many. In fact, I've just had it confirmed here, we are down to 7 competitors. So of course we did lose earlier on. What was the number? Well, the number 89 of Simon Reed, after it went off at turn number 1, and since then I think, who else have we lost points here?
So it's the Reed brothers. So Craig has pulled off, and it looks like Simon's still waiting to start from the pit lane. So if he's still there, then it's just the one. So I don't really know what's going on. So we'll have to just watch out and see which brothers Reed joins the race as we're on the outlap here. Fingers crossed we'll get some kind of entry list come through on TSL when we're underway. So we've had confirmation that 89 will start from the pit lane, but no idea of what's going on with Craig. So yeah, maybe he's noticed something wrong with the truck that we're not aware of just yet. But I'll ping out the message to the people that know and see if we can get any inside scoops back there from the tarmac.
Brilliant.
Yes, so 15 minutes. Of course, we've got loads and loads and loads of things to see today. We've got loads more truck races. We've got another 2 British truck races, and we've got 1 more international. Of course, 2 truck drifting sessions as well. Not sure whether we'll get to televise those with the one roving camera we've got. We're focusing most likely on the MG Owners Club after this. And then of course we've got the lunch break and the grid walk meant to be starting at 1 o'clock today. And somewhere in there, after 12:30 for the truck drifting, 1:45 for the truck trophies from this, and 1 o'clock for the grid walk, I might find some time for lunch about 7 o'clock, I think.
Yep, sounds about it. I think I'll join you in that regard. And I think lunch is optional today. Or we have to squeeze someone in. But as our truck drivers make their way up towards Coppice Corner, we're getting themselves set now. We are almost there for the restart, ladies and gentlemen. And one quick thought I did have pointed in, perhaps we can discuss this a little bit later. Obviously, John McGuinness on this grid, Isle of Man TT legend.
Yes.
What if somebody was to take one of these trucks on the Isle of Man TT?
Oh my goodness, I mean, yeah, hypothetically they'd let them because they probably wouldn't. I mean, I'm shocked that they still let the bikes do it, to be honest. But yeah, I don't think the roads would be great for them. The suspension setup would be all wrong. The speed of the corners, the run-ups. I mean, we see the motorbikes racing along, you know, dry stone walls that have been there hundreds of years at hundreds of miles an hour. If we get anywhere near that speed in a truck, if there's an incident with the bike and the rider usually lose. With a truck situation, anything other than the truck usually loses. So yeah, I think it would be. I think it would be a mess, an absolute mess, Paul. To be fair.
But hopefully this restart is not going to be a mess as the safety truck does pull away. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the formation of being held up here to the start line, and here they go as it's lights out away. We go for the second time.
Interesting formation start there for John Newell. He's slightly back from the very get-go as number 12 Martin Gibson looks for the inside line. They're jostling around at the front trying to find those blocks already, but it looks pretty steady this time round as we see Jamie Anderson making his way out to the front for John Newell. Behind him Martin Gibson in the number 12, but it's a battle with John McGuinness, teammate in the number 7, all over the back of Martin. This the lack of the two Reeds is going to make some room, but Ricky Collett coming around Steve Thomas there. He's here, he's wanting something. I'm not going home without a trophy, Ricky's saying. Steve Thomas, of course, racing in the number 33 truck many years ago before Neil Yates took the number. And Simon Faulkner there, and of course Simon Reed bringing up the rear. But of course, even though starting from the pit lane, still catching up pretty quick, I'd say.
Oh, indeed, Simon Reed absolutely putting in a lion's effort in order to be able to make his way onto the back of the pack, but doing it quickly. And to be fair, we should expect that, given the fact he qualified quite high up this morning, as they make the way onto the back straight. You can see here number 33 of Anderson still under some pressure from John Newell as they roar their way down into the braking zone for the first time. But as they come on down here right now, it is all to play for between all of our drivers as they roar their way onto the next lap. Nobody looking for a move this time around. I think they're all taking a bit more tentatively this time, but I suspect as we head on to lap number 2, and now the taps will start to open, and you can see it already. John Newell getting a little bit close here as they head into turn 1.
Yeah, it's going to be for the braking here for John Newell. We see a teeny bit of a twitch at the back end there, but he is all over Jamie Anderson. He says, I might have let you go at the start, but I'm going to make it a challenge for you moving forward. Bigger gap as they cross the line there between Martin Gibson and teammate John McGuinness. Both of these trucks, of course, being on circuit less than half an hour ago. There's still plenty of heat in these trucks already. They're preheated almost, so they'll be very warm in those cabs. But look at this back four. Ricky Collett leading the way from 5th position overall as they're getting very, very close. Simon Reed's going to want to make some room up very soon, I think. Simon Faulkner, tail happy around that corner there. Glad he didn't get any more on the grass, as that could have been very, very interesting. Even in bone dry conditions, if you get these things on the grass, say goodbye to brakes and steering. That's it. You just keep going until something stops you, usually, and it's not normally your brakes. So yeah, you can do what you want with that information. So yeah, Ricky Collett in the yellow there, still just keeping behind him Steve Thomas, Simon Faulkner all over, but Simon Reed, the space comes through there. Up the side now, through the chicane possibly, for Simon past Steve Thomas. Yes, he makes it stick, comes across. Beautiful manoeuvre there from the older of the two Reed brothers. And it's back at the front now with Jamie Anderson, John Newell, I believe, quite comfortable in their positions, looking for a space through now, I think.
Oh, indeed. And well, meanwhile, the number 12 of what is Martin Gibson just watching at a distance, but brilliant battling there further down the order, and that battling giving an opportunity for the number 95 in the hands of Ricky Collett just to be able to pull away to a degree and feel a little bit of breathing room. But our top three now starting to sneak off, as meanwhile John McGuinness still chasing, and there you can see as they make their way down for the Craner curves. Collett under huge pressure. Here comes Simon Reed looking for another opportunity, decides against it this time, and I think just trying to play things nice and calm, but I wouldn't be surprised there if Simon Reed also just wondering if he pushes it too hard, is something going to break after his trip to the sand much earlier on. But he's not going to worry about it here as they make the way up the hill in towards McLean as they go, and as they do, well, not quite there this time, but starting to build up momentum, and behind them, well, that's Thomas and Faulkner. They're also looking to get a little bit twitchy, but we stay here with the battle for P5. On into Coppice Bend they go, and you can see there Reed looking for the cutback here.
Reed definitely getting bogged down there by Ricky with 0.4 of a second difference between the two. It's going to be the first one to blink there. I think Ricky's going to have to give in at some point in the next lap. Through the chicane though for Jamie Anderson. Oh, loads of dust again from the 33 Jamie Anderson. One of the very few drivers we've yet to see a track limits for this weekend, but certainly making use of all of the circuits, shall we say. John Newell very, very tight behind him, but I think Martin Gibson might have an inkling of something that's going to happen in the next 10.5 minutes, and he's just waiting for that situation to present itself. What's going on further back though? We've got Simon Reed finally past Ricky Collett. Steve Thomas still there. Oh, very wide there for Steve Thomas. I think that back end's a little bit loose. We've seen quite a bit of damage this weekend for some of the trucks, but again, luckily, touchwood, nothing too major with regards to coming together.
Oh, indeed. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of bodywork come off of some of the trucks, but nothing so far which has really led to a major retirement hands of a shunt or two. I mean, there's always that factor of attrition, but at the same time, our drivers have been mostly keeping it clean. A little bit of bodyworks here and there. Well, these 5.3 ton machines as a minimum, you're always going to see some parts come off when they do rub. But as we continue to look at this midfield battle, well, now Ricky Collett now having to try and keep Thomas and Faulkner behind him. Faulkner in the number 92 is not giving up here after being insisted out wide by the number 23 of Thomas. And well, to be fair, whichever way you look, whether it's the very front of the field or all the way back in the battle for P6 here, these guys are giving it everything right now as they roar their way down towards the Roberts chicane. And we'll come in on down here. You can see Faulkner taking a peek to the inside. He can't quite get close enough here. I think Faulkner right now just hoping he can find a tenth or two over the course of the lap to be able to make a move, because goodness me, would he love to come back against Thomas.
Definitely, yeah. Faulkner, of course, been with us in the British for a couple of years. Early on, I believe it was Nike Thomas that was used to be one of the Reed's trucks. He's made a few modifications, a few changes. Again, he had some engine trouble with that early on, because I believe he had a different engine in it for a while in previous years. But Steve Thomas managing to gain a bit of room on Ricky there, so it could be an interesting finish for these guys. Almost 2 divisions out there if you look at the time difference between the pack. But at the front there, 0.8 as Newell drops back behind Anderson. No penalties as yet, which is good. Let's keep it clean, let's keep it going. 8 minutes left, probably 9 laps left, which will disappear very quickly, especially for the likes of Simon Faulkner if he's looking for a space past Steve Thomas.
Indeed, and as they push on, it's going to be now all about the second half of this shortened race, down to 8 minutes remaining, and as they head up towards what is Coppice Bend this time around. Well, Thomas and Faulkner always providing us for a bit of entertainment in the battle for the final spot of the running order, where it's P7 or P8. And well, as we do get ready to take a look back towards the front, and there they are, we can see right now Anderson this time has 8 tenths on the previous lap. On this lap, the gap standing at what is a margin of just under 6 tenths as they come down in towards turn number 1. Newell giving it everything right now, but Anderson just proving so difficult to catch even at the hardest of times.
Indeed, that's right, yeah. So I mean, we saw yesterday Anderson taking the 2 trophies. John Newell apparently always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But fingers crossed, with another race left for today, and of course several minutes left of this one, we might get to see another attempt at least. Because of course I'm not quite sure, I think he might have maybe missed a gear, or he didn't get the boost up in time, but that start definitely wasn't normal for John Newell. Something happened at that restart, and he wasn't quite in formation the way he should have been, with the power he should have had.
Oh, very true. And those small mistakes, they add up very quickly. But as we do see our drivers continue to push on, well, it's getting ever closer. But I do wonder what we'll see within the remainder of this race. But there we go, as we do see Collett making his way up into the right hand of McLean's, and Collett falling back into the clutches of Tyson Faulkner. As he does do so with a three-way battle here with the toe as well, always proving absolutely critical as they make their way in towards the final couple of corners. And it does look as though their toes now really being caught up by Faulkner. Onto the backstretch they go. You see them in the rear of the picture, me on the front of the picture. Gap opening up once again for Anderson versus Newell, but never making it more than what is there the best part of the second, in fact almost the second now. And Anderson set the personal best lap. In fact, the fastest lap of the race now going to Anderson, 26.179. Anderson's pushing it.
He really is, yeah. Fantastic lap there also for Simon Reed as he manages to get one of his fastest laps of the race of 1:26, which is incredible, really. Still 3.5 seconds behind where he needs to be, though, unfortunately. But Martin Gibson in third position, getting his third trophy yesterday. He's going to be happy with another podium, not quite where he wants to be, but of course it's fantastic that we're going to see the GT test driver taking another trophy home for the team. Simon Faulkner looking for a space past Steve Thomas now, very clean overtake, and he's made it through. That's that. I mean, I'm glad we caught that, because that was smooth, that was clean. Losing a bit of momentum is Steve Thomas, but of course slightly older truck, slightly off pace mechanically, to be honest. So of course Steve here, self-admittedly, to just enjoy himself. So he'll be having a great time regardless, as anybody would driving a race truck around a racetrack. But yeah, GT Tyres, of course, being the tyres partner for the British trucks for several years now, and of course on the majority of the trucks in the International Truck Prix as well. They've got a fantastic stand on the infield today, where they're of course bringing guests and supporters of the sport in, showing them a good time, drinks, freebies, you name it, it's there. I don't suppose you hung around last night long enough to see any of the live music on the main stage, did you?
Oh, unfortunately not. It was an early bedtime for me in preparation for all the racing that we have as of today, but I heard it was absolutely brilliant with all the live performances.
Sleeping's cheating, mate. Sleeping's cheating. You should have just... at 1 o'clock for me, mate. As you do a few laps around. I mean, you've got a busy day in here, but you want to see us running around out there. Me and John, non-stop, all day. Craziness.
Well, speaking of craziness with regards to the broadcasting team, and craziness there with regards to what is Faulkner back in with Ricky Collett, as Collett trying to hold on for now, but as they make their way down the hill, I think here, whilst you're saying, whilst Faulkner may be in an older machine, I mean that he's loving it out there, taking the fight to the more modern machines, and even trying to go for some of these moves. I think for him, if he can take just one or two, he's going to feel like a winner today. He's
feeling good now. I can sense it already. On the tail of Ricky Collett, if he can make one more position in the next 3 laps, I think he'll be coming away with a smile regardless. A lot of effort's gone into this truck, and I mean, both the trucks. Ricky having 3 rebuilds in as many months. I think it's been a lot of work to get Ricky's truck out on track. All the teams, of course, putting effort in. But yes, Simon has struggled the last couple of years to really find that groove, and we see some great racing from him this weekend. So he's going to be enjoying himself.
Oh, he is, and as they make their way down into the Robert chicane, will he go for a move this time? No, Faulkner still watching and waiting, but he might try and get the run on towards the start straight if he can get the launch out to the final corner, which he does. It's a beautiful run out the corner as he roars his way past us here in the commentary booth and down towards turn number 1. It's Collett on the left of your picture, it's going to be Faulkner on the right of your picture. Now which one of the two of them is going to hold on? Well, there, it's going to be Collett who just pulls across in time to cover off the potential move, but Faulkner really just trying to edge himself alongside as much as possible. Gets the exit out of Redgate, and noticing there, a drift from Thomas behind. Thomas trying to keep on the pace, but not quite able to, now just over a second back here. But as they sweep the way down in towards the Crane of Curves, with 2.5 minutes on the clock, our lead is a bit further up the road. The battles up the road have calmed down for now, so we are staying with the fight further down the order, and as they make the way on through the old hairpin, we'll still at nothing from Faulkner this time, albeit still just trying to tease out a little bit of an opportunity here. And you can see Collett almost running wide there, such is the pressure that Ricky Collett's under right now, and well, with regards to that pressure that he's feeling, well, I think if Faulkner can put him under any more pressure, I think a move's going to happen.
This is it. This is the time to make it as well. He's running out of time very, very fast. The position needs to be taken now or never. as the famous song once went. And Simon Faulkner, of course, wants to make it stick, and of course wants to do it in a clean way as well, because the last thing he wants is to miss the last race of the weekend by doing something silly at this stage. But these guys are glued together. It's great to see this kind of racing coming around the chicane, a little bit of sideways there, loses a little bit of momentum, a little bit of space, and it looks like Ryan Smith's left him. Ryan Smith, Ricky Collett, you see, we all make mistakes, mate. It's fine. He's not even in this race. Ricky Collett leaves him in the dust, quite literally, powering ahead, as Simon Faulkner drops back 2 whole seconds there. What just happened? What just happened?
I think Faulkner pushing so hard to try and make a move happen in the end, overdriving perhaps. But meanwhile, as we look back to your leader, a little bit of story here, we have got a 5-second post-race time penalty being pending potentially for our second place runner of John Newell, and that will be for track limit, and also the same for what is our P8 driver of Thomas. I mean, Aviva is down in P8 already, and he's into the pits, so I think Thomas has decided perhaps he's going to park up and save the truck for later on.
Started going wide. I think there's some issues there. So yeah, sometimes it's worth just hanging up the hat and saving it for later, definitely. As we come round here, will they manage to cross the line? It looks like we're going to be getting another lap. Yes, with 28 seconds left, so this will be the last lap card out. You just saw in the corner of the screen there, Jamie Anderson looking very comfortable. And yeah, track limits, biting Newell again. Unfortunately, this is going to cost him, putting Martin Gibson, I believe, into second place overall, unless we see anything else happen later on in this last lap. But yeah, Jamie Anderson looks absolutely untouchable out there in Neil Yates' 33. Of course, teammate of Steve Powell, who also has been doing quite well in the championship this year, much to the enjoyment of his team.
Oh, true. And what it does mean that should Anderson take the win here, he'll be matching his record from last year, which is at least 3 wins out of 4. So therefore, Anderson, I think he's going for the full 4 as of this weekend. I mean, who wouldn't? But as he makes his way up through McLean, you can see the gap there. It's only growing little by little, even more. And at this point, whether he's aware of the penalty that's pending for John Newell or not, I think he's going to be in control of this all the way to the line. And well, without further ado, Pointy, he's going to bring it home.
It certainly looks that way, with no penalties to say for Anderson. He makes his way round. We see him there in the distance. You can see the heat out there, the haze across the camera. It's so hot there, and the temperature is only going to get worse through the day. Round the chicane for the last time, nothing exciting there, no attempts, a little bit of sideways action. And we see the checkered flag come out, and Jamie Anderson takes yet another first place here at Donington Park. John Newell finishing across the line in second with that time penalty motion to third. And Martin Gibson, I don't know if he knows, he's got that second place overall.
Oh, brilliant. Well, no, and there we apologise for that with a slight technical hiccup with regards to the microphone here.
I didn't press the button. Dude, tell them the truth. I cocked up.
Well, like you say, Pointy, we all make mistakes, and as our drivers make their way across the start-finish line to complete the race there, Jamie Anderson making it 3 out of 3 so far, ahead of Gibson, and then McGuinness wrapping up what was your top 3. There was Simon Reed fighting back to a P4, and then it was John Newell demoted to P5 with a post-race time penalty, followed by Ricky Collett, and then none other than Faulkner and Thomas to complete that finishing order. And goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. It may have only been 15 minutes in length, it may have been shortened, but still, that's the way it went in the end. And Jamie Anderson, as we mentioned only moments ago, matching his record from last year as a minimum, will be going for that 4th and final win in the final race of the day later today. In fact, it will literally be the final race of our schedule on this Sunday for what is the International Truck Prix. But as he makes his way in towards Coppice Bend, they're calling on down. Pointy has already charged his way out of the commentary booth to make his way down to Park Ferme to get a word or two in with our truck drivers, and indeed will be good to hear from them. And we're keeping in mind, of course, that the grid for race number 4, the final race will be the top 8 inverted grid, so Anderson will start P8 for our final race of the day. But here are the results on screen, ladies and gentlemen, and as we can see, Jamie Anderson, after 11 laps, your winner by 3.4 seconds over Martin Gibson, and John McGuinness there wrapping up the top 3. Simon Reed at P4 ahead of John Newell, who was demoted from P3 to a P5 finish with a post-race time penalty. Richard Collett P6, Simon Faulkner P7, Steve Thomas P8, and unfortunately day. Craig Reed, in the end, having to retire after what seemed to be an issue with his truck after the open lap incident, where he was not party of it, but the truck, I should say, being retired there just before we got underway once more. But a great race in the International Truck Prix, no doubt about it. And well, a number of these trucks in the British Truck Racing Championship as well. The Union Jack flies higher there. Well, it means that we're going to be seeing plenty more truck racing, and particularly for a good number of these machines as we head into the afternoon. And of course, keeping in mind that we did have what was that slight delay to proceedings for that open lap incident, our first red flag of the weekend. And we'll look at the view there, all the spectators out on the bank looking over the run down through the Craner curves and into the old hairpin. And well, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we might be getting some interviews with our truck drivers very shortly. But as we are just waiting to get those interviews underway, well, as our truck drivers are getting themselves set, and we are just getting our interviewers down in to the Park Ferme. I think it's getting a bit hectic there, what with lunch being around the corner, but also the fact that we do have what is, of course, the MG Owners Club getting ready to go out onto circuit in due course. But in the meantime, a lovely day, and the sun absolutely shining high, and a podium there for John McGuinness, who'll be absolutely pleased with it. And we can see a number of you commenting on that as well, which is absolutely fantastic. And well, as all of our truck drivers park it up and whatnot, well, we get absolutely set. And we, of course, do notice a number of you commenting there on the fact with regards to the slight microphone hiccup that we did have towards the end there. All these little things happen, but of course, everything done in maximum enthusiasm. And as the saying goes, it will be all right on the night. And well, we made it work. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to Ian Walthouse this time, who's going to be conducting those post-race interviews with our International Truck Prix drivers.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Park Ferme here. Trucks are just moving around, some of them are already gone already, but what a race. Congratulations Anderson picking up another win there. Actually John McGuinness coming home in third place. It'd be great to see if we can have a quick chat with him. He's in number 7 down there, but can we have a quick chat, do you think? Who knows? Let's move up, let's just move up very quickly, shall we, and see if we can jump in and have a quick word whilst there's a bit of a backlog here. Well. Can we open this, do you think? That was something quite special, wasn't it? How was it for you?
I really enjoyed it. I had a good qualifying this morning and felt a little bit more competitive and just learning all the time off them fast guys. And I just tried to keep clean and not make many mistakes. And I just kept Martin in my sights all the time. And I'm really loving it. You know, I'm so far out of my comfort zone.
Well, I mean, you were here last year as well. I remember you saying, and you seem to be getting more and more to grips with these machines. We're going to see you out in it more often, do you think?
Well, I'm going to have a tug at Stuart's shirt tails and see if we can get to do another round. But, you know, I just want to keep out of trouble, don't damage his truck. And I really love working with the guys. I mean, they work so hard. They're just head to toe in oil and diesel and to get the trucks back out and keep them going. And you think to yourself, I'm in a 5-ton go-kart, and they handle amazing for what they are. But I really enjoyed that. Donington Park on a sunny day, you know, fans out there. To me, I'm just heaven. How
nice is it seeing so many people here today?
It is, yeah. I had a nosy around last night and been on the fairground with the family. There's families everywhere. Just a nice atmosphere, you know. It's different to me, but you know, it's racing and I'm competitive and I want to do a good job. But that was a really enjoyable race.
I've got some good news for you. You've got to do it all again a bit later today as well.
Yeah, it'd be lovely when the sun's setting, evening, 7 o'clock at night. It'd be stunning. That, yeah, really looking forward to it.
So man, appreciate you talking to us. Congratulations as well. Shut this for you. There we go. Great racing for the International Truck Prix. More coming up as well. In fact, we've got another race about to go out. The MG Owners Championship. That's a big grid of cars as well. That's going to be an absolute corker. Then we go into the lunch break. After lunch, we've got more British Truck Racing Championship. Another International Truck Prix race taken a little bit later as well. We've got 2 Britcar trophy races, 15-minute races with mandatory pit stops as well. We're going to be in the pit lane for that. That is going to be full of excitement. There's another MG Owners race still to come. There's another pickup truck race, and there's also another mini challenge race as well. Wall-to-wall racing after the lunch break a little bit later. It's going to be full of action, full of excitement. As always, if you're watching at the BARC YouTube channel, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. Likewise, if you're watching at the British Truck Racing Championship, so you don't miss any of the action happening across the trucks and the BARC in 2024. Right, almost time for the MGs to head out on track, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Paul Walsh, to take you through the grid.
Well, thank you, Ian. And, well, as we do look back to those wonderful picturesque views across the circuit, particularly into the infield there, and well, we've got an absolutely packed schedule still going into this afternoon, and it's crazy to think that we're already making our way towards about 12:30, and the fact we've had so many races so far in a combination of trucks and cars, and, well, still on my educational journey to be able to understand what the difference between a car and a truck is, but I'll get there, ladies and gentlemen, no doubt about it, and plenty more chances later on today. But we've got the MG Owners Club, sponsored by Adrian Flux Championship, heading out onto the grid very shortly. And, well, for those of you who are big fans of the MG brand, of course, it's gone through multiple guises and multiple different owners over the years. But you're going to be in for a treat, in fact, you're going to be seeing a mixture of what will be a mixture of more modern MGs, particularly the MGZs, all the way through back to the MGBs and MG midgets. But as we get ourselves set, I think we might have some pre-race interviews with some of our competitors, and, well, I think without further ado, we may just play some of those for you.
Right, everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. It's time for the MG Owners Championship, and welcome to them as well, by the way. They weren't here yesterday, but we are better for it today. A massive grid of cars. This is going to be something special. This man over here as well, Leon Wignall. We say they're only racing today, but Leon, you were here yesterday, weren't you? Am I right thinking you were here yesterday?
Yeah, I was here chilling yesterday.
You were just chilling out. What did you have a walk around? Did you go on some of the rides over there?
Kind of. We've been fixing trucks today, getting them started. Yeah.
You're a busy man.
Well, brother was a truck mechanic, so he got a phone call from his boss and had to go help on a T-cab start.
Well, look, you've got real work to do now. You're about to go racing. Qualifying, are you happy with it?
Yeah, it's well, I've got nothing to prove here. It's not my championship. Obviously, I'm here as a guest round, so I'm not the only. We've got a couple of places to pick up, but
you're here for fun, right?
We're here for fun, aren't we all?
Well, absolutely.
We're all here for fun. We all love it. So, no, let's see what we can do. Nothing to prove, nothing to gain. So, let's see what it is.
Go enjoy yourself. Thanks for bringing the Pink Panther out to play as well. And you, mate, really is. Let's move around, Joey. I did want to chat to Andy Priest there, but I think he's disappeared. Let's just jump in here, find out how we're feeling. You can't disappear, mate. You can't disappear. How are we feeling ahead of this one? Ready?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Perfect conditions, isn't it? What do you make of how many people we've got here? Does it make a difference for you guys?
I'm very new to this.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is first time racing it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right, you're not nervous, you look ready.
I'm fine, mate. I'm at the back, it's fine. Can't get much worse.
Good man, thanks for talking to us, really do appreciate it. Yeah, massive grid of cars in total. How you doing, mate? You're right, it's good to see you.
I see you.
Very well. You had a good day so far?
Yeah, me and Eddie are sharing today.
Yeah.
So we had a small 15-minute quali.
Yeah.
We did 5-6 laps each. So Eddie went out first, warmed my tyres up, and then I carried on. I got a P7 in class, which isn't bad.
Hey, that's all right.
But Mum and Dad are here today, and we've just finished doing a Parkinson's. They both got Parkinson's.
Right.
So we did a nice walk for them to raise some money.
Brilliant.
So this is dedicated to Parkinson's disease. This event.
Well done, mate. That's fantastic.
So all good. But fingers crossed, it's going to be boiling.
Yeah.
It's going to be a thinking man's race, I think.
Yeah. And
just see where we go.
Top man, look.
But I can't do anything rash because Chase is watching me. He'll take
it.
ChaseSharp.com. Thanks,
Top
Ian.
man. Cheers.
Take care.
See you later. There we go. Time to go racing. Not much time. These cars have got to get out on track. It's going to be an absolute cracker, massive grid of cars. The MG Owners Championship. It's live. Paul Walsh, over to you to take you through the action.
Thank you there. That was Ian Walthouse bringing us those pre-race interviews. And here's your grid, ladies and gentlemen, for what is round number 11 of the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Howard Hunt on pole, the invitational car, had a Steve McDermott, Jake McDermott and Rob Addison on row 2, Maminda Gohar and Jonathan Candler in row number 3, and then we do have Mark Bacon, Adrian Olsen on row 4, and then Henry Sharp and Jimmy Work on row number 5. That's your first 10 of your 27 car field. On the next set of rows, it is 6 Liam Wignall ahead of Andy Prix, followed by row 7 Simon Kendrick and Luke Boniface. Then Andrew Herron starts on the 129 on row number 8, joined by Riley Price. And then we'll have Darren Leonard, Martin Wills on row number 9, and William Sharp and David Amphlett on row number 10 to complete your top 20. And then to complete the run to P27, well, as you can see here on row number 11 is Jim Bainham and Carl Bate. Row number 12 will go to Mark Ryhorski and Ashley Barnes. Then it's Gary Puxty and John Diffie on the final full row of the grid, and Josh Addison starting last but not least in the MG ZR in the number 99, row 14. But, well, a whole multitude of cars on this grid, ladies and gentlemen, and we do have what is 3 classes racing. We've got the Class A's, the Class F's and the Class Z's, and to give you a quick summary, the Class A's are the classic cars, those are the MGBs, the MGB GTs, and also the MG Midgets and Sprites. Meanwhile, the Class B's are the Maestros, albeit we don't have any Class B's here today, I do believe, but we do have Class F's, which are the 1.8 engine machines. And those are the 1.8 BBC MGFs and the MG TF 160s, and then we've got the Class Zs, which are the MGZs, so the ZR 160 and also the ZS 160 as well, the more modern MGs, and perhaps the biggest class on this grid. But to be fair, you've got plenty to watch out for when we do go to green flag conditions. Of course, it'll be a standing start, and we do have the 131 Invitational on the grid today. That is Howard Hunt, who's on pole. Keep in mind, of course, they won't be earning themselves any championship points as they are an invitational car, but they'll be looking to try and get things after a flying start at the front of the field. A couple of things to keep in mind, of course. Well, last time out at Thruxton, they had an absolutely abysmal set of conditions to race in, a huge set of incidents in what was Thruxton. Particularly, we did see what was a major shunt for a couple of drivers, and particularly Steve McDermott coming together in the end with Fergus Campbell, and where all went wrong for them in the absolutely horrendous rain, the torrential downpour that beset their races. But today, it's sunny skies, it's a bright day for the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux, and with 20 minutes of racing, they're all into their positions on the grid, and we are now just awaiting the light. And wherever you look, whether it's the old school classics or the brand new ones, there's plenty of racing action to come here as the lights are going on. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, well, it is time. And it's lights out and away we go for the first of 2 races this weekend for the MG Owners Club. And as they roar the way on down, well, they're a slow start from Howard Hunt. Meanwhile, the 77 in the hands of Steve McDermott flying into the lead as they make their way into turn 1. It's going to get very nip and tuck at the red gate apex. Also, Mark Baker there having a brilliant launch. Keep your eyes out for him as he tries to sneak his way out the field and maintain his run in the championship after those 2 wins at Thruxton. But as they make the way on down to the Craner curves, roaring the way on down, you can also see the Class A machines, the classics now, bringing it together as they come down the hill. And well, as they make the way down in towards what will be the old hairpin there, well, a little bit obscured by the trucks that are parked up, but we will very shortly see them roar their way up through the Schwann's curve via Starkeys. And well, right now it's McDermott who's holding on to an absolutely brilliant advantage as they make the way in towards McLean's, and you can see the pursuit behind by a multitude of the MGZs as they roar their way in towards Coppice Corner. And now Hunt under huge pressure there, as I think that's Mark Baker who's gained an absolutely huge number of places since the start of the race. And well, whilst he may only be in a class of what is 3 or 4 cars, I can tell you one thing, that in their class, everyone absolutely eager in the Class F to try and make an impression. A very friendly group when I caught up with Mark Baker earlier, saying the fact that they all operate under the same team manager, and well, they're all private entrants, but in the fact they all race very closely together and very equal machines. But meanwhile, as they make their way through left-hander, we see a random hair there at the bottom of your screen, that being a rabbit, albeit steer clear of the circuit. And as they make their way down, oh, someone's gone a bit wide there, and we're had to bring it back together, and that's going to be Baker again in another place. But after one lap of racing, well, as we can see, leading up the way is none other than Steve McDermott ahead of then Addison, followed by the fellow member of the McDermott family, that being none other, of course, of Jake McDermott, the father and son combination. But let's hold the phone there as they make their way into turn 1. 2 by 2 by 2 they go. You think it was Noah's Ark, but no, it's a bunch of MGs. And as they come down the run, well, it's going to be side by side there in the wonderful orange machine, which one of our Class F machines, I think that's the car of Simon Kendrick, getting stuck into the battle there and trying to chase after Mark Baker, but having to have have the fight with Sharp instead as they come down in towards the old hairpin, and behind them, well, we do see the lovely Pink Panther machine also going on the attack, but not quite able to find its way through. And oh goodness me, a three-way contact there going on through what was Starkeys and two of our MGCs into the grass, albeit I think at least one of them's got it recovered. The Pink Panther carries on, but one maybe beached there, and that could lead to a safety car as our drivers continue to push on here. We'll keep updated as soon as we hear anything, but only 2.5 minutes in and we've seen a bit of a contact in the number 44 of Martin Wills right in the midst of all that, and that little MGF there definitely feeling the pressure as they make the way down towards what is turned 9 and 10 to complete this lap. But as they do, we can also see the invitational machine of Hunt now starting to make some progress as they come out of what is the last corner. Onwards they'll go towards turn 1 once again. Leading is still Steve McDermott, but he's being chased absolutely relentlessly by none other than Rob Addison, and then behind, well, that is Jake McDermott, and we're right now the McDermott family trying to make it a 1-2 here, albeit they need to find another place there for Jake McDermott. But as we see the Javelin Invitational machine making its way on through turn 1 into 2, well, Baker there just giving the chase, and then from them it's Sharp. Well, here's a replay, I believe, of what happened. Well, in fact, not a replay, we do apologise for that, but as they make the way on down the hill, we are still in your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, and as they come in towards what is turn at number 4, well, right now things are starting to settle down between all of our competitors here, and now it becomes those more isolated battles between them. And here's the replay of what happened only moments ago, and there you can see in the rear of the picture the number 44 looked to come across slightly, albeit the camera not being very flattering, and then of course the time tower obscuring the rest of what happened to a degree, albeit by that point I think both of our Class Z machines both going past you. Oh goodness me, whilst we're looking away, that's at the old hairpin, and I'm trying to see whose car that is who's gone off into the gravel. I think that is the number 13 unless I'm mistaken, or in fact it's got a 3, I know that for the second number. And well, as they do make the way out of the car, glad to see driver getting out. Well, we do look at the replay here. Oh goodness me, a nasty bit of oversteer. They're coming down for the corner curves, just too much speed. A tank slapper there as it's coined, and into the gravel they went. And well, thankfully driver out of the car, nothing too serious, but the corner curves is where you do see a lot of errors happen, particularly these very lightweight machines. And when I caught up with a number of our Class Z drivers, in one of those being in the gravel there, as a move comes along through up the inside there from the number 82 on the 17. It's a lovely move, albeit the number 17 comes back. They get their elbows out number 8 with each other, and that's Riley Price battling there with what was none other than Jimmy Work, and Price will get back ahead as they head down the hill. And Price right now absolutely insistent to hold on to the position, holding on to what is P8 in Class P10 overall as they come down in towards the old hairpin, but there will be waved yellows there, and therefore they are going to have to be wary of the fact they can't chase each other, they can't attack each other into the old hairpin until we have had some clearance. But that was the car that we saw Boniface, I believe, into the gravel, the number 13, and well, that's out the race alongside what is the vehicle of Addison. So therefore we have 2 retirements out. In fact, we've got 3 retirements so far out of our grid, but still plenty more to come as our drivers make the way on down towards turn number 9 and 10. Speaking of which, here, this is number 84 right now for Jonathan Candler as he makes his way in towards Roberts, and well, the invitational machine of Hunt now starting to try and pick up another position. But looking to the front of the field, McDermott, Addison, and also the other member of the McDermott family, Steve McDermott in the foreground, Jake McDermott in the rear. They are staying still, as meanwhile we just saw briefly there, it's going to be Hunt up the inside of Candler into turn number 1, so that'll be another place gained. And meanwhile elsewhere afoot, further down in terms of the battles, will the number 1 of Sharp will right now is continuing to push on. I think we might be able to see what's going on there with regards to that battle for Class A victory in due order, but we'll keep you posted on that as all the drivers continue to wind and weave their way around the Donington Park circuit. Keeping in mind, of course, this is a 20-minute race, and well, there is, I believe, your class leader in what is the Class A, and that is the machine being piloted by none other than Sharp. His full name, of course, being what is William Sharp, and well, absolutely leading the way there in in the MG Midget as it comes on down and being chased at the distance, albeit, by Jim Bainham as they head in towards the old hairpin once again. And these cars, they may be the oldest cars on the grid, but I can assure you they run just as well as the more modern machines in terms of what a driver is able to achieve with them. But right now, Sharp doing everything right in order to be running that pace and to be leading the way as they make the way up the rise. But as they head in towards what is McLean's corner, well, right now as they were, goodness me, such a lightweight machine as well. You can see there the way the car reacted as it went onto the initial red and white curbing and then dropped off onto the green striped AstroTurf, and a lot of squirreliness on that rear end there. But to be fair, they're such lightweight machines with very little weight towards the wear, and as they make their way down towards the end of the lap, meanwhile we look back to your overall leaders. Oh, in fact, hold up a second, there's a change of Class A lead, and that is going to be Jim Bainham moving into lead there. I think Sharp may have an issue because of the fact as they make the way out of the final corner, and in fact he's peeling off by looks things. Is that going to peel into the pits? We'll have to wait and see. No, he doesn't. So it's just been an error from Sharp, and Sharp losing out unless he's perhaps lost a gear or something along those lines. I mean, it's not uncommon. And as they head in towards turn 1, we'll have to see. But as they make the way through turn 1, we can't see anything too visible there, but definitely losing pace. But that means that Jim Bainham will now take what is Class A lead. And, well, next up will be, of course, none other than Amphlett. But David Amphlett, that is, will be looking to try and take P2 of Sharp. We'll have to wait and see whether that happens. But as they head in towards the old hairpin, that lovely view there of our older MG machines now making their way towards the midpoint of their current lap. And as they come on down and drawing the way on through, well, we do look back to your overall leaders here. And a little bit of a fact about these MGZ machines, or the Class Z machines, is the fact that these are very tail happy. Even though I do believe the front engine front wheel drive, they are very light on the rear and through the corners, particularly the medium speed run of the Craner curves into the old hairpin. And that's why we did see Boniface at the gravel a few laps ago. Once the rear on these goes, you've had it. It is very hard to get that rear back together. You have to keep the throttle planted when that rear goes to try and get the control back. But as they make the way in towards turn number 1, a bit of a move here being made on Price. That is the number 82 of Jimmy Work, trying to find a way through, and behind him, of course, a bit of frustration there for the 44 of Wills, who wants to go chasing after Mark Baker, who's all the way up, absolutely incredibly in P7 overall, whereas Wills is just outside the top 10. But Wills right now down in P12, absolutely wanting to try and make more progress, but he can't seem to find it. As we can see a hand up there from the number 1 of Wes William Sharp, and that is the old school signal in motorsport for I am putting the car into the pits or retiring the car, because he makes well the start finish straight. Doesn't have any indicators or working indicators. We saw some smoke there coming up, and I suspect that something has blown, and that is very unfortunate for what is William Sharp, who was looking to be right at the top end of the field. But as we do see here, oh goodness me, and that is a very slow run there for the 77 coming on out. And well, what on earth happened there? I think he missed a gear as he made his way out of what was the Robert chicane, but that is going to completely reshape the top 3, and it's almost as if the McDermott family, not saying they had planned it, but it's worked out perfectly, because now they've swapped out Steve McDermott at lead of the pack instead of Jake McDermott. And meanwhile, we've now got Rob Addison in P2, is all over the back of Jake McDermott. Can we get a replay of what happened here? In they went into the corner, and as they did so go into Roberts, it was an error. Oh my goodness, and I've been up contact to the tyre barrier there at Roberts on the apex, and that's what led to the 77 losing all the speed there. And as they make the way up towards what is turn number 1 afterwards, that battling was absolutely brilliant. But meanwhile, as we continue with the live pictures now, of course, Hunt's closing up to the back of this, and he could become a player in this battle. But Addison will see this as a golden opportunity, given the fact he was able to stay ahead of what was Jake McDermott for such a period of time. The 88 in its all blue and white livery will be absolutely now looking for a way to open a door and take on Jake McDermott. But can Jake McDermott hold on here all the way to the end? And on top of that as well, you do have to wonder whether Steve McDermott has now got a car that doesn't want to point in a straight line when he's got the steering wheel centred, given that nasty whack was right on the front left suspension. But I have to wait and see. If so, he'll be doing a great job of keeping it together and staying on the pace as they make the way through the right into the left here. Onwards they'll go in towards turn number 1, and now here comes what is Howard Hunt looking for an opportunity as they head down towards turn number 1 here. You can see the number 67 just holding the race in line, but I think Addison's going to look for the move here. goes the wheel on the brakes. Addison goes for it, onwards and upwards, and Rob Addison takes the lead of this race in the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux. And now the McDermott family are going to have to try and work together. You can see Jake and Steve there side by side behind in the red machines, and it's going to be Steve McDermott who immediately gets through. But look at how unstable the car is right now. I think it's very close. Oh my goodness! And there it was, almost Jake McDermott out onto the grass. Now I think worried about where Steve McDermott was going to go. You can see Hunt backs off completely, and as they make the way upwards towards what will be turn number 17 towards McLean's, absolute drama there between them. And meanwhile, Momingo Gohar is just a little bit further behind and just watching at a distance, and Candler and making their way, well, thinking to themselves, when can I make their way into that battle, albeit they're 6 seconds behind and a further 12 respectively, as we've got another car going quite slowly, and that sadly is the number 85 that's crawling along, and that I think currently is in the hands of none other than Henry Sharp, who we heard from in the build-up to this race, talking about sharing the car with Eddie Sharp today. And oh goodness me, that is going to be a trip to the pit lane. It does seem as though something's blown on that, but meanwhile, with just under half this race to go, we look back to your leaders here as they charge on. This is the closest battle on circuit. We're going to stay with it for a time. It's also, of course, at the top of the spear with regards to the lead battles. They make the way down, and brilliant battling here between the 88 and the 77. And right now, Addison just controlling in that lead. But Steve McDermott as well, I think he's got the bit between his teeth here. He's definitely had a bit of a topsy-turvy race. And as they head down the hill this time, well, who out of these two are going to be the ones who take the victory? And of course, keep in mind, I think Jake McDermott at this point will try and make his way back into this battle in due time, but I thought he'll also be cognizant of the fact that he's definitely had a bit of a shaky last couple of laps, and will just need to try and settle himself back down mentally, which is a racing driver, and that is a key theme here, of course, that you can make one error or be involved in a near altercation, and that can take some time for you to immensely recover your pace from. But as they head in towards McLean's, and there we just see a Candler as well starting to move a little bit closer. In fact, the top three have slid back towards Hunt, and Hunt in turn is now being caught by Candler, given the way they're all now running the pace and battling so hard, and those lap times tell the story. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some penalties that have been applied as well, and well, to keep you updated on this, these have just come through. We potentially have a 5-second post-race time penalty for your race leader, the blue and white machine of Robert Addison, as they head down into the braking zone here for the chicane. And meanwhile, we also do have a 15-second post-race time penalty potentially being applied for Jake McDermott in the number 67. Well, more on that to come when we do know more. But meanwhile, as the lead, oh goodness me, in the rear of the pitch, that's a very big run wide down. I think that's Candler who's decided to take a trip to the weeds. Is it going to be Addison versus McDermott into turn one? And as they come through the right handle, now it's going to be Rob Addison who will know, if he's not aware of it, we'll know afterwards, but you've got to presume he might get a word to say. The fact he's got a post-race time penalty coming his way, it's pending at the moment, it's yet to be awarded, but if it is awarded, well then that is going to put him all the way down to the bottom end of the top three in the class. And overall, we do exclude the car of Hunt, which is just watching a distance, and you can understand why Hunt doesn't want to get involved in this, as meanwhile we've got parked up there, I believe that is the number 129 of Andrew Heron that has just parked up. And well, this is his first time racing this year in the championship. He's been racing a whole multitude of cups and championships this year rather than committing to one, and he was glad to be here at Donington today when I spoke to him earlier on, but unfortunately it's not gone the way he's wanted it to, and I suspect that could be a race brought to an end. But of course there's a second one later on this afternoon with, oh goodness me, and another car that has parked up at the exit of Redgate, and well, that is one of our Class A machines. Can't quite discern the door number at the moment, but it definitely had parked itself in a bit of a peculiar position right on the exit curb. There'll be yellow's wave there, no doubt about it. We'll have to wait and see whether they can get that moving, otherwise that could be an interruption to the race. And here come your leaders once again as they make the way now onto another tour of the circuit. And Rob Addison defending on the left of your picture. On the right of your picture, meanwhile, is Steve McDermott as they go too wide into the corners. Not going to have as much room to work with. Keeping in mind they do have a car under the red flag. There is a red flag, ladies and gentlemen, and the race is brought to a halt there, and understandably so, because they can't really race when they have got a car parked up on an exit curve like that. And not intentional, of course, but that is a nightmare. And indeed, you can see that I don't think Addison and McDermott were aware of what was coming around that corner, plus the MG parked in the grass there, and you see in the rear of the picture. And well, the marshals and the stewards have done the right thing to stop this race, red flag it with 4 minutes and 6 seconds to go, and just simply calm things down. But of course we focused a lot on the leaders at the very front of the overall field, but now we are looking at Jim Bainham here, who is the Class A leader. And Bainham, of course, course, in the MGB Roadster in the number 2 after inheriting the lead after something seemed to go wrong for William Sharp's car. Will Bainham doing a fantastic job in managing that run to what is, at this time, of course, a run to P15. There's also Mark Baker, your leader in the Class F group, and Baker being in the MGF. A fantastic drive there. Mark Baker off the back of 2 wins at Fruxton, despite those absolutely inclement conditions. And, well, as we're looking here back to what is Bainham, both drivers there in their respective classes, well, if this race is terminated, given the fact it has completed over 75% distance, well, they will be your classified winners, but we'll have to wait and see as the field gradually now parks its way up on the start finish line. And we have received word it is a checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen, so the race has been curtailed with 4 minutes to go, given the red flag for the cars parked turn number 1. And, well, as the field makes its way on down, we have had all the post-race time penalties also added to the mix. And to remind you, it was a 5-second post-race time penalty for Rob Addison, and also what is a 15-second post-race time penalty for Jake McDermott. And all that has been reflected in the time count on the left-hand side of your screen. And that means that your winner for this race, albeit after penalties applied, Steve McDermott in the number 77 takes the overall win and the Class Z win as well. But we will show you those full results on the screen now, and very shortly do so when they come up. That as all our field get themselves parked up. I think they're all going to be marshalled together by the marshals there. And what the marshals are doing by bringing everyone to a halt on the start-finish line, they're going to be explaining the situation, saying that the race has been called early. And of course, a lot of our drivers won't know because they won't necessarily get a radio feed through to their cars, so therefore they'll need to be informed as to what exactly has happened. But here are those provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, and there you go. After 10 laps of racing in round number 11 of the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, Steve McDermott taking the win overall and in Class Z ahead of Howard Hunt the Invitational. Then Rob Addison round off the overall podium with Jonathan Candler there completing a run to P3 in class. Jake McDermott and Maminda Golhar there running off the top 5 of the Class Z, and then Mark Baker taking the win in Class F by the best part there of what was 15 seconds over Martin Wills. But between the two of them, Jimmy Work and Andy Prix, and with that they're completing your top 10. Riley Price P11 ahead of Adrian Olsen, Liam Wignall and Darren Leonard who completed your top 14. Special mention of course to Jim Bainham, who finished P15 overall, not on screen here, but was your Class A winner as well ahead of David Amplet, and in the end taking that victory by 4.2 seconds, P15, P16 for them respectively. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness me, if you're an MG fan or not, that was absolutely exciting, no doubt about it. And carrying on the theme I should say, albeit there's plenty an MG fan as I mix my words up, carrying on the theme of the absolutely intense racing that we have seen. And you can see there in the rear of your picture, if you look closely, you can see there what is the car just gradually being wheeled away, and we're all sorted. But a lovely shot. But as we continue to pan the cameras further and further back there as well, you can see the full perspective with regards to all of our spectators out on that infield section. Indeed, plenty of places to spectate the racing here at Donington Park, and we're going to bring the schedule back up for you. And we can see here at 1:30 it will be the continuation of the British Truck Racing Championship, because we now go into our lunch break, and well, that will last approximately 45 minutes. We'll be back a little bit before that just to get the hype building for what is the 4th of the 5 races at the BTRC. Then we've got the Britcar Trophy, the first of their 2 races, 2 50-minute races. That'll be at 2:10, and then we will have our Pickup Truck Racing Championship race, the 3rd of them, at 3:15, and then we will be making our way back to the British Truck Racing Championship's final race of the weekend at 3:50. Before then, we do have the Mini Challenge Clubsport wrapping up their proceedings at 4:30. And it's the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship back out for round number 12 of their championship in what is 5 o'clock. Then we have Britcar Trophy at 6:25, and then we bring it all to a close with the final International Truck Prix 40th anniversary truck racing race here at Donington Park, and wrap up Convoy in the Park for 2024, and that race is scheduled to get underway at 22:07 this evening. That's our schedule for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and just before we do go to lunch, we are of course going to be getting some interviews with our MG Owners Club drivers. I do believe at the moment they're all on the start finish line straight, but we'll see if we can get a word with them in due course It's been an absolutely fantastic day of racing so far, and I think that's just really the morning. And well, we have still got, after our lunch break, another 8 races to go. Indeed, we've got an absolutely action-packed schedule here. You couldn't ask for more on this fine Sunday. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the view of the Munster Truck ride there, and that definitely is going to be a car that is feeling a little bit crushed, both physically and also metaphorically inside, as we do see the Munster Truck there making its way on over. And indeed, plenty of experiences to be enjoyed here today. We've got Munster Truck rides like what you're seeing there in the Action Arena. We've also got live music later on, and we've also got there plenty of stands for whether you're into truck racing, alternatively the sponsors, the tyre manufacturers of the truck racing series, and also there's a little bit there as well in terms of circus stands and also Ferris wheels, rides, you name it, for kids and family, which is absolutely fantastic to see. But as the Munster Truck just looking to build up its run onto what is a stricken car there. What an absolute monster of a weekend we've had so far, and we'll continue to draw our way into our next races of the weekend. But as we look back to that scenic view, indeed our marshals hard at work at making sure everything's set, and I believe as I look out my commentary booth window, we have just seen all of the MG Owners Club cars take off from the grid. That will be, I think, to send them on their way, and they're going to be pulling in to the Parc Fermé shortly, as they've just been given the message to say that their race was red flagged and it has been terminated with just over 4 minutes to go. But indeed, for many of you, I can see that in the YouTube chat talking about certain races on the schedule, and perhaps ones you missed this morning or you missed on Saturday. The great news is, with the fact that these broadcasts are to YouTube on both the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, the BARC YouTube channel, and also with regards to what is the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel, or the BTRC, you can catch up as videos on demand. They are there from Saturday, yesterday, and also today. You can always rewind the stream if needed, which means it's absolutely perfect for you guys and girls at home. And there's our schedule once again. Remember, all times on this schedule are in British summertime. That's BST or Universal Work Coordinate Time +1, UTC +1. And as we do get set, we are going to go down to Parc Fermé and have some interviews with our MG Owners Club drivers. And without further ado, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Ian Waterhouse.
We go, we're in Parc Fermé. A little bit of confusion. You're wondering why there was a delay. It's because the drivers weren't aware that the race had been checkered flagged under the red, so they stopped out on track. Weren't aware that actually the race had been checkered flagged. Now they've made their way in. Let's grab Steve McDermott, shall we, and have a quick chat with him. It's good to see Steve. You haven't seen him for a while, but he came over, took first place. A little bit of confusion, of course, with the red flag. Do check out all the official timings. Steve, my man, it's good to see you again. That was a bit confusing at the end, wasn't it?
I know. I've got a feeling it might go back a lap, so I might not get it.
Well, I've got on the classifications through TSL that you are the race winner, so that's what we think. However, I can't confirm that, as you know, but you know, it was quite an exciting race.
I'll tell you what, I nearly lost it at the end though, didn't I? I flipping broke myself into the chicane, and then Addison and Jake came through, and I thought there's no way I'm going to get them both back, and I thought, well, I just got a hassle like hell. I just stuck to the bumpers and I just sort of weaved through. So it was a last-ditch attempt into the first corner, and he just went wide and I got it. Yeah, so it was tight.
Well, if the win is yours, congratulations. Don't forget, you've got to do it all again a little bit later, so go get some water. Let's grab Jake as well, shall we? Because Jake was right in the heat of all of the action there. A couple of time penalties, though, for you there, Jake. But eventful stuff for you. How was it?
Yeah, that was brilliant. Never driven so fast.
You have to with Steve and of course Rob at your heels, don't you?
Yeah, and when I got in the lead, I just thought, oh my god. I didn't think Rob was going to dive down the inside, to be honest, but he did. Tyres weren't on it at the start. They really weren't. That was really scary. I know I hit the gravel trap a couple of times. But yeah,
you're smiling. You're smiling.
Yeah, brilliant.
You must
race.
Be roasting in this, mate.
Yeah, I am. I'm steaming.
It's such a nice day. Look, so many people here as well. Have you had a chance to sort of get around and sample and experience anything here other than just hanging around the cars?
Yeah, we went down and had the party last night with all the truckers. That was eventful.
What time did you get in?
About 12:30.
Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. Good enough though. Just looking forward to the next race now.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Of course, he was on the soft drinks as well. Might add, let's just jump in very quickly, shall we? Sorry, guys. Wow, that was eventful, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a little. Yeah, I must say I thoroughly enjoyed that. It's my first time here for 2 years. I've been coming here for donkey's years, but I've not been here for a while. And that's my first race win for a couple of years. So
you've picked some event to come to and take the checker.
Yeah, absolutely. Great crowd, great buzz around the place. Really pleased to win that. Okay, Will obviously pulled off with a mechanical problem, and I got past Dave. So I'm absolutely delighted. Yes.
Fantastic.
That's win number 169.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Not that you're keeping count.
No. Somebody asked me the other day, so I did have to check. But no, it's been a good day for us. Yeah.
Yeah. And look, good news. You've got to do it again later.
That'll do.
That'll do. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Well done as well to Howard Hunt there. Great racing indeed. Sorry, I'm just getting absolutely attacked here by flies and bugs. Should have seen it yesterday for the British Endurance Championship, actually. We got absolutely mullered by these little bugs up and down our arms. We might have that a little bit later. I hope you can stay with us. We are into the lunch break now, actually. We've got Maninda over here. Let's see if we can go have a quick chat and find out how the race was. So let's just jump in. Here he is. Let's jump in. How was that, man?
Oh, that was good. I was on my own, but yeah, I'm a bit sweaty. It was hot.
Sticky.
It was hot. Look, there you go. Look. And I probably lost more weight here than I do going to the gym, but I don't go to the gym.
Well, you definitely lost more weight here than haven't you?
Definitely, yeah. So yeah, it was just it was hot out there. My first time around this track. Great.
Your first time around here?
Yeah, first time around here, and I was just happy to finish and. Just looking around at some of the cars, they're a bit, I'm so happy, the mine's all nice and clean, and happy with, I think I finished 5th in my class, so yeah, I'm happy with that. Just, go out for the next one. But it was really hot out there, it's a nice track, love, getting to learn it a little bit as well. So.
What's your favourite bit then, your first time around at Craner Curves, what do you make of that?
I like Craner Curves, I don't like Redgate, I hate that corner. For the camera.
I like the honesty. I like that. Yeah.
I like the chicane.
Can't stand Redgate. Hate Redgate.
Don't like Redgate. The rest of it, brilliant. The old hairpin, way. Get it sideways up the hill. It's a great track. I'd like to try and get a bit closer to the guys in front for the next one.
Well, you will now. You're a pro here. You've done one race around Donington. You know what to do in race 2 later.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I'm gonna take the car back, check it over, and then try and go again, and try and be a bit closer this time. So yeah, now I know we're just going to deal with Redgate.
Just get rid of Redgate.
Get rid of it. I like that idea.
Thanks so much, mate. Really appreciate it. There we go. Great stuff indeed. MG Owners race one. That was a cracking race, wasn't it, by the way? There's another one to come up a little bit later as well. We are going into the lunch break now. Straight after that, though, we have the British Truck Racing Championship. Another race. How awesome is that going to be? Then we've got the first of 2 Britcar Trophy Championship races as well. 50-minute races with pit stops. It's going to get very hectic in there. John and I will be in the pits, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. A couple of special bits and bobs as well that we've got going on in the pit lane too. We're going to go see if we can find Reece Lloyd very shortly, because it's a very special day for him from Dragon Motorsport. So we'll catch up with him very shortly. We're going to go to a very short break, but I'm going to get myself into the pit lane very shortly, because there is a pit lane. You see the amount of people who are here. In fact, there's over the other side here of Garage 39. There's a massive queue of people getting onto the track. It's absolutely incredible day. In the infield as well, you've probably seen it on the footage already. There's a fun fair going on. There are hundreds of trucks here. It is an incredible day. The sun has played its part as well. Right, I'm going to go for a very short break. When we come back, I'm going to get myself into the pit lane, and then of course we've got another British Truck Racing Championship race. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And you could hear the enthusiasm down there in the paddock. An absolutely brilliant amount of enthusiasm coming from so many of our drivers in the MG Owners Club. And we'll keep in mind, of course, the MG Owners Club Championship being one of many MG Owners Clubs across the United Kingdom. But I believe with regards to this year, really stepping up a level and trying to get so many different individuals on the grid from all different parts of the United Kingdom and further abroad. And keep in mind, of course, being a collection of the more modern MGs and the older ones as well, and you don't need to have overly deep pockets to be part of that grid. And the amount of enthusiasm and really the theme of so many of our series here today being the fact that they're run as much as competitions as they are family in events, and the fact that your family there is the entire paddock, all the different drivers and teams that make up the order. And of course, when they're on circuit, the elbows get out and, well, the friendships do quieten down for a degree, but as soon as the gap out the cars, it's immediately back to square one, and indeed everyone there to support one another. And whether it be father and son combinations, we've also seen what is their new entrants for the first time, absolutely fantastic. And well, speaking of father son, indeed family occasion, you can see so many spectators here today, families as well, all going for their much preferred lunch break at this point. And I do believe we've got some more events coming up in short order, including, I believe, a grid walk of some description getting underway in about 6 to 7 minutes time, maybe a little bit longer than that. But in the meantime, just to reiterate, of course, we're here at the Donington Park National Circuit, right in the midst of the United Kingdom. This circuit located in the boundary regions of Leicestershire and Derbyshire, depending on your preference of the county, of course, but located near Castle Donington, and one of the older circuits of the United Kingdom, owned by MSV Motorsport, the wonderful organisation that owns a good number of circuits in the United Kingdom, and it has been able to help maintain this circuit, which at one point was the scene of a Formula 1 race or two, and back in the early 2000s was potentially going to be the circuit that would take over the reins of the British Grand Prix on a more permanent basis, due to a bit of a disagreement between the Formula 1 management at the time and what was the management of Silverstone, but that didn't quite materialise, and also Donington would have needed significant redevelopment. But still, that's by the by in the history. But this circuit, which was open in 1931, only closed in 1940 due to the Second World War being used as a storage depot, or then being reopened in 1977, and since then has played a regular host to so many national and international series, ranging all the way from what has been British touring car all the way through to what we've been seeing, such as British GT, World Superbike Championship races here as well, and of course the 1993 Formula 1 Grand Prix, the European Grand Prix as it was dubbed, indeed an absolutely incredible Grand Prix. But as we do continue to look over the wonderful scenery of this Donington Park circuit, indeed one of the shorter layouts, this national layout, albeit there are only 2 layouts available to this circuit, the national, which comprises of the opening 10 corners, albeit the run cut short in the run down to turns 9 and 10, where you have the Roberts chicane rather than going down into the Melbourne hairpin and looping back for the Goddard's hairpin, and that is the longer variant. As we can see there, we're looking down towards the grid, and this is the grid walk that's starting to materialise. And I do believe all the British Truck Racing Championship machines, or a good number of them, will be making their way onto the grid for said grid walk. And also keep in mind, of course, that when we do get back from the lunch break, we will be seeing what will be the British Truck Racing Championship race 4 of 5 here at the Donington Park circuit. So that's why we've got the grid walk now, because it sets us up with a perfect primer to launch our way into the afternoon for our 13th race of the weekend of Convoy in the Park. And funny enough, when you do look at the British Truck Racing Championship and every venue it's gone to over the course of this year so far in the United Kingdom, you'll find that every weekend event has been dubbed a particular name, and Donington Park being Convoy in the Park. And that's wonderful to hear, in the fact we're really getting into that convoy spirit, much like with trucks on the road, trucks going in convoys, of course, and that's what it's all about. And well, it's great to see so many of you tune in from around the world, whether it be in the United Kingdom, whether it be from the European continent. I know some of you are tuning in from Germany, even some of you from France. We've also got some of you tuning in from further abroad, including Australia, plus also the United States of America, and truck racing, as well as other disciplines of racing that we're seeing on screen today were absolutely incredible, no doubt about it. It's great to see so many of you enjoyed it, and well, we've got plenty more to come here. But as we hear another plane fly over ahead, of course, for the uninitiated, Donington Park located very close to East Midlands Airport, and that actually gives a rather unique setting for Donington Park, in the fact that it is very close to the airport. So every couple of, well, in fact every half an hour to an hour, you'll have an airplane of some description fly over. What it also means is this circuit not located near residential areas or any particular township or whatnot, and it does mean that the curfews associated with this circuit, where racing has to stop, and also with regards to the noise levels at this circuit, are not as strict compared to other circuits in the United Kingdom. And those noise limits are the reasons why at certain circuits we can't go for 24 hours of racing, for example, such as at Silverstone. I do believe 24-hour events are no longer permitted, or have to have a very particular licence in order to do so, due to the noise levels overnight and the potential distraction to neighbours. But here you only have what is a racing noise limit, and it's a very high one, and the curfew triggers at 8 o'clock in the evening. And well, as our drivers all get themselves gear positioned here, as we can see, and indeed I think right now everyone just being ushered into the right positions for this grid walk. It's why the Donington Park is a very special circuit, for the simple reason it is a circuit technically where there are far less limits, you could say, compared to other circuits in the United Kingdom. And well, we also say hello there to This Is Cool Games in the BARC YouTube chat, who's saying thank you, BARC, for doing these streams, and it is our pleasure. Of course, we're very happy to bring all this live racing to you on our YouTube channel. But as we do get set for that grid walk and also the lunch break, I do believe we are just getting what is our interviewers down in position to do the grid walk for you, and well, we'll cut to them when they are ready. I think they're almost there. They are just waiting to be given permission to make their way out onto the grid, but we've got the marshals just making sure everyone's in the right place and everything is safely tethered down and whatnot. To remember, straight after this we've got the lunch, and then we are going to be roaring into what will be none other than, after lunch break, the 4th British Truck Racing Championship races here at the Donington Park circuit. As I'm just getting a word in my ear with regards to what's happening in the background at the moment, I think we are almost ready to give you some closer pictures in the grid walk. And I think the question that we do see there from some of you in the YouTube chat is with regards to why we're seeing the different, what is, safety trucks at the front. Indeed, this weekend has been a celebration of truck culture, so that's why we've seen some very different trucks for the safety truck, or the safety car truck, if you will, albeit I think I'm allowed to get away with saying safety car in that context for the one and only time. I'm not going to be lambasted for it, I promise you, but we do see a multitude because to show the whole different types of manufacturers. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to now cut down to Pointy and Ian Waterhouse on the grid, and we're going to get the perspective of the grid walk.
Oh, I can't think with that. Oh, you got a feeling? We are live. I know we are. You can stop dancing. That was your idea. So here we are, myself and Ian Waterhouse down on the grid. Of course, most popular part of any race weekend is the grid walk, and we've got thousands of people lined up just outside the pit wall ready to come in.
We've been a little bit naughty, haven't we? Because we've come on before everybody else comes on, so it's going to get very hectic, very busy. But Pointy, what have you made of the weekend so far? What's been your favourite bit so far this weekend?
Oh my goodness, so far it's got to just be the cleanliness of racing, I think. Obviously I've been watching the races from up above. We've had no major incidents, touch wood. That's how we want to keep it. That's what the fans want to see. They want to see the cheeky manoeuvres, not the big incidents, and I think that's what I've liked the most. Everything running on schedule, a lot less stress for me, that's for sure.
Yeah, we had a cracking 2-minute silence a little bit earlier, didn't we? That was great. Tell us more about that.
So yeah, we had someone who was a massive part of the of truck racing in general, Dave Atkins. He had family members here today, of course, Stefan, and who's team manager for John Newell, I believe, and we've also got Stuart Oliver. I mean, he was Stuart Oliver's team manager for many years, took him to several British championships and one European as well. So there's not many people in this paddock that won't have heard that name and won't be affected by that loss. But of course, what a beautiful way to commemorate such a man by having a father-son podium. You know, Stuart Oliver, Michael Oliver, first race of the day. That's got to be, yeah, that's a great memory to hold.
It was certainly a very emotional moment for them. If you tuned in yesterday as well in the British Endurance Championship, congratulations to Josh Steed and Bal Sidhu for picking up the championship in their respective category. A lot more still to come throughout the course of this season. In fact, we head to Snetterton next month for that. We've got 2 Britcar Trophy Championship races coming up, but more from these guys after lunch as well, isn't there? What do we?
This is lunch. Well, this is lunch. I mean, if we turn around, this is what lunch looks like for the British Truck Racing Championship. Thousands upon thousands of convoy goers heading down onto the grid for the grid walk. We're of course going straight in to the second British race of the day just after lunch. Yeah, it's going to be mega, but of course the points are getting tight. It's all to play for down in Division 2, but we've got another reverse grid, which of course is seeing Division 2 Paul Revved next to Neil Yates at the very front. So yeah, it's incredible. So I think we're going to go, wait for a few more people to get mingled in and have a word with a few of these punters. What do you think?
Go do it now. Go talk to them.
Shall we go do it now? We'll go talk to the punters.
Go have fun.
Okay.
I'll have to get some birthday cake.
Birthday cake is the way forward. Save some for John. I don't need birthday cake, as you can see. Right then, let's mingle. Let's mingle, shall we? Let's have a word with a few people. You there? Hello. Yes.
Hello, sir.
You're waving at the camera. What's your name? Where'd you come
Brandon
from?
Wilson. Come from Shepshire, just down the road.
Right, your local circuit then, effectively.
Yeah, my local circuit. Yeah.
Do you come to many of the events here, or is it to the trucks that brought you in today?
Not many. I come for the trucks and the drift racing, the Tuna Fest next weekend. I'll be here for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'll be here for that next weekend.
Is that a big event, is it?
Yeah, that's a big event. Me and all my friends, we come in a group of 5. We always go there all the time, every year.
Got any shout-outs?
Not really. I come for the touring car as well, really. I like Ash Sutton out of the Napa, so...
Oh, well, there we go. Well, here's Napa's driver, Paul Revved, over here. So make sure you go and say hello to him at some point.
Brilliant. Have a good day.
Thanks for joining us. You too. Well, that went very well. What a way to break the ice. Right. Oh, someone that said... What? Hello, what's your name? Where'd you come from?
Yeah, whatever. How are you?
Very good. Yourself?
Yeah, it's nice to have a day off.
Yeah, I know. I mean, usually you're doing this, the other side of the microphone, aren't you?
Yeah, usually we're busy with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We've got next round next week. Proudly supported by GT Tyres, as you know. But yeah, here with Team Brit in the British Endurance and Britcar Trophy, but also one of our co-sponsors, Odyssey Batteries, with Team Oliver as well. So
you guys, Team Brit, you had a bit of a win yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, we came third in class yesterday, which was great. Paul and Aaron in the McLaren GT4 car. You've got to remember, they're driving the cars with the hand controls, which is fantastic. We've got Noah out in the 240 today, and we've also got Dom and Caleb out in the 1 Series.
Wow, that's a busy weekend for everybody here at Donington, isn't it?
Yeah, what an event. This is the first time I've ever been to this event here, and it's just mad.
It's a bit different. It's a bit different,
yeah, absolutely mad. But no, it'd be great, and you're doing a mega job.
Oh, thank you so much. You do a mega job too, buddy. Take care of yourself. Thanks for coming to say hi. Right, who have we got, Danny? Look at this. Hello.
The signature.
Oh, can I have a signature? Look at this. I'll pay it $5. I'll give you the $5 in a bit, okay?
Stuart and Michael.
I will. You hold the microphone then. Tell them what's going on today.
Just keeps me right up there. So we're in for a British truck racing grid walk now. Is that going on YouTube?
Yeah, that's live. That is. Well done. Excellent. Well done. What's your name, sir?
My name's Ash.
Ash, how are we doing, Ash? It looks like the shirt. You've been following us for a while.
I have, yeah, I have.
And what's your favourite circuit out of all of the? Oh, hello, Aaron.
Donington's a
Hi, Jason. In terms of favourite, what's your favourite truck?
Favourite
favourite circuit. What's your favourite truck?
I like Stuart's Volvo. I'm a bit disappointed he hasn't made it here this week.
Oh, well, he did try 3 times to make it here this week, but he broke it every time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Right, what have we got over here? Who's this? Oh, stop it. I'm going to get, look, it's all right, I've come prepared. I'm just going to put this under my arm here. There we go. I'll go this side. Like that, thank you. Oh, cheers, guys. Unbelievable.
Point to the star.
Boys, if you put
Point to the star.
You might get 5p for it.
Yeah, you might, yeah. You definitely won't get your money back if you try and sell it. Sorry, it's worth less now than it was before. See you guys. Pardon?
Do you remember me from last year?
No, but hi, thanks for remembering me. So yeah, are you having a good weekend?
Yeah.
And where have you come from today?
Newark.
Newark, was it a long drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is your favourite truck here?
Apollo.
Apollo's not here this weekend. Unbelievable. He's stuck in Europe, he is.
Been racing, isn't it? Apollo tyre.
I see. So yeah, I get you now. I'll let you have it. All right, I'll let you have it. I thought you meant, it doesn't matter. Thanks for coming to say hi. Right, look, there's 3 hats over here. They're queuing up for them. Let's have a walk down, see if we can't find someone else. Come on now. Oh, absolutely rammed down here on the grid. It's fantastic to see so many people out and about coming to see these trucks up close. Crazy, it's crazy. We've got, this is the wrong Smith lent up Dave Smith's truck, but there we are. Nathan, who was obviously giving us some technical background yesterday. Nathan, how does this make you feel seeing all these spectators come down for the grid walk?
It's great, isn't it? It's what the sport needs, really. You
you need to get people involved, and what better way to get them on the grid where the trucks are going to start, looking around, weather's lovely, it's brilliant, it's a great atmosphere, it's good.
We're all going to go home with sunburn though, aren't we?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Cooking. I am cooking.
Yeah, I'm cooking, yeah, I'm going to be very, very hot by the time we finish home. I'm going to wake up tomorrow, I'll still think I'm sunbathing. Right, thanks for chatting to us again, buddy, good to see you. We've got some autographs going on here, waiting for Ryan Smith, of course. Dave Smith's in the book as well, don't forget he's on one of those pages. Right, who have we got here? Let's go as well. Oh my goodness. I need someone in my ear telling me where all the celebrities are, like in the Formula One. Now, if you look over to the left, Pointy, you'll see Posh Spice or something like that. Right, madam, hello. What's your name? Where'd you come from?
Mansfield.
You're from Mansfield. And which team are you here to support by any chance?
Obviously Ryan.
Obviously Ryan, obviously. Are we all happy to see Ryan doing well this year? Yeah, that was it. Shall we try that again? Are we happy to see Ryan doing well this year? Yeah. There we go. Mike, you have to just give him a little G up first, don't we?
Even though we don't need it.
Even though he doesn't need it. I'll tell you what, what's his secret, do you know?
He got me pushing it.
Got you pushing it. I didn't see you out on circuit. I tell you, she does well to keep up with the truck. Right, I'll leave you guys to it. Thanks for coming down to the grid walk. Let's head a bit further back then. My goodness, I tell you, just see if you can get a wide over that lot. I mean, look at that. That is just incredible to see. All those people just swelling all over the grid. We've got entrance from the other side of the track as well. Literally thousands of people. Hi, you guys look interesting. Gather round. What's your name?
Cassie.
Hi, Cassie. You are?
Zara.
Zara and Cassie and?
Jason.
Rebecca.
None of you are getting away. So, have you come far this weekend?
We come from a little village called Great Haywood.
Great Haywood. Where's Great Haywood for people that aren't from Great Haywood?
Near Stafford.
Near Stafford. So they come from near Stafford. What's been your favourite part of the weekend so far?
This, walking on the track.
Walking on the track. Oh, you got to touch it as well, don't forget. You got to reach down and go, oh, there's been some famous people on this tarmac. There's been cars, there's been trucks, there's all sorts, motorbikes. Favourite truck? You don't have to name it, just tell us the colour.
Pink.
The pink one. Division 2, Simon Cole, right? Yeah, just nod. She's nodding. What about you? Favourite truck?
The pink ones.
The pink ones, right. I can see where this is going. Have you done any watching of the truck racing?
I've done a little bit, but I've done shopping.
Right. Are you interested in any of this? Or?
Yeah, I bought a truck to show. So.
Oh, there we go. We've got a truckist among us at last.
With Steve Foster Cranes.
Right.
We're over at the show side.
How's it been over there? Because we obviously so busy in here on the track side. We barely get a chance to see the infield. What's the atmosphere been like on the truck show?
Absolutely fantastic, mate. It's been brilliant over there, like little party town.
Oh, that's what we like to hear. And there's 1,500 odd trucks, I believe.
There is, yeah, all sorts. Volvos, Scanias, mostly.
Mostly. I know, well, you know, V8 never late.
Yeah, never late in a V8, are you?
No, that is very true. Right, well, we'll let you guys go. Thanks for stopping to talk to us. Try and watch the race after this. It's really interesting, honest, yeah. Right. Thank you very much. Oh, my goodness me. Right, let's have a look. We got Dave Jenkins here with a photo up. Dave, come and talk to us for a second, buddy. From a driver's point of view, first driver we've spoken to on the grid walk today, how does this make you feel, seeing all these people that have come to see the trucks on the grid?
It's amazing, isn't it? You know, just the atmosphere that's been generated from the whole event this weekend and the enthusiasm from the crowd, and yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's great, you know.
We've certainly had the weather for it, and that's, I think, brought many people out from behind the telly screens to see it live, to smell the diesel.
See you pointing.
Oh, I don't know about that. Do you want me to sign you? I'll sign your truck on the black bit though, so no one can see it. So we are a couple of rows back, obviously reverse grid. Another battle for you leading into the next race of the day. What are we looking at?
Yeah, well, we're going to go forwards, aren't we? It's dead difficult when you're alongside Ryan, with him being, you know, as fast as he is, and I took the view in the last race I was just going to follow him through, and it worked quite well, bar the odd exception.
Yeah.
But there's no point me and him kicking off over P6.
No, exactly.
So I'm just going to settle into the race again and try and get far forward as we can and maximise the points opportunity.
That's it, fantastic. Well, good luck in that then, Dave. I'll leave you to sign some more autographs because they are actually here to see the drivers, believe it or not. Right, let's head a bit further back. Hello, mate, how are you?
How are you?
Right, what's your name, sir?
Oh, hello, Pointy. My name's Sam. How are you?
Hello, Sam. I'm very good, thank you very much. Now, Sam's been involved in British truck racing for quite some time, haven't you?
11 years now, I think.
Is it 11 years?
11 years, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing, because I saw you arrive, so that must be pretty long. How have we put up with each other this long, I don't know.
I don't know, but we do it for the love, apparently, but it's all good fun.
Now, we can see with bits of pink, whose team are you with?
Simon and Archie, so 40 and 41.
Simon's been doing very well this weekend, hasn't he?
Quite good this weekend, still got a bit to do on the track, but we're doing what we can.
Oh, I mean, come on, he's like a broken record in that tent. You've always got something to do on the truck. But we're hitting podiums now, and this is what Simon wants to see, right?
Yeah, it's what we like to do. The team are loving it, the sponsors are loving it. We've got a lot of guests here with us this weekend, so we're putting on a show.
Great, party atmosphere down in the coal tent.
Oh, as always, always.
Always, always. Right then, I want to accost somebody that's not usually on camera. I'm just going to grab her in like this. Hi. Hi, Megan. Hey. There we go. So, hi Megan, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm absolutely fantastic. Of course, you've taken a break from another motorsport, which we won't go too deeply into, it's not that important, to of course support Adam. What's it like? Because we haven't seen you in a little while, have we? So it's been a hot minute. How does it feel being back on the track in Britain?
It's great. Like we've never been away.
And I know it's going to be a slight difference, but what kind of things are we looking at that you would get here that you wouldn't necessarily get on an F1 circuit?
Ooh, now you're asking me a question.
I know.
Pressure.
So many things at British truck racing. Why would you ever need to go to Monaco again?
Very true.
I know, so it's really great to have you back. Do you think you'll be able to find some time in your very busy schedule to come and support Adam a bit later in the year?
I'm hoping so. Maybe one more round.
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. Right, I think I've embarrassed her enough. Well done, Megan. Round of applause for Meg on camera. There we go. Well done. Hello, mate. Wow, your hat is something special, isn't it? I mean, yeah, that's cool. What's your name?
Connor.
And how old are you, Connor?
9.
9. And have you come to see the trucks?
Yes.
You have? Okay. We're doing a test now. We're going to ask you which one you like the most. I'm going to see how well you can answer it. No help. Which one do you like the best?
The greenhouse.
The greenhouse. Okay, we've got a sponsor. That's good. So we're talking about John Powell, Division 2, black and green. Great driver. Just nod. Just say yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Say, that's all we've got time for.
That's all we've got time for.
It is all we've got time for. As we hear the siren in the background, I'm going to hand back over to Ian.
Well, the only thing I was going to say, anybody watching this, and if you're at Donington Park services around about 7 o'clock, if you're thinking of coming that way on the M1, don't. We've got about 1,500 tracks that need to get out of here later, don't we?
It's going to be, about 2:30 I'm doing the show truck results on the infield, and once they're done, they're going to want to go home and they start pulling out in a big way. It's going to be carnage on the surrounding roads. M40 north and south is going to be horrendous.
I need the M40.
Yeah, M1 just as bad.
I need the M1 as well.
We're racing here until 8 o'clock tonight though, so if you just wait until the end of the day, you'll probably be alright.
Top man. Well, look, these guys need to go racing very shortly.
They do. I need to go. Right, okay, well, it's the second race, the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington on the Sunday. I'm going to hand back over to Paul up in the eye in the sky, and I'm going to race up some stairs and meet him there myself. Thanks for joining us down here on the grid walk. We'll see you all very soon.
Amazing, well done.
fans out there, CTS, truck racing, that's what it is. There we go. I think it's the last driver. They chose the chapter of the grid. The grid is being cleared in their backs of our next truck race that's coming up. The British Truck Racing Championship in the Outdoor Circuit in just a few moments' time.
That's a low road. No, I just heard it.
Lunch break is done and dusted. Track activity about to restart. Of course, off-track activity still continuing as well. At 1 on the main stage, back the wheel will be going again. And at 2 o'clock, it is Ironman and meet and greet. And I think that's the last chance you get today to go meet Ironman in the kids' zone in the infield area. That's 2:30, so that's about an hour from now. The Show and Shine Truck Run, sponsored by Northside Truck Club, will take place on the main stage as well. So those are the things going on the main stage for the kids' zone on the infield. Remember, out in the action, every still on transport TV drivers, larger American trucks and the monster truck rides there. Remember the launch pad, which is down near the Tarmac Lake. And the action arena is the building where you can head to the scale extra track on the RC trucks. So the trade village is still open as well. The club there is still open as well. So there's still plenty to keep you busy here at Donington Park 2024. It was good to catch up with some of the drivers finally, wasn't it, on the grid?
It is. There's a couple of jokes there, wasn't there, about the charisma, but they genuinely are very charismatic, great characters, and you can tell that they've got a genuine love for what they're doing. There's some competitions where it's more about the competition, but here it's great to win, but they do just love going for a cleaner truck.
Yeah, well, it's not quickly in the truck, and they will certainly roll their sleeves and slug it out on circuit again in this one. Let's give you the grid then. This is race 13 of the weekend.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do return from the lunch break, and with that, we are back for plenty of racing action here this afternoon. And I'm joined in the commentary booth once again to kick off this afternoon's racing at Convoy in the Park 2024 on this fine Sunday. None other than Pointy's joining me here in the commentary booth. Pointy, we've quickly scrabbled in some lunch, we've got some fries between us here, and we've got plenty of racing now.
I had a warm chip, it was lovely. I tell you, I haven't had chips at racing, I don't think I've ever had them. I went to get some on Friday night over in the infield with the show trucks. So £5 for a portion of chips. I thought, I don't think I can do that.
Oh, good.
Can't do that. Right, let's have a look at the rundown of the reverse grid for the British Truck Racing Championship here for the second race of Sunday, fourth of the weekend. Row 1 then, reverse grid, we've got Neil Yates next to Paul Revved. That's going to be an interesting start. Div 1 meets Div 2 power, but Paul Revved, a very, very good driver, going to be looking to keep that position. Overall, he does love a challenge. John Bowler then next to David Smith on the second row. Third row sees Tom O'Rourke next to Steve Powell. Ryan Smith at the back then with Dave Jenkins. John Powell starting the Division 2 paddock next to Simon Cole, and then at the very back we've probably got Archie Handy as well if he's out for this race, along with Adam Bint and well yes, that's it, Adam Bint and Simon Cole, isn't it?
Yep, that's it. And then we've got, I think, both of the Oliver family right at the back.
There we go, yes. I wonder what happened there. I could have probably had issues before. They've been put to the very, very back. This is going to be terrible for them. I wonder what's happened there. So they're starting right the way at the back. Again, I suppose because they finished at the top previously, it's ended up with them at the very back. So yeah, row 7, my goodness me, to get through all the Division 2 drivers first and then manage to get up to the front. But of course, lots of traffic for Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins to get through before they've left it too late effectively. Quick look at our sponsors down the side as well. We always forget to mention these guys, such as your Dines, MV Commercial, Sylvie Group, TMS do the onboard cameras, GT tyre sponsor, Truck and Driver, TRP, Truck and Trailer Parts, Total Care, our friends over there, Brewhoff, all great partners of the British Truck Racing Championship. And of course it wouldn't be possible without the support of these great sponsors. Watch out on Total Care's social media, Instagram especially, where they'll probably be doing a wipe-up review of the weekend, which always does come across very well.
Oh, 100%. And whether you catch all the action live today on this broadcast or from circuit side, alternatively in the post-round review, always good to keep up to date with all the latest action in the British Truck Racing Championship. And of course, this marks the halfway point of the series calendar for 2024, and Snetterton awaits them next. But still, going from what awaits them next to what awaits them now, as they make their way through the last couple of corners behind the safety truck, the pace truck if you will, they'll head onto the start-finish straight, and we're going to have that brilliant battle as they roar their way on down. Paul Rivet on the right of your picture. Meanwhile, on the left of the picture, of course, you've got Neil Yates, and well, it's time for the lights to fall.
And the lights go down in 3, 2, 1. It's gone. Huge bit of smoke as the power goes down. Where's John Powell going? He's all the way out on the grass, looking for the scenic route, not finding his way back on, taking his time to make sure it's safe as Paul Rivet flies down onto the inside line. Steve Powell, though, already at the front. Paul Rivet back tyre on the grass. Steve Powell slightly wide. Have we all made it through in one piece? Huge amounts of bogging down, though, centre of the pack. We're up to full speed now as Steve Powell absolutely fires away. Paul Rivet in second, John Bowler very comfortably in third, but already under attack from Dave Jenkins, who is all over the back end, sending Neil Yates ever so slightly wide. Tom O'Rourke looking for the inside line up the hill. This is going to be an outbreak opportunity as they get to the top of that brow. Dave Jenkins is powering past John Bowler at the moment. This is incredible. They are all over that tarmac, making use of every single inch of circuit that they can. Round the inside for Ryan Smith, making ways. Now it's time to take Ryan past Tom O'Rourke. Will he be able to get past before the first lap is over? Huge amounts of gaining there for the two fantastic drivers. Dave Jenkins is going to be very happy to be in that third position so soon in the race. But look at Ryan Smith further back, darting around, trying to find that space. The chicane is not the best place for an overtake, but we've seen it happen a couple of times this weekend already. Here he is now, ducking around, coming around the inside. Dave Jenkins comes out to overtake Paul Rivet. The power, of course, there from the Division 1 truck, different to the Division 2. So that was always bound to happen. Ryan Smith now past Tom O'Rourke as well. And there we go. Start of the start of the race and lap 1 out of the way. We've still got a tussle between Stuart Oliver, though, and Neil Yates further back in the pack. Who have we got, though, for Division 2? We can see there Stuart Oliver and Michael Oliver just in front of Dave Smith, so they've already made waves getting ahead of some of the Division 1 drivers. But it appears we've got Adam Bint very happily sat at the beginning of the official Division 2 pack, but of course he's in second for his division with Paul Rivet very, very, very far away. Paul Rivet's going to have to lose a lot of positions before Adam Bint sees that gold again today.
Oh, 100%, but that, of course, is the awkward nature of those reverse grids when it's not the full grid, it's just the top 8. And as they make their way up into Coppice Corner, Ryan Smith looking to pick off there what is Bowler, and indeed O'Rourke trying to come through as well, and a very, very intelligent approach there being deployed by what was O'Rourke to make that move happen. And Tom right now be absolutely grinning from ear to ear with that move as Ryan Smith now barrels after Paul Rivet. And again, like you say, Pointy, I mean, for Paul, he just needs to think about bringing it home, but this whole field right now getting very tasty as they head towards the end of this lap.
Well, this is it. It's Donington. Everyone's here for a show. The heat is starting to get to us. It's very, very warm out on that circuit. We've all had smiles around the grid, though, where we had the grid walk you saw just moments ago. But they're here to race. They're here to win. And Ryan Smith now hot on the heels of Paul Rivet in third place. Soon he'll be looking for Dave Jenkins and Steve Powell to make it another first place win for him this weekend. straight past Paul revved. Of course, the absolutely astounding speed and power of Ryan Smith's truck, not to be sniffed at. But unfortunately, that is, of course, another truck closer to Adam Bint, looking to take that first place in Division 2.
Oh, 100%. And as our drivers continue to roar on here, now potential side-by-side starting to happen as they come from the double left-hander. And as we can see there, potential move being made by number 12 of Michael Oliver versus Yates. But can he find it? The answer is not quite at the moment. And Yates just digging in here as much as possible. In fact, let me correct myself there. No, that is Michael Oliver chasing after Bowler, not Yates. Yates has already fallen behind them. And as they head up the rise in towards Coppice Corner, well, here we can also see what is none other than Stuart Oliver under a bit of pressure from behind from David Smith, who's trying to take a cheeky look up the inside, can't seem to find it, but as they make the way around, I mean, this track right now already coming alive, and they're using every bit of the asphalt, no doubt about it. But as the number 14 going defensive, they're trying to dig in as much as possible. And Bowler right now, I don't think he knows whether to hold the race line or not. Oh, goodness me, and having a quick brake adjustment there for the number 33.
A lock up from Neil Yates entering the chicane, as we saw Michael and John Bowler manage to fly straight through there, joking in the paddock earlier on when I questioned whether they've been too abreast through that chicane. They both agreed that no, they're great drivers, and that's why they managed to do it perfectly. I was like, okay, John, okay, Mike, good story. Neil Yates, though, getting very close to Stuart Oliver, as Stuart Oliver finding his way through. That lock-up's going to have shaken Neil Yates by a long shot. But we've still got lots of pressure from Michael Oliver on the back of John Bowler there. Adam Bint, though, is looking like he's part of the picture. Getting close there around that bend, catching a few seconds off the back of Dave Smith. He's in the pack. Look at this. Hello, guys. I'm in Division 2, but here I am. Of course, I've got to have a shout out to one of my biggest fans from the Bint team, of course, Noah, who takes great pleasure in seeing me on screen, as well as, of course, coming to say hi and fist bump as many times as possible during the weekend. So, Noah, if you're watching this back at home or on circuit, hi, buddy. Hi.
Oh, and I'm sure Noah will appreciate that. It's great to hear one of our super fans there. And meanwhile, we can see the Oliver family now literally going nose to tail as they make the way down the back straight, chasing after the 14 of Bowler still. And right now, John Bowler, he won't know which way to look very shortly, as he's going to be caught potentially in an Oliver sandwich, albeit we'll have to wait and see as they roll the way towards the end of this lap. And as they do, what is starting to become noticeable as well is the fact our top three are just absconding off into the distance, albeit it's Powell, Stephen Powell, leading this race by second over Jenkins at the moment. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as the number 12 looking up the inside of the 14 onto the brakes. They're about to go, but in the end it looks like Michael Oliver decides to back out of it there. I thought he would have committed.
Well, yes, he did. I mean, it's important to know they've still got 8.5 minutes left on the circuit. Neil Yates looks like he has backed off ever so slightly, as we see. Who is that directly behind Yates? Is it David Smith?
I think so.
Got my cameras mixed up there. So we've got John Bowler behind Michael Oliver. So Michael Oliver's obviously made it past now, but now Dad Stewart is going to come past as well. Again, it just goes to show, though, from the very, very back row, we're now right in the middle of the pack, not even halfway through the race, plenty left to play for. But Paul revved down into 4th overall. He's still got a long way to go, though, before he's under any pressure from Division 2.
Oh, true, and he's got Tom O'Rourke right on his heels now as they continue to make their way towards the end of this lap, albeit, like you say, Pointy, I think for Paul revved, he's not going to be too worried about that. His big concern will be if he starts to get too close to Bint, but still many for Bint to pull past or revved to fall by the wayside too. But meanwhile, we look towards the front of the field as they go onto the next tour of the circuit, and that is still Stephen Powell leading, but you can see they're right behind David Jenkins, absolutely hugging up the rear as they make the way in towards turn number 1. And then we do have in P3, which is Ryan Smith, who now has found his way onto the back, halfway point of the race complete. We've still got half of the race to go, and Ryan Smith, they're getting a little bit sideways coming out of turn number 1. He's pushing hard now. I think Smith really wanting to try and get in there before Jenkins finds his way past Powell.
This is it. I mean, Jenkins is going to want to keep another good trophy. He's having a good championship so far this year. It was great to catch up with him on the grid walk as well. But yeah, Ryan Smith isn't going to want to let him have it. He's really going to be looking the next 7 minutes of this race to get past Dave at any possible opportunity, which of course will then put Steve Powell in peril for his podium win of this race. Doing very well to get to first place the way he has. Bit of sideways action there from the 69 Dave Jenkins as Ryan Smith's right up the side of him looking for that outbreak situation. Will he manage to make it stick though? We're not all the way out the bend yet. The power goes down for number 1, 8-time British champion Ryan Smith as he closes the door in front of Dave Jenkins. But the chicane is upon us now. This has to be perfect. How close will he get to Steve Powell? This is where we'll see the difference in the cornering and the handling as we see the power go down from Ryan Smith all over the back with Dave Jenkins, of course. Steve Powell looking in his mirrors thinking, oh no, here they come.
Oh, indeed, and this is the worst place to be. I mean, if he only had 1 lap to go, I think Powell would feel fine, but when you've got 6 minutes on the clock, somebody getting a bit wrong. That's Tom O'Rourke, who's just taken a bit of a trip to the gravel on the final corner in the rear of the picture. But right now, indeed, like you say, Pointy, Ryan Smith is charging, he's getting closer, and Jenkins at this point will be sat there, I think, eager to try and simply latch onto the back of Smith and be brought into that battle, because again, if Powell finds a way to keep Smith behind him just for a little bit, he may just very shortly be able to make an opportunity and potentially snatch that win away. And to be fair, Jenkins has had a stellar weekend so far. I think he'll be eyeing up more silverware as a minimum, but he'd like the win.
Well, who wouldn't want the win? This is
True.
it. Talking about stellar weekends though, Paul, other than calling all the trucks cars, how have you found the British truck racing for the first time?
Oh, it's been absolutely incredible. I mean, I've never really tuned into the British Truck Racing Championship before today, but you know what? I think you've made me a believer.
And convert, that's it. Once you've been in it, you can't get away from it. This is it. And I think this is what happens with a lot of the drivers as well. When they come in, they're like, oh yeah, this is different to what I thought it was going to be, and then they just stick there, that's it.
And is that Ryan Smith with his wiper on?
Possibly, yeah. So this could be a couple of things. Obviously, these trucks use water-cooled brakes. So, you know, for visibility, if we get a bit of a spray when he's travelling that quickly, that closely rather, behind Steve Powell, down onto the start of another lap with just a 1/10 of a second difference behind Ryan Smith from Steve Powell. This is going to be a tight lap for Steve Powell. He's going to have to watch every single corner. But yeah, the wipers come on, you know, you get a bit of spray, you get the water coming off the brakes, and of course sometimes you just want to have clean glasses, don't you?
Oh, indeed. And as they roar their way down the hill this time, well, Powell's still ahead at the moment. And, well, this is the closest battle out on the circuit. We're going to stay with it all the way through. Albeit, say that, we've got even closer battle here. And good job by our cameraman to catch this. That is the number 7 of Stuart Oliver, battling side by side with the number 14 of John Bowler. And Bowler right now absolutely not giving in here as they make the way on down towards the old hairpin. But Stuart Oliver has found his way through. And now he's just got to try and break away. Albeit, with all the battling they've done, they've now fallen the best part of 4 seconds behind Tom O'Rourke in P5. So I think O'Rourke's going to feel pretty safe now, holding on to that final spot in the top 5.
This is it, and of course poor old Paul Revved now feeling the strain of playing with the Division 1s, dropping about 7 positions back now. Only 2 trucks divide him from the rest of Division 2, but Adam Bint, of course, still looking for a position past Yates and Dave Smith. Ryan Smith now into the chicane, the perfect position, very cleanly, straight past. This is where the power will go down. Look at the gap pull away there as Ryan Smith comes down the pit straight. Steve Powell tucks in behind him to take his 2nd place. It's still a great podium, but he's still got another 3 laps at least with Dave Jenkins breathing down his neck.
Oh, indeed. And whilst Powell wasn't able to keep Ryan Smith at bay, now he's going to have the task of keeping Jenkins at bay, which will be just as challenging for him. As here we're looking at Paul Revved in amongst the pack, with just in front of him there, that being, oh goodness me, as someone's that sprayed up a lot of water vapour by looks of things. But Paul Revved under increasing pressure with a 33 of Yates behind. And then there is none other than Adam Bint. Bint is getting much closer now to the Napa Racing truck in Class 2. And this could be where Paul Revved now starts to feel a little bit of pressure, albeit we've got this lap and perhaps 1 more, perhaps even 2 more, depending on timing. But the key point being here in the fact that Paul Revved have had a huge amount of comfort at the start of this race, having started on the front row. Meanwhile, Adam Bint starting all the way down towards the back due to the top 8 version of the starting grid. Well, now he's going to be seeing his rearview mirrors that he does have a rival getting close. And, well, with Yates between the 2 of them, I do wonder now whether Neil Yates will find his way past Paul Revved, alternatively whether Adam Bint in the wonderful Apollo Tyres machine roaring its way on through its distinctive livery, or whether Bint might see this now as the time to push. But as they charge their way up the hill in towards the McLean's corner, you can see that Paul Revved just keeping it to his guns, what he's done well all day this weekend, and that is just simply keep his head down, keep delivering the laps. And whilst everything hasn't perhaps gone as planned this season, you've got to be fair to Paul Revved in the fact when he's in the zone, he's absolutely faultless.
Yeah, loads of pressure, but he is a very good driver. Of course, doing Clio racing as well. over with WDA, I believe. Bit of dust there gets thrown up, but Neil Yates looking now very good. Will Neil be able to put the power down through the chicane? Saw him there lock up earlier on. No issues with braking. Oh, John Bowler's gone off. Not sure what's happened to him. He had a snapped spring earlier on. Apparently they're coming together with Dave Jenkins on the first corner that we saw them, where John went off. Apparently there was a bit of contact that snapped one of the rear leaf springs on John's truck, which is why he had to retire from the race with a very, very loose back end.
Well, very unfortunate for him, and well, whilst all that's going on and coming from the loose back end of one driver to keeping it as stable as possible right now for our other drivers, well, we can see there the number 22 Paul Revved still being hounded by Yates as they make the way on down, and well, Yates could not be closer right now. In fact, I think if he was any closer, he'd be in the rear of his rivals. He almost loses the rear end there, coming for the old hairpin, pushing so hard, and then of course the Volvo have been just watching at a distance right now, being very patient here, and well, I think being given the fact they've got 30 seconds left on the clock, we are going to get one more lap in. In fact, we are, as well, our leaders have just crossed the start-finish line in front of us, so it means right now for Paul Revved he's got to do this lap plus one more, and he'll just want to be keeping what will be Yates and then Bin behind him. But as they make the way on around, well, right now for what is Yates, I mean, it's going to be do or die at this point. He's going to have to try and find some sort of move, but we look back towards the front of the grid and Ryan Smith in control.
Absolutely dominating. He's got no issues at all. Clean air, lots of speed, going past Archie Handy there, lapping now as well. Steve Powell and Dave Jenkins sailing past. But you know, hats off to Archie, you know, because this is a very, very difficult sport to be in, coming across from the Saxos. He did some endurance racing in the C1s, I believe, as well. So this is a completely different machine, and you know, he's put a lot of his own effort into this. Huge amounts of blood, sweat and tears have gone into getting that truck out onto the track, and it just goes to show, you know, it is still possible. It's very difficult financially to get into these things, my gosh, you know, but it's just great to see there's still young bucks making their way, saying, no, I want to do it, I'm going to do it, and showing up on track with a team, with a truck, and getting the laps in.
Oh, 100%. And as we come to the close of laps in this race, well, here comes Ryan Smith as the number 14 steps aside and goes to Park Ferme. Bowler definitely something not right on that truck. But meanwhile, speaking of one truck where it's all gone right, as he drifts his way to the finish line, Ryan Smith comes on through to make it another win this weekend. Another win in his championship charge ahead of what is Stephen Powell takes P3. And then it is David Jenkins who rounds off the overall podium. Archie Handy there finishing a lap down, but still bring it to line P13 overall. P5 in Class 2, and well, we've got a bit of time to wait here, 20 seconds before we then get to our P4 finishers, which I think here is P4, P5 could go the way of the Oliver family, but we're looking at the where's the start finish line here, and as we can see, there's the confirmation. Michael Oliver takes P4 ahead of Stuart Oliver, and then we will have Tom O'Rourke in the 86 after a challenging start, bringing on home what will be P6 ahead of the number 11 of David Smith, and then Yates, and then Paul Revved for Napa Racing brings on home what will be the win in Category 2 or Class 2, just ahead of Adam Bin by only a second in the end, if that. And then we can see what is John Powell's number 6 after its adventure at the start of the race makes it home for the third spot on the Class 2 podium. And then we will last but not least have Simon Cole come on through, albeit there he is in the 41 as he crosses the line there, and what a race. Unfortunately, one retirement right at the end there, and that was the Class 1 of John Bowler, but that completes your fourth race of this Donington weekend in the British Truck Racing Championship. What a race, no doubt about it. And well, Ryan Smith in the end taking that victory, being made to work for it, no doubt about it. Now his record, 2 second places, 2 first places, not quite perfection, but he's coming close. But he's definitely had a very challenging weekend. What was missing qualifying yesterday, that really put him on the back foot, albeit we say he's put him on the back foot, but the Daimler Freightliner driver absolutely demonstrated just absolute prowess, and the speed he's able to take off of the chicane in particular at the end really being his strong point, and also the natural flow he seems to have in his machine. That number 1, there's a reason why the door number's number 1, and he's an 8-time champion and pushing for that 9th title and looking to chase after the existing record, the 10-time champion Stuart Oliver. Oliver, and well, as he makes his way on down the back straight, we'll look to get you those results very shortly. And here they are, your provisional results for what was our fourth race of the British Truck Racing Championship at Donington Park this weekend. Ryan Smith, your winner by 2.8 seconds over Stephen Powell, with David Jenkins rounding off the overall and Class 1 podium. Michael Oliver and Stuart Oliver completing your top 5, with Tom O'Rourke P6, David Smith P7 in a bit of a challenging race, no doubt about it, not quite making the progress he would like, but we expect more in the final race of the weekend, and Neil Yates P8. Then we see P9 overall, but category 2 or Class 2 winner Paul Revved there, adding another win to his tally ahead of Adam Bint, who rounds off your overall top 10 with that second place in Class 2. John Powell completing the Class 2 podium, and then Simon Cole, Archie Handy and John Bowler completing your finishing positions. And our sole retiree of John Bowler there, hopefully he'll be able to get whatever broke repaired, and Archie Handy a lap down, but still keeping the spirits high, and that's what we love to see. But an absolutely superb race there, ladies and gentlemen, to bring us back from the lunch break. And as we've roared back into that racing action there, and indeed we've got Pointy already making his way down to the pit lane to get ready for those post-race interviews. Well, down to Park Firm, I should say, post-race interviews with our drivers. Well, we'll get a word when we are good to go with those, and well, when we do. In fact, we are ready to, I think, ladies and gentlemen, so we will cut to those post-race interviews. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not quite be getting those interviews just yet. There will be a little bit of delay at the moment. And well, I can tell you at the moment that after all his jogging expeditions yesterday, and you saw him doing the relay into Donington Park's Park Fermate area, Pointy still at the moment making his way. But I think right now we'll give him just a little bit longer. And well, I can see so many of you enjoying the race there in the respective YouTube chats. Absolutely great to see. And also a number of you a bit gutted there for John Bowler in particular, where it didn't quite go the way he wanted it to. But with that as the marshals clear up the pieces that have fallen off our trucks, well, of course, we do have plenty more to come. Up next, of course, will be the first of the 2 Britcar Trophy races at 2:10. And well, in the meantime, that will take us through to that will be those interviews following our British Truck Racing Championship race that's just occurred. But as we continue to wait for that to get underway, in fact, we are ready for those post-race interviews. So I think Ian Walthouse and Pointy are going to do that. And over to Pointy.
Hi there, welcome to Park Fermate. I'm not breathless because I walked some of that. I tell you what though, I'm getting tired now, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure these trucks and these drivers are, but nonetheless, a fantastic effort from Ryan Smith, season overall first place. But we've seen Ryan a lot this weekend. Brilliant job for Ryan Smith. Let's go and have a word with Steve Powell, who's had a brilliant race. Steve, how the devil are we?
Hot.
I know, it's warm, right?
Very warm, yeah. It was a good race. The blinding start went off. The back brakes are very hot. I think we cooked them. Lost a little bit of arse end grip, rear end grip in one bend, and Ryan got me, but no, over the moon with it.
That's fantastic result. Fantastic. So we've taken a Homer trophy today. The team will be very happy. I'll come and grab them from your tent though on the way to the trophy presentation.
Absolutely,
all right, yeah.
Let me know. That's it. Saves me the walk. No, over the moon with it for the boys. It's good pace there. So Dave's had a really good weekend. He goes really well here. So he beat us both yesterday. So to get one in front of him is great. I think I had a 5-second penalty last race, but a lot of people did, so I think I was 5th or 6th.
Yeah, a few people have had penalties this weekend, haven't they?
But no, good with it. Very pleased with the pace. The team have done an outstanding job. So to get out there and get out from the start, I don't know what happened to Paul. I think he might have hit the wrong pedal on the start.
Yeah.
A lot of smoke, and then a gap opened, so I just went for it. So, yeah, no, really pleased.
That's fantastic. Well done to you, Steve. Lots left of the weekend. We've got another race this afternoon, and then another international truck Prix this evening.
I will see you for the trophies. We're getting from the trophies.
We're getting for the trophies.
Yeah.
We'll do some more trophies. I'll see you for the trophies. See you for the trophies. Watch your back. Almost. Almost. We lost him. Almost we lost him. I should have reversed, and that would have been better then if I'd have reversed. Another trophy for Dave Jenkins. Another first place for Ryan Smith. Let's head down to Division 2. See if we've got time to mosey on down the paddock. That's a TUI aeroplane going past. Other holiday companies are available. Right. Stuart and Michael Oliver, phenomenal race for them as well, making it from the dead last row up to the middle of the pack. I can't believe how far we have to walk through these trucks, but it does look awesome. Where that tarmac meets the blue sky, we see these machines all parked up in a row, the beasts calming after the hunt. It is an impressive shot. So we take a screenshot of that and make it cool with AI. Oh, hell of a walk. Right, Neil Yates here at the back, and then a bit further back. Oh, I'd have been rubbish at volleyball. Rubbish at volleyball. Listen, am I doing all the Olympics this weekend or what? I've already done the 100-metre dash. I'm not going to do my beach volleyball as well. I've not got the pants for it. Right. Oh, gone. Oh, look. Oh, that's a squidgy ball. What else we got in here? We got hats. Oh, we got Napa lanyards. Oh, I like these. Lots of freebies. I didn't want to talk to you, Paul. Just come for the stuff.
Yeah, the queue we had out on the grid walk for the freebies was amazing. So
everybody loves freebies.
Yeah, Napa are very good at that. So
they are. I mean, that's the thing with branding, though, isn't it? And that's one thing we can always say about Napa. They're extremely good at branding.
Yeah, they are. And of course, you know, any of their merchandise all available online. So you can pop on
shameless plug.
Pop on the Napa shop and buy whatever you like there. They're not killed this weekend for the touring cars and the minis, and they're fighting for the Race Against Dementia charity. So there's lots of one-off stuff at the moment as well. So,
oh, lovely.
Yeah, so get online.
Get online, yeah, that's quite cool. That is, no, I like that. Well, it's nice they're doing things to give back to charity as well. I mean, we've had a fair few things going on. I believe Ryan Smith sponsor Keith Sims from North Side Truck and Van. He's raffling off one of those kids' Merc wagons. You know, that's £8 worth of kids' toy. Yeah. Everyone's going in for a ticket for that. So yeah, it's really nice.
That looks amazing, doesn't it? I know both Andrew and Wayne have bought tickets for that. So.
Yeah, I think I bought one as well. I went for it as well. So yeah, I think we're all in with a shot, but we'll see who wins it. Probably some completely. I'd like it to be someone completely random though. You know, just like someone over there that happened to buy a ticket. So one more race left for the weekend. Feeling good about that?
Yeah, feeling good. Yeah, so far so good. You know, we've apart from the last race where we had a second place finish, we're maximum points apart from that this weekend, which is what we need for that championship fight. So
it is. It's all to play for. Right, I'll leave you to it, Paul. Thank you very much. Well done. Good race. Right, head a bit further back. We've spoken to Adam. We'll see if we can find John, if he's about. You need some steps. Where is he? John, how are we doing, buddy? We're just chilling. It's okay. Yeah, let's just give him a second to gather himself. Okay, he's gonna come. He's gonna come round. We'll speak to for Adam for a second whilst he climbs out. Oh, he's finished. Oh, for goodness sake! You racing drivers, are you all right now? Hi, John. How you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. We've managed to finish the race. We've had consistent problems with overeating, I believe, water, but don't quite understand why it's doing it. Just split another pipe, so it does well because it gets up to about 110 degrees and it still keeps going. So
that is a hot temperature, though, eh?
It's a testament to the engine. So.
Yeah. I mean, your guys have been working tirelessly all weekend, haven't they?
Yeah. I mean, we went out there and broke the spring. A bit of damage, a bit of problems with that. So I mean, I think we had about 45 minutes to turn it round, and we didn't make the grid walk, but we made the race. And then I just decided to go for it. But obviously, once it starts getting a little bit warmer and the engine temperature goes off the boil a little bit, and that's it. You can't do much with it anyway. So just nice at home, really.
Well, at least we got to finish. That's the main thing. Some points to cling on to.
We came here leading the championship, so I don't know whether we will be at the end of it. So, it's a shame, really. But
the way the year's gone, I mean, there's plenty to play for. He might go downhill biking again. You never know.
Oh, my days of biking at the moment. I think my wife would divorce me if I get a bike.
Oh, probably not a good idea. Not
such a good.
I'm sorry in advance if I've just lit a spark, by the way. Right, John. Good luck for the next race, the last race of the weekend. Let's make this one happen. Yeah, I'm behind you. We've got everybody behind you. John Powell, the Greenhouse Group. Fantastic truck. Daff, of course, here with Adams Morey as well, who were big supporters of the Thruxton weekend convoy on the plane. I think that's all we've got time for, though, down here on the Parc Fermé. So I'm going to send it back up to Paul, who'll then, of course, introduce the next race and hand back to Ian for some more racing action.
Thank you, Pointy. We're hearing from our drivers there after the 4th of our British Truck Racing Championship races here at Donington Park, and we charge immediately now into the next part of our schedule. You can see the cars already making their way on around to head towards the grid, because coming up is the first of our 2 races in the one and only 2024 Rowe Britcar Trophy Championship, and this is going to be the penultimate pair of rounds 11 and 12 at Donington National, because of course they go to Snetterton for their season finale in what will be a month's time. But as our drivers make their way around to the grid, well, it's only fair that we get some thoughts from our drivers, and we've got quite a special interview lined up with one of our drivers. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's play the reel and let's see what Ian was able to find out with regards to one of our drivers in a pre-race interview earlier today.
Well, we're certainly continuing the festivities here now. On the grid walk a minute ago, I said I was going to head off and get some birthday cake, because it's somebody's birthday today. Reese Lloyd from Dragon Sport, happy birthday to you. I was going to do it in Welsh, but I've forgotten how to do it. How would I say it in Welsh?
So you would say Penrith Hapus Reese.
Okay, brilliant. There you go. I'm not going to repeat it. No, I don't want to look silly. But Reese, happy birthday to you. But what a day you've got coming up for you here. Britcar Trophy Championship, 2 races coming up.
Yeah.
How's the season gone for you?
It's been a mixed season. We've as a team we've had a good season. We had a good start of the season. Our second half hasn't been so good. Sam and Jack in car 96 have come on along. They had the first win back at Alton. Alex also obviously still in striking distance for the championship. So it's all to play for. I think it's going to be a cracking 2 races this afternoon.
It certainly is. Now look, normally whenever I come down to see you guys, because you're Welsh, you've got somebody out on the circuit with a cuddly toy or something. It was a platypus or something last time, wasn't it? What have we got this weekend?
We just got trucks. We've got some Welsh number plates out there.
Have you? Okay, we'll keep our eyes peeled. Look, what are your expectations for the race? Race 1 anyway.
We got to win. We have to win. Like there's no, it is what it is now. For us to keep the championship alive, Alex and Matt for next meeting, they've got to win, and we've got to try and be up there and help them as well. So yeah.
Now, in the Clio class, certainly in the Britcar Trophy, the racing is phenomenal, isn't it? We're expecting more of the same, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, Donington National is a circuit everybody knows well. It's a circuit everybody comes tested, so the times are so close. Yeah. So I think that it's going to be won and lost in the pit stops. I think that's probably going to be the key battleground this afternoon.
Well, you've given me some of your cake here as well, so big thank you very much.
There's plenty left of it.
There's plenty more. John, we'll get you some very shortly, but can I ask, what did you get for your birthday? Did you get anything nice?
I had a bag of PG tips, a tea mug, and I had a piece of a broken Clio.
Right, okay.
That was my collection.
Well, happy birthday.
That's what you get when you're racing driver.
Maybe we could do better now. I've got some Oreos upstairs. You can have some of those.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Best of luck. Thank you for the race. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah.
And thank you for the cake.
No
this
problem.
looks lovely.
Yeah,
Cheers.
thank you.
Best of luck.
There we go, and I can see many of you extending your birthday wishes in the YouTube chat. But let's take you through this grid for the purposes of our first of our races. And we see on the front row, it is going to be Sim Dynamics racing with Jabba Sport, joined by Century and SGM there, the 23 and the 43. Then behind them will be the number 7 from TSR and Datum Motorsports 111. We'll then have on row number 3, it will be the Intersport machine, followed up by the Datum Motorsport number 4. And then we will have on row number 4 will be the combination of the number 10 from Jeff Steele Racing and Data Motorsports 47, the Ginetta G56 GTA. And then we will have what will be there the number 68 BMW M240i. That's going to be piloted by Team Brits driver Cosby, and also Henry there in the Renault Clio Cup Gen 488, and that's going to be for High Row Motorsport. That's going to be your first 5 rows on this mixed class grid, and then we've got plenty more to come. In fact, we have got 9 rows on this grid here for for the Britcar Trophy Championship at Donington Park for round 11. And as we can see on row at number 6, starting in P11 will be the number 96 piloted by Nessa, and that will be for Dragon Sport. And we caught up with the team only moments ago. And also we will be having joined them alongside the other Dragon Sport Renault Clio Cup Gen 4 being piloted by Hyde initially. And well, that will be the number 12 appropriately starting at P12. Then on row at number 7 will be the number 89. That'll be High Road Motorsports Lee taking that away, with then Lloyd for Dragon Sport in the Renault Clio Gen Cup 4. And then we will be seeing on what will be row number 8 the car of Spires, the number 14, and that's going to be for Spires Motorsport. And then we will have what will be SVG and Motorsports Alex Turnbull. He'll be starting the number 62. And then on the final row of the grid, it is going to be Caleb McDuff in the 38, the BMW 1 Series, and the Audi TT of none other than Mark Jones, who wraps up our starting order for Team TSR alongside the Team Brett machine. So we have got 18 cars on the grid, and well, as everybody gets set and ready to go, they've already pulled away for their formation. Now keep in mind, of course, it will be a rolling start, and the next time they come around we will be at lights out and away they go. And in these races there is one mandatory pit stop that must be done within a 10 minute window between the 21st, so when the clock strikes 20 minutes complete, that's when we open the pit window, and between the end of the 30th minute, and that will be, of course, once the clock does strike what will be 30 minutes complete, we will be closing that pit window. One pit stop, and if our teams are made up of 2 drivers, they must conduct the driver swap. And well, the teams that are starting with 2 drivers, well, whoever starts race number 1, set based on results of qualifying in terms of that grid, they are not allowed to start race number 2. They have to be the driver who swapped to over the course of the race. So therefore, whether it's a single driver team, alternatively a 2 driver team, there's plenty of tactics out there. Of course, the advantage of having a 2 driver team is the fact that you do a shorter stint as an individual, therefore you can exert more energy in a shorter period of time, and you can always swap out to a driver who'll be fresher. But of course, the flip side of the coin is the fact that if you're a single driver and if you get in the mood out there, you may just be able to keep banging in those laps, lap after lap, and feeling absolutely confident. Now, as for our classes on this grid, we've got a ram-packed grid, of course. We have got multiple classes, of which there are 4. There's firstly the T1 class. They will have the red sun strips, and they are focused on 2-litre turbocharged touring cars, plus also Ginetta G56 GTAs. We've then got the T2s, the green sunstrip cars. They have got a particular British endurance balancing score, a BEPI score between 85 and 118. And then we do have the yellow sunstrips, the T3s, and they're on a lower BEPI score, BEPI score by comparison. And then we've got the Clio Cup cars, the blue sunstrip cars, and you can see plenty of those out there. But whichever way you look, it's a very close championship, only a single point separating what is High Road Motorsport and TSR at the top of the standings. It's all going to come down to them potentially today, albeit we do of course have 2 more rounds to go in a month's time. But here they come then, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for their first race for round number 11 of the 2024 Row Britcar Trophy Championship here at Donington Park. And as they make their way down the start finish straight, it is time for the rolling start procedure. And who is going to be leading out of turn number 1? Without further ado, it's lights out and away we go as they all build up the speed towards a crescendo, and into turn 1 they go, immediately cutting across there is the number 43 from Century and SGM, making that cover as much as possible, and Green doing a great job there, taking the lead into turn number 1 as they roar their way on through there. It almost looks as though Simon Mason was caught slightly napping at the wheel, but Sim Dynamics Racing with Java Sport will be out. I don't think he meant to, but just did not quite get the run. But they all safely make their way through Redgate Corner, and down the hill they go. You can see the Clio Cup cars a bit further down. They were initially 2 wide on entry, but they've decided to calm things down because this is a slightly longer race. Oh goodness me, in fact we do have a car that didn't make it all the way through, and in fact that is, I believe, the number 89 from High Road Motorsport, has had 1 go off as well. And as our drivers make the way up to speed right now, well, they roar their way on through here. We've had an off. I think that's why the Audi TTs that have taken a trip to the grass at the old hairpin. But for the most part, the majority of the field has safely made it on through. And well, we'll try and feed you in as much information as we can when we can, particularly if that car can get restarted on the run at the end of what is Redgate. In fact, there it is. That is the 89, and it's being pushed along. And that is a sad start to the day for those of you who are fans, of course, of High Road Motorsports. And Thomas Lee just not making any progress in this one. We hope he'll be back on the grid for what will be our second race later on today. But as they come towards the end of lap number 1, our drivers roaring their way across the timing line. Well, it is currently what is our leading Ginetta there, number 43, piloted by Green, and we're making our way across the line behind Mason in the number 23. And then we do have the triple 11 being piloted by Nadev, and then Sapra and Anastas completing a top 5. Meanwhile, further down the order there, we do see what's the number 88, and that's the Renault Clio Cup Gen 4 car being piloted by Henry, leading the category there in what is P8 overall. We've got Cosby in the number 68, currently in P10 overall, and as they wind their way on through, that is the BMW M240i driver racing in what is their, I do believe, class number 2 or T2 for Team Brit, and then we do have McDuff leading what is the fourth of our classes there in the number 38, and that being the car of what is there, Caleb McDuff, Team Brit 1 Series, and that is in class T3. But we continue on the laps here. Of course, we've got plenty of racing to come over the course of this 50-minute distance. This is a longer race, so therefore strategy is a key part of it, and as they make the way on down in towards what will be the chicane, well, here comes a bit of a battle. The Ginetta having to try and fend off the charge here from what is the white BMW. I believe that is a BMW F80 M3. Well, we were talking about generations of BMW yesterday in the Britcar Endurance Championship broadcast, and what I can tell you there, it's great to see the F80, so the 3 Series, but the M version of it, hence the designation, absolutely going all in here as they make the way on through what is turn number 1. But no move coming forward there, but meanwhile the number 4, as piloted by Anastasi, doing everything as absolutely brilliant as possible as they make the way down in towards what is turn number 4. But charging on down at this point, all the drivers keeping their heads down, and we have confirmation at the moment, number 89 of what is unfortunately Lee there, the Clio Cup car, not pulling off at the moment. It's been pushed away, the High Road Motorsport car, and I suspect we won't be seeing that back out in this race. If we do, it'll be multiple laps down by the time it does re-arrive on the tarmac. But as our drivers continue to push on here, of course, multiple different classes, but we're keeping in mind that our drivers are racing against their own class and also racing the overall championship, and it's great to see quite a balance of machinery here, despite different classes all having their relative strengths and relative weaknesses as well, and that's what really does make the 2024 Trophy Championship such an engaging one in the Road Britcar Series. And as they come down here, battle on the brakes, here we go, as it's going to be a little bit of a rub there between the Ginetta and what will be the BMW, but then the Ginetta does hold on just about, but that was very too for now, as much as you love it. And the Intersport car being piloted by none other than Jasper Sapra, absolutely going the battle for P3 versus Neverd, and that's Axel Van Nedveren, in fact, as I'll try and get his surname completely correct there. We are missing an N at the end, and I do apologise for that, for butchering surnames. And well, we do have a double yellow being waved. Meanwhile, as they go racing down into the old hairpin by the crane of curves, and move around the outside there, being made by our BMW driver, albeit having to be mindful of the fact, now was that move made well under the double yellow, because I didn't see a green flag waving there, albeit that'll be something the Sugars will investigate if they think something is a little bit inappropriate, but still something to keep in mind. And as they make the way onwards, well, that was of course the E46 M3 making a bit of a further charge, and well, as the drivers make the way up the rise, we look back here to what is the Ginetta and the number 4 holding on here, and versus what is a charging form of the number 10, I do believe, as they come to right. Oh goodness me, a bit of going deep there, and the rear cutting loose. In fact, that's the 47. So where's Goldsmith gone in all this? I think Goldsmith's already made some progress, to be fair. In fact, Goldsmith has. That was Goldsmith making the move that we saw coming down to the crane of curves only moments ago. And well, as our drivers make their way down, battle on the rear of the picture there, and it looks as though we will be seeing what will be a change of position between our two Ginettas as they make the way on through. And indeed, there's the confirmation. The 4 has fallen behind what is the number 47, and Maurizio Scigillo has now found their way up a position, albeit it's not over yet, as they make the way in towards turn at number 1. And as they make the way on through Redgate Corner, well, right now it is starting to step away from what is Data Motorsport. But keep in mind, it is a long race ahead, and therefore you've got plenty of time. But meanwhile, looking a bit further up the road, we do see there was that ongoing battle, and this is of course the fight for P3, and Axel Van Nedeveen holding on for Data Motorsport as they head on the rise. And as they do, well, the BMW chasing furiously afterwards, and the Intersport BMW absolutely hounding, but nothing coming forth. But meanwhile, we're talking a lot about the front. Let's talk a little bit about our Clio Cup cars, and here we can see the leader of the Clio Cup cars, that's Hyde versus Henry here. And as they make the way on through and all the way up, well, we do have right now the Dragon Sport car facing off versus, oh goodness me, a move up the inside there, cut the full, goes very late on the brakes there, does the 88, and Henry gets it stopped in time. But there you can see Hyde using experience to know you don't break that late into McLean's and not make the apex. And as they cock a wheel going in towards the right hander of Coppice Corder, the number 96 there now of Nessa is going to be on the ready to pounce. Sam Nessa absolutely on the attack here for Dragon Sport, and they're enjoying this fighting, no doubt about it. And the High Road Motorsport car right now is absolutely being attacked. They battle weave side to side as they come down into the Robert chicane. Brilliant battling between this trio, and well, of course, this is going to give Hyde a little bit of breathing room to run away for now. And I emphasise for now, for the simple point, I think he might be caught up again, but these Clio Cup cars absolutely exciting, as we have had another car retire from this race. I should point out it's another one of our Clio Cup cars, in fact, and it was the number one under the hands of Reese Lloyd for Dragon Sport that has seen its race come to an end. So right now we have lost 2 cars in the space of the opening 10 minutes, which is sad to say. We still do have 17 racing, in fact 16 racing right now, and all here to put a smile on your face today as they make the way in towards the old hairpin. But coming on down there, the racing continues to play out, and as they roar their way on the run up the hill, what is going to be a run in towards the McLean's corner. Through the right handle they go, and well, as they do, I can see some of you correcting me there in the YouTube chat with regards to my BMWs, and I apologise, I'll try and get them right there, but thank you for the correction as they roll their way onwards towards turn number 1, and we can see the number 43 there leading up the way, and of course number 43, the Ginetta G56, being piloted by none other than Ben Green for Centurion SGM, and feeling very in control of this race at the moment as the 23 gives chase under the hands of Simon Mason, and the Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabba Sport driver doing everything right so far. But meanwhile, I believe we may be cutting very shortly down to the pit lane to have a chat with one of our Clio drivers, and Ian trying to catch a word with them. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we'll cut down to the pit lane.
Well, I'm down here in pit lane with very happy Hadley Simpson at the minute, because things are going well for you. And you guys in the Clio Cup are gunning for the championship. What do you need to do to secure it this weekend?
So for the Clio Class Championship, we just need to outscore the number 12 car. Whether that be they finish 4th and we finish 3rd, it doesn't matter as long as we outscore them.
In both races?
In both races, yeah. So that's really our targets. We did that in qualifying by qualifying pole. But at the minute, we're just having a battle out there right now, and it looks amazing. I'm hoping it comes in early, to be honest, so I can join in.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Because you're on your toes, you're dancing around, you're getting excited, but you're itching to get out there, aren't you?
No, yeah. All year it's been amazing with the battles in the Clios. It's never been an easy ride for us, and that just means that if we do what we need to do this weekend, it's so much more deserved because it was hard work.
Fantastic, Hadley. Best of luck out there. The title's on the line in the Clios. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian, and well, just seeing there literally what embodies the Clio racing spirit as they all battle extremely hard, making their way on to what will be another lap and completing our first 10 minutes. And our top three Clios absolutely inseparable right now. You could put literally a piece of paper between them and you wouldn't have any more room. And as they make their way into the braking zone for turn 1, the 88 this time, Henry does make the apex, but again it's going to be a cutback run here from Hyde, and Hyde not giving up as they make the way in the run down the hill in towards turn 2 they go, and on the approach in towards the Craner curves. Well, meanwhile, if you're in the number 96 and your name is Sam Nessa, you've got to be looking at this tactically right now and thinking, do I really want to get embroiled in this freeway fight, given the fact the only other car that's still on circuit in their class is the car that's all the way down in P4, quite some time away? Well, that's going to be a question that Sam Nessa can only provide the answer, and the team as well. But meanwhile, as we do look there to what is the E46 generation M3 giving chase versus what will be the Ginetta in front as they roar the way onto another lap. Well, that of course is the 111 of Axel van Nederbeen, the Data Motorsport driver, trying to fend off the number 40 of what is Jasper Sapra, and as they come on through, doing everything right so far. Well, the race is on between those two drivers as they come on down the hill, and on the charge they go as they make their way weaving from side to side down through those Craner curves and looking absolutely spot on at this time. But as they do, and making their way out to the corners and up the rise they go once again, as they head on towards what will be the second half of the lap. Meanwhile, we do look from them to what is the Clios behind, and well, we can see there the three of them absolutely together, and I can see as they roll their way on through. I think that's going to become a coin turn for this race now, which is the top 3 Clio, and I like it there. I think I'm going to copyright that one very quickly as they make their way on down the hill, down towards turns 2 and 3. Our 3 Clios here, all still hustling and bustling and giving chase as they make their way in towards what will be turn number 4, and you can see there the closeness which they're following. And of course, these cars being front engine front wheel drive all staying absolutely tooth and nail to each other. Meanwhile, we do pan for a brief moment to the number 68, and well, that was the car of Cosby there what is the BMW M240i Team Brit machine, but we're looking here now at what is the Ginettas. They give chase to one another. Plenty of action going on left, right and centre around this Donington Park circuit. And well, as they come on towards what will be another lap, the Audi TT there as well, still out on circuit, doing everything it can. Mark Jones behind the wheel of the car, and the number 77 there, well, currently P3, and well, as we can see, Jones in Class 2, currently P3, a little bit off the pace compared to Ellick and Cosby, who are much further up the road. But you never know what can happen as the race goes on, and to be fair, that's why you've got to stay in it to win it, all the way to the checkered flag, for the simple reason anything can happen. But speaking of anything that can happen, all of our Clios right now, well, that's Red Gate Corner coming up, but they're all staying very tight towards it because nobody wants to yield ground. But looking around the outside there is the number 96 of Sam Nessa, and well, as we can see, the Dragon Sport driver going for it. He's starting to want to play a role in this battle, and I think now he's seen what he needs to see. He's going to go on the inside here through 2 into 3. It's going to be side by side, having to manage to understeer, of course, as the Clio front engine front wheel drive, but he gets done a little bit of a small lock up there as he came down into the old hairpin, but a lovely move. He's taken all the momentum out of both of them, however, and here comes the 88 in return as Henry now looks to go back on the attack. Maurice Henry says, well, I want to play as well, and as they make the way on towards the rise into the braking zone they go. The number 96 having to defend absolutely as hard as possible, but intriguingly, Hyde is not able to break away from this, even though they're fighting. Well, we're not expecting to pull absolute temps every couple of corners, but the point being at this point is that Hyde is just not escaping and getting caught up in the battle. But as they make their way on around and down towards what will be the Robert chicane, well, right now you can definitely see they're pushing each other to the absolute limit. You've got to keep in mind as well, we've got a very warm track right now. We have hit around 26 degrees centigrade on the thermometer with regards to air temperature, so I can imagine this track temperature, despite the fact we have had a bit of an interlude between this race and the preceding truck race, you would imagine that this track temperature now is going to be at some of its highest for today, and therefore those front tyres, they are going to be feeling the heat, and you don't want to push them too hard. You keep pushing them like this and you may run out of rubber when you need it most. But as they head in towards what will be the old hairpin this time, will we see any changes of position? My gut feeling says no, we won't. I think they're all calming it down now, and of course now we'll see whether Nessa is able to catch up to Henry, and well, as they all rolled up, well, sorry, not Henry, catch up to Hyde I should say. Henry still playing pursuit in the number 88, the red one, which is slightly different in coloration. You can tell the difference there behind them, but as they make their way on the rise in towards what will be turn number 7 into McLean's once again. Oh goodness me, I know we can't get it today, but oh goodness me, side by side there, and well, it's going to be Henry now who's going to go to the inside in towards McLean's. Brilliant racing between them, onto the brakes he goes, and as he does so, hitting the bollard there, the rechargeable bollard, as they make the way on through the right hander, and it is going to be what will be Henry who gets ahead in the end in the 88, but now Hyde is able to pull up a gap. You can see that gap has opened up to about 1.5 seconds as they come down into the braking zone for the Robert chicane. So right now both drivers absolutely eager to battle for that P2 spot. But you do have to ask yourself the question, if they keep fighting like this for the long term, are they not costing each other time in the immediate? And well, as we look meanwhile to the 1 Series BMW, and this of course the Team Britcar, the number 38, as it winds its way on through the exit of Roberts, well, as they head in towards turn number 1, well, I think we might shortly be getting a word with one of the team drivers, and I think we're going to be getting a word from Alex Neville, who is one of the team drivers for the number 12, the leading Clio Cup car, and we're going to cut to Ian down in the pit lane to hear what they think about the battling so far.
Right, everybody, I've come down to Dragon Sport. You can see things getting really exciting. We've already heard from Hadley Simpson, haven't we, from High Road. We've got Alex here, his teammate to Hyde, who's out there at the minute. Alex, it's very tight out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a cracking race. Can't wait to get stuck in.
Now, you're some driver yourself. You know you've got to finish ahead of Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson. You can do it?
Yeah, of course you can. Pat's doing it right now, isn't he?
Yeah, top man, Alex, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I've just been chatting to Reece Lloyd. It doesn't look like they're going to get back out. In fact, it doesn't look like they're going to make race 2 either. What a shame that is for Dragon Sport, but plenty of action still taking place in the Clios. Paul, back to you.
Thank you there, Ian. And as the racing continues, well, quick and short and simple words there from Alex Neville, and very confident they can take the win in class today. They want to make sure they stay one step ahead of the 88, the overall championship leader coming into today's 2 rounds, as the battling continues on here. And indeed, unfortunately here, conversely, the fortunes of the number 1 and well, we're not going to be potentially seeing the Dragon Sport 1 of Reece Lloyd and Harry Reynolds taking part at all in race 2 at this point. So something major has gone wrong, but fingers crossed perhaps they are able to subvert expectations and find a way to get themselves back out on the circuit. Now, of course, with the battling that we are seeing here with regards to our Clios, they are starting to now expand apart to a short degree. Of course, we have got some other battles that are starting to get a little bit closer, but here's the 43. That is your overall leader who's putting a lap on the Clios, and that is none other than what is their Ben Green, the pro driver for the combination of Century and SGM, of Ben Green and Stefan Frezler, that they are working together at the moment. And of course, he's absolutely putting in a mammoth stint here in the Ginetta G56 GT in order to try and break away and just keep putting more and more time between himself and what will be his rival, who's a little bit further behind there, Simon Mason, as the Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabba Sport machine is 9.2 seconds behind going on to lap, and will be looking to try and expend it even further as time goes on. But we are almost into the pit window now. We are only 2.5 minutes away from that pit window, which will open when we've got 30 minutes left on the clock, and therefore it's going to be a question of who will we see jump into the pits soon and who will decide to go the longest possible in their stint. And keep in mind, of course, that with the best part of 16 cars on this circuit right now, there is quite a bit of space. The national lap being quite a short one, less than 2 miles, but we'll hold that thought and hold the phone for a moment, as there is the 111 versus the 40. It is BMW M3 versus Ginetta as they make their way out of Redgate Corner, and well, this is the fight that's going to continue to rise to a crescendo for the third spot on the overall podium, and also what is there, the Class 1 podium, as they come down in towards the old hairpin. You can notice there the misfortunate timing of catching up to the Team Brit 1 series that does step aside then to the old hairpin, and that did cost a bit of time there for Axel van Nederveen, as the Darton Motorsport car in fact losing about 3 or 4 tenths of its advantage, and that is going to firmly put what will be at the machine of none other than Jasper Sapra into the attack. And the Intersport BMW right now absolutely charging on here. You'd love to see it, to be fair, as they head onto the rise and coming on through the right hand. Well, right now that BMW looking good, as we do see there, I did see a brief panning moment of what was a car parked up on the inside of the apex of Coppice, and that might explain why one of our other cars has gone. But as they come down in towards the braking zone here for Robert, nothing between them. Two very different styles of machine, to be fair, in the fact that you can see the older BMW by comparison, as they make the way on towards turn number 1, well, they continue to push on, and there is what we're talking about. We saw that was a Ginetta, so that wasn't one of our earlier retirees. That is a fresh retirement, and that is a shock, and it's not a welcome one, and that is, I believe, what is the number 47, and at the time that had Maurizio Scaglio behind the wheel of the Darton Motorsport Ginetta, and it is out for the count by the looks of things from this race. Not quite sure what's happened to it, but something's clearly gone wrong, perhaps a drive failure, and we will not be seeing that taking part any longer. But driver out of the car, and we're still half an hour to go in this race. That is a very, very sad end to their race, because they were running quite well, running and battling for the top 5 overall in Class T1, and well, it's not worked out for them today. But as our drivers continue to rage on, we have lost 3. We still have 15 racing at this time, and well, as we look here to the Audi TT, that's the number 7, and number 7 right now being piloted and leading in its class. That's being piloted by the one and only, I do believe, Rob Ellick, and Rob Ellick here today by himself, normally partnered up with what is the driver, I believe, of Mark Jones. Well, in fact, no, Mark Jones in a TSR car of his own as well, the 77, and in fact 2 Audi TTs here today. I'm not seeing double, and that explains why we've got 2 TTs, both with number 7s on their door numbers. Normally you would have Ellick and Jones together in the car, but they decided to bring their own cars today and go racing, which is great to see. And well, right now Ellick absolutely flying there for Team TSR, and he does have the best part of what is a 17-second gap of an advantage over Noah Cosby, the Team Brit BMW M240i. But we come back to this close-knit battle in the fight for what is P3 overall, and it's BMW versus Ginetta still as the chase rages on. And well, as they make the way up the rise, it's looking good, and right now Sapra gets in very close, looking to try and tease out a move here, and the pressure is building. But we are into the pit window, and you can see, look at the lines that are being used here, and Sapra, knowing he's got to turn in a little bit earlier because of the dirty air and the loss of downforce over the front of the car versus the Ginetta, albeit they don't have too much air, but those rear wings have a considerable effect on the balance of the car. Oh, goodness me, as that's oh my goodness, and that is a nasty knock to the tyre barrier there on the apex of turn number 10. The Clio's step aside in order to avoid any misfortune, but that, I think, unless I'm mistaken, that was the number 23 of the Cupra Gen 2 of Simon Mason that went very deep into the corner. And well, here is a replay of what happened, ladies and gentlemen. So takes one, takes two of the Clios in, lapping them onto the brakes. And it's a lock-up there. He goes straight on. You don't see a lock-up smoke there. I think what he's done, he's realised he's locked up, released the brake, and then had to reapply it. But in doing so, carried more speed than planned, and then found his haste and pace into what was the tyre barrier there. But thankfully, just a grazing blow. We've seen a couple of those over the course of today. And well, the tyres at Roberts definitely now feeling some paintwork. As meanwhile, we look back here to what is the BMW M240i of Team Brit. And Noah Cosby absolutely driving the car well, albeit he does have the best part of what is a 20-second gap to Ellick in front, and he is being chased there by the other TSR Audi TT, albeit it does seem as though that Audi a lap down by comparison, and therefore it does mean that there's less pressure on this time. But we have had a pit stop, and that pit stop being what is the number 62 that has been made, and Alex Turnbull in the Ginetta G40 has made the pit stop. And well, it will be now a case whereby they're going all the way to the end of the race. But that is Alex Turnbull there, currently in P2 on the outlap for Class 3. And well, as they head on the rise, we do have the number 96 car in the pit lane. So Sam Nessa has made his way on in their battle, and there they are as they head on down. So pit stop being made. That is going to be a driver change that occurs to Jack James, who will be taking over the car to complete the journey in this race for Dragon Sports number 96. We've also got in there the number 40, and that is going to be Jasper Sapra, changed out for Brian Branson, who will be taking over the BMW. And well, as they get themselves set, it's going to be now all about time. So remember, they were in a close-knit race with the 111 of Axel van Nederveen, and therefore it is all going to be a close-knit one all the way to the end now as they roar off. But meanwhile, we look back to our Clios who are getting closer and closer after the misfortune of what was Mason only moments ago, the driver in the Cupra Gen 2, the Sim Dynamics racing with Jabba Sport Cupra, which you see proudly in the foreground as more pit stops are playing out on what is our timing screens at the moment. We've also got what is, I do believe, the fourth of our Clios that is still running, and that's being driven by none other than Anton Spires. And well, they're going to be coming into the pits and doing their driver swap with Andreas Georgiou very shortly. That driver swap will be completed, so therefore we fall a little bit quiet in terms of the volume of Clios out on circuit. But what we lack in volume, we make up for with the quality of the battling between the two Clio leaders here. And this is Hyde and Henry, and well, the H's come together here in terms of surname, and right now they're potentially going to come together in some brilliant battling as we've got more pit stops occurring. But as they break their way down in towards the old hairpin, literally a nose to tail chase here. And this is the first time since really the start of the race we've seen them nose to tail. But here we have a quick shot of our leader overall, and still it does look as though Ben Green for Century and SGM enjoying a very solid run. Remember, he does have to make a pit stop at some point in his pit window, and he will have to let Stephen Fresler take over the car, but doing everything he can. And I suspect, given he's a pro driver, he's going to try and run this stint for as long as possible before handing over to what will be his prime or AM counterpart, as is perhaps normally the trick of these two driver races, where you do see what will be drivers of different skill levels. So we do see there a bit of tape going on to the T1 Cupra and the Cupra Gen 2. They're getting the tape from damage picked up, but side by side battling here down into the chicane. And well, they've only got 4 minutes left on this pit window. This could be a battle before the pit stop, and the Clios come on through, and that is going to be the 88 of Henry taking the lead. And indeed, it is now the Hyro Motorsport Clio that is leading ahead of what is their Dragon Sport rivals, albeit we do have the leading Ginetta also interfering in this battle. So right now there's action everywhere, and I can actually feel for what is Ben Green here in the fact he doesn't want to get involved too much in this battle, but I think right now it's going to make the hair stand on his end, the fact he's had to clear it and clear it in an appropriate manner. as they head down in towards the old hairpin here, still nose to tail. They are so close as they roar and rip their way through the right-handers, and as they head in towards what will be turn number 7 once again, will making their way up into what will be McLean's very shortly. And we can see there BMW going quite slowly in the rear of the picture. We'll come back to the thought around that shortly. Might have had a run off at the old hairpin or perhaps a mechanical issue. As the drivers make their way in towards turn number 8, where we do have, I think Ian's trying to grab a word with Simon Mason, who has just handed over the helm of the Cupra for Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabba Sport to Chris Bielan. So therefore we're going to bring Ian in and bring you that live interview.
Yeah, hello everybody, I'm with Sim Dynamics down here. Simon Mason's just behind me. The car's just come into the pits, starting a pole position, of course, came in from second place. Quite a bit of damage to the front left of that side. I wonder if Simon can just explain, I wonder if we could just listen in. Simon, what happened out there? A bit of damage to the front of the car, front left.
Yeah, it's no one's fault. That was passing one of the Clios. He did everything really well, one of the high road cars. And there's just no grip on the circuit. So when you go offline, I went down his inside, not out braking. He gave me space. I had to run him in a quicker car. It was all very measured. As soon as I turned, it just was like, you're not on the line. That's clean. And I just had a bag full lock understeer straight away, and just running wide, glanced the barrier. I had the choice between the gravel, fire myself through that, or fire myself. I thought I might just miss the barrier. I didn't, and that's what's done the damage. So it's steering and tracking's out slightly. It's actually not too bad, but it's just frustrating. It's just there's just no grip. If you go offline slightly, because I had the same thing passing them after I caught those Clios back up again, and they're doing everything right. They're being spot on. And even trying to pass them nicely and trying to, to not mess them up and mess me up either, I just can't get it to turn offline. So it just goes sailing in with a load of understeer, and you just try to slow it, and you're not even committed when you went with it.
So go offline, you're in trouble.
You've got to be mega careful. Mega careful.
Well, you came in from P2, so it's still not too bad. All's not lost yet. You know?
Yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing okay with the. Overall in this, it's just managing tyres now. I mean, Ben is super quick, you can't match him. You can see how our pace drops off. I can stay with him for the first 2 or 4 laps, and you can't stay with the Jetters after that. So it's just hang on, see what happens. Hopefully Chris is quick, so let's see. I'll stop waffling, sorry.
Simon, thanks so much. Best luck for the rest of the race. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian, and well, an insightful interview there with what exactly happened to the number 23 at the time being piloted by Simon Mason, and talking about the lack of grip on that inside run in towards the Robert chicane, and then just causing the car to carry too much speed, couldn't get it stopped in time, and it almost went so horribly wrong. But still, very pleased to see they're running, and all the tape up on the left hand side of the car with the front left wheel arch, you can actually see where it's knocked the bodywork back over the front left tyre, so therefore it does expose it, and that's going to create a little bit more drag on the car potentially, and also perhaps upset the left hand side aero balancing. And in fact, see that coming down the hill and the car wobbling slightly, so the damage is notable here. That's just the visual damage. We don't know if there's any further damage that might be affecting the car, but more pit stops happening as we are at the end of the pit window. A lot of drivers have left it as late as possible to come on in before doing the driver swap, or just having their mandated pit stop if they're a single driver team. But there comes our TT out of the pit lane. That is the number 7 making its way on through, and there is your race leader. Out onto that outlap they go, and the number 43 now in the hands of what is Stephen Fresler, and well, the Centurion SGM Ginetta G56 GTA doing a fantastic job at the front of the field. Both drivers doing well so far, and we now look forward to seeing what Fresler can do all the way to the end, as they do have 20 minutes left on the clock. But everyone has successfully made their pit stops as we understand it, so therefore it does mean now that it's all going to be go to the finish. No more pit stops scheduled, if you will, because the pit window has just closed, but we'll have to wait and see who exactly now will maintain the consistency and will be able to bring it on home all the way to the finish line. But as our drivers continue to push those laps out there, of course, your leaders in the Clio Cup class are now in, and that's Matthew Hyde changing over to Alex Neville, albeit their pro driver is going to be taking over, so that's going to make them absolutely bold and brazen as ever in terms of wanting to win. But continue to talk a little bit about the 43 that we see out there. The Ginetta making its way on down, an absolutely lovely car, very distinctive body shape to this car. Indeed, you definitely know when you see a Ginetta racing out of the circuit. They're very symbolic for multiple levels of racing, and of course multiple different power plants, from 2-litre engines all the way through to full-blown V8 under the hood of Ginettas. And well, as we do see the G56 charging its way on to another lap, we're now going on to what is 23 laps completed and just under 20 minutes left to go. And now it's all about keeping what is, it's all now just keeping it as cool as humanly possible, and we'll see what happens from this point onwards. But as they make the way on around here, we can also see that I do believe that the team Britcar is here is the 111, which is bringing itself back together, and indeed that is Axel van Nederveen, the Darton Motorsport driver in P3 in the overall, and also what is the Class T1 classification, coming up on a bit of traffic in front of them, and that is the number 77 TSR car piloted by Mark Jones in Class 2. And coming through there, Will Jones is going to hold his line on the inside. It's going to be a bit of a bold run around the outside, doing it on the approach, to be fair, to the Craner curves. So I think leaving it to the last moment, but Nederveen showing absolutely full confidence to go around the outside and coming down into the old hairpin, carrying the speed and roaring on. And as they head upwards, well, we do have what is a bit of a charge going on the battle for, I do believe, P3, and well, that charge being made by the number 40 that was previously being piloted by Jasper Sapra. And well, we're going to get a word from Jasper very shortly. Ian's down the pit lane with him, and Brian Branson in the car now, but it'll be good to hear the thoughts of the Intersport driver after that dramatic first stint behind the helm of the BMW M3.
Here we are, everybody, in the garages. It's going quite well. Brian Ransom in the number 40 BMW at the minute. Jas Sapra over here. There he is. He's actually watching the stream on his phone. He's just in between my two cars here. Jas, quite a decent opening stint for you, making up a place.
Yeah, it was all right. I was trying my best. Just had a bit of braking issues on the rear. That's why I didn't really commit on a few little moves. I wasn't really confident with the car. Okay, so I didn't really want to, hit him top their head gates. There's more to come, is there? Yeah, there will be, hopefully, yeah, we're trying our best.
No, I've heard get off line, there's no grip. Have you found that? Or have you just stayed on line the whole time, yes?
It was okay, but I think as the time went on, the car did quite hard. Their tyres are failing.
So wise, yeah. Jeff, thanks so much for talking to us, mate. Great to see you again as well, buddy. Take care. Brian Branson in the car at the minute. And Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And interesting to hear the thoughts there from Jasper, tuned in off his phone, which is absolutely fantastic as well. And there it is, the wonderful number 40, and that distinctive German mark making its name, that wonderful engine note as well, which you can always hear at a distance and know what it is, that M3 roaring its way towards the end of another lap. And we're right now trying to chase down what is P3, and to put you in the frame of mind here, Branson right now 5 seconds off of Axel van der Nerven as they made the way onto this lap, but at Van der Veen, I should say, as they made the way onto this lap. But as they come on to the next one, well, from the 111, that lap was a 1:16.02, and in fact a personal best. Meanwhile, in response from Branson, it is going to be what is that? I do believe a 1:16.983. So therefore, the gap continues to expand out by a second a lap. But we also look there to what is just in the foreground, making its way past one of our Clios. Well, that was one of our Ginettas, but here is the Clio, and that is, unless I'm mistaken, that's the number 14, and we haven't seen too much of the 14 in this race after the dramatic start, but being piloted at the moment by Andreas Georgiou and the Spires Motorsport driver, or the Spires Motorsport driver I should say, absolutely enjoying a good run here in the Clio Cup car and just trying to keep his head down and bring it to him, because there's points available just for getting to the end, of course, and now that's always going to be a big motivator in its own right as I try to continue to push on here. But then we look to the number 96, third place in the Clios, and the Clios, after what has been their very dramatic first stint of this race, have now spaced out to a degree, as you can see there, up on what is free wheels. That lovely camera shot showing you just exactly when they say the phrase that front engine front wheel drive cars end up cocking the leg, this is exactly it, cocking the leg in reference to what dogs do. We won't go into any further detail on that, let's keep this PG. But as they make the way down the back straight here, the Clio absolutely roaring on, and as they head in towards the Robert chicane, well, right now the Clio is maybe spaced out, but we're keeping an eye on what is the the gaps between our drivers and the teams indeed. And what we can definitely tell is that at this time it does seem as though everybody a bit spaced out after those pit stops, and also we've got all different levels of skill in terms of our drivers out. It's some pros taking over from what is primes or AMs and vice versa, and some teams have only got the one driver in the car. So therefore, as they wind the way on through, we look to the number 23 here, and this is being piloted by Chris Bielan and the Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabba Sport Cupra Gen 2. Trying to chase down what is your race leader in the Centurion SGM Ginetta G56, but the problem is they've got 17 seconds or so to try and close down. So as they head in towards the Robert chicane here, we've seen some questions pop up in the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube chat with regards to how exactly do you get onto the grid as a racer. We'll hold that thought, as that is, oh goodness me, and the number 23 going straight on there, and well, as they make the way onwards towards turn number 1, an absolute nightmare moment. And well, we'll have to analyse that in due course, but I do believe we might be getting another word with Ian down in the pit lane. We're speaking with one of our drivers there after an eventful moment for the 23, which we'll dissect after this interview.
Down to catch up with Team Brit. Caleb McDuff's over here as well, and these guys are flying in this race as well. Dom Shaw currently in the car. Here he is. Let's grab him over and have a quick chat with him, shall we? He's making his way over. Caleb, I've got to say, you boys are absolutely flying in this race.
Yeah, thank you. It's very hot weather as well. Yeah, it's very salty.
What do you make of Donington Park here? Because it's what do you make of all the people that we've got here as well? How nice is it racing in front of such a big crowd?
Yeah, it's nice to get everyone to watch the race, and yeah.
What do you think of my hat?
Say again?
What do you think of my hat?
Oh, nice, yeah.
I'm looking pretty cool. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Congratulations on your stint as well, mate. You're on fire. Some stuff. Paul, there you go. Back to you, mate.
Thank you, Ian, and loving the hat as well. And as we look here to what is this battle now, this is for P2 overall after the Cupra had a step off the circuit, only moments to go at the Robert chicane, and well, the battle is now raging on, and behind them is the 111 of Axel Van Nederveen as they head in towards Redgate Corner. And this is where you're going to see the different styles of drivetrain really have an effect, and the fact as they make the way down the hill through the Craner curve, this is where the Cupra will be able to carry a little bit more speed on its front, albeit with the damage it's got, it may not be able to carry that speed and really maximise was the front engine front wheel drive configuration versus the Ginetta behind front engine rear wheel drive, unless my memory is very mistaken. And as they make the way in towards the double left-hander and onwards towards the McLean's corner very shortly, where it is now a game of cat and mouse here all the way through. And look how the Ginetta able to carry so much more speed through there. The 23 is really struggling at this point in time, and well, right now Chris Bielan has an unenviable task, which is holding at bay a fast charging 111 Ginetta all the way to the end, and still 11 minutes to go. And here comes the drag race down the back straight, and as they make the way in towards the braking zone, well, they looked a lot closer than the initial picture, but when we pan out you get to see the proper perspective. And as they make the way through right into left here, well, right now it's a poor exit out of the corner, and I think they're struggling with those left-handers, and that is going to enable the Ginetta to get alongside. It's going to be a bit of door open there, as you could just fit a piece of paper between them as they head down towards turn 1. It's Nederveen on the inside, meanwhile on the outside it's Bielan as they head through turn number 1. It's going to go, going to be losing the rear, too much speed carried, and into the gravel, and the Ginetta goes round. It was looking to be so smooth, and in the end it's all ended in disaster, and Axel Van Nederveen is going to be absolutely head in hands with that moment after what was looking to be a sublime move. It's all gone to the gravel like that, and well, I don't want to say just in time too, because we couldn't have covered both that and what's about to happen here. We talked about the fact of our Clios. Well, here comes the replay firstly of what happened. So side by side, had all the space inside, but went as late as possible on the brakes. And here you'll see, turns in, I think on a downshift there, the rear of the car perches up slightly, and the back just completely goes. He tries to counter steer it in order to get the car to settle down, but by that point, 2 left tyres onto the exit curbing, and there's no grip. But thankfully, and there's a lovely image to see, he has got it out of the gravel. We won't need to extricate the car using the tractor, but very frustrated with that, no doubt about it. But meanwhile, from recovering the car, we now look here to what is the Clios, and these are your top 3 Clio drivers: Nose, to tail and half a second between all three of them after what is 40 minutes of racing, a pit stop included in that, and they've all found each other once again. And well, as they make the way on through there, we'll very shortly get an image of them making their way on down the back straight, I suspect. Well, right now we can see there the flow of many a car going on through what is the run of, I do believe, oh goodness me, a side-by-side there between two of our drivers, albeit on two different laps. And that, oh my goodness, and that is the 111, and it has had to park up. Now, has it gone into the barrier? It hasn't crashed, no, they've just pulled their way to the side, I've been informed in my ear, and that's the Donington Motorsport 111 Ginetta, where they've decided to retire the car, and I suspect that might be after the trip to the gravel. They've decided that perhaps it's time to cool down, perhaps the tyres are completely gone, and well, let's come back to those Clios that are racing. Well, there's number 14 by itself, being piloted by Andreas Georgiou, but where is the big question, is the three that are all together? Well, we will find them very shortly. And as we get ready to see, and well, here they are, ladies and gentlemen, as they make the way on down. Our cameraman and broadcast director fast and furiously at work trying to catch up to these three. Such is the pace they're delivering here at Donington that we're trying to keep up with them, but they have spaced out to a degree. And the running order of these Clios at this time is it's Hadley Simpson in the Hyro Motorsport 88 who is leading ahead of the number 12 being piloted by Alex Nell with Dragon Sport, their pro driver in the car now. And then we do have in P3 of the Clios the number 96, and that being of Jack James, who is taking it over. But as I head in towards what is the right-hander here, we can see some body parts there on the outside of Coppice Corner, but I think everyone's going to be safe with those. In fact, I think that's the bollard that's decided to be removed, or somebody's decided to give it a nudge in the wrong direction. Flash of the lights there, and that is Neville, I think, deciding to try and be a little bit cheeky and use the good old racing Morse code tactic, which is you flash the lights to the driver in front to try and distract them a little bit, because the only alternative would be if you're coming up behind a driver who's on lap down, you want to make awareness that you'll be coming through. As they make the way on across the timeline, there you go, as they roar their way onto the next one. In fact, that's Simpson, James and Neville in that order. I'll correct myself there as they cross the timeline. And well, we are onto our fourth retirement now with the loss of Axel van Nedeveen, the Donington Motorsport Ginetta, unfortunately meeting what was an early retirement after that off at turn number 1. But as we then look to what is the car being piloted by none other than the 40 here, Brian Branson for Intersport, having taken over the car from Jasper Sapra. And when we spoke to Jasper Sapra a little while ago, well, as they come on through the left-hander of turns 9 and 10. Well, right now, it looks like BMW in a little bit of a lonely P3 in class and overall. But to be fair, I think they'll be quite happy, although notably there, is that just the camera, or is it the case whereby I think the right-hand side of the bonnet from the driver's perspective is just slightly lifting up compared to left-hand side? It could be the camera, to be fair, and also it has been a long day and I'm feeling the heat in the commentary booth here. In fact, I think it is just my eyesight, to be fair, ladies and gentlemen. I might need glasses. But as they make the way down in towards what is there, the old hairpin, in fact I can see that front bumper is protruding a little bit from the front headlight of the car, so I'm not completely seeing things, to be fair. But as they make the way on towards what will be McLean's corner, and onwards they go. One thing we were going to talk about before it absolutely went crazy out on circuit was, how do people get into motorsport in the United Kingdom? Well, the first thing you need to do is earn yourself an art licence, or previously known as UK Racing Club level licence, and that can be earned by simply attending an exam, both a theory exam and also a practical exam where you're out on circuit, and you have to put in a certain number of laps whilst adhering to racing rules and also making sure to respect the traffic around you. But to get to that point, you want to get some time on circuit, and a lot of people use track days in order to do so. And once you've got your ARDS licence, then you can look at competing at a club level, in the fact that you can enter in a number of races, and after a certain number of race meets at club level, you can upgrade your licence to an international licence and begin to start competing in bigger and bigger series. So actually, to get yourself on the circuit and starting to consider your racing career, it doesn't take too much, but of course that's when you start needing to look for a series whereby you have a low entry requirement. Things like, for example, what would be the MG Owners Club that we've seen a little bit more of later today, but that is a quick summary. But meanwhile, we come from talking about ARDS licences, which all of our drivers here will definitely have, to talking about the team at Brit BMW 240i as it makes its way in towards Coppice Corner. as it comes from through there, dancing its way delicately through, and well, they're currently in the capable hands of Noah Cosby for Team Brit, and well, it looks as though they're Cosby right now on a run and chasing down the number 77 Audi TT, being piloted by Mark Jones, and Jones there, a major lock-up, and Jones on that inside line, well, that is not going to carry any momentum there, but Cosby having to really back off in order to make the way on around in towards turn number 1. But as we then hand back to our Clios here with just under 5 minutes left on the clock, well, right now it is a game of chase, but it looks as though it may be Hadley Simpson who has finally found a way to break away from Jack James. We'll have to wait and see as they come on down through, but well, there is a little bit of traffic there. Could we see another closing up of that battle before this is over? That'll be the big question that's on everybody's mind as they make their way on through the corners here, but we'll keep our eyes peeled on because this is not over yet. And another thing to consider as well, and perhaps something that's happening in the background you won't see because of the gap, is that the battle for P2 overall is drawing closer with what is Branson right now in the BMW E46 M3 closing rapidly after what is Bielan, and that gap coming down on average by the best part of what is 6 to 8 tenths a lap, and with 3.5 minutes left on the clock, I don't think it's going to be enough, but we just want to keep that in mind as meanwhile we look to your overall leader with 13 seconds clear, and this of course is none other than the 43 of Stephen Fresland, looking absolutely in control all the way to the end of this race as they make the way onwards towards turn number 1. Of course, I'm not going to sing their praises for too long for the simple reason we put the commentator's curse already on some drivers today, particularly with regards to red flags, and I don't want to end up doing that again. And well, as we look there a little bit further behind there, we can see there's the battle for P2. It's getting closer and closer on our screens, and right now that gap, it was a rather staggering 3.5 seconds. It's come down to 2 seconds. In fact, I reckon that right now, if Brian Branson can find a way to keep up this momentum, he will be there on the attack on the final lap, because it seems as though Chris Bielan struggling with the car right now, and understandably, given the damage they picked up, there's more damage than is visually there on the Cupra Gen 2, and this definitely seems to be going the way of the BMW. But of course, first they've got to catch, and then they've got to pass. As the late great Murray Walker once said, it's one thing catching, it's another thing passing. And as our drivers continue to charge on as fast as rapidly as possible, well, we can see here right now the Cupra just continuing to battle away and looking to try and keep itself in that P2 position. And right now the Sim Dynamics Racing with Java Sport car is pushing on. I can imagine the team are going to be feeling ever more tense down in the paddock, because you can see, look at the BMW in the background, it's looking menacing as it roars its way in towards the braking zone here. And we'll keep in mind, of course, the tyres will be heavily worn on these cars. That track temperature is absolutely unabating with very little cloud, and therefore they're not too far away from what will be the finish line of this race. But will they reach the finish line before they reach the finishing period of the available tyre wear? Well, we're now down to a 1.1 second gap here as the number 40 strikes another 8 tenths out his rival. Well, look how hard he's pushing, going completely sideways down the exit of Redgate. And Branson, well, if he needed to demonstrate how motivated he is to the team, there is the motivation being demonstrated, no doubt about it. But he doesn't want to do that too often, because either he'll kill the rear tyres and he won't be able to get the traction given his front engine rear wheel drive. But as he makes his way out to turn number 4, and absolutely on a mission here to try and steal away P2, was ahead on the rise here. It is all going to be about that chase to the very end, but as we can see, the number 23, it's got a bit of traffic in front of it, and that traffic could prove to be helpful, it could prove to be a hindrance. We'll have to wait and see who exactly it's going to benefit. We've got just under a minute to go. Oh, and that's the number 10 that's taken a trip to what looks to be the grass there at Redgate, turn it around, but they've been able to get it returned to the right direction. That's Goldsmith behind the wheel of the number 10, Lee Goldsmith, who's found his way and found his foot back onto the tarmac. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have one more lap as our race leader has already made their way into what is the final lap of racing in the first of our 2 Britcar Trophy Championship races. But the BMW looking around the outside as it's a good run here from Branson. Bielan meanwhile holding the inside line, but it's going to be a drag race here down towards turn number 1, and I don't think the Cupra's got enough here. He's going to try on the brakes. We can see a small lock up there, but it's not enough from Bielan to stop Branson from going around the outside. And I think there's going to be a huge cheer going up from what will be at the Intersport garage, and the fact they've taken that P2 and they've taken it right at the close there. as I think the Cupra is struggling. I think the something has broken on the Cupra right at the end. We've got what is a very slow running Cupra down through the crane of curves, but the clock strikes 0, and that means we are going to be at the end of this race the next time our leader comes on around. And in fact, the leader's slowing down. There's more drama here. Literally, with only a lap to go, it means that the number 40 is not going to just take P2, it's also going to take the lead, because in the rear of the picture there is the number 43 Stephen Fresley for Century and SGM. Well, it's going slowly. Have they run out of fuel? Have they got a problem on the last lap? It's all completely unfolding, and well, it's absolutely unpredictable here. And right now, well, the BMW makes its way on down the run of the back straight in towards what will be the Robert chicane, and through the right to left they go with a little bit of a tank slap, and loses the rear of the car, catches it just in time. My goodness, well, that is drama. Does anybody want to win this race? Well, the answer is yes, and it is going to be Intersport and none other than what will be Brian Branson and Jazza Sapper who will take the win, albeit we got one more lap here because no checker flag has been front. In fact, the checker flag has been thrown now. A small glitch in our timing screens. Well, that's odd, ladies and gentlemen, because, well, in fact, Branson will be classified as your winner there, and it will be Fresley who takes P2 in the end for what will be Century and SGM. P3 will go to the combination of what will be Marco Anastasi and Data Motorsport. And, well, I think there, Branson, whilst he has taken the win, there might have been just a small timing error with regards to calculating when that win. But there you go, in the fact that in the end, the Sim Dynamics Racing Jabba Sport car crawling to a halt. Just in front of him, of course, was your winner of none other than Robert Ellick in Class 2 for TSR. And we've also going to be having the win, I believe, shortly for what will be Hadley Simpson for Hyro Motorsport in the Clio Cups. We've also had the win already coming through for Alex Turnbull for SVG Motorsport in the Ginetta G40 in Class 3. But here come the Clios, ladies and gentlemen. He's weaving from side to side. He knows he's putting a lion's effort today, and that is going to be a win there for what is Hadley Simpson and Maurice Henry for Hyro Motorsport, just ahead of what will be the combination of Jack James and Sam Neza for Dragon Sport. And then P3 in their class will be the combination of Alex Neville and Matthew Hyde for Dragon Sport. And we've seen there that an extra lap had to be done in the end for what was the BMW to be classified as a finisher in Class 1. And well, in the end, it will be Brian Branson who won't have minded doing that extra lap. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a dramatic end to the race. You could not predict that end. That was an absolute nail-biter. And whilst we did have some early retirements, well, in the end, here are the results subject to stewards' inquiries, and it was none other. And then what was the car of Brian Branson for Intersport with Jazza Sapra, who took the win overall in Class 1. Then we did have what was Century and SGM finishing P2 under the hands of Stephen Fresley and Ben Green. P3 went to what was the car of Data Motorsport, Marco Anastasi at the wheel. Then we did have the winner, P4 overall, in what was their Rob Ellick for TSR, with then Bielan in the number 23 taking P5. But looking further down the order, which should be pointed out there in the battle of the Clios, it was none other than Hadley Simpson and Maurice Henry taking the win for Hyro Motorsport. You can see up there the number 88 listed further down, and we also had the number 62 in our fourth class there of Alex Turnbull for SVG Motorsport taking the class win in T3, and that was P11 overall. Fastest lap of the race being set by the 43, and my goodness, what a race. And well, just to think, that's the first of our Britcar Trophy Championship, sponsored by Rowe Engineering races for this afternoon. There's one more of them later on, and it's another 50-minute race, and with all that we can expect a double dose of the drama, albeit we don't want to see cars going slowly on the final lap. But my goodness, when it does happen, it creates absolutely unpredictable end to the race. And as the marshals inspect the circuit, inspect the grass nearby as well to make sure there's no debris or sharp objects that will potentially puncture tyres or anything that has dropped on the surface in terms of substances. Well, we've got a lot to unpack from this race, and as some cars are being wheeled backwards, I suspect there might have been a lack of fuel in some of these cars, and that's why they're having to be pushed all the way back into the pit lane. Perhaps just had enough fuel to actually get to the finish line. Again, we can perhaps find out a little bit more about that when we do catch up with some of the drivers after this race, but they're all being guided off circuit right now towards Parc Ferme. But I'm sure Ian might be able to get the inside story for us with regards to what exactly has happened. In the meantime, goodness me, what an injection of absolute excitement for this afternoon so far. And I think Ian is ready down in Parc Ferme. We'll have to wait and get confirmation. But in fact, I think he is. And we're going to cut to Ian Walthouse for those interviews, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, that was absolutely unbelievable, Jazz. Oh my word.
What a race.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Do we think it was fuel with Stephen? What do we think? We're not sure. Was it a bit of a fuel issue? Do you think with Stephen running out of fuel?
I don't know, but we, obviously we've got the brakes sorted out right at the end, and obviously got down to a 15, and I think we're 2 seconds faster than the other car in front. So we got him.
What did you say to Brian before he went out? I mean, what have you guys been out having for breakfast this morning? I want some.
No, we just had to drive what we had got, really,
Yeah.
So.
You must be delighted. Look, he's up there. Go get him. In fact, we'll go get him down very shortly. Let's grab Mark Place. He'll probably be a little bit surprised. He came in. He didn't even know. He had to ask me where to line up for. Let's grab a quick chat with Marco Anastasi there. Stephen Frezzel. I don't know if they've actually managed to get in. And Simon Mason, I think that might have been a fuel issue. That might have been an issue, not confirmed. That's what I'm hearing over the circuit PA, and I think that's the case. Here is Marco Anastasi, ended up in 3rd place in a Ginetta. Perhaps didn't quite expect it. We'll hear from Brian Branson very shortly as well. Helmet off, look, and you probably want some air in there, Mark. You need some air in there. It's pretty toasty, isn't it? But you don't know. You came 3rd, do you?
Unfortunately, stopped working just after this, to be honest.
Isn't this just proof that you just stay in? You never give up. You keep going right to the end.
Isn't it?
I tell you what, it is sweltering in here, but
it is quite hot. Hotter in here, I bet.
Look, get out. Well done. Thank you, Marco, for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. So we see if I can find Brian Branson. Let's keep moving. He's up here. I can see Brian and Jazz. And let's see if I can get them on, shall we, and have a quick chat. Down to Jazz. Whatever you had for breakfast this morning, I want some. That was incredible. Well done.
Yeah, that was really hot work, to say the least. I just want to say a massive thanks to the Orange Army, especially in this weather as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot to contend with, that is. And hi to my mum.
Oh, there you go. There's the camera. Give her a wave.
Hi, Mum.
What's your mum's name?
Sally.
Sally, if you're watching,
Biggest
Sally.
fan.
I'll tell you what, this boy and Jazz, they pulled something quite remarkable off. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Got to do it again later, though.
Yeah.
Top stuff. Wow, incredible race we've just seen here for the Britcar Trophy. Let's hope race 2 gives us more of the same. Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra winning it on the very last lap. It looks like Stephen Frezzel and Ben Green had a bit of a fuel issue. That's what we believe. Chris Pyle, Simon Mason also, we believe, a fuel issue, dropping them down. In the end, though, Stephen Frezzel and Ben Green did come home in 2nd place, and Marco Anastasi over there in a Ginetta, he comes home in 3rd place. We're just going to have to digest this and get everything classified for you, but that was incredible. And the best thing is we've got one more race for the Britcar Trophy coming up later this afternoon. Before that, though, we're going to go into the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. It's going to be an absolute corker. Paul, back to you, mate.
Thank you, Ian. Much appreciated there. The insights from my drivers after that race, and what an incredible first race of round 11 of the 2024 Pro Britcar Trophy Championship. And of course, we'll be back with them later today for what will be round 12. Of course, they've only got 3 rounds to go now, one of which is here, and then the final 2 rounds being elsewhere in the country for later on this season in September, I do believe, unless I'm wrong. They're going to Snetterton, and well, this Donington Park circuit absolutely do, and we do see there one of the Ginetta's being towed to the pit lane after its early retirement. But coming up next, we've still got plenty more racing coming this afternoon. In fact, if I do count up my fingers, we've still got 6 more races for you guys and girls to tune in, and those of you circuit side tune into the broadcast as well. And well, the next up will be the final race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, and we'll take you through that grid in due course. But the sun is still shining here, very light cloud cover, and indeed it does mean that it is sweltering, and I do envy our driver. Well, I do not envy our drivers, I should say, with the fact they're absolutely warm with regards to meaning those cockpits and whatnot. And we see some questions there with regards to what's the difference between the British Endurance Championship and the Britcar Trophy. Well, they have both stemmed from the same beginning organisation, as I'm to understand it. So a good question from Box in this lap in the BARC YouTube channel chat. However, the British Endurance Championship is all about 2 to 3 hour endurance races, whereby Meanwhile, Britcar trophies all around these shorter 2x50-minute sprint races. Albeit a sprint, of course, is defined as any race which is shorter than 90 minutes. Meanwhile, any race that is above 90 minutes is considered to be an endurance race or a full-length feature-style race. So therefore, it can be a little bit more intense with regards to definitions and whatnot, but I do believe that competitors that take part in one can take part in the other and vice versa, because it is all part of the wider what is Britcar organisational theme. But in preparation for us to go to what will be our pickup truck championship, I do believe we have an interview with one of our drivers from earlier on today in preparation for race number 3, and we're going to play that for you right now.
Well, here we are, a glorious assembly area. The sun has been beating down all day. In fact, I'm getting a little bit sunburnt on the back of my neck. Big thank you to Mark Werrell, by the way, for providing me with some sun cream in the end. Now, final race of the weekend for the pickup trucks. Yesterday, things got a little bit feisty in race 1, didn't they? We saw a cracking race again in race 2. Matt Simpson, so far, has won both races. He's looking to see if he can make it a hat-trick of wins. But we've got Dan Fisher over here. Let's have a quick chat with Dan. How's your weekend been so far, Dan?
Mixed. Yeah. Poor qualifying. We had a sensor problem, so the engine was running rich, so we didn't have full power really in qualifying. First race we had a long brake pedal and a broken master cylinder, so all the brakes were at the front, but we set some good lap times with it. Next race we had a broken wishbone, so yeah, so mixed.
Third time lucky.
But the lap times are good. When we've set good laps, the times have been good. So I'm hoping we can make some ground up. But really, the starting position doesn't reflect how quick we are. So.
Are we concerned about tyres at all? Because it's so hot. I mean, it's a fairly short race, isn't it? But it's so hot. Is that going to have an impact?
Yeah, it definitely will. I think the race we did yesterday, the truck seemed to get better as the race went on, which was good. But we're still learning on these tyres because we've only just started with them this year. So yeah, it's a bit of a concern, but we've adjusted the pressures to compensate for the temperature, hopefully. So,
Dan, thanks for talking to us. I'm expecting big things from you in this race. I'm going to enjoy it. Thank you so much. There we go. Pickup truck final race of the weekend. Race 3 for them is about to get underway. I'm going to hand over to commentator Paul Walsh to take you through the action. Everybody, enjoy.
Well, thank you there, Ian. And in preparation for our final pickup truck championship race this afternoon, well, I can tell you it's going to be an interesting one, particularly given the battling we did see over the course of Saturday. 2 very contrasting races, but here is going to be your grid for that race, and we'll see Dale Gent taking pole position ahead of Michael Smith on the front row. This grid, of course, being set based on the respective performances of the drivers across both race 1 and 2 added together, I do believe, and also degree of inversion being thrown into the mix there. Top 6 inversion as well. So that's why Matthew Moore and Alan Cooper on row number 2, and then Ryan Hadfield and Matthew Simpson complete your top 6, with Simpson being the best performing driver so far with 2 wins back to back, but he has been inverted to P6. Mark Willis and Eric Bolton complete your 4th row, with Daniel Fisher and Russell Smith on row number 5, and then we have one more car that will be on this grid as I'm to understand it, and that is going to be starting in P11. Last but not least, it'll be the number 42 car of Jonathan Hadfield, and they will make up your 11 car grid. Now, some of you might be sat there wondering, why are we down to 11 cars given the fact that we did have the best part of 14 or so cars on the grid yesterday? Well, I've just been doing a little bit of reading, and given many of you may remember, if you tuned in yesterday, what was the contact between multiple drivers in race number 1. What I can tell you, once I haven't gone through all of the stewards' notes from that race, that there have been some disqualifications for the entire race weekend for certain drivers. And to give you an example, I've definitely been able to confirm just now that Dean Tompkins, the number 21, has been disqualified for the contacts that we saw in race number 1, and we will try and get you an update on some of the other drivers there who we may not be seeing on the grid. And I think, so just double check my notes here, and well, as a result, we are seeing what will be, I think, truck number 12, and that will be Paul Tompkins, not on the grid, and I think we are also missing one other driver. So that explains why we are down drivers for the purposes of this 3rd pickup truck racing championship grid for race number 3 of this weekend, is because of multiple exclusions from the race results for the final race of the weekend, if not outright disqualifications. But just to confirm, we do have a disqualification in place with Dean Tompkins, and I do believe we also do have an exclusion from the results for what is Paul Tompkins there. And well, those are just the 2 that I've been able to read in the time and double checking over the notes here. Definitely was a challenging one, but with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on the here and now. Let's focus on the positives, which is 14 laps of racing come up. This is their feature race of the weekend. They had two 11-lap races yesterday, which were their sprints. This is the longer feature, and as they make the way down behind the pace car here, well, it is going to be an absolute thriller all the way to the end. And when I caught up with not currently on the grid, but number 40's Rhys Jones, who was on the grid a couple of seasons ago, he's working with Alan Cooper and Dale Gent. He was saying to me, this 20-minute race is all about tyre management, because the circuit is scorching hot, and on top of that as well, it is a longer race, and these tyres after 15 minutes are knackered, so our drivers will need to manage them over the distance. But who will be the tyre whisperer? Who will be the outright pace setter? And who will find the balance in between? Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go racing as they make the way down the start-finish line straight. It's go, go, go for 14 laps here in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship as they roar their way down into turn number 1, and Dale Gent will hold the lead here as they come into the right-hander, albeit too wide, a little bit further behind, and as they make the way on through the Redgate corner, a couple of drivers running a little bit wide there onto the outside AstroTurf, but they'll get away with that as they come down in towards the Craner curves. But nobody went to back out yet, and also keep in mind they're running a bit more fuel in these trucks this time, and that changes the weight distribution slightly with the fuel tank being behind the car. A little bit of slivering there under braking from the number 42, battling side by side with the 72, in fact it was the 65 there, let's correct ourselves. So Mark Willis right now getting close contact with Alan Cooper. And as Cooper's run into what was P2 in race number 2 yesterday, a great drive from Alan Cooper. Unfortunately, I didn't get quite the chance to catch up with him down in the paddock this morning. He wasn't quite available. I think he was having a well-deserved nap this morning. Well, there is Matt Simpson. Simpson looking for a move after 2 back-to-back wins. He's already made his way up into P4 as he sneaks his way the outside there of the number 44, and Ryan Hadfield falling back. But as they make the way on down, a bit of a run wide, that's Alan Cooper putting the rear left tyre onto the grass, but thankfully keeps it under control. But you can see the all-pink machine just behind trying to take a little peek as there's a bit of defence being set up by the number 65. Through the right to left they go, and as they roar their way on past us here on the start finish straight, where it's Dale Gent who leads after 1 lap, followed by none other than what is Smith there in P2. Then we do have Moore P3, followed by Simpson P4, then Ryan Hadfield P5, then it is Willis P6 ahead of Cooper, followed by what will be there Jonathan Hadfield, and then it's Bolton Fisher, and then last but not least is none other than what is there the other member of the Smith family to complete the run order, that being Russell Smith, as they make the way on down the hill right now in towards what will be the old hairpin for the second time. And well, it's going to be about Michael Smith chasing down Dale Gent at the front of the field. Well, we do see the number 5 here of Fisher continuing on its way, but too wide there in the foreground as they make their way in towards what will be McLean's, and that is number 44 taking a look at the inside. Ryan Hadfield going all in, trying to follow after none other than Matt Simpson, and meanwhile the number behind him, the number 84 of Moore, losing not just 1 but 2 places as they sweep their way through the right hander. That's a lot of apex curve and a lot of dust being kicked up there on the apex of Coppice corner. I thought that might have actually shaken the rear of the car loose for Hadfield, but not to be. Manages to keep it pointed a straight line as they make the way down in towards what will be turns 9 and 10. Brilliant racing right now between all of our drivers here. Cooper on the inside of the 65, and it looks as though, I'm not being funny, Willis and Cooper, I don't think they can make up their minds who wants to be the leader of those two, because every lap so far we've seen them change positions. But there we go, as in fact it's going to be a big loss here for Willis, who loses out there to also what is Jonathan Hadfield, and Hadfield makes his way on through, and now it's just Fisher and what is there Russell Smith behind, but the number 68, that's Bolton, making its way on through. In fact, we do have Hadfield still behind. We should correct ourselves there. The fact Russell Smith is nowhere to be seen in this top 10 pack. In fact, he's 8.5 seconds back, and you might see him briefly in the rear of your picture. But as they all weave and wind their way on down in towards the old hairpin, you can see there Cooper really, it looks as though might be struggling a little bit with the balance of his truck today, in the fact that he started off quite nicely in what was race number 2, but that was yesterday, and today it is going to be challenging. Now, a question, of course, being raised there by QBD Lettuce in the YouTube chat, which is what engines do these pickup trucks? Well, there's 2 different engines available, both 230 brake horsepower. You've got the 2.3 litre GM engines in those who are running the Vauxhall badge on the front, and you've also got the 2.5 litre Ford Duratec engines and those running the Ford logo on the front of their trucks. But they are all, I should say, they are all built to the same formula, which is 910 kilograms of mass before you put the driver in the car and before you put the fuel in the truck, I should say. Goodness me, I'm going to have to correct myself there, otherwise I'm going to be sternly disciplined later. And well, with that in mind, it means it's an equal formula, 2 different types of engines, and as they roar their way all the way down in towards turn number 1, We can see side by side here between Cooper and what is there more. They're fighting for P5 still, and as the number 72 driver looks for his way around the outside, the number 84, I think Moore's going to feel as though he took a bit too much apex with him then. Perhaps could have given himself more room to play that defence, but in the end couldn't quite make it happen, and Cooper fights his way back up into P5. A very, very well-driven race so far from Cooper, even though it looks as though the truck just does not want to comply with the conditions of the circuit. And the conditions have evolved considerably, plus also you have to consider here that they're coming into today with only one race. So right now they've got to get it right in this one race of what is 20 minutes in approximate length of 14 laps. We do it by laps, but they do have a rough time of 20 minutes. And I suspect if the race reaches a certain point, we see a safety car, a red flag, we might see the race brought to a halt, much like we saw with the MG Owners Club earlier. But as they make the way on through Coppice Corner once again, well, at the front of the field we see the number 83 of Gens just running away and still being chased there by Michael Smith in the 93, but intriguingly Matt Simpson not closed up as much right now. But again, this could be just as much about tyre management as it is about pacing, as indeed, remember, the tyres, they last about 15 minutes and then they start to hit a bit of a cliff here. And well, speaking of hitting a cliff, well, here is going to be a battle. One of them is going to go off the proverbial cliff in terms of losing a position. Side by side into the brakes, there's going to be more on the outside in the yellow. Meanwhile, the number 68 going for the move, that's Bolton on the inside, but in the end Moore holds on for now. They managed to negotiate it side by side all the way down they go, albeit neither driver backing up here, and you can see right now it's going to be Moore who's going to be on the inside into the crane of curves. And as he gets it done, well, he's going to hold on to the position. Meanwhile, behind everybody queuing up there, the number 65 of Wes Willis, also Jonathan Hadfield, deciding that he wants a slice of the action. And the draft they'll be getting off each other at this point is going to be huge as they make the way up the rise in towards McLean's. But as they come by the Schwann's curve, the number 42 takes a little look on the inside. In the end, he has to back out and take a little bit of grass, though. You can understand what Hadfield was trying to do there, but it's going to cost him some time, as now it's going to be Fisher who looks for an opportunity to sneak up the inside into the right-hander. And as they make the way on through, well, Fisher, with an absolutely pleasant move there, makes it work out, and indeed an absolutely succinct move to make that position a classic. I can imagine it won't be long before we will see a counter-attack potentially come, as there's one going slowly, and I think that might be Moore. He's perhaps got an issue. We can see him there going very slowly in the rear of the picture, and well, meanwhile we've got the 2x2 pack here as they make the way across that timing line once again, and more confirmation is we can see Moore plummeting down to P10. I think Moore's got a problem, and well, we'll have to wait and see what exactly happens to Moore, whether he has to bring it into the pit or whether he can carry on all the way to the finish, which would be unfortunate and would really put a sad end to what has been a great weekend for him in terms of being stuck right in the thick of the battle in the number 84. And in fact, Matthew Moore is into the pits, and that's unfortunate. But meanwhile, as they all make the way down into the crane of curves, well, right now the number 42 still staying right there, and as they make the way out to the old hairpin, well, now for Jonathan Hadfield it's about chasing back that position of a Fisher. But then we look to the battle for P3 at this time, with the leaders just coming through the view as well. And one thing that's worth noticing is the number 72 of Alan Cooper. They were misfiring yesterday in the build-up to race number 2. There was an issue with the number 72 that stopped it delivering its optimum pace. They've been able to get that repaired since race number 2, but right now Alan Cooper will seem at his full potential here, and we're looking for an opportunity, can't quite find it, as Ryan Hadfield staying there in P4, but it looks as though the top two are now starting to be reeled back in, and Matt Simpson playing the long game here, where some of his rivals meanwhile are clearly in a bit of a position whereby I think they've pushed themselves so hard early on to try and break away, and therefore now Simpson just showing that natural pace advantage that he's brought to Donington Park, and it is really coming on through. But as they roll their way through turn number 1, we are at the halfway point of this race, and indeed we've still got plenty more laps to come. We're only on lap 7 of 14, and when we do get to the end of lap number 11, that's when we go into the unknown with 3 extra laps, and well, we can see the lead pack and then we see the second pack here. So really the majority of the field, bar 2 drivers, 1 in the pit and 1 in fact we do have a confirmation now. We've got another driver into the, well, no, it's just Moore who's in the pits. Let's confirm ourselves there. And Russell Smith, meanwhile, in P10, I think he's off the pace and just trying to see whether he can get an issue fixed on the truck, or just trying to get a bit more experience in the truck. But as we do talk about Russell Smith and instead now come to our second pack on screen, well, number 42 and 5 here, in the wonderful coloured machines. Well, they are batting, and meanwhile we then look to the lead pack here and notice, look at how the number 83 again's pulling away, but meanwhile here comes Simpson up the inside, and well, it looks as though there Michael Smith not really putting up too much resistance at this point. I don't know whether Smith's got enough to be able to fight back, or perhaps what he's going for right now is the good old saying, many of you may know it, which is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And the idea is that if he works with Simpson and Simpson can pull the pair of them back up to Dale Gent, then they can battle once again, but this time it'll be for the lead of the race, not for second place. And you've got to be tactical here, given the fact that gap that Gent has opened up is a 1.8 second gap, and the relative pace right now, Gent and Simpson is only 1/10 of a second a lap faster, perhaps 2 on the occasional lap. But Dale Gent may have done enough here in the early stages to give himself the breathing room just to run away from this race and not be caught up, because you can see there, look at the delta. But then again, I say that, look at Matt Simpson already starting to pull away from what is Smith, Hadfield and Cooper. And as they head into the braking zone, Cooper right now, well, not that we can do it unfortunately, but it would be lovely to see an on board with Cooper, to see how hard he's having to work here, as he's going to really now reap the rewards of his labour, and he gets up the inside there of what is the number 44 of Hadfield. And well, Hadfield saw it coming but decided not to operate on it, and I think the idea being again here that Ryan Hadfield doesn't want to lose the pack in front by fighting too hard as they make the way down in towards what is the Roberts S's. And as they come into turns 9 and 10, right into left they go, and whoa, goodness me, a little bit of a moment there, caused the car to jump around. If your name's if your name's Alan Cooper, and we can see they're just taking a bit too much apex cover in the rear of the picture. We've got a side-by-side meanwhile between Willis and Bolton. They're practically dead level as they make their way across the timeline, but the 93, now what is there, Michael Smith really under huge pressure as Alan Cooper looks at the move. He doesn't get it done, however, and here comes the 44, and this is what Ryan Hadfield's been best at all weekend, which is just simply watching and waiting in the wings and saying, right, you know what, now it's my time to pounce, because you two are too busy fighting one another. And Ryan Hadfield showing that tactical nuance and doing it exactly right there as he makes his way on the run on through the run of Starkeys and in towards Font. But as they do, this battle for the final podium position absolutely coming to life on our screens here as they come in towards McLean's once again. A lot of grass being picked up. Oh my goodness, and Cooper there. Now how on earth he caught that, I do not know, but well, I can tell you one thing, they don't normally let pickup trucks and Strictly come dancing, but he's making that truck absolutely dance on its axle right now as he makes his way on out of the right-hander of Coppice and down the back straight. And Alan Cooper, will take your hat off to him in the fact that right now he's absolutely going for it, and Ryan Hadfield's giving him all the space to operate with. But I think again Ryan just looking at this and going, well, you can do that all you want, but you're just going to shred your tyres. And we're now into lap number 10, and well, the gap at the front of the field, there they are in the foreground of your camera shot. It's Gent versus Simpson, and in fact Dale Gent after 9 laps is maintaining a 1.8 second advantage. It's an impressive drive. Michael Smith meanwhile It's 1.6 seconds now back on Simpson, and it does look as though here we're now starting to see that lead pack to form into two smaller packs as they head down in towards the curves. But as they do, here comes Cooper up the inside of Michael Smith, and again Smith just does not seem to have the tyre life left anymore after the early push. And as they head into the right-hander, Ryan Hadfield comes on through, and it's either the tyres have gone, I think it is the tyres have gone. You could see the truck there absolutely sliding about. It's almost as if it was an ice skate. But as they head on through up the rise in towards McLean's, well, right now I have to see whether Smith can bring himself back into contention here, or whether he's just pushed too hard too soon. Because if it is that, well, right now he won't be vulnerable to Bolton, who is 6 seconds behind, or Willie, depending on Archers. There's a lock-up from Cooper. Cooper goes very deep, and his moment of brilliance, he undoes himself here, and now it's going to be Ryan Hadfield who says, okay, this is my chance to move into P3. You've all had your fun. I'm going to look up the inside here, but I don't think Cooper's going to back out of this, or is it? It's too wide under braking. As they go right into left, it is Ryan Hadfield. It's a lovely move, and he makes it into position in the number 44, and Ryan Hadfield roars on here as they head across the line. I can definitely look out my commentary booth window, tell you there's some people up on the pit wall cheering him on, and right now I think he's going to be smiling a little bit to see some thumbs shoot up in the air and to say that he's been doing a great job, albeit he's got 3 seconds between himself and Simpson up the road as we move on to lap number 11. But as they make the way down through the right-hander and in towards the old hairpin charge they go. Well, keep in mind now we are now entering in the unknown. They're on to what will be the final lap of the sprint races that we saw yesterday, and after this we'll have 3 more laps to go, where the trucks are going to be incredibly light on fuel, but the tyres as well. And now the question is, did you save any tyre going into these laps? Because if you didn't, you could suddenly find yourself lose all that life in the vehicle. But as they make the way on through turn number 7, well, right now the number 44 is doing everything right to keep pushing on and holding on to what is P3, albeit Alan Cooper there getting way too much apex, and the rear just coming loose, and Michael Smith now glued to the back of it. And Cooper, I can tell you one thing, if those tyres have not fallen off the cliff by the end of this lap, well, Alan Cooper is either a tyre whisperer and we don't know about it, alternatively he's working some magic. You can see Hadfield now struggling a little bit under braking, and you could see the front wiggling from side to side, and well, the brakes not quite uniformly wanting to stop. Meanwhile, in that lead battle, a quick update there, we can tell you that Gent and Simpson, the gap has come down by 2 tenths, but it's not enough, and unless Gent can really fall away towards the end of this race, not saying he will, but if he falls away or Simpson pulls out some magic, nothing's going to change. Also, a quick update further off the camera, albeit we can stay focused on this battle for P3. We can tell you that at the moment it's still Bolton holding off Willis, with Fisher behind and Jonathan Hadfield completing the run to P6, and this lovely shot as they make the way down in towards the old hairpin, and you can see their number 72, Cooper, he's trying to make that thing take flight potentially over the apex curb, but as they make the way up the rise, well, right now as they come in towards what will be the McLeans, where it's then going to be this run of the pack behind, and you can see we are going to take a little bit of a look at the battle for what is P7 here, and that is number 65 of Willis, with Fisher and Jonathan Hadfield behind, and they've really been caught up together. Bolton has been allowed to gradually pull away from this battle over the last 5 to 6 laps, albeit it's only by hundredths a lap, given the fact they're so close on pace. But I think as well now, everyone's pushed each other so much, it's about who has got the pace with the increase in tyre wear, and I think that's where we are seeing what is the number 68 under the capable hands of none other than what is, I do believe, Eric Bolton, just keeping on there and really repeating something that stood out in what was the run, of American Speedfest at Brands Hatch earlier on this season. But as we then look back up to the battle for P3, we're on to the penultimate lap. Elsewhere in the battle for the lead, it's still a 1.23 second gap between the top 2 and Gent and Simpson. They're getting closer, but not at the rate of knots that Matt Simpson would like. And here we can see Hadfield right now. Ryan Hadfield, he has literally had Alan Cooper glued to his backside. Oh my goodness, as they come on down to the braking zone, and that is going to be an elbow to the grass. And well, and then Alan Cooper is sent wide there, and I don't think that was Ali Malice meant, but it was Alan Cooper trying to look for a way through. He manages to stop it from getting beached in the gravel. That is a brilliant bit of car control there, or truck control I should say, from what was Alan Cooper. And well, Michael Smith now will look at that and think, okay, I picked up P4, well, that's a win for me, because it's not the way he will have wanted to do it, and well, that brings an end to the battle for P3 there. But it was hard and firm racing, albeit definitely I think some of you may raise the eyebrow and go, well, Ryan Hadfield did give him a bit of an elbow out there, but I think given the run down through the crane and the curves, I mean, they were going to come to blows at some point, and well, thankfully it did not end in tears between the 2 of them, and they're able to both carry on racing. But meanwhile, as we do look to what is our lead, as we may get a replay of that incident from only moments ago, we do head on to the final lap. Here is the replay in fact, and this was that battle between Ryan Hadfield and Alan Cooper, and you can see there as they went onto the brakes, the different angles of the car, with what was Hadfield just pointing slightly towards the outside of the circuit, Alan Cooper trying to work himself into a space that was going to shut, albeit Cooper at the time, I think he felt as though he had the right to be alongside, and well, definitely a misfortunate moment there. But look at that car control in terms of catching the truck and being able to bring it back onto the circuit in absolute sublime form. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are heading towards the checkered flag of this race, and well, as we do try to find the leaders, there is Dale Gent, and right now making his way in towards Coppice Corner, he's got Matt Simpson behind. They've only got one stretch, and it's a drag race to the finish line, and that in front of there is Russell Smith, who's carried on despite clearly not quite being on the pace. But good to see Russell Smith still there, not going to fall a lap down come the end of 14 laps. But Dale Gent started at the front of the field, and he managed to break away, but Matt Simpson right there behind him. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but Dale Gent has done it. He's going to bring it home in the 83 to take the win in what is the feature race here of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, ahead of Matt Simpson, who finishes P2. We will have Ryan Hadfield finish P3. Well, in fact, no, it's not. It's going to go to Michael Smith, who takes P3 at the line of Ryan Hadfield. P5 will go to none other there than what is Bolton, ahead of Cooper. followed by Willis, Jonathan Hadfield, and then it will be Fisher who completes your top 9, and your top 10 will be then rounded off by not quite being a lap down, but he's still on his final lap of this race, and it will be none other than Russell Smith who will come through. We had one retirement in this race, and it was a sad retirement from what was Matthew Moore in the 84, where the truck had to be brought into the pits clearly for a technical issue of some description. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a race to complete the weekend of racing in what is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, and that was rounds none other than 13 through to 15, the midpoint of their season, and we have had 3 absolutely distinct and incredible races. And well, that feature race really taking the crown for what have been their triplet of races over the course of this season. And you can see them all falling into formation and indeed all heading around, and they've put on an absolutely incredible show. It may have only been 11 cars today after the altercations of race number 1 and a number of our competitors not being permitted to take part any further this weekend. But to be fair, whilst we only had 11 drivers on the grid, you've got to say that the quantity did not take away from the quality, and that is what it's all about. And as the 30 and 83 run side by side, they're exchanging some words for the fact they had a brilliant race, and credit where it's due to Dale Gent in the fact that he managed that race from the start and did everything right from the start to open up enough of a gap, and whilst he didn't quite have the life towards the end, it was all about, in the end, just making sure he had enough of a gap to work with and not let Matt Simpson, who really has been the tour de force over the course of this weekend. Well, Simpson needed one more lap, but unfortunately we didn't have 15 laps available, we had 14 available, and that's exactly what Dale Gent did the job in, and all the hard work deserved. And also a massive mention there to third place finisher of none other than what was Michael Smith in that brilliant freeway battle between himself, Ryan Hadfield, and also Alan Cooper. Ryan Hadfield and Alan Cooper coming to blows in the end on the final lap, but to be fair, when you're racing that close for big points, it's understandable. And well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get those provisional results on screen for you, subject to any steward's inquiries. And there we can see Dale Gent taking the win after 14 laps by 4 tenths or thereabouts over Matthew Simpson, with Michael Smith completing the podium, Ryan Hadfield P4 ahead of Eric Bolton. That was your top 5. Then Alan Cooper P6 rejoining at the very end there ahead of Mark Willis, Jonathan Hadfield, Daniel Fisher, and then Russell Smith completing a top 10, while sole retiree from 11 starters being Matthew Moore. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut straight down to Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Ferme, because he's going to grab a word for us with some of the drivers who just took part in the Pickup Championship.
Well, it's no hat-trick of wins for Matt Simpson, but a second place anyway. But we've got a very, very happy Dale Gent here. Let's we'll jump in and have a quick chat. Just got to check tyre pressures, etc., etc. Of course, these tyres looking a little bit second-hand here, it looks like, doesn't it? Dale, sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys. I'm awfully sorry, but come on, that's how you do it, isn't it, mate? Look at it. How does that feel?
It feels very good, the way the weekend's been going for us. I nearly put it in the lorry after that, from what went on with yesterday. I come back from a meeting earlier, I said the boys put it in the lorry, we're done. And spoke to me partner at home, and she's like, no, don't do it, you regret it. And then the team said, you regret it. I was like, right.
Who's at home, sorry?
My partner Jo, she's at home.
Is she watching now?
Yeah, she should be watching.
Well done, Jo, well done. This wins for you.
Yeah, it is for her. She said, don't do it. She goes, go out there and do it. So yeah.
Guess what, Dale? You did it, mate. Congratulations. Never give up, mate. Brilliant stuff. Congratulations. Matt Simpson's just coming over as well. It's been an almost perfect weekend for you as well, Matt, hasn't it? 2 wins in a second. You've got to be delighted.
Yeah, listen, we missed the last round, so obviously been out of the truck for 6 weeks. So to nearly score the maximum again, I've got to be happy with that, haven't I, really? 2 wins in a second. So now we was catching down at the end, whether he was sort of preserving his tyre a little bit or he backed off a little bit, but truck was just starting to get better and better towards the end. So, but yeah, we'd take second for sure.
Talk about tyres a little bit. They're starting to look a bit second-hand, these tyres now over the course of the weekend, aren't they? But holding up all right for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're as good as the Avon early on in the sort of the first 3 or 4 laps. They take a lot longer to come on, but on a race run, these are definitely better.
Nice one. Matt, congratulations. Great to see you. You've always got a smile on your face. I love talking to this guy. He's always so happy, isn't he? Let's go have a chat with Michael Smith as well, shall we? What a great drive from him. Michael, do you want to stand out the sun? You look absolutely roasting. You're right.
Yeah.
How was it?
Absolutely knackered, yeah.
Look, you're on the podium though. Worth it, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. We had a good race there. I think Matt and Dale got away, but there was me, Alan and Ryan having a bit of a race towards the end there.
So that was quite good, so just happy to come out on top of them three, really.
We love seeing the close racing of these pickups. Thanks for coming out to play, Michael. Congratulations, mate. Well done. Great way to end the weekend, yeah?
Yeah, spot on. Thank you.
Top man. Thank you very much. There we go. Pickup trucks are done for this weekend. Not done for the season, though. They've got another meeting coming up in a month or so. More racing action to come at Donington Park, though. I mean, can you believe that? It's, 25 to 4 or so. We've still got minis coming up. We've still got British Truck Racing Championship coming up. We've still got Britcar Trophy coming up, and another MG race, and one more International Truck Prix as well. So much still to bring you here at Donington Park. But next, it's the British Truck Racing Championship. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian, and more interviews there with our three winners, well, in fact, our three podium finishers, we should say, but they'll feel like winners after that race in the final round of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship here at Donington Park today. Remembering, of course, that their season carries on for at least 3 more weekends, albeit it was originally meant to be 4 weekends, but they were meant to be visiting Lyddon Hill at the end of this month, but I do believe that meet has been cancelled. Not sure on the circumstances on that one, but I do know they'll be racing on the 14th and 15th of September at Snetterton 300 for rounds. What will be 19 through to 21 of the championship, and then heading to Knockhill and Brands Hatch Indy Circuit to wrap up their season. That goes all the way into November. Goodness me, they've got a long season ahead of themselves. But as we see the truck convoy there gradually making its way out of the infield section, we've got a huge convoy leaving the convoy in the park as of today. Indeed, we're going to be hearing those horns blaring, and well, I think it's going to be a night to remember, no doubt about it. But we've still got 5 more races to come, and like Ian only mentioned only moments ago, we've got what will be the 5th and final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship coming up in short order in approximately 10 minutes time, after which then we'll be having our final mini challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport race at 4:30, and then at 5 o'clock we'll be getting the MGs back out, and then the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. We're having its second and final race of the weekend. Red flag the first race of the day, albeit we did complete 3/4 of the distance, and then we will have the Britcar Trophy, and we'll be at 25 to 6, and well, that'll be another 50-minute special, and then afterwards we have got our concluding race of the day, and that'll be the none other the International Truck Prix, celebrating 40 years of truck racing here at Donington Park. For goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a set of races so far, and we still got all those experiences and all those monster truck rides going on here, and well, our unfortunate card there being taken away with regards to the monster truck once again. But it's good to see so many fans out there enjoying themselves. It's good to see so many of you enjoying yourselves with respect to all the racing action here at Donington Park. And like we say, coming up is more of the British Truck Racing Championship, and the big question of course will be there is that can Ryan Smith make it 3 wins in a row, or will he find himself thwarted? Well, here is the grid, ladies and gentlemen, for what will be race 5 of 5 of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington Park, and it is on row number 1 the combination of David Smith and Adam Bint, and well, the class 2 posted there, Adam Bint, he'll be absolutely pleased with that. Neil Yates starting P3 behind with Stephen Powell on the second row of the grid, then David Jenkins and Michael Oliver, followed by Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. That's going to be your top 8 there, and then Paul Revved and Simon Cole completing your top 10. From the first 5 rows of the grid, we're then going to be looking outside what will be the top 10, so a little bit further on down the order, and we can see on row number 6 is Archie Handy and John Powell, and then both John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke will be starting on the final row of the grid. And after their difficulties in race number 4, hopefully they've been able to get those sorted, and they'll be back out there in full force. And I do believe I may have Pointy joining me in the commentary booth in due course, ladies and gentlemen. But as we do get set, all of what is our trucks are already out onto the start finish line straight, all getting into their gridding positions. Indeed, these trucks, they'll be warm, they've been worked very hard, and keep in mind that some of these trucks, they won't be their final race of the day, because some of them will be needed for the International Truck Prix, the 40th anniversary of truck racing in the United Kingdom, at the very end of today. And the sun's not setting by any means yet, but it's definitely a slightly cooler feel in the air compared to say midday, but it's still very much warm out there, there's no doubt about it. And I do not envy our drivers in their respective cabs in the fact that they're definitely going to be feeling that heat, and we are not too far away from going on to the formation lap. But we have got another, what is 15-minute race coming up very shortly, and well, it is going to be a thriller. And keeping in mind as well, there's plenty of narratives here, including what was the race for second place for Adam Bint and the class winning race number 3 for him. Meanwhile, Paul Revved making it 3 out of 4 wins in class 2 with that win in what was race number 4, and meanwhile in class number 1 looking towards the front of the field, Stephen Powell taking that second place in race 4, and what has been an upgrade compared to his third places he's had throughout the weekend. And also we are going to see a bit more hopefully from the likes of what will be David Jenkins following what was that third place finish in race number 4 as they pull away for the formation lap, gradually now making the way on around. And as they head in towards Redgate, well, it is going to be a gradual formation lap, but indeed many of you here excited for more British Truck Racing Championship. And well, the big question will be how quickly can Ryan Smith make his way through the field, and well, can he do it? Will he be able to, of course, because we have seen there's been absolutely stoic defences from a number of drivers over the course of this weekend trying to keep Ryan Smith at bay, and well, he has really been an absolute monster out there, no doubt about it. But at the same time as well, you've got to give credit where it's due in the fact that whilst he is definitely looking to be on course to that 9th title come the end of this season, he is having to find a way on through, and well, man and machine just seem to be completely in sync at the moment. But as they wind their way on down here, and we have seen what is quite a few of the truck convoy starting to depart. Of course, there's plenty of action to come here, and we've still got an absolutely packed out circuit side of spectators at the moment. Everyone eager to get a glimpse of the action here in the British Truck Racing Championship. The BTRC, of course, sponsored by a whole multitude of sponsors on the right hand side of your screen there, including what is none other than Dines, also MV Commercial, Survey Fleet BWOC. We also have the Transport Monitoring Solutions TMS, also GT. We also have Truck and Driver, TRP, TK Total, Freyhoff, and well, they are your official sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship as they make their way on the run up towards the McLean's Corner. But as they make the way on through the right-hander, well, is now not too long away before we do go to the green flag. I think I'm going to take a quick sip of water because this could be an absolute nail-biter. Give me one moment, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, I should remind you, if you are tuning from circuit side at the moment or tuning from home, make sure to stay hydrated, particularly in this summer season, because staying hydrated is always good for the body and mind. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as our drivers make the way on through behind the safety truck, and indeed the whole array of safety trucks on display. So glad to see, and a huge thank you to our sponsors as well for being able to help us bring the BTRC to life this season. We couldn't do it without them, of course. And as they make the way on down, the BTRC family makes its way on down towards what will be the last couple of quarters. Of course, an emotional start to the day with the tribute acts right at the start, and the 1 minute silence that we did see for the big household name of truck racing around the world, Dave Atkins. And well, everyone racing his memory, and his memory will carry on. And well, he's touched everybody down in the paddock, whether it be our drivers or our teams. And right now, everyone will be challenging their best possible pace and their best step forward. As here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final race of the BTRC at Donington Park. They head through the last couple of corners. The safety truck will be peeling away very shortly, and here we go for the final time. It's the 11 on the left, the number 5 on the right. Can Adam Bint take victory in class 2? Can the number 11 roar away to victory in the hand of David Smith? With lights out, away we go as the number 3 launches very quickly, and it's a lovely start from Stephen Powell, who manages to go all the way around the outside, and everybody else just seems to be sleeping at the front. Stephen Powell absolutely nailing this start, and as they go too wide on through, when everybody's safely on through, it is 2 by 2, and they show you that they can go 2 by 2 all the way through. Turn number 1 down in towards turns 2, 3 and 4, and as they do, Ryan Smith already up to P5 that you can see him already looking for a move into P4. Can't quite find it at this time. He'll think about it into the old hairpin, but I don't think it's going to come alive. But what an incredible start to this race. They make the way on through what is turn number 4 through the old hairpin, and everybody right now absolutely nailing it as Paul Revved goes a bit wide out the old hairpin. So Revved had a dismal start to this race, and therefore he's going to have the hard work cut out for him in terms of trying to recover his way up the order. And well, for Revved, it's going quite slow. In fact, I think he might have been slowing down there. We'll have to double check on that very shortly. But as all of our drivers make the way on through McLean's, Revved is slowing down. He's at the back of the pack now. I think there might be an issue on the Napa racing truck, and if so, we're going to have to try and find out what's what's exactly happened there. But meanwhile, those are able to carry on at full pace right now when they continue to roar their way on down the back straight. And as they do, well, here's the number 3 in the capable hands of Stephen Powell. That is absolutely running away. But meanwhile, the number 1 on the inside there, and that's going to be Ryan Smith looking for the move on the 33. And well, for Yates, he's going to be claimed by Smith, and Smith gets that exit, that absolutely powerful exit coming out of what is the final corner, and they roar the way onto a second lap. And after one lap of racing, it is Stephen Powell ahead of Michael Oliver, followed by none other than David Smith, then Ryan Smith in P4, followed by Jenkins, and then we do have Yates, Bint, and then also there what is Stuart Oliver, who completes the run to P8 bowler, and then it is none other than John Powell who completes your top 10. But there is Rivett, Paul Rivett, just crawling along. And something's gone very wrong there, but it does mean for the Napa Racing driver, he will not be getting the full haul of points today, and he will be seeing his final race of the day curtailed early unless they can get some repair work in and get him back out on circuit. But as our truck racing drivers continue their way on through, and indeed brilliant races so far, when they make their way up towards what will be turn number 7, well, we do have the battling there, and Adam Bint, meanwhile, is being held to a stand by Stuart Oliver in the fight for what is P7 overall. And there you can see them there, as meanwhile Ryan Smith also trying to make a bit more progress onto the back of none other than what is David Smith, and already up into 3rd place almost, or is he? Yes, he is going for it here. So that's going to be David Smith on the right of your picture, Ryan Smith on the left. Side by side they go, and the Daimler is going to roar its way up the inside. The Daimler Freightliner versus the MAN TGX, and then the Daimler Freightliner, it just absolutely roaring its way out of each and every corner. And well, to be fair to Ryan Smith, it's the perfect combination of driver and machine. But now his next target will be to deal with Michael Oliver. And well, Michael Oliver, some of you may remember from races 1 and 2, was one of our truck drivers who managed to keep Ryan Smith at bay for a sizable period of time. As being on side by side here, that's Stuart Oliver up the inside of the 33 of the truck, I should say, of Neil Yates. And Yates right now not quite able to hold on there, and it is going to be Stuart Oliver makes his way through. Now, I do apologise for the fact I don't think at the moment we do have Pointy, and I suspect he might be, because he's got a very busy schedule down in the paddock at the moment, jumping from event to event. But as soon as he does join me, we'll make sure you guys and girls that know that Pointy is here in what is the commentary booth. But in the meantime, I'll try and do my best I can to channel a little bit of inner Pointy here, albeit it's never quite the same. And as they make their way up into McLean's right now, absolutely brilliant racing here at Stuart Oliver. Now trying to break away from what is Yates, albeit Yates staying with him. And as they head in towards Coppice Corner, well, now it's all going to be about getting the best possible run on the charge up towards the chicane. But as they head on down, here comes Ryan Smith once again, and Smith this time looking to try and pick off the number 12 of Michael Oliver. And the MAN TGX on the outside there, it's going to fall by the wayside. With just 4 minutes this race complete, and we've still got just over 2/3 of distance to go. And now Ryan Smith up into P2, and well, the number 1 will go hunting after Powell for what will be the win. And Stephen Powell will know when he looks at his rearview mirrors this time, or indeed the rearview camera, he's going to be seeing what is a very fast charge in number 1, and it is coming for him with only 2.5 seconds being the gap. But meanwhile, to give you a quick update in Class 2, it's still Adam Bint who leads, and then John Powell, who is in at P6, the best part of 2.2 seconds behind. So therefore, we've got a battle for what is Class 2's victory that could potentially come on the horizon. But Paul Rivett is into the pit lane, and I believe the Napa Racing Trucks Aspirations number 22 have been brought to a halt. Indeed, it's coming in, and we haven't seen it leave yet, so therefore it's a bit unfortunate. But as they make the way on down here, staying with the trucks that are still racing, we've still got the best part of what is 13 trucks touring on the circuit. And as we can see there, looking to the very front, well, right now Ryan Smith on a charge, and well, trying to bring the gap down a little bit further this time, and I think the gap's already down to about 1.5 seconds, and barreling on forward as they make their way out of Coppice Corner. You can see that as much as Stephen Powell is doing everything in his power to try and stay clear of what is Ryan Smith is an inevitability at this point. Indeed, as they make their way into the braking zone here, we can see how Ryan Smith has closed up so much as they make their way from the right into left. Gap was 2.5 seconds going onto this lap. What's the gap going to become the end of this lap? Well, here we go. We're about to find out. And as they make the way across the line, it's a gap now that's come all the way down to none other as we get the times updated after 4 laps of 1 second. So it really has come down, and will still more to come as they make the way onwards towards another lap, down onto lap number 5. And we can see that, in fact, that's Paul Revved who's been able to get out of the pit lanes. They've been able to get the Napa truck back up and running. He will be multiple laps down, but the key point will be that if he manages to finish this race, he'll get key points in his championship charge. And remembering, of course, having missed rounds earlier in the season, he wants to get as many points as possible to keep his hunt for that Class 2 championship title alive. But here's Ryan Smith, continues to be our focus on the camera. We'll also look a little bit further down the field in due course. And Smith right now close once again as they make the way in towards what is turn number 7. Through the right hander they go, and as they make the way on out, well, having a word there, I think, to say, Wolf and Stuart Evans there in the YouTube chat, suggesting that Pointy may have gone to judge the show trucks, which is absolutely fair, given there is a huge truck. There's a huge truck show special on this weekend, including multiple prizes for the best trucks of different categories and whatnot. And meanwhile, battling side by side here, albeit Ryan Smith looks one way, he then looks the other way, and it's going to be a move here onto the brakes. He gets ready to go. The number 3 of Stephen Powell being made to work overtime to try and keep the number 1 at bay. But as they make the way on out here now, will Powell be able to use all the nuance he knows in order to prevent Smith from getting on through? Well, Smith looks around the outside, but Stephen Powell seems to have done enough this time to keep Ryan Smith at bay as we reach the halfway point of this race. On to brakes go. Smith defers to the inside here, and well, Powell's going to turn in. He's going to find Ryan Smith right there, and Smith decides, okay, if I can't get it done in a straight line race, I'll get it done under braking, and gets it absolutely nailed on there. And Ryan Smith taking the lead. Meanwhile, just behind, that is, I believe, the number 12 of Michael Oliver, with what is Jenkins started to close up. A brave move there from Ryan Smith, but an absolutely brilliant move. And to be fair, needed respect given from Stephen Powell to make sure they didn't come into contact. And, well, the respectful race between the two gentlemen definitely being demonstrated on air there as they make the way up the hill. But meanwhile, Michael Oliver and Dave Jenkins are getting closer and closer to each other. But here is your leader as he makes his way on through. And now looks as though he's going to be released. But we've got more battles a little bit further behind, and well, the big battle, of course, that is building in the fight for P3, and we'll also have a battle building a little bit further back for P7 between Yates and Bowler. But I think we are going to take a little look there at that battle for P3, and there it is as they make the way on around. And this battle, of course, between two drivers who've both had very good weekends, albeit they perhaps haven't been able to have as many points as they would like. But as they head on down, that's Michael Oliver in the number 12 on your right, albeit the time and tower will have the surname as Olive, but I promise you it is Oliver. It's just been concatenated. And as they head in towards what will be the next lap, well, Michael Oliver just trying to fend off David Jenkins, who took the wins, of course, in races 1 and 2 yesterday, and also in race number 4 today took a P3. Didn't quite have the result he wanted in race number 3, but still a very consistent run to podium so far. And as they make the way on through the right-hander, going through the red gate corner, well, Michael Oliver right now just not being able to keep his rivals at bay as they make the way down the hill. Indeed, now it does look as though for Michael Oliver, it's all going to be about that pressure. But joining me now, and it is none other than what is, I do believe, Pointy in the commentary room.
Hi Paul. Sorry for my late arrival. 5 minutes left on the clock. Have I missed that much of the track race? Unbelievable. I've been over on the infield handing out trophies to the show truck drivers. Fantastic turnout from Convoy in the park there. But of course then I saw a special face out there in the audience. My wife and son have come to see me, which is terribly nice. And let's just say I got distracted. Say hello, Henry. There we go. I'm sure we broke every speaker in the UK with that announcement, but there we go. Henry's probably going to be a commentator like Daddy one day, but until then we've got 5 minutes left, just over 5 laps left of this race. Yes, indeed, that is number 12, Michael Oliver, in what Henry likes to call the Batman truck. Of course, last year's livery saw these trucks in black and yellow, and of course, any young guys out there would understand that that is synonymous with the Caped Crusader himself. Dave Jenkins all over the back, though, of Michael Oliver, looking for a gap through. Will he be able to make it? Swerving around, but he thinks better of it just before that turn. Still about 2 seconds behind that third place. But I tell you what, it's going to be a phenomenal result there again for Michael Oliver and Steve Powell if they manage to take another podium. And I'm sure I'll be happy to see them down in Parc Fermé.
Oh, 100%. Appreciate that, Pointy. But Pointy's going to have to depart once again. He's quickly popped in to make sure that you guys and girls at home know he hasn't disappeared, but he's got such a hectic schedule right now, and also spending a little time with family as well. I mean, who can blame him given the fact that he's been pulling in an absolutely huge stint this weekend, the voice of the British Truck Racing Championship, and well, as we continue our battle here for P4, I was going to ask him the question that some of you asked, which is has Archie Handy been able to take a podium in Class 2 over the course of this season? I'm not aware of one. I think he may have, in fact, a little bit earlier in the season, but don't quote me on that. But meanwhile, we continue to keep our eyes here on the battle between the 11 and the 7. The 11 being piloted by David Smith, the 7 meanwhile being piloted by Stuart Oliver. And as they make the way on through Coppice Bed right now, nose to tail they go. And well, it's much like from one member of the Oliver family to the other. Michael Oliver in P3 fending off what is Dave Jenkins, and meanwhile here we do see what is Stuart Oliver on the attack versus the number 11 David Smith. But they head down towards the braking zone, and well, Stuart the father, I think Michael the younger unless I'm mistaken, as they head on through what is turns 9 and 10. Right now 3 minutes left on the clock, and behind them it's number 14 of John Bowler, who is getting closer and closer. Bowler not picking up any podiums this weekend, interesting, but meanwhile, speaking of picking up podiums, oh my goodness, that is a big way to time out, and that is Dale Bent. That is there, not Dale Bent, that's Adam Bint, I should say. Absolutely put himself up with 2 wheels there, hitting the inside tyres at turn number 9, and well, as they make the way down, that's a change for the Class 2 lead, and that is going the way of John Powell. Well, Powell right now, absolutely pleased, I'd say, given the fact it all went wrong at the start of the day yesterday, race number 1 on Saturday, so I'm having to come into the pits with problems. And here's a replay, ladies and gentlemen, what exactly happened. Side by side they battled the way down, and this was for the leader Class 2, and you can see their Powell going around the outside, sweeps on through, and in the end Adam Bint turns in a bit too early, ends up clipping the tyres, and well, it sends the tyres sideways, sends the rear of the truck also sideways as well, and will brilliantly captured there by Adam Bint, bringing it back together. What a slide. And well, as we return to your live racing pictures, 2 minutes left on the clock, and well, now we're looking back here to the battle of the 12 and the 69 for the final overall podium position, the final podium position of the Class 2 category, Class 1 category I should say, as I get my numbers right the second time round. And here we can see a move from Jenkins as he looks to go around the outside, but Michael Oliver is not going to give up at all here as they head in towards, oh my goodness, and well, that is a very slow moving member of the Oliver family, that's Stuart Oliver, and I think something has broken on the number 7, and well, will they be able to get back to the pit lane with only a minute and a half to go? I suspect it will crawl, but definitely that is a sad end to the day for Stuart Oliver, and well, that is going to completely bookend what is his 5th race of this weekend on a bit of a negative. But meanwhile, with 1 minute or so to go, we've still got one member of the Oliver family pushing on, and we've got more battles elsewhere. This is the lead battle for Class 2. There's the fight between Powell and what is Bint as they continue to push after each other for P9 overall, and it's the DAF versus the Volvo as they make the way out of turn 1 down towards turn 2. Multiple different manufacturers here on the grid today. And as they make the way onwards, well, here is your leader. He's going to have one more lap after this. Ryan Smith, your overall leader, just running away right now. As we've also got some post-race time penalties pending, including 5-second penalties for both. What is there? I do believe David Smith is running P5, and also none other than Simon Cole in P11. And well, as they come across the line, it is going to be here the number 1 of Ryan Smith that carries its way onto one final lap today as he heads down in towards the braking zone for Redgate Corner, comfortably in lead. But meanwhile, we can see here that battle for the Class 2 lead doesn't look as anywhere near as comfortable for none other than John Powell as he would like it to, as they head through the right-hander and onwards towards what will be their final lap. Paul Rivett going slowly there. Has he got the recurring issue from earlier, or has he decided just to back off to let his fellow competitors who are a lap up on him through? Albeit that will be heartbreaking either way, given the fact he's competing with these drivers who just passed him, of course, for championship glory. Well, as they make the way through, I think that is a slow-moving Paul Rivett in the number 22. And I think that might be his race at this weekend coming to a rather sad end. But meanwhile, we look here to your leader. He's only got what is another 3 corners to go as he clears McLean's. And for Ryan Smith, after what was a Saturday of second places, today it has been first places across the board on Sunday so far. And with only 2 more corners between him and victory right now, you've got to say that after what was an absolutely dominant run of Thruxton, 5 out of 5, well, it hasn't quite been perfection here at Donington Park, but it's come close, and he's had to do it against adverse circumstances and not taking part in qualifying as of yesterday. But still, the path to a championship crown is littered with challenges, and today Ryan Smith on Sunday has taken all 3 wins, and he seeks the checker flag, and he takes it for a race 5 of 5 in the British Truck Racing Championship at Donington Park, and well and truly on his way to defend that title as the number 3 as Stephen Powell comes home second place. And in a drag race line, it will be Michael Oliver who rounds off the podium ahead of Dave Jenkins. We will then see the number 40 of Archie Handy take P4 there, albeit a lap down, but take full place in Class 2. And then I will see what is there. I do believe that's the number 11 of none other than David Smith that manages to outrun. Well, in fact, no, that's the number 14 of Bowler that's come home in P5, because we've got to keep in mind those post-race time penalties. Our apologies. With Tom Rook in P6, and then it will be a Yates in P7, and we do have David Smith in P11. But what about the battle for the Class 2 win? And well, here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. John Powell is going to take the win in Class 2, and that, I believe, is his first win of the weekend. And what a result there. And well, given the fact that he had come off of a run of 5 out of 10 wins in the last couple of rounds, will now back to winning ways for John Powell, with Adam being just behind. And then it will be none other than the 41 of Simon Cole that will come through to complete that finishing order in what will be P3 in Class 2. Even with a post-race time penalty, it's not going to stop him from being on the Class 2 podium. But there is Ryan Smith, and well, what a Sunday he's had. The hard work all paying off, and well, as he heads on through what is there, the Coppice Corner, and heads back towards Parc Ferme. Let's bring you those provisional results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, of course, ladies and gentlemen. And in race 5 of 5 here for this weekend in Convoy in the Park 2024 at Donington Park, Ryan Smith takes the final win of the British Truck Racing Championship at Donington Park ahead of Stephen Powell, with Michael Oliver completing your top 3. David Jenkins just missing out narrowly there by what was in the end 2 tenths, if that, but still P4 ahead of John Bowler, with Tom O'Rourke, Neil Yates and David Smith completing the top 8. We've then got John Powell, who won Class 2, and well, John Powell doing a fantastic job there and picking up at least 1 win this weekend, albeit some podiums also coming his way, and fending off Adam Bint along the way after that brilliant pass into the Robert chicane. Simon Cole, best of SP11, but 3rd place in Class 2, and Archie Handy a lap down, but bring it to the checker flag. An unfortunate retirement for Stuart Oliver and Paul Revved. And still, I think they managed to carry on in the end, albeit at depleted capacity, but what a race, ladies and gentlemen. And that brings our BTRC race to close. And we can see here some fun being had by our drivers with regards to the final race, doing some sideways drifting by looks like some truck drifting. And well, given the fact it's the final race of the weekend, you can imagine that those tyres will have been spent, and therefore their logic will be here that they can afford to burn those tyres, because they won't be running that set again for the purposes of the upcoming weekends. And well, as we also do see the Convoy making a bit of a departure there, we go from the replay, I think, to excuse me, what is our live pictures, and apologies for the rapid transition. But there we go, as the Convoy continues to make its way out. Of course, a lot of the show truck classifications, and indeed the judging complete, and Pointy working on that with me. And I did appreciate him making a quick cameo over the purposes of this one. And well, it wouldn't be the BTRC without the voice of BTRC being was good old Pointy. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got plenty more racing to come, of course, in the fact that whilst it may be 4 in the afternoon, or coming up to that here local time in the United Kingdom, well, that was what we call a race number 16 in the afternoon. We've still got 4 more races to come. Would you believe it? Yep, we are still ram-packed to an absolutely blistering schedule. And well, there you can see. Coming up next at 4:30 is the third of the races for this weekend, second of the day for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport. We've then got the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, Britcar Trophy, and also the International Truck Prix to wrap up. But we're going to get a word with Pointy down in Parc Ferme.
Betty Swallows I said that, I'm allowed to. Bit warm.
Sweaty Betty.
That's it, very, very.
Very warm.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, full credit to the driving standard again, I'll say.
30 degrees external, it must be at least double that in there.
Yeah, it's 60 degrees, but we load up on water. Steve Powell's had a fantastic weekend, drove very well. You know, everyone's been fair with each other. We didn't have the great start in qualifying, but it's ended well, and you know, the team and the sponsors, and I know everybody wants to come here, and I'm always mindful that everybody wants to win and there can only be one winner per race and stuff like that, but we do work hard and we do put a lot of effort in.
Yeah, everybody does, definitely.
But everybody does, and you know, like you said it, you hit the nail on the head. People are away from their families, helpers, yourself, you know, your son and partners come this today and to see.
Just left him in the media centre.
and it's what we do because we love. But Dave drove extraordinarily well yesterday, and you know, I think the championship as a whole, you know, I've won the 3 races today, so it's going to look like on paper that I've stole the show, but that's not the case, because Dave Smith flying, Michael Oliver's standard of driving and his results are starting to come. Stewart's in a new truck after the dismal season he's had.
Still takes the trophy
Steve
home
Powell
first
and Dave
weekend
Jenkins
out.
are fighting, and you know, credit to my team. I believe I've got the best team, I've got the best truck, and I'm not bad myself.
You're all right yourself. People have said it. I'm starting to believe them.
Absolutely. But again, it's been a great weekend. Thanks to all our sponsors. Too many to name.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
you know, being at the front, I hope that we've networked their name quite well. And yeah, thanks to everyone who's come and supported the championship and us as a team.
Fantastic. Ryan Smith, thank you very much. Talk about turning it round. 2 struggles yesterday, see 3 incredible podiums today. Let's go and find then Division 1 second place, Steve Powell. Steve, another fantastic trophy for you. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, over the moon, yeah. Had a great weekend, yeah. He's got so much pace. So
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's
Really
crazy, yeah. It's a little bit frustrating, but we're getting used to it. No, but like, we're closing the gap really for us, so like, yeah, I'm over the moon with it. It's really, really good. We'll get away, you know, the inevitable, but we're keeping the likes of Michael behind us, Dave behind us, Stuart. It's nothing to be sniffed at, you know what I mean? So
I was going to talk to Michael, but he's just kind of sauntered off on his buggy.
yeah, he's not used to getting on the podium.
He's not used to waiting around for interviews, is he?
Division 2's the last time we probably got on the podium. But no, it's good. Like I say, we're keeping a good load of drivers behind us. So yeah, really pleased with it for the team and everyone. So.
These naughty boys behind you.
I was going to shout out my wife though, because she's been brilliant this weekend.
She's helped me as well,
really well
setting
with
the
the
trophies up. Yeah, I mean, she gave all the first place hats away, you know, the first race.
Cheese and toasties to die for as well.
No, I will vouch for the cheese and ham toasties. They were phenomenal.
Yeah, they were phenomenal, and I'm not allowed to say that word.
You're not allowed to say phenomenal?
No.
Oh, well, I'll say it, phenomenal. Oh, cheese and ham toasty, or they call it.
I'd like to say one more thing.
Go on.
Well done, Matt.
Matt.
It's a private joke, but they all know what I mean.
Okay, well done, Matt. There you go. We'll leave that there. I'm not allowed to reply to that. I can't. Yeah, they won't have heard you say it, don't worry. Yeah, wait until the podium. Well, we've lost Michael. Obviously, Paul Revved having some serious issues with his truck there. Lost pace, but just about finished the race, of course, so that made it worth it for him. Paul, what happened? What happened, mate?
We lost the top 2 gears, unfortunately, so it was a case of limp it home for some points, then that was all we could do. And do my best to stay out the other guy's way. So, you know, I was waiting for track limits then, the amount of time I was on the grass getting out of their way.
Maybe they let you off because you killed your truck.
Yeah, unfortunately. But look, at least it happened in the last race of the weekend, and we've had a great weekend, you know. The crowd have been great, the racing's been great, so yeah, I'm going to run off and go and see him, get some guests in our hospital.
Right, nice, I like it. Have fun, Paul. Get it fixed before we see you again. Right, let's see if we can't find Dave Smith here chilling as well. Last race for the BTRC this weekend. Last race for you then, of course, as well this weekend. How have you found it?
Yeah, I think we've improved every race. So last race, I think we finished 5th on track. Got some penalties for track limits, but yeah, I'm happy with that. Been a good weekend, really good weekend.
Good, love it. This is the positivity we want. We'll see you again at Snetterton. Of course, Snetterton only 2 weeks before we go over to Le Mans in late September. It's going to be a very tight few weeks for us in the British Truck Racing Championship. John Bowler, good to see you on all of your races. Unfortunate issue earlier on, of course, but you got it back out.
Yeah, we did, yeah. We started in back of the grid, I think we were 14th and we finished 5th apparently, so
Yeah, we've
hell of a way to turn it round.
Worked our magic. Me and the team.
The magic men over in Team Bowler. That's what we want to see. Good job on you, buddy. We'll see you at Snetterton as well. Now, fingers crossed, we can see. We haven't seen Neil Yates yet this weekend, so we'll have a quick chat to Neil Yates. Neil, how are we doing, buddy? We've seen, I feel like you've come into your own a little bit through this weekend. We've started to see taking positions, we've started to see better lap times. How are you feeling? Do you think it took someone like Anderson to say, no, just leave that at number 3 and crack on?
There's a mixture of, without a shadow of a doubt, he's been my mentor for the weekend, and an amazing mentor, I have to say. The truck is amazing, but understanding not only why you do things, but how to do things, and the reason of doing it is a massive help this weekend. I've loved every minute, lost about a stone in sweat.
Haven't we all? And I've not even been in a truck. I mean, I've done running though, I've been running, yeah.
Well, no, it's been an amazing weekend. Love the truck, love the help. Thanks to Jamie and the team, they've pulled it off. We worked till midnight last night after a few problems yesterday, and it's been absolutely amazing.
Fantastic. Well, great to hear you enjoying yourself, because that's what we do this for, believe it or not.
So I've heard.
Yeah, actual pleasure.
It'll be fun, they said.
Yeah. It won't cost you much, they said.
Well, I go away smiling, so there we go. As per.
Yes, exactly. As much as anything in life, if you leave smiling, you've done a good job. Neil Yates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to him. I think we've just got time to speak to Division 2's. Where's he gone? Just taking a break in the breeze. The sun is, thank goodness, starting to give in to some cloud cover now, and we can feel a bit of air movement around. You're just taking a breather.
Oh, I was keeping my eye on the jumbo jets actually. To be
you don't
fair.
want them landing on you, do you?
Well, nearly did earlier in the first race. They're coming down the back straight, and I said to him, "There's a jumbo jet coming."
They are very close, aren't they?
Very close, yeah.
They're all going on holiday to China, I think.
I believe so. Well, no, I think they might be coming back actually.
Oh, so, right. They're landing most likely. Yeah.
None of them look very happy on there.
Oh, no, we're home then. Oh dear. What a turnaround! I'm so happy for you, honestly.
Yeah, we needed that.
What a result.
Yeah, we needed that, and we've actually the water stayed in it this time. So
good.
That's not what's leaking.
Well, no, that's just the radiator coolers.
Yeah. So it went off a little bit towards the end, but tyres is temperature really, isn't it? So
yeah, it was. I think you've all done very well in the conditions, extremely hot conditions. But now, of course, a weird one. You actually get to enjoy watching a truck race now instead of rebuilding yours and panicking. You get to see the international.
Yeah. It's actually nice. I watched it yesterday for the last one yesterday, so we'll get over there this afternoon and go and see that.
Who'd have thought enjoying a bit of truck racing?
Who's your money on?
Come on,
let's have a little tenner.
I think Neil's going to take this one away from Anderson.
Do you know? Well, I don't know. I think maybe Anderson. So
yeah. Well, I was just trying to be different.
I'm rooting for the 33.
I was just trying to be different.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's probably going to be Anderson, but
it might be a Scania. You never know.
So.
It's Steve Thomas.
No. Steve might have it in him, but I don't think the Scania has. Bless him.
The Scania needs to be in Division 2.
Yeah. Could you see a space for it in Division 2?
I don't see why not, to be honest with you.
Like to get some more faces in Div 2. I think it'd be good next year.
Yeah, it needs to drive.
Plenty of trucks. I mean, I didn't realise until they all started bringing them out the back of the warehouse. Stuart Oliver's got a spare one knocking about, obviously, as well as the Scania. We've got a couple from other teams.
Wayne Easton, he's got like a race truck graveyard down his
that's a very good point.
He's bring a few out.
He's put most of them in there as well.
Did we say that?
What we're talking about. Right, John, well done. Well deserved trophy. Great for you and the rest of the team. That's all we've got time for down here in the BTR Superpark Ferme. We've still got one more race left. The International Truck Prix at 7:15. Honestly, we'll all be in our slippers by the time we're handing those trophies out. Anyway, back to Paul up in the commentary box.
Thank you, Pointy. And well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, they're already on the grid. And whilst it's busy in the infield with the truck convoy gradually making its way on through, we have got an absolute plethora of minis, because this is going to be the third race of the weekend for the Mini Clubsport Challenge with AirTech Motorsport. And as they make their way away on what will be at their formation lap, let's take you through that grid rather rapidly indeed, because we haven't got too much time. But as we do look to the lovely scenic view on the back half of the lap, we can can see, taking pole position based on the results of race number 2, Ross Alexander fighting with Stephen Berry in the open category. The 2 Mini Coopers there. They then do have on what will be the second group on the grid, starting in row number 4. Freddie Hewitt in what will be the Class S56 machine, and he'll be joined on the front row by what is Zach Blackwell there on row number 4, but the front row of their categorisation. Remember, we do have 4 classes here, albeit there'll be the S53 of Zach Blackwell, and then we'll have Charlie Newton-Darby and Gary Patworth behind them. We'll then be coming on to what will be row number 6 shortly as everyone makes way into position. And keep in mind that the greys are the open class minis, the yellows are the S56s, and then we do have the pinks, which are the S53 class, and meanwhile those in the blue coloration will be the club class. But we'll carry on with those shortly as we come to Jamie Ringer and Charles Heatley, who start on row number 6. Rowstone goes to Matthew Hibbard and Sophie Wright. Keep your eyes out for Sophie Wright, plus also Emma Dawson and Paul Sawyer behind, who had a big fight in what was race number 2 earlier on today. And then we'll have Lee Campbell and Ian Trundley just behind them. Trundley also a bit of a star from what was our second race, making some great progress. And Alan Lee and Lauren Taylor will complete row number 10. That will complete the combined S56 and S53 classes, and then our final 2 rows of the grid will be the C class, and Andy Langley and Oliver Wilmot will once again go battling. It's 1-all piece between them, but who will take the win at final time, to use the football analogy? Who will make it 2-1, or will we see Daniel Tremont or Jeffrey Surrey still one off of the pair? Well, ladies and gentlemen, they're not too far away. That is your grid order. Everybody absolutely set and ready to go. And well, we did have some misfortune for some of our drivers earlier on, including for what was Lee Campbell. And well, I do believe we are not seeing Lee Campbell on the grid as far as I can see. Well, in fact, yes, he is on the grid. I do apologise there, number 14. But as they all make the way on through, remember, they will be making a standing start for this final race of their weekend in the Clubsport Challenge Minis with Airtech Motorsport. And as they all make the way on through, after today, they will have what will be one more weekend of racing, because this will be round number 12 with their 15-round calendar, and the final 3 races will be at Croft on what will be the 7th through to 8th of September, so just under a month away to their season finale. But as they make their way to the final race of their day, the grid is set, our marshals are in position, there's just a couple to park right at the back, but they know where they've got to be in terms of their grid slots, and well, they'll shortly get the green flag and the lights will go on. But it's going to be a fantastic race, plenty of action to come in this one, and keep your head down, because this is all about the fast and furious tin tops, but who will come out on top? Well, the 5-second countdown is active. The lights are on. And it's lights out and away we go for the final time today in round 12 of the Mini Challenge Clubsport of Airtech Motorsport. And already look at that, Stephen Berry into the lead, Ross Alexander getting dropped on in the run in towards turn number 1. And as they make their way in towards the opening corner, side by side there in the lead battle, the 56s and the 53s. But it looks as though it's been a hold-up position for Hewitt, as Blackwell's not been able to find a way through. But as they make their way down through the Craner curves, everybody safely through, at least for the first corner. But now they make their way on the Holyrood Exchange in towards what will be the Craner curves, and as they come on down left into right here with the old hairpin awaiting them at the lowest point of the circuit, we can see that everyone's safely on for a bit of a slow start there for one of our C-Class drivers a little bit further back, but I think that might be Surrey just taking it nice and easy to begin this race. And as they head up into McLean's, well, there is Ross Alexander chasing after Stephen Berry. Meanwhile, behind, the pack is absolutely fiery hot there, everyone trying to take a little bit of pace on one another, can't quite seem to find a way on through. What is there, Heatley versus Ringer, as they head in towards the next couple of corners. We are looking there at the C-Class that continues to battle hard in this 15-minute race, and what you can see already is we've got to run wide there. Oh goodness me, is that a tyre missing from one of our minis a bit further back? I think it is. Number 27, I think, has had a wheel come completely loose, because that was angled very slightly, or it's a puncture. We'll try and update, but that does not look right. But meanwhile, oh goodness me, something's gone very wrong there. We've had one of our minis go across, in fact one going onto the grass there and taking the scenic route to rejoin. But it's chaos at the end of the open lap, and as they make the way across the timeline, well, after one lap of racing, it is Stephen Berry who leads ahead of Ross Alexander. That's in your open category. Then leading the S53, S56 combined, we do have Charlie Newton-Darby who is leading there, as we've got a safety car, ladies and gentlemen, and completely understandable for the fact that we do have what is one of our minis beached in the gravel, and that is the mini of the number 27, and that is heartbreaking, the S53 class, for none other than Dawson. Emma Dawson, whose race has come to an abrupt halt. And you can see their look on the right of your screen where Dawson is running, thankfully out of the car, which is great to see, and was found the tyre in the wheel and has managed to pick it up and move it off the circuit, helping our marshals there. That's very kind of Emma to do so. But most importantly, first and foremost, very happy to see that Emma is out of the car, all A-OK, and in fact we're a little bit of canter to a sprint. And well, what on earth happened there? That's come loose. We thought it wasn't looking right, the fact the Mini was angled, and we'll perhaps where to get a replay, although I don't think we might have caught it on the replay cameras, but if we do, it'd definitely be interesting to see what exactly went wrong. But it looks as though just the wheels come off. Was it aged or not? Well, that will be the big question. But in terms of that running order, as we're taking you through, of course, it is Stephen Berry who is ahead of Ross Alexander in the open category. They're behind the safety car currently, and then it was Charlie Newton-Darby, P3 overall, and in the S53 class, leading ahead of what is none other than Freddie Hewitt in the S56. So Newton-Darby getting the jump there. And in the C class, we have had what is none other than Langley take the lead. Andy Langley getting ahead of Oliver Wilmot, and well starting on pole, of course, given their results in race number 2. But as we do patiently wait for the car to be extracted, we're going to get some replays here from the start of the race to keep you entertained of what happened at the very beginning. And it was a great start there, but look at the launch that Stephen Berry got off the line versus Ross Alexander. It was almost as if in the second phase of the launch, Alexander just did not find the right gear at the right time. And meanwhile, you can see there Charlie Newton-Darby slicing up the inside of what was Blackwell to take the lead of the class there. And lovely start, but as they made the way on through, well, it was a good start there from what was Newton-Darby, no doubt about it, and Hewitt falling by the wayside, and then it all went wrong. There goes the tyre, there goes the wheel, and well, I think just in case they might have done a tyre and wheel change a little bit earlier on, and it just did not quite work out, as we also had some battling down into the chicane, and well, getting very, very tasty there, and I think that was the 46, if I could see correctly, and what was the 58, both I think having compromised lines into the Robert chicane, and in the end, we'll both get each other the elbow out. But there we go, as we do see the number 27 gradually being tractor-towed off the circuit, and that is a sad BMW Mini Cooper, no doubt about it. And well, I can tell you one thing, the number 27 will not be turning any more laps today, but still very glad to see that we're able to get away with that. And again, it could be damage from potential contact, might have been a nudge as they made the way down into the old hairpin for the first time. We didn't quite catch all of it, and well, as we do see our car being pulled along, that was the car of Emma Dawson that all went a bit haywire coming down into what was the Coppice corner, and well, the front left wheel there definitely leaving the chassis, but Emma Dawson out of the car absolutely fine, as we do see what is being pulled away, and of course all of our drivers right now just safely making their way around behind the safety car, and well, this is understandably eating into race time, and we do have our replay once again, and here it is going into the right hand of Coppice, the car going wide, and well, I think already the wheel wanting to leave Emma's car, and in the end, well, there you can see it making its journey, bouncing a little bit along the gravel, and thankfully not bouncing too high, and well, that was the end of their race. But with that, and now we do see, meanwhile, all the field coming on down, and I think we might be getting the resumption of the race very shortly. We haven't had anything come from race control as of yet to us, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. In fact, the lights off there in the safety car? No, they're still going, so we're going to get at least one more lap behind the safety car, so I suspect we'll spend another 2 minutes there, but then we will be going racing, and well, this is going to turn what was already a short race into a very short sprint. Indeed, we could call it a super sprint, for the fact our drivers will only really be getting about 8 minutes of racing if you include the opening lap, but still that's only going to galvanise them to go full grunt and hunt each other down as much as possible as they make their way down. A bit of tyre warming going on from a few drivers here. I think some of them wary of the fact we should be seeing the safety car pull in soon, but goodness me, what a start, and it almost all went wrong for a number of our other drivers going on through what was the Robert chicane right at the end of the lap. But thankfully it didn't go wrong for them, as otherwise that could have been a bit of a hair raiser, no doubt about it. And the 959 of what was Jamie Ringer in the S56 class with the orange Mini that you saw taken to the gravel on the run through Roberts on the end of the first lap, and will thankfully be able to avoid any major contacts with any other drivers and whatnot. But as they make their way down into the old hairpin here, of course, going through the minds of our drivers right now is a degree of impatience. You've got to try and keep you cool at this point, because obviously they've been waiting a long time since their first race of the day at 10 past 11 this morning. They've waited the best part of what is 5 hours, almost 5.5 hours to go racing once again. It's a long time, and in this heat, when you're down the paddock and you're just waiting around, you do get bored. Sometimes you have to do things to try and distract yourself from it, but you also get this nervousness build up, and it almost is a load of adrenaline just builds up, and you're ready to let it all go. But when you have one lap of racing, and it may not have been the best start to your race, and then you realise, you know what, we're behind the safety car, we've now eaten up half the race, and we've now got to go again. And understandable why we're eating up the race time with the safety car, it's there for a reason. But as a driver now, you've got to reset mentally and go, right, we're restarting, we've got to go again, and I've got to lock in mentally. And that's exactly what we'll see here as the safety car is pulling away, and it will be to what will be none other than Stephen Berry to dictate the field as they start to make the way down the back straight. Will Berry go early? It looks as though he's holding for now. In fact, he has gone, or has he? Well, as they make the way on down, Stephen Berry there maintaining the pace, and they head in towards the braking zone. Berry taking a different approach this time compared to when we saw the safety car restart in race number 2. Decides to go a little bit later, and the field makes its way on through, and we are back racing once again, ladies and gentlemen, for 7 minutes remaining in this race as they make the way down towards turn number 1. And as they make the way on through, you can see everyone in line formation. They have to be until they reach the safety car line. No overtakes allowed until they go on to the next lap. And as they head in towards the red gate corner, well, it looks like everyone's safely on the restart there, as we do see Ross Alexander just trying to find a way to close down Stephen Berry and try to make it 2 wins to Berry's 1. But it looks like Stephen might be the one to take what will be that extra win today. But as our drivers make the way on down into the crater, because that lovely panning shot, they're zooming out gradually to show you the flow of the circuit now they're making the way on through. Well, here we're focusing in particular on what I do believe is the lead battle for what is Class C, or what is the slowest of our classes, but this absolutely titanic battle between the 42 and the 70 of Andy Langley and Oliver Wilmot that really has been one of the big talking points of this entire race weekend when it comes to mini action, and how close they've been to each other. And as they head on through up towards what will be at turn number 7, well, right now looking all the way back to the front of the field, Berry and Alexander. Well, now Ross Alexander might have had a slow start, but he's bringing himself right back in. But meanwhile, from them we look to the 33, and well, that was the car Taylor chasing after Sawyer for a brief moment. There's action every which way we look. We've also got Newton and Blackwell there. That's Newton Derby, car off in the rear of the pitch, and in fact, is that the car of Langley that's taking a trip to the gravel? Coppice claiming a lot of our minis today, but as they make the way across the timeline, well, look at this. This is Newton in the centre of your picture in the black mini, trying to fend off the charge of Blackwell, the 12 and the 1, literally running nose to tail, and behind them, because they're running, of course, in what is the S53 class. The S56 is just behind them, and that is Freddie Hewitt right now, trying to make it another win in his class. But keep in mind as well, they're competing in the AirTech Trophy Championship, which is the merger of the 56 and the 53s. But as they head onto the brakes here, in towards the old hairpin, well, right now, you've got Newton who's trying to keep everybody at bay, and the number 12 driver right now, well, Charlie Newton Derby, really doing everything in their power to try and keep them there, albeit not quite able to break away, and therefore it means that the elbows are going to have to be unleashed here and do everything with only 5 minutes to go in order to make sure no moves happen. But this pack of 4 right now, everybody dicing for an opportunity, and that's certainly happening. Talking about Gary Papworth, who's right at the back of this group, and well, his goal going into this weekend when I caught up with him yesterday was just to simply get the car home at the end of each and every race, keep it safe, keep his head down, and keep it on track. But right now, definitely looking as though he's got some higher aspirations than that, as we're looking for the move here side by side in the run down in towards the Robert chicane. Will he be able to find it, however? And the answer seems to be no, as meanwhile you have got the 959 of Jamie Ringer moving close to this battle. As they come across the timing line, well, they are going to stay as they were on the previous lap. You can see those gaps getting closer and closer together, and right now, in fact, Papworth has found his way into the lead of what is the class, the 56 class, and well, from them we're then looking at what is number 70 of none other than Oliver Wilmot, that has taken the lead of the C class after we did see what was that error from Langley running wide out of Coppice, taking to the gravel there. So now it's going to be Wilmot, Trimmin and Langley contesting that, albeit in that order, and Oliver Wilmot right now trying to hold on for what will be that second win. Indeed, he really has been in the tussle with Andy Langley, but don't rule out the number the number 19 of Daniel Truman, who was up there battling hard in race number 2, albeit didn't quite work out in the end and took a P3 in the class, but was chasing victory. And here we've got side by side as we come back up towards the front of the field, and this is a 2 wide as they make the way inwards towards what will be Coppice Bend, and it's going to be the number 12 of Johnny Newton Derby under pressure. I look things from what will be the number, I believe that is the number 55 of Papworth, unless I'm mistaken. And as they come on down, we've also got the number 5 in the mix. So I think the number 5 is trying to run away right now. And look at the 959. That's Ringer who's going to make it 3 wide for a brief moment. And in the end, as they all head onto the brakes, well, it's going to be right into left they go. A little bit of a tank slapper there. Meanwhile, the front of the field is all blowing up here with regards to the fact that's Berry versus Ross Alexander. Stephen Berry contact between the two of them. They just about survived that. My goodness, that was incredibly close. And as they make the way onwards towards what will be turn number 4, well, right now we'll have to wait and see what happens there as we do look down to what will be Starkeys into Schwanz and McLean, and we'll shortly see Berry and Alexander arrive. But who out of the two is going to be leading? That could have been close to curtains for the two of them. It's still Stephen Berry leading, but right now they're giving each other no quarter. It's fair but firm racing, and meanwhile behind them, if you're excluding what is the top 2, we've still got plenty more battling ongoing, including what is the 55 still in pursuit there of what is Hewitt, and I believe the 959 of Ring has been able to break away there. You just saw it, the orange machine. It's very easy to discern where it's managed to make its way away and is running on. But we look back to the very front of the field with 2 minutes to go. Still have this lap plus 2 more laps remaining. If my maths is correct, with the average lap time being 1 minute 20, and it's these two who dictate the laps, they'll just squeeze in 2 more laps by the best part of about 10 seconds. But as our leaders in the overall and also the open class category, there may only be 2 of them on this grid, but I can tell you one thing, they are putting on an absolute spectacle. As meanwhile, going quite slowly there is what is a car what is a little bit further down. I believe that is the 266 of Surrey that's staying out there, but has now fallen a lap down, but just staying out to travel and looking to build that experience and bring the points home. But on to the penultimate lap we go, and Berry and Alexander still close together as they make the way on the run down the hill, but this time no side-by-side coming out of Redgate or into the Crane curves. Indeed, they stay in a line as they make the way on front. I can imagine that Ross Alexander at this point is just waiting for an opportunity to go on the attack, going on to that final lap and being absolutely patient every step of the way. Meanwhile, as we do look there to what is the battle for the C-Class lead, that is the 70 ahead of the 19. That's Wilmot ahead of Truman, and Langley's there as well. And in fact, I think there's been a class change. Indeed, Langley has got ahead of Truman. They've swapped places over what has been the last lap, and as they head in towards Redgate, well, now it is going to be there what is a challenge for Oliver Wilmot to try and hold on, given the fact that Andy Langley has really been the thorn in his side. They've both been the thorn in each other's side, but Andy Langley on paper has had the greater consistent pace, whereas it seems as though Wilmot has had the greater outright pace, but not necessarily the consistency to make it count every time. But from then we look back to your leaders here, the overall leaders, as they make their way towards the end of the lap just briefly, and then weave our way back to the battle in the lowest speed class on our grid, given the fact we've got so many battles kicking off here, and these guys have still got 1 more lap to go, whereas we have to keep in mind, of course, that Berry and Alexander are on to their final lap, and they will set how many laps the rest of the field do. It's absolutely enthralling stuff every which way you look right now, and as they head upwards they go in towards Coppice Corner. Well, right now the number 70 holding on here, and Wilmot doing everything right so far. As the exhaust has come loose on the 42, you can see it bouncing around there, and I think after that excursion off the circuit at Coppice in the early stages, well, right now that exhaust rattling around is not a good thing. As meanwhile we've got a car deciding to pull off there and go to what will be the marshal's barrier to get out of the way of the racing and prevent what could be a safety car for recovery. But then we come back to the lead battle here, as they've only got 3 more quarters to go, and this is Berry versus Alexander, and Alexander was very close there in the run up in towards McLean's. But do we have a yellow flag here that may interrupt the ability for these two to go racing? I think it's only coming through Coppice. There it is, but we might have a green flag in the run all the way down to the last 2 corners here, so it's going to be Berry and Alexander. Alexander getting the better run, but too far back to be able to go in towards a move here. So unless Stephen Berry makes an error, this is going to go the way of Stephen Berry as they come through the right into left. That's Roberts complete. It's a drag race to the line. The clock strikes 0, and at the end of it all, it is going to be Stephen Berry who makes it 2 wins to the 1 of Ross Alexander at the finish line here at Donington, and taking that final checker flag of the mini challenge at Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. And indeed, here we now look to what is the run of Ringer as Ringer makes her way right into left here through the last couple of quarters, but it is going to be none other than Blackwell who takes the win in their category, and that category, of course, Zach Blackwell, the S53s, ahead of Newton Derby, and then we see it was the 959 of Jamie Ringer taking the win in the S56 class, and but it's the first time today, and indeed this weekend, we have seen whereas an S53 take the joint class win versus the S56s, as the rest of the field comes on through. Heatley, then Campbell, followed by Patworth, then Hibbard, Hewitt, Wright, and it will be then Trunley who completes the run to P12 ahead of Sawyer, and then it will be this final battle, and this is Langley versus Wilmot, and Langley has got back ahead in this all, and it happened on the final lap. We haven't quite seen how the move was made, but it did get made in the end, and it is Andy Langley who manages to snatch back that win versus Oliver Wilmot after being denied in race 1 by a hair on the final drag race to the line, but in the end he was able to make it 2 wins to the 1 win of Oliver Wilmot, albeit I can imagine that exhaust rattling around may have taken away some of his confidence right at the end, and Truman just behind them at P3 in their class, and Lee and Surrey are wrapping up that finishing order. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, 20 starters, 18 finishers, and unfortunately retirements for both Taylor and Dawson, of course having the wheel fly off of her car, the number 27 driver Emma Dawson, thankfully uninjured and not harmed in that instant. But meanwhile, we bring up your provisional results subject to any stewards inquiries, and here we can see Stephen Berry, your winner overall and in the open category by 3 attempts over Ross Alexander, and settling the deal, which is he takes 2 wins to Ross's 1 today, and then Zach Blackwell completing the run for 3rd place overall, but also taking the class victory in the S53s and also ahead of the S56s. Charlie Newton Derby P4 ahead of Jamie Ringer, the 959 driver, taking his first win of the weekend for the S56s. Congratulations to Jamie, and then Charles Heatley, Lee Campbell and Gary Patworth there on the run down towards P8, with Matthew Hibbard and Freddie Hewitt completing your top 10. And a dismal end to the weekend for Freddie Hewitt after a brilliant pair of races to kick off his weekend, but not to be in this final race today. Sophie Wright P11 ahead of Ian Trunley, then Paul Sawyer and Andy Langley, last but not least in our top 14, but most importantly for him, taking that 2nd win in Class C over Oliver Wilmot, who finished P15, and he'll be absolutely pleased with that. But what a race. We may have only had 8 minutes of race and a rather limited number of laps to that early safety car, but I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure many of you agree with me, what we lacked in the number of laps, we definitely had. It was some brilliant battling action all the way through, and well, that brings our minis to a close, and I'm sure we'll get a word or two with some of our mini drivers down in the Parc Ferme very shortly. And well, I think we might have our interviewers ready. In fact, we'll cut to them now and cut to Ian Waterhouse.
I'm in a very happy Parc Ferme right now. We've got to Zach Blackwell, delighted with that. I'll come to you soon, Zach. Let's get these 2 guys, because Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander, this weekend, these boys have put on some show. Boys, can we keep you together, actually, because you 2 have put on some show for us. So, Stephen, you've picked up a pair of wins. Ross, a win for you as well this weekend. It's been quite remarkable. Have you enjoyed your battles with Stephen?
Yeah. It's been hard fought. For the ones I've won, they're hard fought. For the ones that he's won, I'm sure they're very hard fought.
That was bloody hard, mate. That was hard work.
We make each other's lives difficult, and that's the fun of it.
Very difficult.
But isn't that the best of it? Like, you 2, there's clearly a lot of respect between the
There was a lot of moments in there. I think where both of us went, what the, and I won't swear. But yeah, we've brought it back. Just, I think we've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, you 2 are going to keep pushing each other, aren't you? This is what we like to see. Look, guys, congratulations, well done. You really have entertained us.
Say another thank you to all my sponsors that's made this happen: CCF Fiberglass, SDL Minor Firm, BC Racing.
Of course, 3rd on track.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, do apologise for that. Some slight technical issues with regards to the camera work and whatnot down in the Parc Ferme area for those interviews. If we can get back to those, we will. But here instead is a replay of that race start and some moments of what was an absolutely incredible 3rd race of the weekend with regards to our mini Clubsport challenge. But I believe we may be getting back to the interview shortly. Indeed, we are going to cut back to those.
We finally got one.
I'm so happy for you, mate. Well done. Congratulations, great stuff. Back there, picking up the class win. Amazing stuff indeed.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, those technical issues continue to prove absolutely annoying, but still, we press on all the same. We're still here with regards to the stream, albeit the little technical issues do creep in every so often, but we're looking back at some of those brilliant moments from this mini challenge race. And as we do, well, those are some of the moments there, and well, we now look to the scenic view, and we'll still plenty more racing to come. We've still got 3 more races to come with regards to this weekend. And well, including those races, we've got the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship coming up next. But we then got the Britcar Trophy, the second of those 2 50-minute races, coming up a little bit later on. And the International Truck Prix. We'll bring that schedule up on screen shortly. But I suspect there might be a little bit of hot equipment as well down in the paddock. And that's why we might be having those intermittent technical issues. But still, really appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you tuning in. And the fact, as always, these little things do happen. The little gremlins do come along. But one thing we can promise you, the one thing that isn't going to break is going to be the fantastic racing action around the circuit, no doubt about it. And well, at 5 o'clock we will be expecting what will be the MG Owners Club Championship race, sponsored by Adrian Flux, to be getting underway. So we do have the best part, of approximately 20 minutes before we do go racing once again. Of course, we'll be building up to that race in Georgia for race number 18 of this weekend. And we'll just a special mention, of course, once again to all of the Orange Army, our track marshals, doing a fantastic job in making sure things move as swimmingly and according to schedule as humanly possible. Indeed, all the stewards, everybody that makes it happen. And a big thank you to all the guys and girls in terms of the broadcast team. Indeed, our cameramen furiously at work out there in the sun. I think some of them getting a little bit of a tan, and of course our broadcast director. I can only imagine how hard the work is going on right now, but indeed it all makes the magic happen. And well, also a huge thank you to the most important thing, which is our spectators, as I do believe we might have some more footage upcoming. Oh, and well, a little nod being made to me for our broadcast director right here to say thank you for the commentary team, myself and Pointy, but we're just helping to bring it to life, of course, ladies and gentlemen. It's all the hard work done for our racers and you guys and girls tuning in that make this truly special. But we do have some interviews queued up for what will be the second of our MG Owners Club Championship races, sponsored by Adrian Flux, and indeed I think we are going to be cutting those interviews now.
Right, everybody, it's time for the final race of the weekend for the MG Owners. Race 1 was an absolute cracker. I'm down here with Carl Bate. We've decided to sit down, Carl, because it's sweltering hot today, isn't it? A little bit nicer than some of the weather we've had this season. How has the season been for you?
I've not been out a huge amount, but it's been good. The classics have got a real good following this year. Lots of good close racing, hardly any contact, really enjoying it.
These are beautiful machines. What's it like to drive, especially around Donington Park?
They're good fun. Donington's a great circuit. Yeah, they get a load of grip when the sun's out. Nice to move the back around a little bit. Not too much power to make anything scary. In the hands of someone who knew what they're doing, this would be pretty impressive, I think.
Oh, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Learning the craft, slowly but surely.
You certainly are. Look, what can you do in this race?
Well, no Will, sadly, but that kind of gives everyone else a bit of a shock because he's been dominating.
Yeah.
Right behind Dave, alongside Jim, so hopefully I can stick with those two. I think on a good clear run I can kind of match them for times, but they've got a bit more racecraft than me, so I shall stick in there and see what I can do.
We're going in for a pot in this race, aren't we?
That'd be nice, mate. That'd be nice to be my first one.
Right, Carl, I better let you get ready because it's almost time to go racing. Thanks for talking to us. Thanks for letting me sit down next to you as well for a bit.
worries,
right, here we go. Time for the final race of the weekend for the MG Owners. Paul, over to you.
And a big thank you to Ian Walthouse there for that interview. But here is your grid then, ladies and gentlemen, for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship and what is their second and final race of this weekend. Howard Hunt lines up on pole position there in the MG ZS 180 Invitational. Then starting off the Class Z positions, it will be a class leader Steve McDermott ahead of Jake McDermott and Rob Addison on row at number 2. Keep your eyes out for some fireworks between that triplet of drivers. We saw plenty of that in race number 1 earlier today. Jonathan Candler starts P5 ahead of Maninder Gohar, had a fantastic race number 1. Expect more from him in race number 2 here. Liam Wignall completes the run down to the 4th row with Mark Baker joining him in the MGF, leader of Class F on this grid. And then we have Jimmy Work and Simon Kendrick completing your top 10. Outside the top 10, as we continue to march our way down the starting order, on row number 6, we have Eddie Sharp and Andy Prix. We'll then have Luke Boniface and Riley Price in this absolutely packed Class Z grid with Adrian Olsen and Andrew Herron together on row number 8. And then Darren Leonard starts in what will be P17, with Martin Willis being a bit of a lonely Class F MGF starting P18 in the 44. Row number 10 will then be occupied by our classics, our Class A machines, and it will be the number 1 of William Sharp. They'll be looking for redemption after a dismal end to race number 1 with that late technical issue, and David Amphlett alongside completing what is the run of the top 20. But there's more than that, of course, because on row number 11 we have Jim Bainham and also Carl Bate, and then we do have Ashley Barnes and Gary Puxty on what is row number 12. We then have Mark Ryhorski and what is Nigel Walcott on row number 13, and starting last but not least, but having to do all the work from the back of the grid, Josh Addison completes your starting order. And remember, of course, this is for round number 12 of the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, and we have 2 more rounds of this afterwards, albeit those are at Snetterton in what will be a month's time to wrap up their season. So this is the penultimate pair of rounds this weekend. It's their final race of the Donington Park weekend, and then they'll be heading to Snetterton to wrap up the championship, and this could be a decisive one in terms of the key points they take away. We saw plenty of action in race number 1. We also saw that red flag, but we are coming to this race a little bit sooner than originally envisaged. It does seem as though we're moving ahead of the schedule, as the intention always is, of course, with the Marshall's trackside here. We do apologise if some of you have been called unawares with the fact that this race is going to be starting a little bit earlier than planned, but we do have what is a absolutely packed grid. The best car of 27 cars in this grid. It's our biggest grid of the weekend, and that's because it's the MG Owners Club. It would not be the same if we didn't have the MGs all racing out here, and as they get all ready and set to go, we're making their way up towards what will be the start finish line to have their standing start, of course. And well, as they get set, some nice words there being said by QED Lettuce in the BARC YouTube chat, saying that the commentator still works as well as the stream. Indeed, I'll be here, and well, the only time I'll stop working is when my voice gives way, and they've been feeding me plenty of water and even giving me the chance to have a little bit of food at lunchtime. So I can definitely say to you that unless this race in action completely goes to the stratosphere, I think my voice is going to hold it together, although I don't know how. But I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Enough about me. The stars are out on your screen. They're out on the circuit. They're all almost in position. We're not too far away here from what's round 12 of the MGOC Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux. They're all in place, and now we await the lights. The lights are on. And it's lights out and away we go for the second time today for the MG Owners Club, and already a good start there from Howard Hunt, who holds the inside and this time does not bog down into the field. It's going to be too wide into the opening corner, but the 77 does get ahead. Steve McDermott as he nails the run into turn 1, and with him is Addison as they come on through the right hand, free abreast a little bit further back. Mark Baker has a slow start, and in fact under pressure from one of the fellow MGFs there in class, and as they come down through turn number 2 and roar the way on down the hill right now, Mark Baker definitely having the slow start compared to an absolutely gallant run in race number 1, but they all safely make it through the first 3 corners. Down to the old hairpin they go, and everyone now tentatively 3 wide. They're a little bit further back, but Baker still fights as the 44 tries to come back, but Baker does get ahead using the MG ZF there in order to be able to hold on, the ZR I should say, as they make the way upwards they go in towards the what is McLean's, and as they do, well, Hunt may have dropped 2 places at the start, but to be fair, he's got a whole pack of cars behind, eagerly salivating the prospect, trying to pick him off. We see the Pink Panther a little bit further behind there, chasing after the 44, but the 44's got its own ideas, looking up the inside as the MG. It's going to get very tight, the apex there, not quite contact, but almost a little bit of a rub, and as they make the way on through, well, I can tell you that right now, it is going to be a charge trying to come on through from the 44, trying to get back into position, versus what is Mark Baker, but indeed, Martin Wills right now will be absolutely frustrated at the fact he wasn't able to put the place over Baker, given how well he had started versus Baker, but come the end of lap number 1, it is Steve McDermott McDermott who leads, followed by side-by-side battle between Hunt and Rob Addison. Then it's going to be Jake McDermott in at P4. But as they come through, Hunt does get ahead of Addison, but Addison's going to try and look for the run on the brakes here, hard on, and meanwhile in the rear of the picture, that's 5 or 6 wide we briefly saw there. Will we focus on the lead group as they make their way through initially, and Hunt does the switch back there as they make their way down into the Craner curves, albeit on the run down, and Hunt's going to get ahead using the power of his machine there to scream ahead. Brilliant fight going on, and behind now Addison versus Jake McDermott. Well, these two were really two of the big stars in what was race number 1, and they're back at it once again as they make the way, weaving and winding their way on through the old hairpin. Behind them you have Candler as well, and the number 84 driver, don't count him out for the simple reason he may be a driver we don't talk about too much, but Jonathan Candler has really proven with that 3rd place in race number 1 that he is an outside contender to really sneak these podiums off of the drivers in front of him, and the pace is coming on through. Also Gohar the same as well, who's staying with this pack this time. If they continue to fight like this, there's no reason why the relatively newcomer to the grid, as I understand it, could not potentially swipe a podium off of them. But right now, Addison under huge pressure. You can see they're looking from left to right is Jake McDermott, and the younger member of the McDermott family absolutely on the attack here, looking to go around the outside. Side by side on the brakes, they go into the Roberts chicane. Too wide on entry, but it won't be too wide on exit there, as number 88 of Addison does a fantastic job of just simply keeping the position. And now as they drag race their way down towards turn number 1, remember this is a 20-minute race. It's one of our longer races of our schedule for today, and well, as they head into the braking zone, meanwhile behind there you can see the number 42 of Simon Kendrick, leader of the MGFs. Well, right now he's got Mark Baker closing up, and after Baker had that very slow start, well, right now Baker not letting it go. And Mark Baker, an avid sim racer just as much as a real life racer. I've had the pleasure of covering his sim race experience and using all the experience in real life for the simulator and vice versa. And well, the man is a man of many talents. But speaking of talents, here's Jake McDermott trying to take a little sneak peek up the inside of Rob Addison. He thought about it there, but I think then a little inner voice on his left shoulder might have said to him, don't do it, you've still got 16 minutes of the race to go, and that would be very nervy to try and poke your nose in to the old hairpin this early on, and indeed backing off there, but trying to get into Rob Addison's head, but Addison having none of it at this time as they come out of McLean's, and almost they go. But look at Candler, look at Gohar behind, they are not falling away, they're staying with this battle, and Addison is struggling with performance here. I wonder whether, given the changing conditions over the course of the day, albeit it's cooled down a little bit compared to when they raced earlier on, but I do wonder whether the fact that we've seen some temperature fall out of the circuit, that is just going against the setup that Addison's got on the car, because they make the way into the braking zone. But McDermott right now absolutely relentless in his attack. Literally every time, looks around the outside there, but he's tried it once, he's tried it twice, it hasn't worked either time. He's going to have to throw something else at this to make it count, because otherwise it's going to be Hunt and Steve McDermott who just run off into the distance, and Hunt already is now the best part of 2 seconds clear up the road. In fact, he's 3.5 seconds clear up the road. Such is the gap that Hunt and Steve McDermott are opening for the fighting. And we talk about all the modern MGs, but what about these? And those are the number 71 there being chased by the number 50. That is Bate, who is being hunted down by what is behind him, none other than Buxty. As meanwhile we do have wheels into the pits, so what was the 3rd of our Class F machines, the MGFs, has come into the pits. Perhaps a problem with the car, and that's unfortunate if so. But as we look to the number 2, that is Jim Bainham, who has got the run into the lead of what is none other than Class A, the classic class. And well, a bit of misfortune for William Sharp earlier on today, and William Sharp's aspirations to try and take victory in this second race have not taken off, and that's very unfortunate. They're not on the grid, and we've only got 23 cars racing currently. But as they make the way on the run here, well, what we've got on the grid, absolutely fantastic to see all the same. And Bainham right now 1 second clear of Amphlett, the number 14, also chasing after him, the battle of the 2 MGB Roadsters. But we look from them to a bit further back up the road here, and that is the number 99, and the number 99 there of none other than what is Joshua Addison, as he makes his way on through the right-hander, looking okay right now. But as we continue to make our way further and further up the order, you can see everywhere we look, the key point here being there's plenty of battles to contend with, including one being coming to fruition, and that is, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, the number 17 being chased on down by the 40 and the 13 of Boniface. And Boniface, of course, in race number 1 ended up with that misfortune that saw him out in the gravel down at the old hairpin, but not so in this race. And Boniface having a better second race of the day and keeping it out of trouble. That's the most important thing. As they weave and wind their way down into the old hairpin, well, we look back up towards the very front of the field, and this is still the four-way fight for second place in Class Z. And then we look back up to what is the lead battle in Class A, and this is Bainham versus Amphlett, and we can see there that whilst Jim Bainham really was able to run away with it once we did see the retirement of William Sharp in what was our first race of the day. Well, right now Jim Bainham, who has 169 wins in his motorsporting career to his name, he picked up the 169th win as a race number 1 early this morning. He's going for a big round 170. Can he do it with the pressure that's being mounted on him? Well, we'll have to see. But meanwhile, we look back to what is the battle for P2 in terms of the Z class, and also when you rule out the Invitational of Hunt. And right now, as they head in towards the chicane, coming into the Roberts chicane, it's nose to tail between all 4 drivers here, and well, Addison's just not able to break away. As meanwhile, speaking of breaking away, here's your 2 leaders, and this gives you a sense of perspective where they are in relation. And that's Steve McDermott, who has got Hunt right on his heels. Howard Hunt putting the pressure on, and what I would imagine here, that if Howard Hunt sees these the faster driver, and Steve McDermott recognises this, he's not going to fight it too hard for the simple reason that Hunt cannot score points here as an invitational class car, and instead it will be for Steve McDermott to just think about one thing, which is get the car home as the winner of what is his class's race, because that's where all the points will be, and he won't want to see some key championship points go completely astray. Albeit it's not to say they won't probably do a little bit of racing, but I suspect the level or the intensity of the racing will be much more gentle compared to what it would be if it was a driver of his class. But as they head in towards McLean's, you can see there the different run of the machines. The MGZR ahead of the MGZS 180 there, and well, that lovely rear spoiler as well. An absolute car to stand out is the Invitation machine. I'm glad we can have it on at the grid today and see it in its full splendour. But as they make the way on through what is there, the Coppice corner, right now the nose to tail chase. But as well as that, of course, we do have plenty of other battles out there, and I'm sure we'll be looking a little bit further down, including that lead battle in Class F in due course between Kendrick and what is Baker. But the 131 here absolutely shining bright as they head onwards towards turn number 1, and you can see there that perspective, and look in the rear, you'll see the orange and blue MGS. But here we've got that lead battle for a brief moment between Steve McDermott and Hunt, and Hunt's going to go up the inside here, and McDermott's going to give him all the space of the day, albeit they will both make it through the corner 2 wide. But I think now it will be for Hunt to take that position, and Steve McDermott, as much as he would love to hold on to it here, I think he will just slightly let it go for the simple reason, knowing that whilst the inner race in him says you've got to win overall, he'll also recognise that Hunt is not who he needs to be fighting with here, and it's not going to change the points he takes. But as they make the way on through, the lead battle has come to a close there for the time being, and Steve McDermott now letting the lead run away from them for the time being. But meanwhile, we've also got the other battles occurring further down the order, and we'll take a look at those in due course, including what we can see there is the battle for P3 overall, and that's Addison versus Candler and Gohar. And I believe, in fact, we have lost Jake McDermott in all of this. Jake McDermott has fallen all the way down the order, so hold the phone there with regards to what's happened to the younger member of the McDermott family. We're getting up down that when we can. And number 67 has fallen away, but we can see there what is Addison all holding on right now, and well, it's going to be Candler who's all over the back of him as they roar their way down that back stretch, and these MGZs absolutely being pushed to the limit here as the number 84 Candler is trying to chase down not just what would be its first podium of this weekend, but in fact no, this will be its second podium this weekend. Let me correct myself there with that P3 in race number 1 after all those penalties were applied, but it would at least be its first podium of what will be on circuit this weekend before penalties do occur. But as we do see the leaders making their way on through, there's some bodywork as well in the middle of the road I've just noticed. But meanwhile from them we are looking back a little bit further down the order here to the battle between the 13 and the 3. That is between Boniface and Olsen as they head up towards the start-finish line straight, and as they go in towards turn 1, the number 17 goes under a picture, that's Price. But meanwhile Boniface and Olsen here just still nose to tail as they make the way on through, albeit perhaps will be a little bit closer as time goes on. It looks as though their battle has calmed down to a degree. Meanwhile, is that a change of position? No, it's not. That's the battle for P2 in Class A in the Classic class, and they're chasing after your leader, Jim Bainham, who you can see just in the foreground of the camera shot there. And well, these three separated by less than 2 seconds in totality as they come down onto the brakes for what is turn number 1. And fantastic to see all 3 of them going absolutely hammer and tongs here. And well, these may be old machines, but right now they are being raced just as hard as the moderns as they head down into the crane of curves, this time with just under half the race remaining. And well, what we can notice there is the fact that right now Jim Bainham may have almost a second's worth of an advantage, but that's not giving him any security whatsoever. And Amphlett and Bate both staying right behind him and doing everything in order to be able to try and find a way through. But coming on round through the cranny curves and onwards they go, or onwards towards what will be McLean's, and as they make the way in towards the right-hander. Well, right now no change between them, but we will wait and see what could come about in due course as the 71 continues to push on. But as they make the way down here, meanwhile we are looking to the lead battle for the MGF class, and well, we saw it moments ago in the rear of camera shots. The 42 was ahead of the 53. Will Kendrick has fallen behind what is Baker, and well, it does mean that Simon Kendrick right now has got to try and get it back, albeit Simon Kendrick, to his credit, had a phenomenal start to his race, making up multiple places and really leaving Mark Baker behind. Well, in the end it does seem as though Mark Baker has found his pace. Remember, this grid was set based on the second fastest times in qualifying from our drivers, whereas the race 1 grid was set based on their fastest times in qualifying. But as they head in towards what will be turn number 7, heading in towards McLean's, but right now Mark Baker is starting to inch away bit by bit, and in fact that gap has opened up to the best part of about 1.3 seconds on this lap so far, as it does look as though Kendrick just cannot respond, and Baker absolutely alive there in the MGF in the number 53, and absolutely lovely to see. As meanwhile we do look there to number 88 and we come all the way back towards the front of the field. This is the fight for P2 in Class Z, P3 overall as well, and as they make the way onwards towards turn number 1, Rob Addison right now just defending hard to the inside, not giving in whatsoever. Number 84 looking for a move. Also there you can see the number 29 of Goldhart also thinking about this. Goldhart's getting a little bit testy now. He's thinking, okay, right, I'm on the back of this, I want to be on that podium as well. I'd love to have an opportunity. As they head down in towards turn 2, in towards 3, it's going to be backing off there. I think he did have a little bit of a rub to the back of Candler's car, and therefore has decided just to back off slightly, really just building up that experience. And as they make the way in towards the right hand of the old hairpin, well, right now, if we could ride on board, not that we can, just to set expectations, but if we could ride on board with Candler's 84, I can imagine all you would be able to see would literally be a face full of Addison's rear, in terms of the car that is. And as they made the way up towards turn number 7, well, that's how close they're running to each other. But much like that, we've also got the lead battle for Class A still roaring its way down the start-finish straight here, and that is Bainham, Amphlett and Bate all staying close together. Incredible between the trio, and nobody right now giving in whatsoever. And I would imagine here this is all going to come down to if anybody is going to make a mistake. But the thing about making mistakes here is whether it's Carl Bate, alternatively Jim Bainham, or alternatively from them, of course, David Amphlett, none of them want to make any mistakes whatsoever. And Jake McDermott, we've had confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, has had to retire. We've also had the retirement of Barnes in the 59, also Prix in the 87 and the 44 of Wills. So we've had a lot of retirements in the build-up to this race from race number 1, and also retirements over the course of this race, but we've still got 5 minutes to go, and with that in mind there's going to be plenty more battling all the way to the finish line here. But the number 2 of Bainham right now just holding on, and you can see there the roll of the chassis of the car as they make their way out of the right-hander McLean's, and absolutely wonderful to see the way these cars dance on their chassis and on their axles. They make their way on down the back straight here, full power all the way down the back now, and as they head on towards Roberts, well, it does look as though here it's becoming more and more but Carl Bate versus Amphlett rather than what will be Bainham under too much pressure, albeit he'll know if he makes a single mistake David Amphlett is going to be there to pounce and Carl Bate will come with him. But right now it's all about which of these trio makes an error first, because they are so even on pace, and will the cars all very even with regards to their performance as well. We have what is there, Bainham and Amphlett in the MGB Roadster, and then we do have Bate in the MGB GT. So therefore nothing between them as they make the way on through the right-hand return. Number 1, this is classic racing at its finest, but then coming to more modern cars, as we can see, Rob Addison right now still holding on for now, albeit the gap between himself and Steve McDermott up to 3, well, not up to 3 seconds, let me get my maths right here, up to 12.5 seconds if not more. And right now these three are taking the pace out of each other, but we love to see it as here comes a little glimpse in towards the inside being made by the 84 and that being Jonathan Candler's car. And well, with that P3 in race number 1, he wants to go one step further in race number 2. He wants to earn a P2 in class here, but will he be able to find it? Meanwhile, Gohard just sitting behind there waiting for a potential opportunity to get into the mix, but Meninda will know the time is running out here. Or is he just running out of steam? As we have that lovely shot of them coming down the hill in towards the old hairpin, that gives you a sense of the flow and rhythm. And as they make the way out of the right hander, nothing between them. Addison right now, well, to be fair, for a man who's literally had one of his rivals glued to his backside lap after lap, he has not shown any sign of any errors whatsoever, and he is putting Candler under the utmost intense pressure to try and find a way to just extract an extra attempt, an extra couple attempts even, in order to be able to look for that move. But the thing is, Addison just having to respond every time, and Candler just cannot find enough speed to be able to think about making a move, and that's why this is really going to come down to a game of who is going to make the first mistake out of these two drivers, as meanwhile Gohard just sitting behind and having to watch. But meanwhile, the question being asked there, which is what category are the white cars in this? So the ones towards the bottom, well, the ones in white, those are, you can see on the bottom of your timetable, those are cars which have not made it to, well, in fact they've been retired, I do believe, so they're not in the pit lane, they've retired entirely from the race, or they didn't make it to the grid in the first place. And I can definitely confirm that it was the number 85 of Sharp and also the number 1 of William Sharp did not make it onto the grid, just to clarify. But on the timetable, those with the grey number backgrounds, those are your Z class, those with the yellow backgrounds, the Invitational, so that will be Hunt, who we can see here. We also do have the purple backgrounds, the F class, the MGFs, and the blues are for the classics or class A. But giving you that quick recap with 2 minutes left on the clock, and as they roar their way in towards turn number 1, well, we look back up to what is your invitational leader and your overall leader, as he's going to now make his way in amongst this Class A lead battle between the number 71, the 14, and the number 2. And as they make their way through the right-hander, well, right now, the 131 of Hunt, the beautiful looking car, and it's an absolutely sublime drive here from Hunt after finding his way past Steve McDermott, who you can see there in the rear of the picture, obscured by the timing tower. But we then bring our attention a little bit more to the lead of the Class A battle, and the number 2 of Jim Bainham right now. It refuses to budge, and to be fair, its driver as well doing an absolutely stellar job, albeit I say that a little bit of a poor run out of the Roberts chicane this time. And well, when I say a poor run here, it's literally by hundreds, but you can definitely see with 2 more laps to go here as our leader laps this battle, you can see how right now it's looking as though Bainham is being reeled in a little bit more by David Amflett, and it may just end up becoming a bit of a side-by-side battle on that final lap. Although one thing that's also noticeable there, I don't know if you guys and girls noticed it at the time, it looks so a little bit of the front bonnet of what is Amflett's car is now starting to lift slightly, or some bodywork has actually lifted clear of its position, and we'll have to wait and see what that affects, because that could lead to a bit of aerodynamic drag, and given the fact they're quite limited in the amount of speed they can carry on the straights by default, that may cost him 1 or 2 miles an hour, the 1-2 miles an hour needed to be able to make a potential move. But still, here comes Steve McDermott and looking to also scythe his way through this battle on a different lap. Of course, Steve McDermott a lap up on the Class A field. And as we do see there, the MGZS making its way up the rise here and in towards what is turn number 8 into Coppice Corner. Well, there'll be 1 more lap for it, or will there be? They're going to have to try and squeeze that lap in. If so, with 20 seconds left to go, so we're going to stay with them in case this race does end after 14 laps being turned. But we'll see it very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, if it does so. But right now, Howard Hunt making his way towards the very end here. 10 seconds left to go. It may get called here, or we may squeeze in 1 more lap. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to just about get 1 extra lap in. It's going to be very close. The clock strikes 0, and do we get an extra lap? Yes, we do. We get 1 more lap just in, so we'll get a 15th lap and a 15th tour of the circuit, and just about squeezed in there by Howard Hunt. And thank you to Howard for giving us an extra lap. We always love to see more and more racing, no doubt about it. Who would deny us that, as he makes his way on through? But as he does so, Steve McDermott meanwhile in the rear of the picture there as they head on down. And as they wind their way on down in towards the braking zone, we're coming in towards the old hairpin here. And well, for Howard Hunt, whilst it won't be any championship points for him, he'll still be very happy in the fact getting the better knowledge compared to what was race number 1, where the car fell all the way down to P5 and he had to pick his way up through the order. Well, now making his way up towards what will be turn number 7 in towards McLean's. Now he fell to P3, quickly picked his way back up into 2nd place, and then just gradually managed to find a way past Steve McDermott. Dermot, and will come into the last couple of corners as he does. Cock a wheel there in towards the right hander, or as close as possible to doing so, and now only 2 corners between him and what will be a victory as he makes his way down. Elsewhere, no more changes of position currently. We are keeping an eye on it for you, including the Candler versus Addison battle in the fight for what is P3 overall, and well, we'll keep you abreast if something should change there. But now the final corner he comes. It's been an absolutely superb drive, and for Howard Hunt it is going to be victory overall in the Invitational class. Behind, flashing the lights there, because you know he's done it, an important win. Steve McDermott will take the Class Z win, P2 overall, and then a lap down, but at the finish line Jim Bainham will make it a 170th career victory in his motorsport career in the number 2 in Class A, ahead of what is the number 14 of David Amphlett, and then behind them will be Carl Bate, and crossing the line there Rob Addison holds on for P2 in the Z class, just ahead of Candler, with Meninda Goa in the end falling back. But meanwhile, as they make their way into the last couple of corners, here comes Mark Baker. Is that a move right at the end from Mark Baker? We'll have to see here, as he's going to take Class F victory regardless of whether he's made that move count or not, and he is from Baker. That's another move versus Wignall to take what will be P7 overall, and a brilliant moment there right in with Jimmy Work just finishing ahead of them. And then it is going to be Simon Kendrick who finishes P2 in MGF, and that will be P9 overall. And then we will have none other than what will be Riley Price completing your top 10 in the MGZR. And then we will from them have in P11 what is going to be the Machine of Olsen, who comes on through there for best of the rest status, ahead of what will be Joshua Addison. And then we are going to have behind them, that will be, I do believe, Leonard. No, not quite in fact. I think that was Heron in fact coming on through just behind in the number 129. But we are still, in fact, we've had Leonard come into the pits, so something's gone wrong there right here, and so that is going to promote what will be Luke Boniface to take a position. We've still got more cars to finish, and here they come to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be Puxley there in the number 50, taking 4th place in Class A, and will then cross the line is Boniface. But that is it for this race, ladies and gentlemen, as the field cools on down, and indeed an absolutely brilliant spectacle put on by our MG Owners Club racers. And well, after what was a grandiose 20 minutes of racing, we went the full distance this time after 15 laps complete. Howard Hunt taking the win in the MG ZS 180 Invitational car, ahead of Class Z winner Steve McDermott, the MGZR driver, pulling away from Robert Addison and putting a 20-second gap over them almost in the end, with Rob Addison fending off the charge, Jonathan Candler and Meninda Golhar, with then Jimmy Work finishing just behind him. Mark Baker taking the MGF class win there, P7 ahead of Leon Wignall, with Simon Kendrick runner-up in the MGF class, P9, and then Riley Price completing your top 10. Adrian Olsen, Josh Addison, Luke Boniface and Darren Leonard completing your top 14, and a special mention must be given to Jim Bainham, P15 not listed on there, but taking his 170th racing career victory in what was the win in Class A, and that of course being the classic class. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut down to Parc Ferme, because we've got Ian Waterhouse there, and well, he's going to be getting some interviews with our drivers after an absolutely thrilling race.
Everybody, welcome now to Parc Ferme. I've got a very happy Howard Hunt down here. He's about to get out of the car. What a beautiful machine this is as well. Oh my word. And what a way to round out the day's action for Howard Hunt, picking up the outright win, of course, in the invitation class today as well. We'll grab a quick word with him. We've got Steve McDermott over there as well. We'll grab a chat with him very shortly as well. Oh, sorry, John, we need to move out of the way. There we go. We've got Rob Addison coming in as well. Good weekend for him as well. They've just been racing today, haven't they? Let's have a chat with Howard. Didn't really get a chance to properly catch up with him earlier. There you go. I've got a door for you there, Howard. I'm holding the door for you. Congratulations. Come on, what a race.
Bit hot though.
it looks it out there. Thanks for bringing this out to play today. It's a fine looking machine. What's it like to drive around Donington?
Sorry, what's what?
I say thanks for bringing the car out today. It's a fine machine. What's it like to drive around?
I have to thank Martin Slingsby. Again, a friend of mine that lives in France who does all the
Congratulations, Howard. Well done. You've picked up the outright win and, of course, class win. Congratulations. Well done. Let's move around and grab. He's got everything off. Rob, it's been a pretty impressive day for you.
Yes, no, that was it. Yeah, good race. I don't know if it was fuel surge or what, but from lap 1 onwards, just down Craners, it was just cutting out, and A couple of times the guys tried to come down the inside of me, but just managed to hold them off.
Yeah.
And and towards the end, it was just the tyres were finished because I think I was so far offline trying to defend that I think they were calling their last days. So, but yeah, all in all, good weekend.
Checking flag cam at the right time. What's it been like driving with so many spectators here today?
It's amazing. We walked round last night actually, and I don't think I've ever seen the infield so busy on, been here on numerous occasions for superbikes and stuff, but yeah, it's a real good crowd, and great to be here.
Rob, thanks for coming out to play. Really appreciate it. Great to see you. Thank you very much. We've got. I wonder if we could just jump in. Hello, boys. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your conversations. Yeah. So sorry, guys. Sorry.
What, here again?
Yeah, here again. Here we are at P3. How was it?
That was good. 3?
Yeah. Two. Sorry.
First in class.
Yes.
Invitation.
Yeah. So technically first.
I'll tell you what. I'm happy that I sort of kept up with it as long as I could, because I held him off for half of it, and then he was just obviously coming on, and he had about 2 car lengths each lap, and it just I tried my hardest, but the tyres went to jelly trying too hard.
I've heard that actually. I just talked to Rob, he was saying the same about the tyres, just a bit too hot, just a bit too much.
Yeah, the tracks just got really hot, and they just can't take it. These Toyos like a soft tyre, and they just got wrecked.
Yeah. Steve, great to see you again. Technically a win, yeah?
Thank you.
Right, technically. Yeah, I won. There we go. Right, that's it for the MG owners here at Donington Park. They'll be out next month, so make sure you do keep up to speed with the MG Owners Club. We're not done though. Still more action to come. In fact, the next race out on track very shortly is the Britcar Trophy Championship. 50-minute race, mandatory pit stops. Going to be a cracker, and I believe the Clio class could be settled in the next hour. It's going to be an absolute corker. We'll keep you up to speed with everything. I'm going to head over to the pit lane. I'll see you very soon as I hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ian. And we're hearing from our drivers there after what was an absolutely brilliant MG Owners Club race. But we've still got 2 more races to come this evening, ladies and gents. And we are almost at our checkered flag, albeit not without firstly the 50-minute race coming up. And what is the Britcar Trophy? That's going to be getting underway, I suspect, a little bit earlier than 25 to 6 this evening, but we will wait to see and keep you apprised of that. And after that 50-minute race with its driver swaps, we will then see the Donington 40th Anniversary Truck Prix, part of the International Truck Prix Race Week this weekend, and that will see us to a close at 20 to 7 this evening. So we have still got plenty more to come, and indeed an absolutely action-packed schedule, and all mostly proceeding to plan so far, and well, we have still got more to come. And indeed, what an incredible run in we've had this weekend so far. Indeed, it's so good to see so many of you enjoying it in the respective YouTube chats there, whether you're tuning in via the British Automobile Racing Club or the BARC's YouTube channel, or alternatively if you're tuning in via the British Truck Racing Championships YouTube channel at the BTRC. I can tell you one thing, it's so great to have so many of you making the journey with us here as we continue on our racing all the way through this weekend. Indeed, what a weekend it has been for Convoy in the Park 2024 here at Donington Park. And for the MG Owners Car Club, they're now going to be making their way in terms of their championship over to Snetterton for what will be their season finale, rounds 13 and 14, and those will be on the 15th of September at the Snetterton 300 layout. So they're almost at a close of their championship. And well, we also do have, of course, what will be the Britcar Trophy Championship, sponsored by Row Engineering. They're starting to make their way gradually onto the grid, but I think there's going to be a little bit of fanfare around that, so it will take a bit of time to get underway. But keep in mind that they also will be heading to Snetterton for their season finale races, rounds 13 and 14 in a month's time. So they'll be there at the same weekend that the MG Owners Club Championship will be. And indeed, if you're already thinking about seeing some more motorsport after today, well, definitely in a month's time you want to check that out. But in the meantime, of course, as we do get set, and well, the sun isn't quite setting at the moment, but there's definitely a bit more cloud out there, and it is, as I quickly popped out whilst we did have those interviews, it is starting to feel a little bit cooler. We are getting a wind starting to build up as well, and that's perhaps the most noticeable thing, that we haven't got as much of the stagnant heat anymore here, and it should help in move the warmth along. But as we do and get ourselves set for that next race. Well, that is going to be the Britcar, and of course we had a brilliant Britcar Trophy Championship race earlier on, in the fact that we saw plenty of action, and the action coming in both classes T1 and also the Clio Cup class. And as Ian was saying that only moments ago, we could see, as I tried to get my semblance correct there, we could be seeing what would be the Clio Cup Championship wrapped up here today. But here is your grid for what will be the final race of their day, and as we can see, it starts on pole position. It is going to be Intersport in the capable hands of Brian Branson, and joined on the front row by Centurion SGM Stephen Frisley. And then we do have on row number 2 what will be Data Motorsport, starting off in the hands of Marco Anastasi, ahead of Rob Ellick for TSR. Row 3 will go to Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabba Sports, Chris Bielan, with Niall Cosby lining up P6 in the Team Brit 68. And then we have Jeff Steele Racing's Lee Goldsmith in P7 on row number 4, joined by High Row Motorsports Hadley Simpson. Top 10's round off by Dragon Sports, teams of both Jack James and Alex Neville, the pro driver there in the number 12. Then going on to row number 6, we will have SVG Motorsports Alex Turnbull, who is going to be joined there by Spires Motorsports and Andreas Georgiou. And then on row number 7, it's Team Brits Dom Shaw and Mark Jones for TSR in P14. Then P15, it's Data Motorsports Axel Van Niederveen, and it will be Maurizio Scaglio for Data Motorsport. And then on the final row of the grid, it'll be the Dragon Sport Clio, and that'll be the number 1 of Harry Reynolds after its difficult end to race number 1, and High Row Motorsports James Harrison at P18. Now keep in mind that this grid has been set based on what was the official positions of race 1, but given the grid is being set, we are going to now go back to down Ian's again. He moves quickly indeed, he's fast and furious like these Britcars, and he's going to take us through what's going on down in the grid as everyone gets into position.
Right here, I'm back in my favourite place on the start-finish line here at Donington Park for the Britcar Trophy Championship. Second race. What happened in race 1? Well, what didn't happen? Jas Sapper and Brian Branson won it on the last lap. If you remember, Ben Green and Stephen Fresel looked like they had a fuel issue, and it was Brian Branson who actually took the checkered flag. Bit of a surprise. Wow, what a race. Now, here we are with the Clios. This is number 12. Now, by my calculations, Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson in the number 88, the High Row Motorsports Clio, if they finish ahead of this car, so this car here, if this one finishes ahead of this one, the number 12, then the 88 car of Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson will win the Clio class. They won't win the outright championship, but they will win the Clio class. I'm just trying to see who's in the car. Oh, it's Hadley's in it again. I wonder if we could just very quickly chuck the microphone. Hadley, feeling confident for this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling very confident. We did everything we could have done in the first one, and from there, yeah, I couldn't ask for much more. It made it difficult for me, but yeah. You know what you got to do now in the next 15 minutes, don't you? I know I have to pull a gap to number 12, big enough to make it easy enough for Maurice as much as possible, but time will only tell. I'm going to give it my best shot and enjoy it.
Top man, best of luck. Thank you so much. We've just had the who to go. That means we're going to have to get off the circuit, but we'll keep you up to speed with everything that's going on in the pit lane. Paul, it's going to be an iced tea or something. It's absolutely baking, isn't it? Strap yourselves in, everybody. 50 minutes of Britcar Trophy Championship action coming up. Paul, over to you.
Well, thank you, Ian. And well, the camera may have been cutting in and out there, but the reason for that is, well, the real reason will be connectivity issues, perhaps. But we're going to put it down to the fact the epicness of the racing you're about to see is something the camera could not handle. And indeed, as we get ready to go, that grid is already there. They'll be putting off shortly behind what will be the safety car that will set the pace. And well, the next time they come around, of course, it will be green flag racing. Now, keep in mind, of course, the drivers who start the cars, so the two driver team pairings, it will have swapped round. So it will mean whoever started the car in race number 1 now is in the pit lane currently, and the alternative driver starts the car for race number 2, and that way it keeps it fresh. And it means that the drivers have to pull different stints. It can't always be the same driver starts the car and the same driver finishes the race in the car, besides it wouldn't mix things up, and it means that drivers could get into a particular strategy that proves overly effective to them. But as they all do get set, a whole mixture of machines on the grid, of course, including what is our Class T1 machines, the combination of the TCR style machines and also the Ginetta G56 GTAs. We've also got there the Class T2 machines with what is a lower BPI score, which is the scoring system used in order to balance the machines, and then we go even lower for class T3, and then we do have the Clio Cup class. But as we get ready to go racing, and everybody absolutely set there, and do appreciate the insights being provided by Mark Waller in the YouTube chat, in the BARC YouTube chat, with regards to some questions that a number of other viewers are providing, and Mark doing a fantastic job of answering those questions, and do really appreciate that, Mark. You're one of the stars of the chat today, no doubt about it. And Stuart Evans saying that, let's go, and indeed, let's go for plenty more racing. So glad to have so many of you tuning in and enjoying the race, and we are not too far away now, ladies and gentlemen, from seeing what will be at the lights out and away we go procedure for this race. And as all the drivers gradually make the way on through, I don't have the comfort of an iced tea here in the commentary booth, but I do have my bottle of water with me. I think I'm going to need it at some point here. And as everybody makes the way on around, trying to get a bit of tyre temperature into the car already, but the next time they come on around, it is going to be lights out and away we go here. But everyone getting themselves set as soon as humanly possible. And with that mandatory pit stop, there's also going to be the mindset, of course, here about that pit window, only 10 minutes in length, and they're going to have to make sure that they adhere to that pit window. But I can imagine, depending on who's in the car, if it's their faster driver or their pro driver, they'll very likely want to have them do the longest possible stints of approximately 28 minutes before they come into the pits. And remember, the pit window is running up to the end of what will be 30 minutes of racing, and it opens 20 minutes in, so it's only 10 minutes in length, and drivers must come into the pits and serve their mandated pit stop before that window closes. Of course, they can come in any time around outside of that, but it won't count. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, as our drivers make their way on for the last couple of corners. We get the rolling start really underway, and without further ado, for the second time today in what is going to be round number 12 of the Britcar Trophy Championship for 2024, sponsored by Rowe Engineering, it's lights out and away we go, as immediately here side-by-side battle, but it's going to be the BMW that takes the lead, the number 40 roaring its way into lead here as they make themselves right-hander, 3 wide. Oh, goodness, there's some contact there between the Ginettas. The TT takes the turn around the outside onto the ground, has to take a long way round, but keeps the throttle in to make sure it doesn't get beached. But that Ginetta, the 43, immediately getting stuck there. Hopefully they can get it turned, but it looks as though their 3 wide into Redgate did not go, and a dramatic opening to this race. We almost see that one of the Clios decide to negotiate its way wide through the Craner curves, but not to be, and as they bring themselves on through the old hairpin, it's been a dramatic start, and I suspect if that Ginetta can't get itself started, we may be seeing a safety car before we've even turned a single lap. We'll have to wait and see as everyone makes the way on through, and keep in mind, of course, this grid set based on the official positions of race number 2, well, race number 1. Means that a number of drivers will be out of position. The number of teams will be fighting their way back through the field, and some will be a little bit higher than they originally anticipated. We see the Ginetta fight their way through, and we can see there the number 43 has been aided on its way, and it makes its way on through as the marshals run back behind the barriers, behind the safety barriers. Thank you to the marshals who are assisting in that matter. And as we come on down, we've got the Clio Cups absolutely battling hard once again already. I mean, it would not be this series if we didn't have Clio Cups absolutely hounding and hassling each other as they make their way towards the end of the first lap of racing. But after one lap, it is going to be at Branson in the number 40 who is leading ahead of Anastasi in the Ginetta G56 in P2. We then do have what is Goldsmith in P3 ahead of Clio Cup leader, and that is Neville, the pro driver, there in P4, leading the way, of course, for Dragon Sport, trying to fend off the charge from what is the 88 and the 1. The 88, of course, of what is High Road Motorsport, and that's Hadley Simpson behind the wheel. And then we do have behind them what is the number 1 being piloted by Harry Reynolds for Dragon Sport. Absolutely as close. There comes a lock up there for what is your Clio Cup leader as they make their way down through the right-hander. Very close there to getting it wrong. The car just simply absconding away, but wasn't to be as they make their way through. A bit of a sideways moment there for the number 40. I can tell you one thing right now, that Brian Branson for Intersport is absolutely trying to run away with this as if it's a riot. And to be fair, he has been aided to a degree by Fresley being buried in the gravel for a brief moment at the start of the race, albeit that contact, I think, more coming as a result of the moment from what was the number 4 and the 43 going together, and Branson just being a party that was a little bit ahead of it. But still, the point being here that Branson's being given a golden opportunity to open up a good advantage and start to run away, as meanwhile Goldsmith in the number 10 wants to also stay well within arm's reach as they make their way down towards turn number 1 once again. as they make the way in towards the braking zone. And Lee Goldsmith for Jeff Steele Racing after what was that dismal end to race number 1 in terms of things not quite working out the way he wanted it to. Well, still he's got plenty more to come here and knows that he can be in the fight now for the podium places all the way on through, even though it didn't quite work out the way he wanted it to earlier on. As they come on down in towards what will be at turn number 4 this time, weaving and winding the way. We've got a 2 wide a little bit further back there, and that I believe is where we do have one of our TCR or our Ginettas trying to weave its way in amongst all the Clio Cup cars, and indeed the Cupra there of what is Sim Dynamics with Jabbersport. Well, as it makes its way on through, and that's brilliant driving there from Chris Bielan, making its way on through and just negotiating that field. We've also got the Ginetta now coming on through there, the yellow and black Ginetta making its way on around. But the Clios are being interrupted to a degree by the other class competitors. But the one thing that isn't being interrupted by the Clios is how close they're going to run to each other. And I think right now there's a little bit of mindset here as the number 47 looks to go up the inside to Coppice. Ben has to back off there, and it gets very tasty. As I think there, number 47 being driven by Scaglio was hoping that he'd be allowed to make a move, wasn't allowed to, and in turn James got close up behind in the 96 Clio, and was they make the way down there, you can see in fact the Clios do not want that Ginetta getting through. They're getting frustrated the fact they're not being allowed to race. Ginetta looks to go around the outside, doesn't quite work, almost ends up going straight on there and trying to take its way onto the GP loop, and in turn that means that right now the number 88 is being given a little bit of yellow wide, and as they make the way onto the next lap, well, meanwhile we look back up here to the number 23, and the 23 being piloted currently by Chris Bealey under a bit of pressure, but that's there, and here's towards the front, and right now it's Goldsmith going around the outside for the Craner curves versus what is Anastasi, and well, as they make the way onwards towards what is McLean by the Schwann's curve, brilliant move being made there by Goldsmith. Lee Goldsmith absolutely flying at the start of this race, and well, right now I think his hope will be, after it didn't quite work out in race 1 as we mentioned earlier, that he's going all in here. And Ransom, to be fair, if Goldsmith can keep this pace up, you never know what could happen. But meanwhile, as we need 2 Clios going side by side, they're a little bit further back. We look back up to what is the battle of the 12 and the 1. This is the fight for lead of the Clio Cup class. We've got the Audi TT deciding it wants to play part of this. They're all front engine, front wheel drive, and as they head in towards what is here turn number 8, well, they make their way side by side here, and here comes a move aided somewhat by the interference of the Audi TT, but that's the way it goes in multi-class racing. And as they come on down, well, it's going to be 3 wide. We've also got the Ginetta decided to stick itself into the mix, and this is going to be very, very testing for all 3 drivers. But Ginetta gets it stopped in time, and meanwhile in the Clio Cup cars it's going to be a change of position here. That is going to be, I believe, the number 1, unless I'm mistaken, that takes over the Clio Cup lead, and that goes the way now of Harry Reynolds to Dragon Sport, who takes over from what is the number 12, also Dragon Sport, but it is going to be Alex Neville now, who instead sits in P2. Meanwhile, further behind them, we've got side-by-side battling between what is the number 96 and the 89, and what is going to be Jack James, who's fought his way back ahead of James Harrison as they head down in towards the Craner curves this time around. And a thrilling opening 6 minutes this race, no doubt about it. Well, race number 1 was absolutely exciting, and they've decided this one to up the ante completely more, albeit there a bit of a hop and a skip and a jump over the apex, the old hairpin for the number 12, and we won't want to be doing that too often, as that could lead to a punch of a tyre. But as they come out of the double left sequence up into the right hander of McLean's they go, more from our drivers here, and the Clio's absolutely razor tight between them without question. I think there is going to be a little bit of calm for now, and we'll have to wait and see what else comes out about it. If we do see some more battling over the course of the opening 20 minutes or so before we do end up going into what will be, of course, understandably, the run of those pit stops. But coming on down towards what will be at the chicane this time, coming into Roberts, you can definitely see now how things have calmed down to a degree between the drivers. And I think everyone now settling into a little bit of a rhythm. And as they head up towards turn number 1, well, right now it is all starting to move into a bit more of a longer term strategic view, although I say that it's not going to be too long. I get the feeling before we'll see those Clio Cup cars once again go fighting, and I suspect it will be an absolutely brilliant fight when it does kick off, and Reynolds and Neville will be the 2 who are going to be the lead protagonists. The Dragon Sport teams are the 1 and 12, both absolutely will be going and hammer and nail against each other. But as they make the way on through, I think we are going to be getting a word from what will be Maurice Henry down in the pit lane. Ian Walthouse is with him, and we'll be hearing the story from High Road Motorsport of what has been a challenging opening 7 minutes for them.
Well, I was just strolling through the pit lane, and I've come to see Maurice. It's great to see you, by the way. I haven't seen you all weekend. How's it going so far in this race for you guys?
It's been a bit of a hectic start. I think we're going to swap positions and we're going to get some traffic. But I have faith that Hadley will come back through. But we've got that success penalty 15 seconds. So it's just about making up as much time as we can, as fast as we can, and then the rest of it.
I know you though, you like a challenge, don't you? You're going to go for it in the second half of this race, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. It's been a bit tough this weekend, to be honest. I've been very ill. I've just been fighting with like illness. And,
how are you feeling now?
Not a bit under the weather at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, I was really rough this morning, but to still get pole position.
Not well, but still knocks it on pole.
But yeah, no, we're looking forward to it. We're just trying to get a podium at least, get some good points, and try and get this championship.
Thanks so much, mate. Go sit down. Go relax for a little bit, yeah? Top man. And there you go, Maurice Henry there, High Road Motorsport. The Clios are on fire. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And hearing there from Maurice Henry talking about the fact he hasn't been feeling too well this race weekend, but despite feeling quite poorly this morning, still putting it on pole in the Clios. I mean, that's absolutely incredible. And Maurice Henry there in the number 88 from High Road Motorsport. But as we come back to the race and also talking about the interference of other cars in those battles earlier on, a little bit quiet there, the interview, but just able to make it out in those main points, which we've just stated to you there. But as our drivers continue to race on, we have got the battle of the Ginettas. We've also got the Cupra Gen 2 now making its way in towards turn number 1. As it does so, well, the number 10 having to hold on Lee Goldsmith here in currently P2, but losing time on none other than the Branson Mobile. Brian Branson, your leader with the Intersport BMW running away. So out of the two BMWs, it is the one behind that's now going to be under pressure, and you're seeing it here, feeling that pressure right now as they head onto the brakes in towards the old hairpin. And as they come on out here, it's going to be Chris Bielan for Sim Dynamics Racing with Java Sport, whose Cupra absolutely hustling along. And the change will be here, of course, in the fact that BMW does seem to have the legs on the straight and also in the lower speed corners, but it's in the faster flying sequences, and that's where we're seeing the Cupra really able to use its front engine front wheel drive dynamics in order to be able to just simply carry that speed a bit more and be a bit more aggressive. It is going to be nip and tuck between them, but different styles of machine, of course, require different styles of driving, and in turn they'll have their own strengths and weaknesses, with the front tyres doing all the work on the Cupra, meanwhile a bit more balance of the tyre wear on the BMW, and you can see that the gap opening up to a degree as they make the way down into the right, into the left, and as they exit out of those two corners onto the next lap they go. Now, for the uninitiated, if you've just recently tuned in to catch this race, you may be wondering, well, what exactly is going on? Why have we got multiple colours on the timing towel? Well, let's quickly break it down for you. This being the Britcar Trophy Championship, sponsored by Row Engineering. It's a multi-class series, and it does consist of 4 classes. Class 1, or Class T1 as it's known, you'll see that in the timing tower, do have the light blue backgrounds to the position numbers, and that class is all based around TCR cars, or touring car racing cars, with 2-litre engines or Ginetta G56s. But meanwhile, hold the fort there, as on the inside into the old hairpin will go what is the Cupra, being piloted by none other than Chris Bielan. Looks at the move and gets it done, albeit a cutback run here from what is Lee Goldsmith, and as he tries to make a run back up the hill in order to be able to get the counter, he's not going to be able to do so, and that is a move made by the Cupra, and Lee Goldsmith falling down to P3. What was after a good run of the start finish, and over the first few laps, I wonder whether perhaps he's backing off now. Alternatively, the tyres are just simply saying no, because that Cupra is now really coming alive here, albeit the question will be, can Chris Bielan chase down Brian Branson, who is going to be the best part of 12 seconds up the road now, and indeed absolutely hauling is the Cupra as they make the way through right into left. But I suspect right now Brian Branson will be wary of this and just managing the race and managing that gap up front as they come across the timing line. Well, the gap previously was 11 seconds going on to the previous lap, and that gap has opened up to 11.7 seconds, but you have to account for a little bit of time from battling. But the point is, now Chris Bielan's got a lot of time to try and make up. As meanwhile, we look a little bit further back to the 111, and what is there also the car just behind it of the number 4. In fact, that's a change of position as well. That's a change for P4, and well, that is Axel van Nederveen making the move versus none other than number 4 of Marco Anastasi. The Darton Motorsport car falling behind its fellow sister car as the 4 pushes on in pursuit now as they make the way on the rise up the hill, and as they charge their way in towards the next braking zone. To be on the other classes, we talked a lot about their Class T1. We've also got there with the yellow backgrounds, that that is none other than Class T2, I do believe, being led by Rob Ellick in what is P6 in the TSR machine, and they are a lower performance team in lower performance cars in terms of their performance scoring. But we are going to stop the fault there because we have got a word with the team for the number 23. We're a word for Sim Dynamics Racing with Jabbersport, and we're over to Ian Walthouse down in the pit lane.
Well, a minute ago I was in the garage next door and then I just heard this big roar and cheer, and that's because Chris Bylan is on the move. He's just gone up to second place. Let's just quickly grab a quick chat with the team. Simon, you've got to be a very happy man, eh? Good move.
I didn't realise. Yes, Chris is driving a blinder, absolute blinder. We've made some changes to the car after the first one as well to help the handling, and Chris is working it.
You got that front left sorted?
Oh yeah. The car's fully repaired. Made a geo change. The boys have made that Jabbersport team, done an excellent job turning the car around, getting it out and keeping it fast. So
I came over, guys, because I just heard a big roar from you all, so I had to pop in. So well done anyway. Keep going. He's Chris Bylan doing great, up to second place with Jabbersport. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. Well, the story down there, and indeed later on in this race, Simon Mason will be taking over the car, the pro driver for the team. And well, if Chris Bylan is absolutely hauling right now, you can imagine that Simon Mason is going to do the same. And this is the car which earlier on in race number 1 ends up with a bit of a scuffle with the tyre barrier on the exit here, or the apex we should say, at turn number 10, which you see it just past. And indeed they had to tape up the whole left hand side. You can still see the gaffer tape put on there, the black tape, but thankfully that's holding. They've done all the repair work that's needed, and therefore as it's an optimum performance for what is the second race. But 15 minutes in, and as we continue the story, we do look to your leader there, number 40, which right now continuing to charge on, and in the hands of none other than Brian Branson, the Intersport car, with a 43 behind it. But do keep in mind that 43 with the Ginetta G56 GTA being piloted by Stephen Fresley, with the Century and SGM car end up in the gravel on the first lap at the very first corner. But meanwhile, going from the fault to the gravel back to our Clio Cup cars, which are denoted of course in the time tout by the dark blue or the richer blue background. You're looking at the number 1 here that's being run by Harry Reynolds, and well, the pro driver Dragon Sport has got the pressure from the 88 right behind, and that is from High Road Motorsport, and that is Hadley Simpson at the wheel. And well, there could be big championship contentions here, and the fact they could seal what is the Clio Cup as of today, depending on which results go their way as they make their way down. We said it's never too long before we see Clio Cup cars starting to fight once again, and they're doing exactly that now as they make their way down in towards the old hairpin. Brilliant racing as they head nose to tail on through, and well, right now it's going to be the question of the pressure, I should say, that's being applied. But from them back towards what is the leaders in terms of the Class T1. And as they come down, we've got a grime battle as well, as we can see here the number 10 BMW in orange being chased as they come through the right-hander at turn number 1, and as they make the way on and through the right-hander, and as they head in towards what will be the old hairpin. Well, I think we've got another word here with some of our, I do believe, our Clio drivers, which we'll be hearing from very shortly. And Ian's down there in the garage of the build-up to a precipice, although hold the fort for a second. Side by side here, coming down in towards what will be at the chicane. It's going to be a change of position as the one gets ahead, or does it? It's going to be very close between them as they exit on out. And in the end, it is going to be a move made, and that's a move made by Dragon Sports, what is Harry Reynolds. But it's not over yet as they head down towards where's Redgate, and we're going to be staying with this action a little bit longer as the front bumper in fact just drops there on the number 1, and the 88 gets on through, but not about close back, and the 12 drops down to P3, but still looking to try and make the moves there. And I think we can finally break to Ian for a word with some other teams down in the paddock. We won't be cutting quite to Ian just yet. In fact, we will be cutting to him now as we do pick up the feed.
Right, everybody, I've come down to the garages. As you can see, I've got Mark Jones here in the TSR Audi TT. Mark, it's never a good sign when you're out of the car. What's the problem?
Gearbox. First race, I lost my gears 25 minutes into the race. We got it right again, and then just
that's it.
No clutch.
Pack it, take it home, repair it.
Cramming the gears is not funging into the corners, and it's...
That's right. We'll be back in. See you next time. Thanks for talking to us. Let us know that as well. There you go. Gearbox. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And the story there from down to the pit lane with regards to number 77 from TSR in Class 2, and Mark Jones there having a disappointing end to his weekend. Race number 1, gears couldn't be selected. Race number 2, the clutch has gone. The Audi TT just not giving him anything he wanted today. Transmission trouble, but still, as we continue the race on here, we may have lost one of our many entrants, but the racing continues on furiously. We cut back at a perfect time as the 23 and the 111 are fighting. Meanwhile, the number 10 has been dropped by the Ginetta as they go too wide under braking into Roberts, and he loses the rear end and it goes round. And well, for the second time today, one of our Ginettas has taken a pirouette and a turn, and that is buried in the gravel by the looks of things as Axel van der Nerven tries to get to move. Meanwhile, the 23 and the 10 now go fighting, and well, the Cooper opens the door massively there to try and go for the cutback, and well, for Goldson, I don't think he's going to quite believe his eyes. He's been able to clear too, but we see the 111 there, and the Dayton Motorsport is just, it is beached in there, and I don't think they're going to get that moving, not without the marshals giving it a push, or alternatively that could be the end of its race. We'll have to wait and see, and also we'll keep you updated if that does mean safety cars or just yellow flags and a particular instance of the circuit's corners. But as I've lost some words there of what happened, indeed a brilliant battle, but I think just a little bit too zealous on the power. But you can understand why the Dayton Motorsport driver doing everything he could. And well, in the meantime, we do look now back to the Clio Cup cars, and well, your eyes do not deceive you, and that is what is the best part of our leading cars all together. And we do have a safety car, ladies and gentlemen, which brings this Clio Cup battle, which would have been the battle for P2 through to P5 of the Clio Cups. It does bring it to a bit of a suspended moment, but the great thing of course is it will tighten the field back up together just literally as we're about to enter the pit window, and this is going to put this race on a knife edge when it comes to strategy now, because the pit window will be adjusted. Here's the replay of what happened, and well, at first it was looking to all be going the right way for Axel van der Nerven, the Dayton Motorsport driver, on the inside of the Cupra, and as they went onto the race, you'll see here on such a tight approach angle, applies a lot of steering lock, no contact, gets on the power too early, and the rear just comes sweeping around. And to be fair, these Ginettas, they are so light on the rear axle in terms of all the weight pushed towards the front, and in the end just not quite able to get the power down he wanted. He made the move, thought he got it done, and in the end a little bit too much enthusiasm with the loud pedal, and it's all come undone. But we could see there they're trying to see what they could do to get it out of the gravel, and the marshals having a chat with the driver to see what's going to be possible. But we do have that, of course, the safety car out there, and well, goodness me, and I think we might even be able to get another word down in the pit lane. And in fact, we are going to be having practically everybody coming to the pits by looks of things with the pit window, and well, the window is open, and we'll be able to get that view of what exactly is happening down the pit lane, as we do see the Jetta making its way. Well, in fact, our driver getting out of the Jetta, but here come all the Clios. It is going to be pit stops under the safety car. Everyone will want to use this as their free pit stop in order to lock in their positions as best as they can. But keeping in mind, of course, that drivers are all around the circuit right now picking up the safety car, and therefore not everyone's going to be in at exactly the same time. But it is absolutely frantic down there. But as they all get serviced, and driver swaps are now occurring, well, with these pit stops now being accumulated, it's a smart move here, and this may have some big decisions later on as we do cut to our cameraman down in the pit lane. We can see the SGM pit crew waiting to receive their car, and well, indeed, everyone just waiting right now. And of course, they do have to park inwards towards the pit garage. This is not like some of the pit stops that you'll see in other series where they can park parallel to what would be, or perpendicular, we could say, to their pit garage. Indeed, they have to park in what is an angle in towards, and then they have to reverse the car back out, and the cars have to be serviced in a particular order. But as we do see how frantic it is down there, I think everyone right now wants to get that pit stop in, and all the time just gradually trickles away here, as unfortunately the 111 has been retired from this race. It couldn't evacuate its way. It could be brought out of what would be the gravel. Indeed, it's having to use the tractor, and therefore its race is at a close. But well, with all the action down the pit lane, let's go to Ian, because he's right in the heart of all what's going on right now in this pit window.
Somebody, this is incredible, isn't it? It's a safety car coming out. There was a minute or so to go before the pit window opened as the safety car was called. In fact, Alex Turnbull in the number 62, the Ginetta G40 SVG Motorsport, he came in early. And his team pushed him straight back out. who's had to come back in right now, but here we go, plenty of action. I can see the Dragon Sport Clios are going out as well. There goes Maurice Henry now. He's just taken over that 88 Clio. A little bit of work for them to do. Remember, they got that 15-second weight penalty as well through the race. I've got Brian Bransom's here. Brian, very quickly, how was that? So fantastic stuff from you again.
Yeah, really good, thanks, mate. Yeah, car feel. Kevin and the team have, whatever we've done, we've made it definitely better.
And over to Jas now to take it home, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Top man, thank you so much. Best of luck with the rest of the race. There you go. We're going to stay in the pits, of course, but because there's so much going on. Here is Jas Sapra now taking over into 40. They won the race earlier today as well. There's Chris Byland. What a race he had as well. We spoke to Javersport just as he took second place from Goldsmith. Now Simon Mason is going to take over the running of that car. Hive of activity. This is the best place you could possibly be at a racetrack. Out goes Alex Turnbull now. There he is, the number 62. That's his second trip into the pits after coming in too early and having to make another stop. And now we're getting up close and personal. John, be careful, don't get yourself run over there, our cameraman. You see Jas Sapra just giving a thumbs up. They're about to head out. The number 40 were leading the race, of course. What a surprise from Axel van Nederveen as well to beach the car. That is what has caused this madness in the pits right now. The pit window opened a minute or so after the safety car was called out, hence the reason why there's so much activity. The Team Brit number 68. With the tyres. John, be careful where you're stood. Look at this. I'm absolutely loving this, and most of the cars now heading out. We've only got the number 23 of Byland and Simon ATT yet to leave the pits, and that is it. That is the chaos of the pits. Probably done now unless something else happens in this race. Paul, back to you to make some sense of that. That was insane.
Well, goodness me, thank you, Ian. And indeed, like you say, making some sense of it all. Well, the sense behind it is, of course, all coming in with regards to those pit stops, all to make sure that out the way, given the pit window isn't flexible, it's 10 minutes in duration. If we did see a red flag, then we would, of course, perhaps had very different circumstances, but just a safety car. But indeed, right now, absolute pandemonium. Indeed, it looks very tight down that pit lane, but everybody taking their pit stops. Of course, what this is also going to do is going to shake up the order, and, well, we will update you as soon as we get an update on our timing tower as to where exactly indeed our timing screens here in the commentary as to everyone's sat. Also, they're noticing a lot of tape on the front of one of our Clios. The number one there has had the whole front of it taped up, the leader of the Clio Cup class. But all the driver swaps have also been made as well. Understandably, they'll want to have made them in that pit window to get them done and dusted as they have to. So therefore, we will be seeing those change over the drivers. But absolutely crazy run into the pit, and well, you can imagine now with all of that as well, now it's going to really be a sprint to the finish, albeit with Axel van Nederveen coming out of the car, and well, the car being towed away by our marshals, and also with the unfortunate retirement of Mark Jones to TSR, and well, we've had 2 retirements so far. We should be getting back underway very shortly in regards to the racing, now that we have seen the car, the stricken Ginetta, removed from the exit of turn number 10. But when we come around next time, we'll also get to see exactly how much the field has been shaken up, but it is going to group everybody back together, and particularly in that Clio Cup class, we are going to see what is the top 5 separated by no more than 2.5 seconds between all of them, presuming they haven't got any interfering traffic from any of the other cars around them, and that is going to be absolutely incredible between all of them. In fact, we're going to see 5 Clios all fighting for outright glory here, and well, let's not forget as well, Class A all battling. Not Class A, Class T1 I should say, all battling. Also Class 2 and Class 3 also enjoying their racing as well, and it's going to be absolutely tight. But here we are, and well, it looks like the Team Brit 1 Series there in the lead of it all after everything that's played out, albeit it could be a lap down, to be fair. We do have to consider that, but when they come on through, we'll get the update. Safety car light's still on at the moment, so is it going to go another lap here as we form everybody together? I think it might, because it's trying to get the whole field bunched back up together. Safety light's still on, and we can see the Audi TT there in the rear of the picture yet to catch up to the field, so I think we will get one more lap. But what that's going to do is essentially take us through the pit window, and we'll have 20 minutes of racing to see us to the close. So let's take you through how that field now stands, and in terms of where everybody is in that field, as we see the timing tower on the left-hand side having to work incredibly hard here to stay up to date with exactly where everyone is. And well, it's no change with regards to what is the leaders overall, albeit they find themselves in the middle to the back of this pack, intriguingly enough. And well, it is in the Class 1. You've got the number 10, that is the Jeff Steele Racing BMW M3, monitored by Lee Goldsmith, is your leader. And then in P2 in all of this, would you believe it, the number 47, the Dayton Motorsport, the Ginetta, piloted by Maurizio Sciglio, has moved into P2 for all the madness of the pit stops. We've also had Anastasi move up to P3. We've had Sapra fall down to P4 there after taking over the car from Brian Branson. Remember, they were towards the front of it all before all this happened. And then in P5 we do have what is Simon Mason now taking over from Chris Bielan, and what again the Cooper dropping to P5 in all of this. Meanwhile, just a little bit off their heels, we do have the car of Rob Elliott, the TSR Audi TT, the Class 2 car in a world of its own versus its rivals, the number 68 a bit further down, the only other one running for Team Brit, albeit almost a lap down effectively at this point. And then our Clio Cup class with what is there Lloyd behind the helm of the Dragon Sport number 1. Well, he's number 1 by door number, and he's number 1 right now in terms of position in class, but he's going to have the 89, the 12, the 96 and the 88 all right behind him. You can see them all there. They're all together as a pack, and they are at the front of the entire racing pack behind the safety car, with Class 1 and Class 2 behind them looking to put a lap on them. That's how it is. It's going to be a thrilling opening couple of laps when we return to the racing, for the simple reason it is going to be absolute bedlam when we resume, and the safety car is pulling away. It means we are going racing, ladies and gentlemen, and it's lights out and away we go once more as the Team Britcar steps aside to the outside. The Clio Cup cars will all want to try and find their way through as quickly as possible. It's too wide into turn 1, as meanwhile it's getting very safety there under braking. None of the Clios want to give an inch to one another, let alone to their rivals behind and the other classes. And as they make their way on through turn number 1 and coming in towards turns 2, 3 and 4, well, right now it's almost side by side. They're coming on down in towards the Craner curves, albeit got to be careful here in the fact they've got to get those tyre temperatures back up. They won't be fully up to temperature again, but as they make their way now, a bit of a lock up there from the P4 Clio. That will be the number 96 piloted by Sam Nessa, the Dragon Sport at this point. But as they roll their way on around, absolutely crazy right now with regards to the fact we've got the field trying to reassemble itself with all the battling that's going to unfold. And you can already see there the number 10 BMW M3 with Goldsmith, won the Jeff Steele Racing BMW, trying to pick his way through as quickly as possible here, and he wants to try and get as many cars between himself and the rest of what is his Class 1 rivals. But Sidney was the number 47 Sciglio before he's able to clear the field as well. He doesn't want Sciglio or anyone to be able to pick their way through, but look at this rewind behind. This is going to be absolutely as tight as it comes. We've seen this already from one Ginetta and they've gone round there, but they managed to make it through, and that's absolutely crazy as the BMW there, our leader overall, gets elbowed out to the outside there by one of our Clios, wanting to come on free, finally finds his way through. They all somehow survive that run, and as they all try to pick their way past one another, well, right now it's pandemonium out there, but they're working it through. The Cooper also looking for a move in behind what is the BMW there, or being run by none other than Sapra. But as they head on through, we look back here to your leaders overall, and you can see now the fact that the number 10 and 47 are so close together, and well, anything could change at this moment as they roll their way down the hill. In fact, I think that might be the 43 trying to unlap itself there, unless I'm mistaken. We'll come back to that very shortly. I think it is the 43 trying to unlap itself. How it's ended up a lap down the Century and SGM car, and that's all because of what happened on the open lap at turn 1. As they go through Schwann's curve and in towards McLean's once more. You can see here coming into the right hand of the Clios, all bunching together. And well, it is the P2 Clio there that right now is breaking away as Sam Nessa holding on. But there we can see the 40 using what is number 12 Clio as a bit of a defensive tool there versus the 23 Cupra as they come around for the right hander of Coppice. And going down the back straight here, onwards they'll go towards turn number 9. You can see the Team Brit as well. The 2 Series looking left, looking right. And it's going to look around the outside. He'll clear both of the Clios there as the 2 Clios, the 2 more engrossed in fighting each other. Team Britcar goes very deep, and that is absolutely as tight as it comes. As you see, one of the Clios had to take an excursion to the grass. The Cooper tucks in behind it. That's going to be 4 wide in the rear of the picture there. In fact, it turns into 3 wide in the end, but that was very, very close. And how they're all safe and negotiated it. It's testament to our drivers. Goodness me, it's absolutely incredible here in the fact that we do have a car off. That's why our Clio's decided to take the sandy line as they make the way through turn 1 down towards turn number 2. It's absolute chaos, so we love to see it, albeit so long as they keep it clean as they make the way on through here. Keep in mind, you've got the Class 1 cars trying to lap their way past the Clios, and the Clios are all trying to fight each other here in amongst all of this. It's absolute chaos, but as they roar their way up the hill once more, right now you can see nobody wants to give ground to anybody, because if they do, they risk losing a class position to their rivals, and that's what's making this so difficult right now to try and tease out. As we do see the number 68 Team Britcar in the hands of Cosby there, yielding to the 23 Cupra, and well, the Sim Dynamics with Jabba Sport car now making its way through and starting to find itself some clear air to chase after the number 40 and the car of Sapra right now. You would have imagined that right now Sapra is going to be grinning a little bit. It's been able to make some progress, but as they head down in towards what is turns 9 and 10, well, it looks like we're starting to get a sense of stability with regards to this running orders. 2 clears, they get very elbows out once again, and well, it looks as though that is the fight between the 88 and the number 12, as that is going to be Nessa also creeping in. The 96 now moves up another position as they come in towards turn 1. It's free abreast there, staggered diagonally free abreast, but it is what is the 96 that does move its way out the field. But meanwhile, in all of this, of course, we do have the number 1 Clio that's fallen down to P6 in its glass and looks to try and find its way back on through. And I do believe whilst it's being piloted by Reese Lloyd, we do have Ian down in the paddock with Harry Reynolds, the driver who jumped out of the car, looking to get a word in shortly. And well, we will get that into you very soon. As in fact, it's going slowly here. What's gone wrong with the number 1? And well, it's just crawling along here. Is that coming into the pits? I think it is, and that could be a dismal end to the day, but we'll get a word from Ian on that one. Well, Ian's not quite able to give us a word, but I think it's all at the moment changed because of the number 1 coming into the pits. And well, as they make the way on down, I think we will cut to Ian Walthouse now as the one's made its way into the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out what's going on.
Right, I'm here with Harry Reynolds. Harry, Reese has just come in behind you in the Clio and the Dragon Sport. What's the problem?
I don't know. It's not planned, so yeah, I have no idea. We've been having problems all day, all weekend really. So it kind of just sums up the weekend, but. It is what it is, isn't it? So
it's motorsport, isn't it?
It is.
You had a decent first stint though out there.
Oh, I loved it, honestly. You know, we started back row of the grid by I think it was lap 3 hours leading the Clios. So what more can you ask for?
What more can I'm going to ask Reese? Thank you, Harry. Thanks for talking to us. Reese, what's the problem?
Just overheating again, mate. Just overheating. Not sure what's happening really.
I hope you can get back out, mate. It's not been a great day for you personally.
It's okay when it's going slow. It's just when it's going fast. It's just everything's going off.
All right, mate, thank you very much. Reminder, it is, of course, Reese's birthday today. Perhaps a birthday on track to forget. Right, Paul, there you go. Back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And meanwhile, whilst we're having that into, this has just happened in the run into turn number 1. The battle between the 40 and the 23 under braking into Redgate corner. This was her position. This was her P3 overall. And well, a huge rub between the two of them. A bit more rub in there. And then I think there's more than elbows out there as the 23 was sent spearing off into the gravel. And well, I think the Cooper has made its way to the tyre barrier there. In fact, just a gentle tap potentially, albeit being hidden by all the dust kicked up. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, and that is a heart-wrenching end to the race potentially for the 23. We'll have to see, but it's been given the elbow out, and both drivers, they're absolutely going all in for it, but it looks as though there might be a word or two to Intersport afterwards with regards to that, but we'll have to see. Of course, that's what we've seen from our cameras, but a bit of a difficult moment for both teams, and well, we'll keep you updated if we do have to see a safety car as a result of that. But of course, the number 40, you see the BMW, one of the two belligerents involved in that contact between the two of them, but it does mean that unfortunately the 23 will now drop a long way down the order. And if we do manage to get it racing once again, well, our drivers will definitely be looking to try and make their way back up for the order for the 23. But a frustrating moment there for Simon Mason, no doubt about it. We're only at 13 minutes remaining here, and the number 40 continues to push on. Well, of course, a little bit of a wobble there, goodness me. And in all of this, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Class 2 car, Rob Ellick's TSR Audi TT is P2 overall. Keeping in mind, of course, that whilst this car may not have the performance of what is its Class 1 peers, putting in an absolutely valiant drive right now, and one of the small stories of what is this race that really is coming alive right now. And well, at this rate or not, whether he's going to be able to hold on or not, that will be a question in of itself. But I get the feeling that if Elliott can hold on here, this could be a brilliant overall podium, let alone a class win, and really would be a great way to wrap up the day for TSR and their weekend here at Donington Park National. But as we do see the 40 given the chase here, and you can imagine that Sapra is not going to let Elliott have all the glory if he can help it. Well, everything is calming down a little bit at the moment. We will have battles that are going to start to build up as we head towards what will be the closing stage of this race. And I think the field has finally figured out how, or finally figured itself out in terms of everybody getting themselves back into position. But now it's all going to be about the charge. And speaking of charging, you may be wondering at this point, with Sapra having that contact with the number 23, why is he pushing as hard as he is at this point? Well, the reason being, of course, firstly, he wants to chase down the rivals up the road. But also, if he gets a time penalty after what was that contact with the number 23, he'll want to try and make up that time. So that way the time penalty doesn't lose the team places when it's applied after the race. But let's hold that thought right now, because we've still got more battling to go here for P3 and Class 1, and this is going to be the battle of the two Ginettas. It's the 47 of Data Motorsport ahead of what is their number 4, also of Data Motorsport, but the lead car being piloted by Maurizio Scaglio, and meanwhile the rear of the two cars being piloted by Marco Anastasi, and was the two Ginetta G56s chase after one another. Anastasi in the black and orange one, the black being the primary colour, meanwhile the inverse colours there being those of Scaglio, and as they make their way down the hill. Goodness, man, that was very close to the rear of the BMW 2 Series. I don't know how he got away with that, but that is as bold as it comes as they head under the brake. Goes all in the old hairpin. Was it worth going for the move there to clear the Team Brit 68? Well, I think you could debate that one. I think that was a bit adventurous, but that goes to show you just how much Scaglio wants to break away from Anastasi as they head up the rise and in towards McLean's corner. But that was very, very risky, but it's paid off, to be fair, in the fact that BMW M2 is right now, where M240i is causing some frustration there for Anastasi. But then again, it could have gone so very, very wrong, but it wasn't to be that way right now as they try to charge off into the distance to the 47 behind them. Meanwhile, is a long queue of cars, and they just happen to be those wonderful Renault Clios once again as they head in towards what is turns at 9 and 10. You can see on the inside there, that is very close to the Team Britcar backing off as they make the way on through, and these Ginetta drivers absolutely holding nothing back as we see all the Clios, and one of our Clios running into the pit. Now that, I believe, is the car of Sam Ness in the 96, and I wonder if that's a repair work on that front bumper, which has started to drop and drag onto the track surface, because you can see the number 1 there is hanging a little bit low, albeit Lloyd, it should be pointed out, in the number 1 is a lap down on his peers around him. But I don't think that's going to stop Reese Lloyd from enjoying a little bit of battling here, albeit I say that he has to step aside immediately with the blue flags waving, and I think they're being cognizant of the fact he may incur the wrath of his fellow drivers and also the stewards if he doesn't show respect to the blue flags eventually as they make their way through the old hairpin. But as Sam Nessa in the pit lane at the moment, well, that's going to give an opportunity for Lloyd to get a lap back on what would be the Dragon Sport car if they are able to, one of the many Dragon Sport cars here. But as we see the 89 there, and that rear right tyre going for a spin as it's raised up into the air, and well, these front wheel drive Clio's absolutely bringing the surface to life and giving it everything. We look from the Clios back to what is here your overall leader, and this is Lee Goldsmith, the Jeff Steele Racing at BMW M3, just making its way on down through turn number 2, being chased by Ellick, interesting enough. And well, speaking of which, checking our lap times, the last couple of laps, we have seen Rob Ellick in the TSR Audi TT, the number 7, is closing. It's only by on average a 10th and a half a lap, but he is very gradually closing with 8.5 minutes to go. If he can find a bit more time out there, or Goldsmiths to make an error, could we see one of our Class 2 machines potentially snatch the win overall, not just in class, but overall from one of our Class 1 cars. And on paper, you would imagine those Class 1 machines are the faster class, but right now, our Class 2 driver here of what is Rob Ellick putting on an absolutely superb demonstration, which is, it's not about what you've got, it's about what you can do with it. And there are the lap times, and as you can see, that gap gradually trickling down. And I wonder here whether the tyres are starting to go away from Goldsmith. He's worked this race very hard, particularly in the opening 15 minutes, pushing as much as possible. And then with the absolute chaos of what was the pit window, well, I think in the end everybody invested in getting that pit stop done and getting themselves back out on circuit. But this battle is getting closer and closer. We also do have what is, I do believe, a run of form coming up from Sapra a little bit behind, who's running in P3 and trying to close up in the run. So therefore it's getting close. And well, we have had an update there, and thank you for whoever pointed out in the chat. We'll just double check. We just had that come up on our race control screen here, and it was the number 96. So Sam Neza piloting what is the Dragon Sport Renault Clio had to come in to the pits for a stop and go 3-second penalty, and that explains, and thank you to H there in the YouTube chat for that, also corroborating that. That explains why we did see the Renault Clio duck into the pit lane. But as our drivers make the way on through turns 1 into 2, well, right now very close there between our Clio Cup drivers, and this is the lead battle between the 88 and the 89. There may be consecutive numbers and they're in consecutive positions on the circuit, and Henry and Lee, well, they're both absolutely giving it everything. But at the moment it is Thomas Lee who right now is in the chaser, and meanwhile Maurice Henry just holding on for High Road Motorsport, both from the same team, High Road Motorsport, 2 different cars. And of course there is a little bit of sister car rivalry down in the paddock. So the first point, of course, you want all your team's drivers or driver pairs to make it home and bring home the best possible result, and a 1-2 would be great. But the flip side of that, of course, is you want to be the driver pair or the driver who is the better of those down in the team. It's that little inter-team rivalry, if you will, and as they make the way on down the back stretch here. 6 minutes still left on the clock. We're keeping our eyes on everything that's playing out here, and well, as they head in towards the braking zone, is right now going to stay as is for a little bit longer, but it could all change at any moment, of course. Indeed, one mistake and tyre wear now being a key factor as the circuit gradually cools compared to what it was a bit earlier in the day, but one small mistake and that could all be it. As meanwhile, we do look to a little bit of a different machine here, something we haven't really talked about, and that is your Class 3 leader, and that is Alex Turnbull there in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta G40, a car that is more synonymous, if you will, with perhaps a Ginetta GT5 style machine. The number 62, the Ginetta Juniors racing in the G40, I do believe, at least in recent years, as it makes its way up towards turn number 1. Great to see as he heads in towards the right-hander here, and we'll put in an absolutely solid stint right now, and has a sizable advantage there over McDuff, and that being Caleb McDuff, the Team Brit in the BMW 1 Series, who you can see up there just making the way on down the hill. The 1 Series looking smooth as ever, but the best part of a lap down there on its rival, which is trying to get the car to the end at this point. As they head in towards what is turn number 7, meanwhile, we look back to number 40 here, and this is none other than Jasser Sapra in the Intersport car, and I do wonder whether the Shoes are still looking over that instant that we did have between what was the number 40 and the number 23, or whether that will be resolved after the race, and we'll have to wait and see. But we're looking back to your Clio Cup cars here, and of course at this time it's all looking to be all secure for High Road Motorsport. They do have the chasing presence of the number 12 for Dragon Sport being run by Matthew Hyde. Alex Neville handing the car over to Hyde a little bit earlier on, but it does look as now they're establishing some sense of stability here all the way to that finish. As meanwhile there we do have a little bit of a look, albeit something's gone on, not to know right now. We indeed look instead to the run on through what is Starkeys, as meanwhile there is your race leader, and on the last lap, the last couple of laps, in fact on the previous lap, Goldsmith setting a personal best of 15.878 and extracting an extra second over what is the number 7 of Ellick behind. So it looks as though that potential dream of seeing the Audi TT bring home the overall win, not just the class win, well, that dream is going to be made to wait a little bit longer. As you can see, that gap has really now opened itself back out, and I wonder whether perhaps Goldsmith just decided to turn the wick down a little bit and has decided to push a little bit more towards the end in order to make sure that gap doesn't come down too far and give an opportunity, particularly if we were suddenly to see a load of traffic and Goldsmith struggle to negotiate it. He wouldn't want that extra pressure, and therefore maintaining the gap at a nice round 5 seconds. But from them, as he heads up into the right, and it goes very wide there. Goodness me. Now Goldsmith, well, that's an error which we didn't expect. I would say that tyre wear is becoming a factor for a number of drivers here. That goes to show you as well the amount of degradation they're picking up with that error, and well, being able to get stopped. I thought that was going to go on for some time, but meanwhile, cutting back to what is our Clio Cup class, it's still the 88, the 89 and 12 in their long 3-line apiece run, separated by 2 seconds in totality as they come down through the grain of curves. No change between them at the moment. All three drivers absolutely pushing, although noting that, you'll notice that the number 12 is closing a little bit on the 89. That gap has been brought down to about 6 tenths as they make the way on through the run up towards McLean's. But as they come through the Schwann's curve there, of course, catching is going to be one thing in the draft, but then trying to make a move is going to be absolutely challenging. With 2.5 minutes to go, a low amount of rubber, albeit they haven't run as much race time here given the safety car that practically dominated the pit window. So the one thing that they will have to advantage is they can be more aggressive on their tyres, but they will be of the full process as well, which is by being so aggressive on the tyres, you can suddenly just strip the life out of them. And well, fastest drivers on the circuit, meanwhile, whilst all this is going on, only 2 laps ago, we saw a new fastest lap of the race of 14.457 from the number 43 Ginetta G56 GTA, being run by none other than Ben Green as part of the Centurion SGM outfit, and we'll definitely put it in as many rapid laps as possible to try and make up some ground, but I don't think quite close enough to do so. And indeed, I think the places or the positions will be primarily locked in terms of what is Class 1 for the remainder of this race. And overall, albeit here is your leader, and he'll be very happy those positions are locked in now with only one more lap to go after this. Or will he get another lap? It's going to be very close, given his average lap times have been 1:17s of late. Oh, goodness me, and in the rear of the picture there, that looks to be, was that one of our Clios that's decided to take a duck? The time tower just obscuring our view there, but absolutely going out sideways. And in fact, that's a Ginetta, and that is the Ginetta G40, and that is a sad end to the day for the number 62 of none other SVG Motorsport. And Alex Turnbull, with only 2 laps remaining, has just yielded what could be victory in Class 3 to what will be Team Brit in the form of Caleb McDuff and Dom Shaw, the BMW 1 Series that you see there. Right now it's a lap down, but all they've got to do is get that to the end now, and if Turnbull cannot get it out of the gravel, well, Team Brit will be taking the win as a result of it. And it goes to show you it's not over until it is that checkered flag. And well, with regards to, we're having some more updates, and we have also had what is car number 40 get a 30-second stop and go penalty right at the end that's been awarded, and that is going to what will be Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson for Intersport, and that's the contact we suspect with the number 23 earlier on, the Cupra that was sent all the way out into the gravel, and that Cupra out of this race. And well, with the clock now hitting 0, I think we are going to see checker flag as he comes. No, we won't. We'll get one more lap. Goldsmith will go again, and there is Caleb McDuff taking the lead of what will be Class 3, and the Team Britcar now at the 1 Series just needs to get it to the end, and they will take that victory, with Turnbull seeing it all fall away with only 2 laps left in the day. As meanwhile, the Audi TT there, the TSR number 7, seems to be having a little bit of bodywork issues on the front side. That bodywork not wanting to stay down, but it's absolute craziness. And do keep in mind, of course, that if the number 40 does not serve its stop and go 30-second penalty within what will be with 3 laps being awarded already by the end of the race, it will be added as time at the end of the race instead, so they won't be able to get away with it either way, and that's as per the rules and regulations. But given the lateness of the race, I suspect they may decide to just take the time penalty after the race instead, but we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But meanwhile, here is your leader, ladies and gentlemen, and as he makes his way out of the last major set of corners for some time and onto the back straight, well, right now it's been a very controlled race from Lee Goldsmith. The Jeff Steele Racing driver heads down to the final 2 corners. I don't think he's going to quite believe when he comes on through the right into left, because he'll see the checker flag, and what he'll see is that through it all, through the chaos and the madness, he has come home your winner in what is round number 12 of the championship. A brilliant drive there, and he will take that victory, and just behind him by 8.7 seconds in the end, as we do see Caleb McDuff taking the win for Team Brit in Class 3. Congratulations to them. It will be none other than Rob Ellick who takes them in Class 2 and P2 overall in a superb drive, no doubt about it, to take the win in Class 2 for TSR. Then Sapra coming home in what will be at P3, then the number 40 for in spot. Keeping in mind there is a stop and go 30-second penalty, so that'll be added as time after the racing. We've still got more to come through. There's Anastasi in P4 ahead of what was, well, in fact, Scuglio coming home first in P3, then Anastasi with a 30-second post-race time penalty now being applied, and we also will have some more cars making their way to the line very shortly, and well, the time penalty will be 53 seconds that's added to the end of the race for what will be there. But we see a Clio coming along the line, weaving from side to side. He's happy, and that is Maurice Henry in the 88 of Iro Motorsport taking the win in the Clio Cup class, and that will be just ahead of Matthew Hyde P2 there in the number 12 for Dragon Sport, and then the top three being completed in the Clio Cup class for the number 89 of their Thomas Lee Hyro Motorsport. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen, and a safety car right over the top of the pit window, turning it into absolute pandemonium. And well, in the end we made it all the way to distance without a second safety car, and in the end double yellows being waved there, understandably so, for the Beach Ginetta G40 of Alex Turnbull for SVG Motorsport. But here are the results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, and as we can see there, the victory for none other than what was Lee Goldsmith and the Jeff Steele Racing Team, ahead of a win in Class 2 and P2 overall for TSR's what was there, Rob Ellick. Then we did have Maurizio Scuglio for Data Motorsport ahead of Anastasi there, Marco Anastasi for Data Motorsport as well. Then we had our Pro Drive Ben Green bringing it home P5 for Century and SGM. Looking outside the top five, we do see there the number 40 demotes the P6 at the finish, and indeed a difficult moment there for Intersport. But more importantly, perhaps for the Clio outfit, we can see there taking the Clio class win, the number 88 of High Row Motorsport. Maurice Henry and Hadley Simpson putting off an absolute sublime drive, winning their class ahead of the number 12 there of Dragon Sport and the number 89 of what was High Row Motorsport. And a special mention as well to the number 38 there in the hands of Caleb McDuff and Dom Shaw, Team Brit, taking victory in Class 3. And what an end to their weekend in that late turn of what was a drama with seeing the race leaders go into the gravel on the last couple of laps. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, as the circuit falls silent, I think we might be rapidly getting a word with some of the drivers down in the pit lane. And we have cars already making their way into Parc Ferme. And well, I think we're going to cut straight to Ian, who is going to bring us some post-race interviews. So with some very happy drivers. But we'll just wait to cut to them.
Very happy Lee Goldsmith. Let's let him get out of the car, shall we? Here he comes. Lee, mate, right, forget the handshakes, forget everything. You are very sweaty, but I don't care. Come on. not second ever win, I believe.
Season, so really happy, really pleasing.
Safety car came out, of course, and once you got back out, you just never looked back, did you?
The Italian boys were right behind me at the safety car. I can see them, and then luckily the Clio's caused enough mess, I think, to separate us. So it was great. A really good race.
You're going to enjoy tonight, aren't you, mate?
Oh, I might have to rehydrate a bit, yeah.
Yeah, go on, have some water. Congratulations, I'm so happy for you, I really am. Congratulations. Let's grab Rob Ellick here as well. There, isn't it? That's more like it, Rob, isn't it? Hey?
Hello, mate, you okay?
Yeah, very good. I was just saying, that's a little bit more like it, isn't it? That's what we want.
Yeah, it was good, it was good.
It's good to see you again, actually. Thanks for bringing this out to play. Talk us through that race, because safety car came out perhaps just the right time, but it got hectic in a bit for everybody, including you.
Oh.
You're right.
Yeah, we got... What's happened to my headlight?
Did you not notice that?
No. Yeah, we got killed on the start by a Ginetta spinning, got dropped right back, and we also got a 30-second bot. Like, we put fresh tyres on because we were hoping to get a podium overall, because we thought we had the pace. Then when we found out we got a 30-second BOP, we thought, oh, there's absolutely no hope. That's killed us. Then the safety car come out. Yeah, did us a right favour, got us back out, and then I was watching them squabbling and thought, yeah, they're going to have a problem in a minute. And luckily, our friends Team Brit were having a battle with them, blocked them both completely, and I've just drove up the inside of them, and it was like, thank you very much. So yeah, and we were catching the BMW at the end, to be fair, but I think about 5 laps from the end, I was trying just a little bit too hard. Seen the black and white flag and thought, we just have to take what we got here, because
you know what I say? Never give up, mate.
Never
give up. Well done, buddy. You'll enjoy this one, yeah? Top man. Let's go over here, shall we? I don't know if there's Maurizio. Let's go have a chat, because I believe Maurizio was suffering a bit of a misfire for the last few laps as well. I wonder if I can just
And thanks for talking to us, mate. Good to see you again as well, by the way. There you go. And that is it. Britcar Trophy Championship finished here at Donington Park. I know we're having one or two issues with the camera here. A couple of pictures breaking off, but don't worry, we're not going anywhere because there's still one more race to come as well, and it is the International Truck Prix. Me and John are going to go get ourselves over to Parc Fermé for the end of that one, but Paul Walsh and Pointy are going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Oh goodness me, what a dramatic end to the race in there in what was the Row Britcar Trophy Championship. And we've got one more race to go. Indeed, it has been a long journey to get us to race 20 of this weekend. But joining me in the commentary booth now is none other than Pointy. And Pointy, we've got perhaps the premier race to wrap it all up this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, there are actually still quite a few spectators out there around the circuit eagerly waiting for this race. But I'll tell you, it's probably the latest finish I can remember whilst I've been involved for 12 years in the truck racing, to have a schedule running this late. I mean, let's just be super grateful. Yes, I know it's hot. Yes, I know everybody's absolutely out of it with heat exhaustion, dehydration. You know, they're absolutely, we're all gone, basically. We're all we're all running on fumes, including myself. People ask me sometimes, Point, do you ever run out? I'm like, yeah, I do. This is one of those times. So, but, you know, there's audio evidence at least that I have officially run out. But someone that hasn't run out, of course, is all the drivers in the International Truck Prix. Now, this looks like a bit of a mess that we've got here. What corner is this crash on?
So that's the final chicane, literally coming onto the start-finish straight.
Dear. And what happened there? Did you get to see?
So we saw the Ginetta G40 just end up just beaching itself into the gravel, from what I understand.
Remember, I did tell you yesterday that gravel's a lot deeper than it looks. Many a person. So obviously we're using the back loop for Parc Fermé and assembly area, and there's a huge gravel runoff, because of course it's a hairpin. It's a super tight hairpin. You'd never make it round in the trucks, you know, not at speed, and of course that's why we don't use it, as well as the extra distance. But the gravel runoff for that is huge. It's literally about 100 yards squared, but it just looks like lovely zen, raked out, you know, nice little ripples through it all, gravel. But I tell you, when people run across it thinking they'll shortcut around the grass, they realise, well, there's no footprints in it. It's just into their knees instantly, you know. And someone ran across it and says, you've got to give it both legs or you'll sink. I was like, right, there we go then. Talking about crashing though, of course, we had the caravan smash earlier on the live action arena. I don't know whether you'll get to see any photos of it. Probably eventually. I personally had to use a fire extinguisher for the first time in my life. I quite enjoyed it.
Goodness me, what happened?
Well, once they've finished the caravan smash and the drift performance, because it's the last show of the weekend, the drivers get a little bit throttle happy, and they'll just sit there with their foot on the throttle, burning out the back tyres until they explode. And of course, this puts down quite a bit of rubber on the floor, and because it's against tarmac, it gets so hot that it eventually sets on fire. Hence why I sound like I've been in a smoking lounge for the last 3 days, because it's pretty rough, is rubber smoke, but it's all part of the fun, and I enjoy it. I do. This isn't sarcasm. It's great. You know, when the two massive trucks disappear behind a plume of smoke, you're like, wow. But yeah, so we had 2 blowouts, and then we also had 3 fires. So that was great. Fires on the tarmac, not on the trucks though. So there we go. Well, he looks like he's underway, which is good. The infield looking a lot different as we see all of those trucks now making their way. That was great. I started talking about the infield and boom, we cut to the infield. That's phenomenal. Yeah, you can see though there's still the remnants of people on the hill, and all those trade stands will be getting taken down into the late hours of the night, and probably still here tomorrow. Some of people just like to call it a day and, you know, do it tomorrow. But you can see see the calibre of some of the show trucks we've got waiting there that were all parked up waiting to go home after this race, but they're probably all still hanging about, a last ditch attempt to watch some more racing. But every angle you look at around the circuit, it's trucks, trucks, trucks. We've had phenomenal support from manufacturers, from haulage companies, from recovery companies. We've had manufacturers of different stuff. Oh look, we've got one of our camera guys up on the hill. Hi Rich, having a wave. It's a sneaky pack-up time over there, I think. So if I just take everything and put it in the van, no one will notice until I lose the camera. That's what's going on over there. Of course, the 24/7 media van. Who else have we got? We're waving the actual camera on this one. I think there's that Ward truck that we saw starting one of the international truck Prix races earlier on, and there, of course, the hospitality suites on top of the paddock garages. Where are we now? Who have we got going on here?
So I think we're looking for one of our cameramen down towards the bottom hill.
It's spot the camera. If you can see the camera person on the screen, then drop us a note in the comments on YouTube.
They could all see Richard though. That's a good sign. They found one of them. They're doing as good as we are, right?
We've had people on the comments saying hello to Rich. Is it up by that Marshall stand there? No?
No, not quite. I don't.
Behind trees. Must be behind trees.
A little bit camera shy,
Can't
perhaps.
see anybody there. There's another gantry there,
but
someone's already gone home.
Behind the tree.
Unbelievable. What's going on? Hashtag chill, by the looks of it. My God. We're going to get a hand. Can we see a hand moving on that gantry at the back there?
Yeah, I can sort of make out some of the gantry there.
There's movement.
There is light.
Shake a leg. I think the ISO on that camera is not quite designed for staring straight into the sun, which it most definitely is staring straight into the sun at the moment. So I think, this is funny. This of course is an aeroplane. We can see that. But one thing that's important to mention is, of course, we are at the end of East Midlands runway, and the amount of aircraft we've seen fly over. It really has been a double whammy, because we've got DHL's main hub that fly things around the world from East Midlands, and we've had huge DHL delivery planes flying over all day. We've had jumbo jets landing over us. I think John Powell mentioned in his previous interview that he thought one was going to land on him at one point. And it's been really interesting. In fact, when we were setting up on Thursday and Friday, there were people sneaking into the circuit. Not to sneak in for the racing, because they could park up for a while and watch the planes, because they are literally so close. I actually came to Download Festival here twice, about 20 years ago, and you're on the infield, and of course the infield looks a bit different. It's like we had the Scuzz stage, I think, just in front of the commentary booth here, where we've now got the showing my age indeed. I mean, I was a younger lad. I'm 38 now, so we've definitely seen some life at Donington. This was back in the days where Carling did everything, literally. They had these machines in the Carling tents that could pour, 24 pints at once. And of course, I used to hang out at the Carling Academy in Birmingham as well. You can't. Got to shout out to the Carling Academies. There was a few of them around, but mine was the Dale End Horns. Because it has, it does not exist. It doesn't. I mean, just for anybody at home, I'm having a great conversation with the director at home. It's gone now. Dale End is no longer the Carling Academy. It was bought out by the O2 Academy.
Yeah, that's correct.
It then moved it to the Dome in Birmingham, and now Dale End is still something that they never did knock down Oasis Market that they always said they were going to. So I don't know what's there now, but it was always next to an Irish bar. Something Murphy's, I'm sure, down that end. But regardless, I digress. That's a posh one, isn't it?
Oh, indeed.
What even is that? It's a rear-facing prop plane. That looks very expensive. That looked expensive, right?
It does indeed, and if anybody there tuning in is a bit of an aircraft aficionado and can class it, as we do have to come back to the racing, although we'd love
there's
to do some
racing.
plane spots.
Is there
Yeah.
racing? Oh, great.
Well, this is going to be our grid then for our final race of the day, and it's going to be Steve Thomas and Simon Faulkner on the front row of the grid, Richard Collett and John Newell on row number 2, Simon Reed and John McGuinness on row number 3, and then Martin Gibson and Jamie Anderson make our final full row of row 4, and then starting at P9. Got it all to do from the back of the grid, Craig Reed. Well, 9 drivers on the grid, 9 trucks there as well, not 9 cars this time. I've been minding my C's and watching my team.
Well
I've been
done.
learning.
I tell you, the guys at BARC TV, they're like, every time I walked out, they were like, you got him good then, didn't you? One of them's down, already screen recorded the part where I spelt it out. Look, he's got it on his page still. It's great.
Still here for those wondering.
Still on his page, look, truck to r-o-k. Yeah, that's a digraph at the end. The cert and the curt is a truck. There we go. Also digraph, of course, sponsors of Simon Reed, Craig Reed, and I believe Dave Jenkins as well, not that he's in this race. Now we see some movement from the TRP truck and trailer parts pace truck, of course one of our championship partners this year and for a few years, as we make our way out on the outlap of the final Donington 40th anniversary Truck Prix. Of course, also known as the International Truck Prix. In the Scania, then the red, white, and blue, we've got Steve Thomas there. He's not done too well today, but of course, with teammates not far behind him and right next to John Newell. I did actually put money on John Newell for this one. I know we're not supposed to, but John Powell was like, who do you think? And I was like, I'm going to be different. I'm going to say, I think John Newell's got this one. Are you allowed to have a guess?
I can take a guess, and I would say that Jamie Anderson, I think he's going to try and make it 4 out of 4, and I think he might do it. I mean, I'm going with perhaps the favourite here.
Yeah,
but
4 of 4. I think you're going to get 2-1 odds on that one. I'm going for more the 7 to 2 odds. I don't know how odds work and why you get a 2 sometimes. Doesn't make sense, but you know, they literally just make up numbers, bookies do.
I think they just literally look at a roulette table, put a ball in it, and decide, you know what, let's spin it once, spin it twice, and those are the 2 numbers.
Yeah, like they do that advert, don't they? When it stops being fun, stop. Like, it actually translates to when you figure us out, stop. Right, so 20 minutes on the clock as they make their way around that parade lap. Of course, the temperatures out there are absolutely disgusting. I mean, I'd like to say it's hot, but it's not. It's disgusting out there. The dust, the smog, the sweat, the sun cream. Let's be honest, we put it on so we don't burn, but it is not conducive to feeling comfortable. So yeah, I'm going John Newell. You're going Jamie Anderson, Paul's going Jamie Anderson. Let us know in the comments, who do you think's going to take this win? Because it, of course, could go any way. Jamie Anderson quite far back. We've got the eye in the sky saying John McGuinness is going to take it. I mean, he did have a trophy before, and it was great giving John McGuinness a trophy. So you just don't know where it's going to go. So yes, have we got anybody in the comments?
Well,
there,
a few
Paul?
people cheering on McPine or McGuinness, but I think other than that, I think you've got everybody talking more about the Carling dispensers that download more than anything else.
We have, yeah, 24 Stuart Evans, 24 points at once. That is true. Yes, they'd rack up all the paper cups, press a button, and the whole tray would lift up. And there were like these really long nozzles that used to squirt it out without it frothing over.
Brilliant.
Yeah, my mate used to work on the Carling tent, and well, let's just say I ended up with 24 of them once. That's a long shot in the history now, more than 20 years ago at least. Through the chicane then, I always wonder the roll in that pace truck, how it must feel to take that round at 60, because they are effectively at 60 miles an hour here. So this is the warm-up lap and the out lap. The pace truck darts into the pit lane as we await the red lights to go out. This is it, the last Truck Prix here at Donington Park's Convoy in the Park. And the lights go out and it's go, go, go. Early moves there from number 7, John McGuinness. Steve Thomas already under pressure from John Newell as they make their way down to the first bend. But John Newell straight in front of him. Clean move. Even John McGuinness makes his way through there as well. Will Steve Thomas let him have it? Yes, it looks like it's through. Craig and Simon Reed at the back now as we make our way around the bend. They're all out of shot. Oh my goodness, there we go. We've got dust, we've got smoke. but it looks like a clean break for John Newell at the front with John McGuinness behind him. But there's the 33 of Jamie Anderson, your favourite, and I think the bookies' favourite for this race, finding his way very early on into third place. My goodness, look at the dust getting kicked up. I'm not sure whether it's, well, it can't be smoke because they're all very clean running engines nowadays, especially with the biofuel. But it is a top three battle, and now Steve Thomas under pressure from one of the Reed brothers. Martin Gibson behind that, and then another Reed brother. Is that the Craig at the back there? We're just waiting for our first lap to complete so we can confirm. It's yellow. Oh, they're both yellow. They used to do it. One of the Reed brothers would have orange numbers and the other would have yellow numbers, so you'd know which one was which. But now they have to be yellow. They have to be yellow. So you've not got a chance. You're not going to play. So here they come then, finishing their first lap. And John McGuinness doing very well, holding that second place at the moment. But it's Jamie Anderson looking for the outside. The Reed brother at the back there. I think it's the 68 of Craig Reed there, finding his way through. Jamie Anderson putting loads of pressure up the inside. A little bit of contact there, I think, with John McGuinness, but John McGuinness is like, no, I'm staying on the tarmac, I'm not getting track limits.
Oh, 100%. And well, John Mee has been insistent he's not going to go wide, but Anderson has found his way through, albeit a brilliant bit of batting between them. Just behind them, however, that's 2 wide coming down for the Crane, because they're actually giving everything. Oh, goodness me. Almost on to the grass then. And as they go side by side out there, that's going to be what is Craig Reed fighting hard with the number 95 of Ricky Collett, and they're still fighting as they make them out the hill. But at long last, it looks as though their Reed is going to take the place. But looking back towards the front of the field, I mean, John may have been passed by Jamie Anderson, but to be fair to Mr. McGuinness, he's not going to give up on this one. He's going to chase it.
He is, and I think, you know, he's keeping that pace. Yes, of course, the gap is there, but once we start to get John Newell under a defensive kind of driving, then John McGuinness might have a chance to catch up a little bit. But look at this, Simon Reed in the background there, creeping up, you know, second by second, making his way. And I tell you, it's going to be an interesting last 15, 17 minutes at the front of the pack here, because both of these two want it. John definitely wants it, but of course Jamie wants to make it 4 out of 4.
Oh, 100%. And of course, like you say, John will want it as well, given the fact he's had 2 second places, particularly in races 1 and 2 that were yesterday. Race 3 not quite working out for him, but Jamie Anderson looking to make it that special 4 after just coming short last year here, as they all wind their way on through turn number 1, going through Red Gate, and down they go. I mean, as well, the amount of dust that's on, so you just look at it, it's literally a cloud following them every which way they go, and the more they kick onto the circuit as well. But Jamie Anderson, I mean, he's taking a bit of a liberal use of track limits there and then some. Credit to him though, he's exploring every part of the track.
Yeah, and he's not been brought up on it, so it's obviously allowed at some level. I don't understand myself. It was explained, of course, all the drivers earlier on this weekend that track limits were not going to be tolerated and that things would come down heavy. We have seen plenty of you know, penalties across the weekend, but yeah, maybe they're just checking their phones on this one, you never know. But yeah, but this is the way it goes. Of course, we're not officials. They do a very difficult job, of course. But yes, it's a lot of dust coming from one place, that's for sure. In the back though, we've still got John McGuinness under pressure from Simon. Martin Gibson there just in the background. We're coming up to the chicane again. Jamie going to look for a gap through. Is there a gap for him though? This is it. It's very tight. Will he get the power down and be able to pip him to the post on the straight? Coming slightly wide over the rumble strips again there, trying to get past, but John Newell is dominating that, making it the widest truck on the track there. Definitely. Inside line again for Jamie Anderson, but he still can't quite make that move. This is looking very good for John, but can he hold it up for 15 more minutes?
Well, Anderson's going to look around the outside here. I think it won't be long before we get an answer to that question as they come 2 wide down to the Crane curves. I mean, Anderson is going all in on this one, but at the same time, John Newell's not going to give up 2 wide. They're going to the old hairpin. I think this is the first time this weekend where we've seen them go 2 wide all the way through. And well, Jamie Anderson, what a move. And as they made the way up through, it's not over yet. 2 wide now. Goodness me, I think the gloves are coming off here.
Oh
and John Newell,
it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. Oh God! I mean, I say they all kept it on very good. I think there was a bit of a space there. John McGuinness doing very well, and of course under pressure let Simon Reed through the gap as well. It was a bit of a tussle as we saw Martin Gibson join there very quickly also. So now it's Jamie Anderson in the lead, John Newell down for Simon Reed, and then of course John McGuinness slips back into 4th position. Further back though we're looking at Martin Gibson for a space. We've definitely had contact on John McGuinness / Stuart Oliver's truck. Still running, still okay, still looking for the best possible lines that they can, but like I say, tarmac's as hot as it's going to get today, along with the cabs as well.
Oh, 100%. I mean, looking at the front of John McGuinness's truck right now, number 7, I think it's missing a few bits of bodywork at the front, but mostly intact. And, well, as they make their way onto another lap here, well, now it's going to be Jamie Anderson who's going to just try and run away with this as long as he can. But I don't think it's going to be long before the number 12 of Gibson wants to get into this fight, and his first target is going to be McGuinness. But as they make their way down the hill, I think right now all the drivers might be thinking, you know what, it's the last race of the weekend. We've had our fun. Now we're going to just turn it up to the maximum here and just see how much we can explore of the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, you've obviously not watched this for very long, but you want to watch Brands Hatch at the end of the year, that is carnage. Yeah, I think it's accidental carnage, but certainly, you know, there's the battle for the championship. There's of course the fact that they're going to rebuild it anyway over the winter period. Of course, none of them should change the driving standards at all. This is the point that the marshals and officials are always trying to make. You know, it's still motorsport, it's still safe, it's still important. You're going to behave yourselves, but of course sometimes testosterone gets in the way, doesn't it? Not to say that the lady drivers we've had through the championship are any different. All sparing racing, I believe they say.
Oh, 100%. And well, as they roar their way onwards now to the next lap, and well, we can see there number 7 and 12 in the rear of the pitch now side by side, albeit not without what is number 68 there of Craig Reed also getting into the fight. And as they come down, it's too wide here between the two identical machines. They make the way into the braking zone, and John McGuinness, to be fair, he's been through all of it in this race so far, and he's been pushed to the limit, goes a little bit deep there. That's going to give the opportunity for Martin Gibson to look for the run up the inside. Too wide they go into turn number 2, and also trying to creep in there is going to be what is Craig Reed. He can't quite find it, and Reed being made to wait now. I mean, I feel as though he's been very patient, but I think that patience is going to only last so long here, Pointy, because he wants to get into his top 5. I don't think he's got the pace to chase down the leaders.
He certainly has. I mean, both of these Icos on the Reed team are very, very quick trucks, very good trucks, and of course extremely good drivers as well. So they've got the whole package they're going to utilise. And of course, John's still very good driver. You wouldn't touch him on a motorbike, let's be honest. But he's still got that thing, and I think a lot of these guys, other than the Reed brothers, of course, John Newell, and whoa, massive sideways action there from Craig Reed. Loses quite a bit of space on the back there, but makes it up quite quickly. And it's Reed for Newell now. Simon at the front of the pack in 3rd place, looking to make it number 2. Is he going to take it through the chicane? I don't think so. But this is tight. 2 abreast there as John McGuinness just manages to get through the chicane first. But I think we're going to see the overall power. Now, what's happening with Craig there? I think he's lost a bit of traction at the back there. I think he's going to have a spring issue, as we saw with John Bowler earlier on in the week, and they do get a little bit wobbly at the back there when they start to have issues with their springs. But I was going to say earlier on, as I was saying, my goodness, is that smoke? That's a lot of smoke, or is that steam? I mean, I don't know. We've seen clouds coming up Jamie Anderson all weekend now. I've given up guessing. But the fact remains, a lot of these drivers are thinking to themselves, this isn't my truck, I don't want to break it. And, you know, that will hold you back. That is a massive, massive factor that effectively you need to get over as a racing driver, because even when it is your truck, it's blooming expensive. But you still have to make that choice. I've got to do it or I'm not going to win. And that's it. That's what it comes down to.
Oh, 100%. And with that risk versus reward situation at the moment, will Jamie Anderson, whether the amount of smoke and whatnot we're seeing coming from it is something that's wrong, alternatively it's just dust or something else. I think we'll find out if we start to see him slow, but it looks like nothing's stopping Jamie at the moment as he makes his way down that back stretch. You can see John Newell not really being dropped, and also Simon Reed there can stay in with him. And right now, I mean, it's absolutely, it could go any which way. It only takes a mistake or for something to slightly start breaking. And of course, we have to remember that Jamie Anderson and being involved in what was some brilliant battling only yesterday and also earlier today, and right now showing no signs of abating. But as they head on to another lap, we reached the halfway point, and closing up onto the back of this is none other than number 12 of Martin Gibson as he roars close. I think we're in for a thrilling fight for the podium here, Pointy, and well, I think whether it's going to take over or not, the urge to take that victory in the end, well, we'll have to wait and see. But I think there's going to be a lot of bodywork to repair after today.
Oh my goodness, you got to stop saying things like that. It's supposed to be clean, good, clean behaviour racing. This is what we want. This is what we're going to see. Don't worry, folks at home. They're all going to behave. But yeah, Collett and Faulkner are very far back. I'm not even sure I've seen them in the race. I think they may be somewhere in the pit lane because they're no longer going round with the pack. So we're down to a 7-truck race. Steve Thomas at the back, 4.7 seconds behind Craig Reed. Craig Reed, though, all over the back of John McGuinness. He's going to look for that 5th position. Will he have enough time just going past the halfway mark then of this 20-minute race? There's lots to play for still, and you know, we're going to start, like I say, we're going to start getting tired. But the gap that Jamie Anderson's keeping as John Noble plays defence with Simon Reed, that could go pear-shaped for both of them, couldn't it? Or maybe why didn't they work together? I've never understood this. Why don't they just give each other a nod out the window, like in Top Gun, and then they'll just kind of like a pincer movement. I think that'd work. Just saying, like in Top Gun, I don't know if I want to see one of them inverted though. That has happened before in British truck racing, and I don't think we need to see any of the trucks inverted.
Oh, definitely not, but perhaps a little bit of teamwork could go a long way, like you say, for Neil and Simon Reed as they come down through the crane of curves. But I can imagine that Neil's going to be of two minds here, which is he can perhaps guarantee himself a second place here by simply working his way forward and keeping Simon Reed at bay. But does he potentially risk sort of going, you know what, I might let Simon, if he is the faster one of us, get us closer to Anderson? It's a difficult one, but I think right now Neil might be thinking, you know what, I'm earning this P2 and I'm going to dig in and absolutely frustrate you.
This is it, yeah. I think at this point in the weekend, John's worked very hard, his team worked very hard, but as well, of course, you've got to give points for the turnout as well. I mean, he's brought a lot of people with him. He's got a massive setup. They've all got great setups this year at Donington. It's really good to see. Honestly, felt like it was almost a paddock of the Nürburgring or Zolder walking down today. Loads of people, hats from every possible truck manufacturer, and all the different tents, and everyone with the doors open chatting, and guests everywhere, and really top show, proper uniforms on everybody, and it's what we'd expect, obviously, but it's just really nice to see it all come to a head for the convoy event here. The middle way across the truck racing calendar here in the BTRC. And of course, we want to keep up that standard, and that's what we've been working towards the past few years. It's really, really good to see that, yes, we started here 40 years ago, some blokes in trucks pulling up, dropping their trailers off, sticking a number in the windscreen and going racing. We've obviously got a lot more safety and a lot more protection in place now, a lot more rules in place now. But of course, it's just come on so much more in a professional manner.
Oh, most definitely. And as it's continued to move forward, truck racing continues to rise up the ranks and go from strength to strength. And Neil's defence right now also following a similar form here, as Simon Reed absolutely knocking on the back door of his rear bumper, just no way through. And meanwhile, Martin Gibson just watching in there in number 12. And I think right now, if I was Martin Gibson, you know what I'd probably be doing if I could somehow find a way to carry it into my schedule? I might even have a bucket of popcorn there, because he's getting to watch an absolutely brilliant view in front of him, and it's a cinematic battle here between these two for P2, as Jamie Anderson just maintaining his advantage, but Martin Gibson, he just can't quite get close enough, and Neil right now pulling in an absolute lion's effort. And a bit further down, not quite on camera at the moment, we do have John McGuinness. You can see him there in the rear of your camera shot in the number 7. He is being chased by none other than Craig Reed. And to be fair, the other member of the Reed family is so close for so long, but John McGuinness in a number 7 that's definitely seen its fair share of battling in this race, no doubt about it. Well, his truck right now still soldiering on, and he's looking to bring home that top 5.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. Craig not backing off though, he's still looking for a slot, but I think we've comfortably found our positions now. It just depends on this top three. I still feel this little vibe from Simon Reed that he wants it. He's still trying and pushing and pushing. And yeah, John Newell though doing very well to hold them back as they race there through the clouds again. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe it still looks this bright outside when it is in fact 10 to 7. I think all the drivers though will be, oh, what's this? Up the inside, we've got a bit of rubbing there, outbraking in the position that he's in. Simon Reed makes it past John Newell, but will John Newell swoop round there and take it back from him? This is usually the corner that would happen, but no, he's tucked in behind him. Looks like Martin Gibson's got held up in the traffic there as well, but he's looking for an inside line as they enter into the chicane. Whoa, a dive across there from John Newell as he tries to get up the inside, forces Reed wide. They're both looking very close there. My goodness, that was very, very tight. I thought we were going to have a serious bump as Reed made his way back on there.
Oh, indeed, and that's close racing. The closest it comes, and here comes the number 12 of Martin Gibson going all in on the inside. Can't quite find it, but absolutely going for it, and you can see an opening. And of course, whilst this has been going on, we've also had an update on some penalties that are going to be applied, and both Simon and also Craig Reed, both 5-second post-race time penalties. So right now for Simon Reed, it really is, you've got to get past and you've got to get clear, and that's just a frustrating end to what has been a battle that hasn't worked out for him in the number 89. And well, now Martin Gibson will be thinking to himself, if he's aware of it, you know what, I don't need to make the move, but hopefully he doesn't know, because we want to see him do some more battling here.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, it's a shame for Simon, because Simon's been pushing so hard and so well, and of course, I mean, that was a pretty good manoeuvre, I've got to say, but if he hadn't have come out wide then, that would have been a massive incident with John Newell. So, you know, all credit to taking that, taking the move like a big boy and say, you know what, it's not worth writing my truck off for this, which it's not, because that would have been nasty if they'd have come together, as we saw with one of your cars earlier on. Cars earlier on in the gravel. I mean, that looked pretty rough, that did, didn't it? But no, such a shame there. But so Martin Gibson effectively keeping close enough to make that third place a good final podium for him for the weekend, unless of course Reedy makes it past John Newell now and puts a few seconds between them. But we've got 2 laps, let's be honest.
Indeed, and with only 2 laps remaining, well, we are coming down to the very end of what is this race at this time, and well, this battle to be on the podium already right now. The battle for Simon Reed to be on the podium for a little bit of time and then to be demoted off of it, albeit he's enjoying himself out there, and I think he'll just throw caution to the wind at this point, up to a certain point, because like you say, these truck racing drivers able to show us how it's done and how to be safe, compared to perhaps on the moments with our cars earlier on. I'll bow the hat and tip it there to you, but as our drivers make the way on up through the curves and roaring their way onwards, well, it's ever close, and the battle staying so close there. And we do see that right now, as the haze continues to fall over the circuit, in fact I think there's more dust up there than there is air and atmosphere at this point. Well, right now John Newell putting in a stellar stance, but 3 seconds away from him is of course race leader Jamie Anderson, and he's not far away with 1 lap to go.
This is going to be tight now. I'm stuck. Do I set off early so I don't have to run to Parc Ferme, or do I wait and see what happens? Because this could go either way in the next minute, and I honestly don't know which way it's going to go. Simon is out for blood. Someone's going to have told him by now that he's got a track limits penalty, and he's going to be pushing to the end of this race. Of course, when it updates across the checkered flag, when they do make it back round, I believe we saw the last lap sign out there just as they passed the Marshall's box. But yeah, what a shame for Reedy. That was looking good for his only podium of the weekend. I think that would have been nice, but robbed. He was robbed. That's what I was saying.
Well, the one thing he does have, he did pick up a P3 in race number 2 yesterday. So,
he did, the Johnny Green Giant. I remember handing him that.
So there we go.
Listen, it's been a long day, okay? It's been a long weekend. 20 seconds left and I can't wait to clock off, I'm going to be honest. I love racing, but that shower is calling me big time. But as we round out the last race of the weekend, I just want to say a personal thank you to all the guys here at the circuit, all of the Motorsport UK officials, the guys at BARC, the guys at BARC Live, and especially you, Paul, for your opening weekend on the trucks. I think you've done very well, so well done, buddy. Thanks for joining us here, and thank you to all the viewers, especially from me, for viewing, getting involved, and of course if you've been here the weekend as well, thank you again. I'm going to hand you over to finish the race and set off. Cheers, dude.
Oh, thank you, Pointy. Really appreciate it, and thank you for the absolutely brilliant commentary work and being the superstar of the weekend where it comes to the trucks. No doubt about it. But coming to the line, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Jamie Anderson who makes it 4 out of 4 this weekend and will bring home what he couldn't quite do in 2023. And behind him will be John Newell. We'll see there Martin Gibson promoted to P3 with Simon Reed demoted to P4. Falling was that 5-second post-race time penalty, and John McGuinness holds on for P5. But as they all cross the line, well, we do have, I believe, what will be Craig Reed due to come through. There he is, in fact, as he makes his way on down what will be the start-finish line straight to wrap up what is his final race of the weekend. And then it will be, last but not least, the number 23 of Steve Thomas, who retired in race number 1 on yesterday, but brings it home into the conclusion in race number 4. And will then be Craig Reed demoted to P7, so Thomas moved up to P6, but that wraps up the racing, ladies and gentlemen. And we did have one truck not make it to the grid, unfortunately, and also one retirement from Ricky Collett. And, well, we can see some drifting here in the background, potentially, or at least a little bit of showing off there from our truck drivers, which is fantastic to see. But what a wrap-up to the race. And a big, big thank you, much like Pointy, I'd just like to echo to all of our marshals for making it happen today, and indeed to Motorsport UK. An absolutely fantastic racing with regards to our trucks and all of our series. But, well, ladies and gentlemen, as we do wait to get those results up on the screen for you, and we do look there to number 33, Jamie Anderson, bringing it on home, 4 wins out of 4 in the International Truck Prix for the 40th anniversary of truck racing in the United Kingdom, and he's going to be absolutely jubilant, no doubt about it, as they all bring themselves down the back straight here in formation, and more lovely to see. And it really, this final race has embodied what we've seen all weekend, which is absolutely close, fantastic racing, and we'll hear are those provisional results. And as we can see, Jamie Anderson, 14 laps and 4 times a winner in the International Truck Prix for the 40th anniversary edition here at Donington Park. John Newell coming home P2 in an absolutely hard-fought finish for 3rd place out on circuit, but 2nd place when it all came to a close. In fact, 2nd place across the line, I should correct myself there, and Martin Gibson in the end rounded off that top 3 on the podium, with Simon Reed demoted to P4. John McGuinness P5 there. It looked so strong at the start from the number 7 driver in the Scania P1150, but he was absolutely loving it out there, no doubt about it, race after race. And then Steve Thomas, Craig Reed being your last finisher, being demoted behind Steve Thomas with a post-race time penalty, and then 11 laps down, the unfortunate retirement for Ricky Collett, who couldn't quite make it to the finish line. And Simon Faulkner not on the grid, unfortunately. I do believe the Iveco not quite able to make it out there for the final race of the day. But still, 8 starters, and we had, 7 finishers, and all the way through a fantastic set of races. All 4 of them all having their unique vibe. So we do see there what is the safety truck with its horns are blaring as well, and goodness me, that is our final race of this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, it's not quite the conclusion of our broadcast here, in the fact that we do still have what is some post-race interviews to do with our truck drivers for the final time today. And, well, what an absolutely brilliant set of races. But that is our last race there. And I think we are going to be getting a word down in Parc Fermé from Ian and Pointy. We are just waiting for that confirmation, and I think we're going to cut them very shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we wanted to bring you Parc Fermé, we wanted to bring you International Truck Prix, we wanted to bring you the finish of the day, but they've all gone home, mate. What's going on?
They want to go home, don't they, Pointy?
They do. It's a late one.
It's been a great day. Do you know how long we've been live? 9 hours.
Wow, that is a hell of a stream.
Cool is that?
Imagine downloading that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
You don't have to, because it's on the BARC YouTube channel. It's also on the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. Forever and ever and ever.
Everything we've said, everything we've done, ingrained in concrete. They should have stopped, right? Yeah.
They should stop there, and you should have carried on, done your beast.
Yeah, but they've all just got. The first one was like, I'm going home, and then they all went.
Shower time, and that's it. They've had enough.
Shower time. See, I'm not the only one that wants a shower.
Yeah.
Thanks for. Have you had a good weekend?
Good weekend, very good weekend. Long weekend, but good weekend.
Thank you. Brilliant. Have we got someone coming back now? No, they're just coming for the scales.
No, they're just coming.
But thank you, buddy. Cheers. Yeah, so Ian, look, you've been around loads of racing this weekend. I've been around a few myself as well. I think, the amount of running around we've done between the two of us is phenomenal. How do you think the weekend's gone? Oh, how many have you got? Yeah, how many have you got? I've got 21,200, but that's before I jogged from the media centre.
29,000.
He's lying. I had 32,000 actually. I was just, hold on.
See it.
I'll do mine, then I'll show you.
21.
Wait, it's got to update. 22,293.
We've basically done nothing today as point.
Nothing at all. I'm so sorry. You better have the mic.
Pointy, I just want to say thank you to you. You've been running around doing so much. It's not just the stuff on camera and the commentary you've been doing. You've been hosting shows, doing all the trophy presentations. Thank you. You've been absolutely incredible, as always. It's been a pleasure, as it always has.
Always.
I just want to say a big thank you as well. Remember, the streams that we bring you, they're completely free for you to tune in. So please do hit that like button and that subscribe button at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel and at the BARC as well. And I just want to thank the team behind the scenes. You don't see them, but they bring you those pictures for you to watch free. So please give it up for John, Richard, Catherine, Ray, Tom, and of course our producer Elliot as well. Thank you so much. We couldn't do it without you guys. It means so much. Right, Pointy, I think that's about it from us, isn't it?
For today. Yeah, so it's goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me. Thank you so much, everybody. We really appreciate it. Take care, and we'll see you next month for more trucks, more British Endurance Championship, everything. I'll be there. You'll be there.
Goodbye from him. No, it's goodbye from me. You ruined it.
Goodbye from him. Goodbye. Thanks, everybody. Final words from Paul Walsh. Thank you.
Well, there, ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. Our weekend for Convoy in the Park 2024 at Donington Park comes to a close. And as we bring the sun down here and the racing comes to its end in what is the Leicestershire or Derbyshire countryside, there's only one thing for us to say here from in the commentary booth, and that is a huge thank you to, firstly, the organisers which put on the racing, but also, of course, the massive carnival atmosphere here with all the events off track and on track throughout the entire weekend. A big thank you to the sponsors as well. A big thank you to the British Automobile Racing Club Association, working in hand with the British Truck Racing Championship to bring this all to life. A huge thank you as well to all of our series that raced here, whether it was the British Truck Racing Championship, the International Truck Prix, the Mini Challenge Clubsport, alternatively also the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. We also had the MG Owners Club Championship, Britcar with their Endurance Championship, or the British Endurance Championship I should say, and also the Britcar Trophy Championship. And I think that's covered all of our series that have raced at Donington Park. It's been an incredible weekend, 20 races, but with that, a huge thank you as well to Ian Waterhouse there down in the paddock throughout, also to Pointy for that absolutely brilliant coverage. I mean, perfect Pointy, it wouldn't be British Truck Racing Championship without the voice of the BTRC. A huge thank you to our production team, to our cameraman as well. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's sadly time for me to say that it is time for us to clock out here at Donington Park National for this fine weekend in August. And until next time, as always, a huge thank you to all for tuning in on YouTube. Make sure to like and subscribe and stay in touch and stay tuned for plenty more racing action with BARC and the British Truck Racing Championship. But until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling. But for me here in the commentary booth, Paul Walsh, it's time for me to say, remember most importantly, to stay on track. Good night.